My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 4440 to chapter 4614. And Wu Shuang looked at the old man's back view strangely. What's going on? Was I hallucinating? Why do I feel that this weird old man keeps calling you old? Does he think that you are very old? Yes. And Wu Shuang, third young master Fu said with a smile, the Crown Princess has inherited the position of the second-generation sect master of the Xuanji sect. I'm afraid that Senior Hao Guang thinks that the Crown Princess just looks young. Everyone, they really did not know what to say. However, according to common sense, this was indeed the case. In the Divine Lands, very few female cultivators of the young Crown Princess age could reach the immortal state. Not to mention the biased heavenly Dao, even among the talented juniors in the family, there were very few who could reach the immortal state at this age. It was no wonder that Senior Hao Guang would think this way. No one thought of correcting Hao Guang's mistake. They just watched in silence and watched. Swoosh. The venerable peach blossom immortal pulled at one end of a wooden vine on the wall of the cave. I'll go up first. If there's no problem, you can come up, he said and looked back at Mo Lian, who was frowning silently. Alright, don't think about it. Seeing him like this, the venerable peach blossom immortal could not help but roll his eyes. Who asked us to be so unlucky? We just got out of the realm of misfortune and accidentally fell into a pit. When the realm of misfortune broke and they both fell out, they should have been out of danger. Unfortunately, the place where they fell was a huge sinkhole. It was a man-eating sinkhole. A terrifying whirlpool pulled them down and dragged them into the depths of the cave in the blink of an eye. There were countless small caves of various sizes. The two wandered around for a long time and found that it was like a maze. If they could look down from above, they would definitely find this interesting place. There were tens of thousands of small caves connected to small caves. At first glance, they were densely packed like a beehive. However, the most interesting thing was that their divine senses were blocked. Oh, they could not fly. Haha. Therefore, they could not fly up and see the general situation of this place clearly. Therefore, a certain peach blossom suggested that he should climb up first to see what was going on. The two of them did not know what kind of damned place this was. Since it was such a trap, they naturally carried a trace of vigilance as they moved. Both of them had been fooled for no reason, so their moods were naturally not good. Will Jojo be anxious? Mo Lian asked in a low voice. Yes, it's definitely urgent. Aren't we anxious too? The venerable peach blossom immortal tapped his foot lightly and pulled on the winding vines, climbing all the way up. He stretched out a hand and waved at him. Wait for me. Mo Lian raised her head to look at him. This fellow's speed was very fast. In just a short while, he had already crawled until he was only a black dot. Prince Mo tried to contact Little Tree but to no avail. Since even divine sense could be blocked, it was obvious that external objects could not be contacted. With his consciousness sealed, he couldn't even summon Little Seven. Prince Mo could only stand at the bottom of the cave wall and pace back and forth, counting mushrooms. He was extremely frustrated. Suddenly, Mo Lian heard a series of shattering noises, and in the nick of time, he dodged to the side. He saw a slender white figure suddenly descend from the sky. Just as he was about to crash headfirst into the ground, Crown Prince Mo reluctantly went up to give him a kick out of camaraderie. The venerable peach blossom immortal staggered and swayed. He barely stabilized himself. Why did you kick me? Mo Lian rushed forward, summoned Raven Moon, and stabbed at his shoulder. He Chen hurriedly turned his head to take a look, only to see that His Highness the Crown Prince's hand was extremely fast. In a split second, Raven Moon had picked up a wisp of ghostly fire on his shoulder and flung it at the cave wall. A sharp sound came from the green fire, as if something was about to fly out of the fire. Ma Shurchen suddenly threw a seed over. Under the rapid growth of the wood spirit, the seed sprouted roots, branches, and leaves, growing into a man-eating flower with a mouth full of saw teeth. It swallowed the green fire into its stomach. It chewed everything clean, along with the thing in the fire. Then, the man-eating flower drooped its head, and the entire flower disintegrated along with the wood spirit. Only a small puddle of green juice was left on the ground. Prince Mo withdrew his Raven Moon and silently took a few steps back. The heart-devouring worm of nether fire? Chen was a little stunned and turned to look at Mo Lian. The latter nodded slightly and muttered to herself for a moment. It should be. Don't these things live on the bodies of dead people? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hurriedly took off his outerwear and threw it far away, a trace of disgust appearing on his face. It was so disgusting. He had wanted to take an outerwear from his inner world to change into. But the moment he moved, he realized he was done for. He couldn't open his inner world. Without divine sense, he naturally couldn't open his inner world. He had long forgotten about this. Looking at the outerwear he had thrown to a corner of the cave wall and landed on the damp ground, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked as if the sky was about to collapse. He wore a plain white inner garment and looked back at Mo Lian with a blank expression. That sad little expression was simply so unbearable. He finally understood why Sir Jojo liked to carry a small floral bag every time he went out for training. That was because the inner world wasn't omnipotent and could be sealed and blocked from time to time. Mo Lian was speechless. After thinking for a while, she reached into her clothes and took out a storage talisman and threw it into the air. After rummaging through the storage talisman, he took out a black robe and threw it to the senior immortal. Only then did he put away his resentful expression and put on his outer robe, muttering, "Jojo is biased. Why do you have a storage talisman and I don't?" Mo Lian said expressionlessly, "You have at least 20 or 30 storage talismans of this size with you. You took them all into your inner world. Who are you blaming?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was speechless. This fellow's figure was similar to Mo Lian's. Naturally, he could wear the crown prince's outer robe. After changing into a clean and fresh set of ink-colored clothes, a certain someone said gloomily, "If only Jojo was here. Then, he could enter the star domain to wash up and change into clean clothes." No, Jojo would probably be in trouble here too. After all, this strange place blocked the consciousness. Whoever came here would be in trouble. Thinking of this, he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. He turned to look at Mo Lian and said with a serious expression, "When I climbed up just now, I felt an irresistible force." Mo Lian raised her eyebrows. "An irresistible suction force pulled me down. It felt like, after we fell out of the realm of misfortune, we were pulled into the sinkhole by an irresistible force." It was exactly the same. Prince Mo frowned slightly. What should we do? This was hilarious. Even Xianxia didn't know what to do. Now, Prince Mo was asking him, he could only use a relaxed tone to comfort him without much sincerity. "Don't panic. There will be a way to solve it. At least the situation wasn't the worst yet." The venerable immortal was unreliable, but Mo Lian was still reliable. At least, Prince Mo's storage talismans, food, drinking water, and all sorts of resources were all available. Also, who knew if it was because he had been assimilated by his wifey? Prince Mo had always liked to stuff talismans in his arms, waist, and sleeves, so he wasn't so poor that it made one's hair stand on end. They still had hope. The venerable immortal looked at him enviously and swore, "Next time, I'll stuff more things on me too. I definitely won't collect them all into my inner world." Actually, this was his Xiao's fault. This fellow had always lived in Xiao's star domain and had everything ready for him. He didn't need the venerable immortal to prepare anything. He only needed to call Xiao for whatever he wanted. If Mo Lian didn't come down with him this time and he was the only one left in this ghastly place, the venerable immortal couldn't help shuddering. Who knew when he would recover his divine sense? Although with his cultivation, he wouldn't starve to death or thirst even if he didn't eat or drink for a year, but he didn't want to become an unkempt old scavenger covered in filth. At this thought, the venerable immortal couldn't help shuddering again. All the hair on his body stood on end. "Since going up doesn't work, then we'll go down," Mo Lian said after a moment of contemplation. She took out several black beads from her storage talisman. "What are these?" "Earth-fire grenades, a type of concealed weapon." Prince Mo didn't have the mood to continue talking nonsense with Xianxia and threw out 2 earth-fire grenades. Once the objects landed in the corner of the cave wall, they immediately exploded with a huge rumble. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal blinked. What a powerful firearm. It's not affected in the slightest after landing in the water. It must be that brat Duanyu who did it. Mo Lian chuckled in response to the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's question. A small hole was blasted out of the cave wall, and the area they were in collapsed several feet. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the earth fire grenades had blasted out a small hole in one of the tens of thousands of beehives. What's the point of blowing it up here? Wouldn't it still explode into another cave? They had been walking in this place for at least 2 hours. They had been going around and around all kinds of caves of various sizes. Are you stupid? Emolian said coldly, we're going around in circles in the cave. There's no need to blast it open. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal immediately understood. He widened his eyes slightly and asked, You want to blast open a passageway? Damn, you're really fierce. Looking at his refined and elegant appearance, as well as his elegant and handsome appearance, he was like an orchid tree in the wind. Sir Venerable Immortal tried his best to pin those gentle and refined words on Emolian, and he finally concluded with one word, savage, but this guy was actually so ferocious, which was completely inconsistent with his appearance. Although this earthly fire lightning is useful, do we have that many earthly fire lightnings? Reverend Immortal lowered his voice slightly. He silently glanced at the black box the Crown Prince took out from his storage talisman. When he opened the box, he saw several dozen rows of earthly fire lightning neatly arranged inside. Duan, you can actually give you so many? The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked at him in astonishment. Since when did the relationship between the two of them become so good? Weren't they love rivals? Weren't they political enemies? Didn't they dislike each other and feel uncomfortable if they didn't exchange a few words when they met? I did, Emolian said calmly. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's eyes widened. You used Jojo to exchange? I'm going to tell Jojo. You used her to exchange for earthfire grenades. You bastard, you're not a good person. Scram. Emolian glanced at him, then threw out 2 more earthfire grenades. She said nonchalantly, I used my space to refine weapons in exchange. Oh. Boom. The cave continued to collapse. The ground in front of them opened up, and another cave appeared. Stay behind and keep your distance. Let me know if I stray off course. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal nodded. All right. The two of them walked in a straight line, using earthfire grenades to blast open a tunnel. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely be amazed. A maze, right? They couldn't get out even after going around in circles, right? Then they would blast open a straight line and see who could stop them. Lord Jojo didn't know that the 2 idiots were still busy blasting open the walls underground. Everyone felt that the ground would occasionally shake, but the tremors weren't too big. Therefore, no one raised any questions despite their worries. Second Sect Master, Second Sect Master. The old man stepped out of the inner room excitedly, holding a pile of defensive spirit weapons in his hands. Take a look and see if these are to your liking? Second Sect Master, these are for you. The old man stuffed a ring into her hands, his face full of pride. These are the best defensive divine weapons I've ever refined. Second Sect Master, keep them with you at all times. I guarantee your safety. Xiaomu swept him a glance and nodded before hugging the large pile of things the old man handed over to her. Were you the one who caused those nether fire heart-devouring worms outside? The old man hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. Why would I create such disgusting things? They escaped from the old bastard's mystic realm. As he spoke, he scratched his head in embarrassment. I'd been to the Fecta mystic realm several times, but every time I entered, the entrance was completely different from the last time. As he spoke, he placed several handmade maps in Arbor's hands, which were holding a pile of defensive spiritual artifacts. These are the places I've been to. The last time I went in, I accidentally triggered a mechanism and a group of heart-devouring worms flew out. They even followed me out of the secret realm. Where are the corpses? The corpses should belong to the adventurers who came to the island to train over the years. Hao Guang curled his lips and said, they always say that there are treasures in the holy land of Snowy Ridge, including the Dragon King's secret treasure. Actually, the Snow Mountain range is completely barren. There's nothing there at all. The only possibility is that the nearby sea region is connected to a mysterious abyss of the sacrificial sea. There might be secret treasures in the Fecta secret realm, but are they something that humans can take out? How many people go in and die? They can't come out at all. The old man looked at Arbor worriedly. Second sect master, I was wrong. I just wanted to trick those juniors to go in and suffer. I didn't expect you to go in as well. It's best if we don't go in if we can. That old bastard Fekta is not easy to deal with. Arbor nodded, but his expression was firm. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on them. I'll make sure that the number of people who go in will come out. Hao Guang glared at him. Second sect master, I'm just worried about you. The others were none of his business. Arbor patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. Why do I feel so uneasy? Miguan thought. Lord Saintus. Crown Princess. Princess Wushuang. Third young master. A cacophony of voices came from behind the crowd. Arbor didn't even need to look back to know that the youths of the Phoenix clan and the Purple Forest Guards had finally arrived. They're here, they're here. Don't push. More and more people gathered. Arbor couldn't help but facepalm. There are too many people. Arbor looked expressionlessly at Xianxia and the others. The consequences will be unimaginable if chaos ensues. Tell us what to do. Crown Prince Roan quickly nodded. We'll just do as you say. Arbor glanced at the crowd. Let them stay here for now. I'll go to the beach with Wushuang and wait. No, I want to go with them. Crown Prince Roan shook his head and refused decisively. What a joke. If his emperor knew that he had left the little ancestor alone in such a dangerous situation, haha, how could he expect to live a good life in the future? Arbor glanced at him and nodded. All right then. Make arrangements for them. While speaking, Feng Zhangqing and the others finally managed to squeeze over. They wiped their sweat and asked, why are there so many people? Chongqing, come with me to the Fekta secret realm. Zhang Fei, take the clansmen and the Purple Forest Guards and stay here temporarily to wait for my big brother. No matter how big the drill ground was, it still felt congested with 30,000 people crammed into it. Feng Zhangfei glared at him. I want to go too. Don't mess around. Feng Zhangfei hurriedly comforted his jumpy younger brother and said in a low voice, stay here and take care of the clansmen. Feng Zhangfei curled his lips unwillingly. The spirit energy on this deserted island is quite dense, Arbor said calmly. It's also very spacious. When the matter is settled, we might as well train here. He felt that it was better than Lisha Island. Most importantly, she had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Forgotten River Dragon clan. Wasn't it reasonable for her to establish her own clan? This place was neither close nor far from the Forgotten River Dragon clan's territory. They were separated by a snowy ridge. Presumably, the Forgotten River Dragon clan wouldn't be so shameless as to visit this deserted island. All right. Without waiting for Crown Prince Roan's reply, Xianxia nodded with a cold expression. Wasn't it just requisitioning an island in the River of Forgetfulness? It didn't matter to him where he requisitioned. Come over here. Arbor moved to the side and walked out of the crowd. Many people who were going to the secret realm quickly gathered around him. Ollie glanced in that direction and snorted as he turned around to face the soldiers. What are you looking at? Don't you have anything better to do? All of them were cultivating on the ground. It's still early. We have to stay here for a few more days. And Wushuang, Fu San, Feng Chongqing, and Rongqing stood together and whispered a few words. On the other side, young Master Ding and Xianxia looked at each other in disgust, then hurriedly turned their gazes elsewhere. Arbor distributed a large pile of defensive spirit artifacts that Senior Scattered Light had forged to the people present. When he passed them to Ding Yun, his hand paused slightly. He asked expressionlessly, are you going to stay here and wait for Sikong Fuling? No need. Young Master Ding giggled. That girl Fuling is very clever. She should be here soon. Most importantly, a place like the Fekta secret realm is so interesting just thinking about it. How can I miss out on the fun? Arbor tossed the items into his hands, turned around and glanced at the 6 people. Let's go. How could Senior Scattered Light be at ease? When he heard that they were about to set off now, he hastily ran out of the inner room and shouted repeatedly, Second Sect Master, this subordinate will bring you there. Be careful, there's a realm of misfortune on this island that can kill without spilling blood. If you fall inside, you'll be even more troublesome than that old geezer Xianxia. That was a natural realm of misfortune. It was possible to break through it with humans, but a natural mystic realm, seriously, there was nothing more to say. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Senior Scattered Light. Ding Yan couldn't resist chuckling and said in a low voice, Senior Scattered Light, don't worry for nothing. That whatever realm of misfortune, it's already. Let's go. The little stoic raised her small fist and directly cut off young Master Ding's nonsense. With a serious expression, she turned around and strode toward the tunnel outside the karst cave. Scattered Light glanced at the little stoic in confusion before turning to look at young Master Ding, who was holding back his laughter. He snorted and said with a glare, hurry and follow. Arbor's group of 7 followed Senior Scattered Light, who was nagging as he led the way, out of the underground karst cave and walked through the long underground tunnel. After 30 minutes, they finally emerged from the surface, and a vast expanse of snow reappeared before their eyes. Hao Guang said complacently, only this old man can bring you out of this place so quickly. If you wander around inside, you might not be able to walk out even after several days and nights. Let me tell you, this isn't the most complicated terrain. Haha, if one of you happens to fall into the 1,000 caverns and 10,000 caves, that's really bad luck, ha ha ha. As if he thought of something amusing, this old man actually started laughing out loud on his own halfway through his speech. Arbor kept a straight face and asked without batting an eyelid, what do you mean? After laughing heartily for a while, the old man couldn't resist patting his head and saying, I forgot that you guys are very lucky and didn't fall into the 1,000 caverns and 10,000 caves. That place is truly troublesome. Caves are connected to caves, and there are tens of thousands of caves of various sizes. The main thing is that divine senses are blocked, ha 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 ha, and you can't even use your inner world. If you go to that ghastly place, there's no escape from bad luck. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape from there after 3 to 5 months. Then what about bad luck, Senior? Princess Wushuang asked curiously. Bad luck? Hee hee, you can stay here for a long time. The old man stroked his beard and said proudly, maybe after 30 years, his wife will have run away with someone else, and he will still be counting mushrooms in that hole. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's not right. No matter how strong a cultivator is, if he doesn't eat or drink for 30 years, he probably won't be able to survive. The corners of Crown Prince Rong's mouth twitched. Senior, have you stayed in the 1,000 caves before? The old man blew his beard and glared at Crown Prince Rong. Humph, that's right. I did stay there for 3 months. He drew hundreds of maps. I'm finally out. Ha 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 ha. Senior Scattered Light, who was good at drawing, revealed a boastful expression. You guys haven't been to that place before. If you have, you'll know how amazing one's wisdom is to be able to come out. Everyone couldn't bear to listen to his boasting and hurriedly interrupted, Senior, let's go to the beach quickly. If we miss the opening of the mystic realm, it won't be worth it. What's the rush? The old man rolled his eyes at them. Although the mystic realm opens these 2 days, how could it be so coincidental that it opens when you go there? Arbor looked ahead expressionlessly and said coldly, what's there to brag about? You sealed your inner world for 3 months. You couldn't eat, drink, wash, or even change your clothes. When you came out, you were still a barbarian. The old man's expression twisted slightly. Thinking of the painful experience, he couldn't help but want to bang his head against the wall. In the past, he hated making spatial artifacts the most, but after this guy made a bunch of spatial artifacts and hung them on his waist. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. No matter how strong a cultivator was, when they sealed their inner world, they could only stare at their own consciousness and roll their eyes. The 7 of them followed the angry old man to the beach. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at the big ship on the beach with a surprised expression. Seeing the ship, Rongqing seemed to have thought of something. Oh right, Senior, where's our previous ship? Did you hide it all? Mi Guang snorted. So many ships. Don't you find it annoying to have so many noisy ships parked there? I kept them all in the sealing ball. Everyone was silent. They looked at each other and moved their gazes to the ship on the beach. A ladder was put down from the ship. A group of people walked out and walked down the stairs. Arbor recognized at a glance that the girl walking at the front was the City of Shadows' fourth miss, Xianxia. The girl's face was beautiful and gentle. There was a mole at the corner of her eye. She didn't move like Sir Jojo. This weak little beauty was like a piece of paper that would be blown away by the wind. Even her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Arbor met her face to face and his gaze froze. For some reason, every time Arbor saw this daughter of the City of Shadows' first city lord, Mu Jinghong, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. The girl was a year younger than him. Logically speaking, such a weak and fragile appearance wouldn't enter Sir Jojo's eyes. But now, he had a trace of curiosity. The two flower protectors, Gu Yishuan and Zhao Yi, followed behind as expected. When everyone got off the boat, the two men, one in front and one at the back, held the corner of Mu Xiaoshui's dress while the other held Princess Xiaoshui's hand and led her down step by step. Arbor looked on expressionlessly. And Wu Shuang couldn't help but burst into laughter. And this is? Her memory was really bad. In fact, she should have seen the little princess of the City of Shadows before. Crown Princess. Mu Xiaoshui came forward and bowed politely. Her voice was very gentle and amiable, like a feather brushing one's heart. Jojo asked stiffly, "Why are you here?" Before the little princess could answer, Zhao Yi was the first to get angry. "Crown Princess, we're not from China. You'd better be more polite." And Wu Shuang rolled her eyes. "How is my sister-in-law rude? You're thinking too much. Don't tell me we all have to be like you." Going up to your princess and holding her paws, Mu Xiaoshui patted the back of Zhao Yi's hand and said softly, "Senior brother Zhao, don't be angry. The crown princess didn't mean to target me. She's used to being so direct. It was fine when she didn't speak. Once she spoke, Rong Qing, Ding Yun and Wu Shuang, and the others all showed an indescribable expression. Her voice was too soft and coquettish, as if her bones had been extracted. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. The crown princess doesn't know. In the morning, a trace of the divine domain flowed on the surface of the sea, and the aura of divine power spread. We followed it and came here. Arbor was a little surprised and glanced at Mu Xiaoshui. You? Gu Yishuan frowned. That's us. Why? There are more than 100 people in the City of Shadows. What can I do for you, Crown Princess? Arbor glanced at him and didn't say anything else. In fact, it didn't matter to her whether these people came or not. In any case, everyone would have to rely on their own abilities to enter the mystic realm. She really couldn't be bothered with the affairs of other people. Some people are always high and mighty, but don't forget that this isn't the territory of the divine land. You can do whatever you want. A cold-faced young woman followed Mu Xiaoshui and the others down the stairs and shot a cold glance in Xiaomu's direction. This is the Forgetting River. To the master of the Forgetting River, we and you are all outsiders. There's no difference. The woman stood beside Mu Xiaoshui and the others, her eyes full of provocation. She glanced at Arbor and then at Princess Wu Shuang. And Wu Shuang was dumbfounded. She looked the woman up and down. Who are you? Why are you staring at us like that? You. Lin Miao'er was fuming with anger. She hadn't expected Princess Wu Shuang to not remember who she was. She had always remembered the evil that Princess Wu Shuang had done to her. She didn't expect that she didn't take her seriously at all. On the other side, Arbor thought to himself, Princess Wu Shuang's memory is so bad. This little girl was so pitiful. She was so young, yet she was suffering from teenage girl dementia. When she was free, Jojo should treat her properly. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Princess Wu Shuang's personal guard, and Yang, couldn't help but step forward and whisper, Princess, you've seen this aunt on the street. Lin Miao'er of the Lin family in Rong City. You even asked me to investigate her family. Oh. Is that so? And Wu Shuang was still in a daze. Although she said oh a few times, it was obvious that she had long forgotten about the trivial matters of the Lin family of Fuzhou City. Lin Miao'er sneered. Do you think you're the only ones who know that there is a secret realm on this island? Previously, the light on the surface of the sea increased greatly. The people nearby should have seen it. The deity domain is about to open, and the aura of divine power is everywhere. Soon, more and more people will gather here, and there will be an endless stream. You want to resist all the cultivators gathered here with just a few people? Lin Miaoer laughed. Don't joke around. Are you done with your nonsense? And Wu Shuang retorted. Do you think it's just the few of us? Let me tell you, we have 30,000 men. Heh. Lin Miaoer rolled her eyes. Just because she was stupid didn't mean that Mu Xiaoxue was the same. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoxue's soft and fair face suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. She hurriedly asked, I heard not long ago that the elites of the 3 prefectures will gather at the River of Forgetfulness. Could it be that you are? This girl looks like she has a brain. And Wu Shuang nodded. Her gaze swept over Lin Miaoer's slightly darkened face with disdain. She deliberately sneered. The Lin family in Rong City is really a small family. You haven't even heard of such big news. You. Lin Miaoer was so angry that she was about to step forward, but her sister Lin Zhener pulled her arm. She stopped in her tracks and glared at Lin Zhener angrily. Lin Zhener had suffered several losses at the hands of Arbor and already knew how powerful she was. Even the entire Lin family together was no match for the crown princess. How could she resist by herself? Seeing Lin Miaoer glaring at her, she didn't care and stepped forward with a very polite smile. Sorry for making a fool of myself. What my sister said just now is true. There is no lie. Lin Zhener looked at Arbor and said, the aura of the divine realm can be clearly felt in the nearby sea. I believe that in a moment, the cultivators who are training nearby will all rush over. Arbor looked disapproving and said, ending the conversation completely. Everyone in the City of Shadows and the Lin family felt a little depressed. They originally wanted to mock the other party, but in the end, the 30,000 people scared all their words back. They could swallow their anger and be humble and say a few words to the other party, but in the end, the other party would completely dismiss them with a single word. There was nothing more infuriating than being ignored. Just like Lin Miaoer, in her heart, she regarded the little crown princess as an imaginary enemy, but in the end, the person you regarded as an enemy didn't take you seriously at all. Lin Zhener hurriedly stopped Lin Miaoer, who still wanted to go forward and make a scene. She smiled slightly and looked at her sister with some warning in her eyes. They're here. While they were talking, someone suddenly shouted. Arbor and the others looked up and saw more than a dozen flying spirit beasts carrying groups of people over. Hao Guang stroked his beard and looked over with disdain. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. There were so many people who didn't care about their lives. These people probably abandoned the ship midway and came here to follow the aura. They still had the salty and wet smell of the sea breeze on their bodies. Arbor withdrew his gaze and looked at Hao Guang. You go back first. Mu Xiaoxue looked at Hao Guang curiously and asked softly, may I know who this senior is? Hao Guang glanced at the crowd and didn't have the intention to explain at all. The old man turned to Arbor and cupped his hands. Second sect master, I'll go back first. Arbor nodded with an indifferent expression, similarly turning a deaf ear to Mu Xiaoxue's words. This kind of attitude didn't matter to others. However, in the eyes of the 2 flower protectors, Zhao Yi and Gu Yishuan, it was truly intolerable. Such an innocent and adorable junior sister is courteously asking for your name, and you actually dare to not answer? This was simply intolerable. Stop. Zhao Yi was the first to speak. What kind of attitude is this? At the same time, more than a dozen flying spirit beasts landed on the beach at the same time. About 100 people dismounted from the backs of the spirit beasts one after another and walked towards them. Among them were some juniors from aristocratic families who had come out to gain experience. They were escorted by their elders to join in the fun. Most of them were mercenary groups and ordinary shouja who were adventuring everywhere in search of opportunities. Most of the people didn't recognize Crown Prince Rong, Ming Yasi, and the others, nor were they familiar with the people of the City of Shadows. Since they weren't familiar with each other, they didn't speak rashly and just maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Another 4 or 5 spirit beasts flew over and landed on the beach one after another. Miaoer. A voice called out. Lin Miaoer turned to look and immediately smiled. Isin, you're here too. Big brother. Gu Isin quickly stepped forward. When she looked at Mu Xiaoxue, her eyes flashed slightly. Miss Mu. Big brother, what are you doing? Guisin glanced over suspiciously, only to see Guishuan and Zhao Yi standing in front of a skinny old man. Their faces were filled with anger. Guishuan only had time to take a glance at his younger sister before glancing away, still glaring at Hao Guang. Hao Guang was simply baffled and looked at the little stoic standing on the side. Is there something wrong with these people? Why are they blocking this old man's path? Arbor's expression was unperturbed, and she didn't even bother to blink. Ignore them. Go. You. Zhao Yi's face darkened, and he summoned his grey sword in the blink of an eye. Arbor, who had been ignoring them, gradually darkened her expression, and her voice as cold as ice slowly rang out. You want to die? Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they inexplicably felt a heavy pressure assault them. A portion of itinerant cultivators and mercenaries hastily retreated, their faces revealing incredulous expressions. This young lady in front of them actually made their chests constrict with just her aura, making them practically unable to breathe. They absolutely couldn't carelessly offend such a young lady with such outstanding cultivation. At least, those with discerning eyes immediately thought that the little stoic must be on good terms with this person. Just say it if you want to die. Arbor beckoned, and the thunderclap sword abruptly landed in her hand. The sword suddenly lit up, and a trace of lightning slowly circulated on it. Zhao Yi instantly became vigilant, and he slowly took a step back with the spirit sword in his hand. Meanwhile, Guishuan was enraged and took a step forward. Don't tell me you want to commit violence in public? We're people from the City of Shadows, we're not under your control. Senior brother Gu. Mu Xiaoxue hastily went up to stop him and nodded apologetically at Arbor. Sorry. Senior brother is a bit irritable because he can't bear to see me wronged. Arbor looked at her strangely. The more she looked at her, the more she resembled a person. That person was also this gentle and soft all the time. She didn't even bear to speak loudly, as if she would trample ants to death if she breathed loudly. Can you guys stay away from me? The little stoic looked at them speechlessly. My temper really isn't that good. When I get angry, I might not even be able to control myself. Everyone was speechless. Also, Miss Mo, your voice is too soft. I can't hear you. Pooh. Princess Wushuang was amused. She wished for nothing more than to pounce on the little stoic and hug her while shouting, "Great minds think alike." She had long had enough of this group of strange people. Your brother and sister are close to each other. Can't you find a secluded place and enjoy yourself alone? Why do you have to put on such a show in front of him? Who doesn't have a man with good looks and temperament by their side? Was there a need to show off like this? Bah. And Wushuang realized that she was thinking too much. She guiltily looked at Third Fu, who was standing beside her. Third young master Fu sharply noticed the look his wife was giving him. He quickly turned his head and smiled at her. Wife Princess Wushuang immediately turned her head around. Her face was inexplicably hot. This guy was getting more and more shameless recently. Ever since the betrothal ceremony, this guy started to indulge himself more and more. Every time he saw her, he would randomly call her wife and look at her with flirtatious eyes from time to time. This stinky shameless guy, Hao Guang saw that his second-generation sect master was imposing and didn't look like someone who would suffer losses, so he relaxed. He turned his head and whispered a few words to her. Then, he turned around and led Yang and the others toward the karst cave. However, they had only taken a few steps when they suddenly heard a huge tremor coming from the depths of the ground. The sound was so close that it seemed to have exploded under their feet. The huge impact made everyone's expression freeze slightly. The mercenaries and itinerant cultivators on the beach all showed a vigilant look and summoned their swords and sabers from their consciousness. Boom! The huge tremor came from under their feet again. The old man, scattered light, widened his eyes and looked into the distance in a daze. He saw that a huge hole had been broken in the ground by something and thick smoke was coming out from it. It was so choking that everyone took a few steps back. Could it be that some giant beast was going to climb up from the bottom of the hole? Everyone's expression was solemn and cautious. They tightened their grip on the swords and sabers in their hands for no reason. Senior. And Yang could not help but call out, "Is there another guardian beast here?" Senior Scattered Light looked at the hole in confusion for a while and racked his brains to think. Smoke was still billowing from the hole not far away, but nothing was climbing out. The old man quickly shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it." No, it was because he had lived here for so many years and he had never encountered any giant beast. There are indeed giant beasts in the Tianji mystic realm, but I have never released them. He would not go so far as to deceive them to such an extent. If all the big guys in the mystic realm were to be released, the old man could not help but shudder. He had not lived such a peaceful life all these years. Everyone thought so too. If the senior released something, he would definitely tell the second-generation leader in advance. After all, in the senior's heart, the second-generation leader was the most important. In the old man's eyes, even a strand of hair of the second-generation leader of the Xuanji sect was more precious than them. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. While everyone was whispering and asking each other, a few more tremors were heard. This time, they could not help but sway from side to side. Arbor glanced at the huge hole. He saw a familiar figure jump out from the hole. Then, he spat twice and wiped the dust off his face. Immediately after, another person came out, his sleeves fluttering as he swept the thick smoke in front of him. Both of them were dressed in black robes. Their appearances were handsome and slender, but at this moment, their robes were stained with a lot of dust. A thick smell of smoke lingered around their bodies, making them look somewhat comical. Without waiting for the crowd to recover, they saw the two people walking like the wind, one in front and one behind in their direction. When they saw Sir Jojo's expressionless face, the two of them moved even faster, and in the blink of an eye, they were already in front of the little crown princess. Jojo! Jojo, what a coincidence! A certain crown princess's small face was expressionless, and no one could see any other emotions. And Wu Shuang's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh my God, big brother! What's wrong with you, big brother? How did you climb out of that hole? Ahahaha, look at you, you look so pathetic. Eh? Could it be that senior was right and the two of you fell into the 1,000 caves and 10,000 caves? Get lost. Mo Lian glanced speechlessly at the troublemaker Princess Wu Shuang, and threw a warning look at Third Fu. Third young Master Fu, what did I do? You can't control your sister's mouth, so you're glaring at me? Ahahaha. Princess Wu Shuang did not know how to restrain herself and continued to laugh at her brother. It couldn't be helped. He was normally upright, clean, and handsome. It was rare to see him in such a sorry state. If she didn't properly dig at him, how could she live up to her venomous tongue? Ha 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 ha. Shut up. Mo Lian irritably glared at his younger sister who was dragging him down before turning to look at his wife with bright eyes. His wife was still the best. She never mocked her husband. Arbor imperceptibly took a step back. His pitch-black eyes swiveled as his gaze roamed over the two people. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal immediately widened his eyes and whipped Mo Lian's arm with his finger. She's despising us. Did you see that? She retreated. She's despising you. You were contaminated by the deep fire heart-gnawing worm just now. Stinky. Mo Lian rebuked the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal with a frosty expression before taking a step forward. Sir Jojo stood there stiffly without moving. He blinked, his gaze landing on the dust on the crown prince's long hair. Then, he suddenly took out something like a rag from his inner world. The little stoic raised her hand to wipe the crown prince's head. Everyone, Prince Mo silently twitched his mouth. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pulled down his wife's hand. Jojo, do you know that rotten Peach Blossom and I are really miserable? Right, it's really miserable, my Jojo. I want to take a bath right now. I want to change clothes. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hastily clamored behind them. Before Arbor could reply, old man Hao Guang, who was standing nearby in a daze, suddenly jumped up and shouted while pointing at the two people, you two. Hey, you two brats, could it be that you really came out from the 1,000 caves? Who is this person? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned to look at the jumping old man and asked in confusion. Arbor waved the rag at him. Wipe. The venerable immortal was speechless. He caught the rag the little fellow threw and wiped the dust on his sleeves. Arbor pointed at Hao Guang. Xuanji School's first-generation disciple, Hao Guang. She didn't lower her voice when she spoke, so everyone around heard her. A person who looked like an elder of an aristocratic family quickly walked out of the crowd and saluted with his hands cupped. Hao Guang. Is it the legendary artifact master, Senior Scattered Light? Hao Guang ignored him and glared at Mo Lian and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. Brat. Didn't you hear what I said? How did you get out just now? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal raised his head and smiled at the old man. Didn't you see? Of course, it was blasted all the way out. Hao Guang looked at them in astonishment. 1,000 caves. If you're talking about the karst cave, then it should be. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal thought for a while and nodded. When did you fall in? How long did it take you to come out? The old man asked anxiously with a cold expression. Mo Lian looked at the old man who was jumping up and down. Her expression was very calm. It took more than 2 hours. Impossible. The old man immediately waved his hands agitatedly. His skinny old face was filled with disbelief. Absolutely impossible, impossible. To think that this old man, who is so smart and skilled in drawing, spent more than 3 months in the 1,000 caves and 10,000 caves before coming out. How could these two brats, how could it be, impossible, absolutely impossible? The old man shook his head and waved his hands. He put his hands on his hips and shouted coldly at the two of them, nonsense. How dare you lie to me? Tell me, how did you get out of the 1,000 caves in 2 hours? Tell me. What's going on? Is there something wrong with this old man? Why does he look like he's been dealt a huge blow? Mo Lian gazed at the old man strangely before explaining dryly, using a type of firearm to blast open a straight path, and you'll come out. Old man, exclamation point. Everyone, nonsense. 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 The old man flew into a rage and was about to scold them. Arbor said calmly, Senior, my husband was born smart. Just because you can't think of a solution, doesn't mean he can't think of one too. Scattered Light instantly wilted. He turned around angrily and called to the dumbfounded Yang and the others. Go, go, go. Why are you standing here? Let's go back to the cave. From the beginning to the end, the old man ignored the aristocratic family elder who walked up and greeted him eagerly. That aristocratic family elder's face stiffened. Xiaomu glanced at him before retracting her gaze. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was baffled. What's wrong with that old man? What did we do to him when we came out of the 1,000 caves? His face was as black as a rock. How comical. And Wu Shuang was already squatting on the ground laughing. She looked up at Mo Lian and said, Senior Scattered Light spent more than 3 months in the 1,000 caves before coming out. Do you think he hates the two of you? Ha 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 ha. What a clear comparison of IQ, ha 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 ha. Mo Lian and Ma Shichen were speechless. They had been through the 1,000 caves and knew how difficult it was inside. The old man couldn't open his inner world for 3 months. It was indeed very miserable inside. Arbor looked at Wu Shuang and the others expressionlessly. When this guy finished squatting on the ground and laughing, the little crown princess chuckled and nodded. Idiot. Princess Wu Shuang was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. She looked at the people around her and couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. Sister-in-law, your smile came a little too late. Her reflexes were hilarious. She waited until everyone was done laughing before she chuckled. How comical. Gu Yishuan and the others didn't say anything. Seeing Wu Shuang and the others chattering on the other side, Gu Yishuan turned away with a cold face. Suddenly, someone called out, Look. What is that? There's light in the sea. There was no light at all. It was a large halo of light rising from the depths of the sea. Everyone hurriedly flew forward to check. They were all fighting to be the first, afraid that they would fall behind. When Arbor's group came forward, they saw a ring-shaped light array appear on the surface of the sea. It was bright and lustrous, and it slightly rippled along with the calm sea water. Entrance. It's the entrance to the mystic realm. A practitioner shouted excitedly. Without saying a word, he dashed towards the light formation in the sea and jumped in. The others also hurriedly scrambled to run there, pushing and shoving each other. The first young cultivator who jumped into the light formation let out a miserable scream. In a matter of minutes, it was shattered into pieces by a strong light. Wow! The cultivator who almost had 1 foot and hurriedly took a step back. Unexpectedly, he bumped into several other cultivators who were charging from behind him. This person was very miserable. He staggered and fell into the light formation in front of him. Once he stepped into the light formation, this person was once again ground into pieces. Not even a trace of him was left. Everyone's expression changed abruptly, and they all retreated at the same time. Arbor's group jumped down a few times and took the opportunity to jump to the front of the crowd. At this time, the light circle had already shrunk a little. A few faintly pulsating seal scripts appeared in the air. At this moment, no one dared to go forward. They all consciously took a few steps back, staying far away from the circle of light and watching silently. Eh? That circle of light seems to be shrinking. And Wuxuang looked at the circle of light that was gently floating with the sea water in surprise. The circle of light was shrinking really fast. At this rate, in less than half an hour, the entrance to the Tianji secret territory would disappear. Obviously, the other practitioners had also noticed this problem. 2 disciples of aristocratic families couldn't help but shout, "The entrance is about to close. What should we do now? Let's give it a try." How? Someone opened his eyes wide in surprise and turned to look at the disciple who spoke. "Do you want to die? If you lose your life, you'll lose everything. What's the point of talking about cultivation? What's the point of wanting treasures in the secret territory? If you die, all these things are worthless. Are you willing to accept this?" The young man clenched his fist and shouted angrily, "We're already at the entrance. Shouldn't we at least give it a try? Maybe those 2 people were just unlucky? What kind of joke was this? 2 people were torn to pieces in the circle of light. Could it be that they were both unlucky? No matter how brave they were, they couldn't disregard their own lives and choose to go forward to die at this time. If you want to go, go by yourselves. Wealth comes from danger. Fine, if you don't want to go, then I'll go." The young man clenched his fist and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he ran toward the entrance of the secret territory. Arbor and the others all stepped aside and looked coldly at him. They saw the young man rush to the entrance of the secret territory in a spurt of energy, but he suddenly stopped beside the circle of light. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Yo, you were so high-spirited, but in the end, you're scared." Arbor didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the slowly pulsing runes above the circle of light. He was concentrating on studying them when suddenly, his body tensed up as he instinctively felt a trace of danger approaching. Mo Lian reacted even faster. She pulled Arbor into her arms and pushed him with a backhand palm. A young man dressed in black was sent flying by a palm wind, and he stumbled as he rushed out. This person couldn't control his body at all. Amidst the cries of alarm, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. The young man standing at the edge of the circle of light heard the scream and turned around. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This person was heading straight for him, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. With a splash, that person immediately fell into the sea and stepped straight into the circle of light. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the unlucky guy was crushed to pieces by the entrance of the secret realm and died on the spot. "Senior brother Zhou!" Mu Xiaoxue cried out in grief. She covered her mouth and looked at Arbor in shock. Her face was full of disbelief. It was as if she had done something heinous in Arbor that she couldn't understand. "Miss Mu, what's so surprising about that?" Princess Wuxuang could not help but sneer. "Your senior brother Zhou secretly tried to push my sister-in-law over. In the end, he flew out himself. Isn't this what we said about karma? Good and evil will be repaid in the end." "Why do you say that, miss?" Mu Xiaoxue trembled and said in a choked voice, "Senior brother Zhou, when did he push the crown princess? He's already dead. Don't slander him." And Wuxuang was simply amused by her. She cast her a sidelong glance but did not wish to speak with her. Does everyone have eyes to see? It's not something that can be confirmed by your mouths. You. Mu Xiaoxue was so angry that she was about to collapse, but she still maintained her calm tone. How could senior brother Zhou push the crown princess? Arbor stopped Commandery Princess Wushuang and glanced indifferently at Mu Xiaoxue. You want to see? What? Mu Xiaoxue's heart clenched. She felt that nothing good would come out of it if she continued speaking. If I can prove that your senior brother Zhou brought this upon himself, how does the City of Shadows plan to compensate? Don't boast so shamelessly. Now that there is no proof, how do you want to prove it? Just as Zhao Yi finished his sentence, he saw a palm strike coming towards him, landing heavily on his face. After a crisp slap, a palm print immediately appeared on the left side of his face. When I'm talking to your master, you'd better shut up, you dog. You. Zhao Yi covered his face with his hands, his eyes filled with shock. It was as if he could not imagine that a grown man like him would be slapped by a little girl. I already told you that my patience is very limited. Arbor sternly interrupted Zhao Yi's unfinished words. If you want to die, you can continue. Why don't you try? Senior brother Zhao, senior brother Zhao. Mu Xiaoxue was alarmed and panicked. She quickly pushed Zhao Yi, this burly man, behind her and put on an expression that showed that although she was terrified, she still braced herself to protect her senior brother. Mu Xiaoxue, don't play tricks in front of me. Arbor stared at her coldly and said, do you know how many delicate white flowers like you I've killed since you were young? Do you want me to read out a string of names for you? Starting from Wenwu Wan, then Commandery Princess Yin, Wu Xiaosu, Shan Yisu, and finally you. Do you know how the ones before you all died? HM? Do you want me to tell you how they all ended up? Every one of them died a horrible death. Arbor. Gu Yishuan reached out and hugged Mu Xiaoxue, who was trembling uncontrollably, and roared angrily. Shut up. A vicious aura burst forth from the little stoic's body, and her palm froze into ice. She spread open her fingers, and an ice sword covered in barbs instantly appeared. The tip of the sword pointed at Gu Yishuan's neck without hesitation. The latter only felt a trace of cold air seeping into his limbs and bones from his skin. It was as if his entire body was going to be frozen in an instant. I've had enough of your nonsense. I only have one question for you. If I can prove that it was indeed someone from the City of Shadows who had malicious intentions behind my back, how will you compensate me? Pay with your life? Arbor pointed his ice sword at the ashen-faced Zhao Yi. Or you? The glittering ice sword once again moved to Gu Yishuan's chest. Trash, do you dare to bet? The entire place was dead silent. From the moment the young crown princess exploded in anger, it was truly so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, except for the occasional sound of breathing. The little girl nimbly raised her hand and continuously made several transparent hand seals. The surrounding air suddenly rippled like water ripples, dispersing in front of everyone's eyes. A faint light screen appeared, and the scene from earlier immediately appeared on the screen. Although it was soundless, everyone was not blind. Naturally, they could see that man from the City of Shadows surnamed Zhou standing right behind the young crown princess. He suddenly reached out and pushed the young crown princess back, a trace of smugness flashing through his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Prince Imo scooped his wife into his arms and struck out with a backhand palm strike. That idiot was sent flying on the spot. Everyone looked at the City of Shadows with complicated gazes. They didn't expect a villain to launch a sneak attack from behind in such a prestigious sect like the City of Shadows. Not only were there aristocratic family disciples present, but there were also many hot-blooded mercenaries and unaffiliated itinerant cultivators. What everyone dreaded the most were villains who appeared amiable on the surface but would attack you desperately from time to time behind your back. It was truly too frightening to be around such people. Gu Yishuan's expression was also a bit unsightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard his junior sister in his arms say meekly, "Senior brother Gu, I am fine." Lowering his head to see his junior sister so frightened by the little stoic, Gu Yishuan couldn't help but be enraged. Mu Xiaoxue wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and gently pushed Gu Yishuan away. She bowed at Arbor. Crown Princess, my apologies. I didn't see senior brother Zhou do that just now. Mu Xiaoxue, I told you not to provoke me. Arbor extended 2 fingers and made a gesture of communicating with her eyes. If I had targeted you, guess how long you would have lived? Mu Xiaoxue took a step back in fright, a dazed and frightened expression hanging on her fair face. Her entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Arbor, don't threaten her. Come at me if you have anything. Gu Yishuan hastily walked forward and shielded his junior sister behind him. Threaten? Arbor couldn't help but sneer. I've never done such a senseless thing. She walked step by step toward the pair of martial siblings. Gu Yishuan was actually intimidated by her aura, but in order to protect his pitiful junior sister, he forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and stood in front of Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue, do you not understand what I'm saying? I told you not to act like a little white flower in front of me. I, the crown princess, won't fall for your tricks like those two idiots beside you. Tears welled up in Mu Xiaoxue's eyes as she said pitifully, I didn't. Cut the crap and compensate me. Arbor interrupted her coldly. What compensation? Mu Xiaoxue couldn't help but shudder. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. That's enough. Lin Miao flung her sister Lin Zhener's hand away and shouted angrily, even if someone attacked you in the City of Shadows just now, he's already dead. What compensation do you want? Why don't you go underground and ask for compensation? As soon as Lin Miao finished speaking, she felt several cold gazes land on her. Traces of killing intent made her tremble all over. She quickly retreated behind Lin Zhener, lowering her head and not daring to look at the crown prince and the others' expressions. Compensation. Arbor roared impatiently at Mu Xiaoxue. 10 million spirit coins. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes immediately widened. Gu Yishuan, Zhao Yi, and the others also stared at her in shock. They all cried out in unison, 10 million? You. Cut the crap. Arbor didn't have the patience to be long-winded with them. She slowly raised the ice sword in her hand. It's fine if you don't want to compensate. Eat my sword. You. Gu Yishuan pulled Mu Xiaoxue back and stepped into the water. When they looked back, they realized that they were not far from the circle of light. They were so frightened that they hurried ashore. But an ice sword was right in front of them. You should be glad that the idiot who stabbed me in the back is already dead. Xiaomu gazed icily at Mu Xiaoxue as she enunciated each word. Does the City of Shadows want to be buried with him? Compensate. 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 Lin Zhener rushed forward and blocked Gu Yishuan and Mu Xiaoxue. She took out a spirit coin card from her inner world and presented it with both hands. Sister. Lin Miao could not help but stomp her foot. Lin Zhener ignored her and handed over a spirit coin card. Then, she cupped her hands at Arbor and said, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Mu Xiaoxue's face was slightly pale as she leaned into Gu Yishuan's arms. She seemed to be frightened and looked at Arbor in shock. Seeing her cold gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look at her. Arbor took the spirit coin card and walked to Emo Lian's side. She tugged at his sleeve and whispered, the runes on it only represent two words, life and death. Emo Lian was startled and looked at the circle of light that was shrinking. I think this entrance won't last much longer. The venerable peach blossom immortal smiled gloatingly. Do you want to go in? Arbor nodded. Of course, let's go in. How could such a small problem stump Lord Jojo? If Ancestor Xuanji knew that she could not even enter Ancestor Tianjizi's mystic realm, he would probably jump out of the ground and give her a good beating. Do you see the jumping runes on it? Arbor smiled. Watch my movements and follow me. Then, she turned and waved at Mo Lian and the others. She turned and levitated into the air. She flew into the circle of light and flicked her fingers a few times. Mo Lian and the others could see clearly that the little fellow's fingers quickly tapped on 4 of the jumping runes. She immediately disappeared into thin air. Let's go. Mo Lian said indifferently. Then, she floated over. She raised her hand and patted the runes a few times. Then, she disappeared as well. He Chen, Feng Zhangqing, Rong Qing, Wu Shuang, Fu San, Ming Yasi, and Ding Yun entered the array one after another. Not good, the entrance seems to have shrunk quite a bit. What's going on? How many runes did they slap just now? Yes, the talisman. A middle-aged rogue cultivator rushed into the formation. Then, he clapped a few talismans in a flurry. Immediately, a gust of wind blew. He raised his head in horror, only to see a floating light shrouding down from the sky and cutting him apart in a matter of minutes. Ah! What's going on? How did they pass? Everyone, don't panic. Xianxia stared at the shrinking circle of light. I know. It's a rune. You can't just slap it. I don't know if you noticed, but when they went in just now, each of them only tapped 4 times. It's the word life or death. Just now, the Crown Princess also said that the runes here only represent 2 words, life and death. Life? Death? Where are these 2 words? The runes on the surface were messy. The words were scribbled like graffiti. No one could see what the words were. Is there a talisman master here? Can you help me identify it? When a talisman master draws talismans, the words life and death are written differently from ours. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, but dissatisfaction towards the little Crown Princess rose in their hearts again. This Crown Princess was too much of a jerk. She clearly grasped the method to enter the mystic realm, but she didn't tell anyone. She didn't even explain it clearly to her own team members and only had them follow her movements. It was really difficult for her team members to see her swift and fierce speed clearly. But the majority of them really couldn't see her dazzling movements clearly. She only took 1 shot just now. Could it be that everyone in her team saw it clearly? That's right. Isn't she afraid of trapping her own teammates? Everyone was silent. It was very obvious that everyone in the other team saw it clearly. This was the difference in cultivation level. Some smart people couldn't help but silently shut their mouths. They couldn't afford to offend her. The people in the little Stoics team all had cultivations above theirs, right? Seeing that the circle of light had shrunk to the point where only 2 people could pass through, a trace of anxiety flitted across Xianxia's eyes. Since we don't have talisman practitioners here, how about this? How about this? I have a stupid idea. We're very sure that they took 4 shots when they went in. So, there must be 4 identical runes mixed in. Let's all go look for them. Okay. Everyone was like ants on a hot pan now. Xianxia gave them a direction, and as if they had found their backbone, they all gathered together. Across the beach, they carefully examined the runes. Indeed, hard work paid off. The group of people didn't even blink for a long time before they finally found those 4 scribbly-looking runes. Although they couldn't understand the runes on them, judging from the shape and strokes, they were probably the same. Seeing their hesitation, Xianxia plucked up her courage and said, I'll go in first. You guys follow me. Little junior sister. All the City of Shadows disciples exclaimed in unison. Junior sister, move aside. How can I let you take the lead with senior brother here? Joey hastily shielded his junior sister behind him. I'll go. Senior brother. Xianxia's eyes revealed that she was touched. Zhao Yi's heart rippled from her gaze, and he felt a sweetness from the depths of his heart all the way to his mouth. Zhao Yi flew into the shrinking circle of light. Arbor suddenly turned around and looked at the small slope behind him with an expressionless face. The corners of his mouth curled up with a trace of ridicule, and he pushed his little hand away to draw a talisman in the air. He gestured with his fingers, but his face remained calm. Break! With a shout, several talisman seals flew out of thin air with a whoosh and hit the unrestrained air in front of him, emitting the sound of glass shattering. The illusion glyph array was no longer effective on her. The moment she stepped into the mystic realm, she recognized that this was the small hill behind Quoto village. He even saw Wu Yanjun stumbling out from behind the slope with a hunched back. How could she forget such a scene? On the 3rd day after she came back to life, she ambushed Wu Yanjun at this very place. Did he think she would be afraid or scared? Did he not dare to face his past? What a joke. Everything she had done was still vivid in her mind, and she would not regret a single one of them. Arbor's face was cold and his lips curled into a cold smile. He stepped on the soft soil and slowly walked forward. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Qiu, where's Jojo's lotus? I've already contacted her, but the Crown Prince and the Venerable Celestial are too unlucky. Arbor raised her eyebrows. Master, come with me. The little treant jumped down from her shoulder and ran forward with its little arms and legs. Xiaomu swiftly followed after it and asked, either intentionally or unintentionally, what's up with them now? They said they were robbed by a bunch of you. What? Xiaomu's small face stiffened, and she could not resist creasing her brows. Master, what should we do? The little treant led the way and chuckled. They can't break the array. Master, why don't you break the array from the outside and save them? Arbor was speechless. Where are the others? I can already sense their auras. Master, you should go and save the crown prince first. Arbor looked helpless, but still ran after the little treant. A few minutes later, Xiaomu stood on a mountain slope that stretched as far as the eye could see. It's here. Master, draw a talisman and break this illusion array. Arbor was speechless. She drew a talisman in the air and flicked it into the air in front of her. The surrounding slope was visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, an emerald green color covered the entire mountain. Two figures floated in the air and appeared in front of her. Taking a closer look, the two of them had messy hair, and their sleeves were all wrinkled. The expressionless Master Jojo looked at the two of them and said, "Go find the others." Jojo. Mo Lian dashed in front of him and pulled him to her side. Jojo, you hit me. What hit you? She even kicked me a dozen times. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal pointed at the footprints on his robe. Did you see that? You kicked me. Master Jojo put on a cold and emotionless face. A small illusion array can make you look so pathetic. Useless. What trifling illusory formation? Mo Lian huffed. I originally thought that it was merely a mirage illusory formation. Who knew that a bunch of you would pounce on me, each with a physical body? Kicking, biting, scratching, and tearing, you even forced me to hand over my Dharma treasures and spirit coins. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. Haha. Believe me. Mo Lian reached out and held her little face. You look exactly the same as when we first met. I recognized it at a glance. It was you who was in the prime of your youth. He looks about 12 years old. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal twitched his mouth and pointed at the 17 or 18 small footprints on his robe. Did you see that, Jojo? These are all footprints left by a bunch of your kicks. I gave them a pile of spirit tools and Dharma treasures. Speaking of which, it's strange. After your illusions took the Dharma treasures and spirit tools, they all left. The little treant burst into laughter. It's not my illusion. Arbor's face was still cold. It's old man Facta. Really? Why does it look so real? Yes, it's too real. What a bunch of you. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal counted silently. There are at least 100 of you. Arbor, the little treant said hurriedly, Master Silver, I think there's something fishy about this. Look at the two of them. There are footprints on them and their hair is messy. They really don't look like they were created by an illusion array. Could there really be 100 of you hidden in this place? Arbor glanced at the little treant and looked at them coldly. Let's go. Go find Wu Shuang and Fu San. They're nearby. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal tidied his messy hair and walked to Mo Lian's side to poke her. Jojo is having a mental breakdown. Although Mo Lian did not say anything, the smile in her eyes had already revealed her current mood. One must know that when the two of them had just entered the illusion glyph matrix, they had seen the overwhelming number of Jojo pouncing on them, tearing, pulling, and violently robbing them. At that time, all sorts of feelings had welled up in their hearts. Chocho could not help but laugh. But in the blink of an eye, it met its master's cold eyes and hurriedly put on a serious face. What exactly is it? Arbor looked at the two of them helplessly. She did not believe that the two of them could not even make a small illusion glyph matrix when they worked together. The reason why they stayed there must be some strange discovery. Mo Lian held her hands and looked at her with a smile. You may not believe it. Sigh, these Jojo that look exactly like you are all mechanical men. Ah? Arbor opened her mouth in surprise. Mechanical men? Yes, they are made of deep-sea mystic crystal. Mechanical men. Mo Lian nodded with a face full of certainty. Speaking of which, the craftsmanship of these mechanical men is really not bad. Yes, yes, they are so agile. They rush up and strip off clothes to rob. Ah, simply. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal spread out his hands emotionally. Sir Jojo treated him with a cold face, pretending that he did not hear Rotten Peach Blossom's muttering. Yes, I understand. This fellow ended the conversation and turned around expressionlessly. Go find Wu Shuang. Mo Lian couldn't help but suppress the smile on his lips. He quickly walked to the little fellow's side and held her hand. Xiao, if you see those golems, you'll definitely like them very much. He leaned slightly and whispered in her ear. I like them too. It was so cute that it made one's face bleed. So many Jojo, covering the sky and earth, climbing up and down. It was really interesting to look at. Arbor only felt his hot breath beside her ear. It was scalding. She glanced at him without changing her expression. Her hands quietly retracted into her sleeves and she stepped forward. In an instant, her ears were a little hot. Mo Lian couldn't help but smile. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he teased her, Jojo, turn around and look at me. Jojo, don't panic. Although there are more than 100 Jojos, I can recognize you at a glance. There's no mistake. Jojo, take a guess. How many Jojo are there? Jojo, I suspect that this arcane realm has an owner. Arbor finally stopped and turned to him with a calm expression. You mean, Ancestor Fecta isn't dead yet? It's possible. Impossible. Arbor shook his head. Why do you say that? Mo Lian asked with a smile. A woman's intuition. The Crown Prince turned and exchanged a glance with the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. I believe in you, Jojo. Jojo's intuition is very accurate. Mo Lian couldn't help but be speechless. The little treant jumped up and down. Quick, it's right in front. I can already feel the aura of the princess and the rest. The three of them then quickened their pace and ran forward. Clusters of light pink flowers bloomed on the hillside. Each flower was only the size of a thumb. The large patch of flowers connected the sky and the ground. It looked as if they had barged into a pink world. Mo Lian, Arbor, and He Jiechen quickly rushed to the front and saw Fu San and Wu Shuang being surrounded by a large group of wooden men. There were hundreds of wooden men. The key was that their limbs were very agile. When they formed a group, they actually looked like they were fighting with others. Their spiritual power overflowed and their energy was released continuously. Arbor was amazed. These wooden men even knew how to set up formations. 17 or 18 wooden men nimbly jumped onto their companions' shoulders and waved their wooden arms. Immediately, countless spiritual powers flowed out and attacked Fu San and Wu Shuang. Luckily, the wooden men were only at the 7th level of the spiritual realm, which was far below Wu Shuang and Fu San. Thus, the two of them were not in any danger. However, they did not feel any pain. They attacked the two of them in groups, which made them a little flustered. Fu San's fireballs landed on the wooden men, but the fire could not burn them. It was obvious that these wooden men were not so simple. They were made of fire-resistant materials. Arbor, Hu Jiechen, and Mo Lian jumped up and landed beside the two of them. They raised their hands and slapped away the wooden men around them. Brother, sister-in-law. And Wu Shuang's eyes lit up. She hurriedly shouted, we have to think of a way to trap these things. They can't be killed or burned. Look, they can still move after being scattered. Sure enough, when Xiaomu turned around to look, she saw several wooden arms and legs scurrying back and forth around them like headless flies. It was very frightening to look at. Move aside. Arbor frowned. He raised his hand and threw out a pitch-black round pearl. He leaped onto it and hovered in front of everyone. What is this? Princess Wu Shuang asked in surprise. Arbor did not answer. He slapped out 2 beams of divine energy and landed heavily on the heart of misfortune. The pitch-black round pearl instantly exploded with thousands of rays of strong light. Instantly, thousands of rays of light swept across everyone present and covered the wooden men that were about to charge forward. Mo Lian, Hu Jiechen, Fu San, and Wu Shuang hurriedly raised their hands and pressed down. Abundant energy flowed through their bodies. They stood firmly on the spot and did not move an inch. Only their robes and hair danced with the strong wind. The wind whirled past and swept away the hundreds of wooden men in front of him. The black bead slowly gathered its light and fell into Arbor's hand. The little stoic turned her head to glance at the four people without batting an eyelid. She put away the heart of misfortune in passing and said aloofly, "Let's go." "Wow. What's that?" And Wu Shuang hopped over and looked around with a surprised expression. "The realm of misfortune," the venerable peach blossom immortal said with a smile. "Before we met you, we accidentally fell into the realm of misfortune. It was Jojo who refined himself into the heart of misfortune. That was how he broke the realm of misfortune and released us." Third young Master Fu and Princess Wu Shuang were shocked when they heard this. He had long known that this crown princess was extraordinary, but he didn't know that it would be so unexpected. The crown princess is refining the realm of misfortune for her own use. Third young Master Fu could not help but sigh. As expected of the crown princess, her abilities were outstanding. "That's right. I heard that the realm of misfortune is full of nightmares. Once people enter and let their imaginations run wild, they will be filled with strange dangers. As long as they were alive, how could they not have thoughts? Even if they strictly controlled their unrestrained thoughts, they might be able to control it for a day or two, but how could they control it for half a month? But these wooden men aren't alive." Arbor looked indifferent. "Throw them inside and let them be." In any case, this realm of misfortune had no other uses, and Arbor had never thought of integrating it into his star domain to cause trouble. "Hey, then does that mean we can also throw them inside when we encounter zombies in the future? Wouldn't that save a lot of trouble?" Princess Wu Shuang suddenly had an idea. She looked at her sister-in-law with bright eyes, her face full of admiration. This heart of misfortune was too powerful. "If we encounter a large number of enemies in the future, can we throw them all in and let them fend for themselves?" "In theory, it should be possible." Arbor nodded slowly. And Wu Shuang could not help but raise her eyebrows. "In theory?" "Yes, people with high cultivation levels might not be able to absorb it, just like you guys." And Wu Shuang nodded in realization. Although they had retreated more than 10 steps earlier, when the heart of misfortune emitted a strong light and absorbed the wooden dummies, they could also feel a heavy pressure on their bodies. However, they could use their powers to resist, so they were not absorbed by the heart of misfortune. Of course, this was also because the little crown princess had deliberately blocked them outside. Mo Lian smiled and walked forward, holding Arbor's little hand. "It's done." Even if it was not easy to absorb experts above the godly state, if they encountered a large number of low-level zombie puppets in the future, they could really throw them all in to save trouble. This heart of misfortune's sturdiness was different from a storage talisman. If too many random things were stuffed into the storage talisman, the things inside might break out of the walls of the talisman. However, the heart of misfortune was different. It was refined from a mystic realm, so its sturdiness could not be compared to the heart of misfortune. In the future, if Jojo did not want to fight with the zombie army, he would sweep them into the heart of misfortune and get rid of them once and for all. Of course, Arbor knew what Mo Lian meant. Hearing this, he looked up and chuckled. Thinking about it, if a large group of Tianyun disciples attacked and threw them all into the heart of misfortune, how would it feel? However, if there is a transcendent state expert present and uses a shield to protect them, it might not be impossible to save them. Arbor pursed his little mouth and jumped on the spot. However, if I ascend to the transcendent state one day, it will be a different story. The right path was to increase his own strength. Mo Lian raised her hand and patted her head. All right. You've done well enough, my Jojo. You've done something that most people can't." Yuan Shurchen nodded with a smile. "Indeed." And Wu Shuang laughed heartily and ran forward to hold the young crown princess's hand. "Sister-in-law, let's go." "Where are the others now?" "Qiao Qiao?" In front. Follow me." The little treant shook its 2 branches and led the group forward in a hurry. Arbor's group followed. After walking for a short distance, Arbor lowered his eyebrows, coughed, and asked, "You said that it wasn't an illusion array? Then, after the formation was broken, where did all those mechanical men go?" "Yeah." The venerable peach blossom immortal turned around and floated in front of Arbor. He said with a smile, "It's really strange. After the talisman formation was broken, those little JoJos all disappeared. What little JoJos? Princess Wushuang asked curiously. Nothing. Arbor took the lead and walked forward expressionlessly, leaving Yuan Shichen and the others behind. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal could not help but chuckle. He turned to look at Mo Lian, who was looking at him sideways, and shook his finger. Jojo is shy. You're so boring. How am I boring? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal smiled. Look at her tense expression, but she's actually more curious than us, right? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at Mo Lian with a smile. The latter snorted at him and strode off to chase after his wife. This Tianji mystic realm is very strange. It's better to be careful, Princess Wushuang said seriously. Let's find the others first. Eldest brother. Princess Wushuang thought of something and quickly caught up to him. She said loudly, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. The old man told us before that this place has a weapon refining cauldron even better than the heavenly forging cauldron. Our goal in this mystic realm isn't to find anything else. Our objective is to find this weapon refining cauldron. Mo Lian was taken aback, but then she asked with a smile, you came here to find the weapon refining cauldron? Of course. And Wushuang raised her head and looked at Arbor's expressionless face with a grin. Sister-in-law also came here for this. Xiaomu's face was stiff and icy as she explained in passing, I came to slap ancestor Tianji's face. Everyone couldn't resist bursting into laughter. The little stoic cast them a sidelong glance until Mo Lian chuckled and said, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? You're not allowed to laugh, not allowed to laugh. Masta, Feng Chongqing and the others are just up ahead. The group of 5 sprinted in the direction the little treant pointed. After a little less than an hour, Princess Wushuang, third young Master Fu, and Sir Jojo's faces all darkened. Where are they? They're just up ahead. Qiuqiu said resolutely, this mystic realm is huge. Don't be discouraged and keep running. You'll probably encounter them after running for another 2 hours. Everyone, why didn't you say so earlier? Princess Wushuang cursed exasperatedly. She raised her hand to release a 6-winged bird and beckoned everyone to hop on. The little treant sprawled on the expressionless Sir Jojo's shoulder with a solemn expression. Fly. The 6-winged bird lifted its body and flew into the sky, its wings gliding as it flew forward at an extremely fast speed. This mystic realm is really something. The little treant was blown by the strong wind. Its entire body was shaking, and its leaves were rustling. Princess Wushuang turned around and almost burst out laughing. This thing's thin arms and legs were slightly disheveled in the wind, and the few sparse leaves on its head were rustling. This image was simply comical. Shut up, Arbor said expressionlessly as he pulled it off his shoulder and held it in his arms, blocking the wind for it. The little treant was so touched that tears welled up in its eyes. Its pair of bean-like little eyes looked at Xiao emotionally. Master, you're so good to Qiuqiu. Arbor patted the top of the tree. Can you feel it? It's coming, it's coming. It's right in front. Do you see it? Princess Wushuang was standing below the neck of the 6-winged flying bird. Therefore, she could see the chaotic battle of the 5 spirits at first glance. The 6-winged flying bird circled twice in the sky, but it could not find a place to land. However, some of the people in the chaotic battle below had already noticed their arrival. Someone screamed, enemy attack. All kinds of 5 spirits' power, rising and falling, immediately smashed toward them. The 6-winged flying bird's dodging speed was also very fast. It flew back and forth in the colorful spiritual power, dodging countless attacks, and let out a shrill cry. Ming Yasi's sword rose and fell, instantly chopping down an unlucky bastard who didn't know better. When they looked up, they saw a large bird with 6 wings circling above their heads. It just couldn't find a place to land. The group of idiots around them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Blinded by their impulsiveness, they threw water spirits and fire spirits at the bird as if they didn't cost anything. It's the Holy Maiden and the others. Feng Chongqing turned the hilt of his sword and smashed away a lunatic pouncing man. He looked up and said, Heh, I can't believe you're still in the mood to go easy on them. Young Master Ding dodged and chopped off a round head. These people are heavily poisoned. They've completely lost their minds. We can't let them live. Crown Prince Rong quickly stepped forward and waved at the bird in the sky. Jojo. They're all here, and Wu Shuang looked down, then turned to Arbor and Mo Lian and nodded slightly. In the next moment, Princess Wu Shuang quickly put her six-winged bird back into the spirit beast space. The five of them descended from the sky and landed beside Rong Qing and Feng Chongqing. Feng Chongqing turned to look at Arbor and said happily, "Holy Maiden, are you all right?" "We're fine." Arbor expressionlessly knocked down a young girl pouncing at him and sent her flying with a kick. "What's going on?" "I don't know. We just broke the illusion array and reunited. Then we ran into these people. They all seem to have lost their minds. They pounced on us, bit us, and tore us apart. They looked like they wanted to fight us to the death." Arbor frowned and slapped the back of a fat middle-aged man. The latter staggered and fell to the ground, but before he could get up with a roar, Qiao Mu kicked him in the back. It was as if he had been crushed by a large mountain, and his whole body heavily fell back onto the ground. Arbor's gaze fell on the man's back. There were some burnt talisman ashes on the man's back. Arbor raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Puppet talisman?" When he said this, everyone looked around vigilantly. "There's a talisman master here?" Arbor stretched out a finger, disdain in his eyes. He took some unburned talisman ashes from the middle-aged man's back and rubbed them between his fingers. Crown Prince Mo immediately took out a clean handkerchief and pulled over his wife's small hand, wiping her fingers in a considerate manner. "A talisman master from the Tianji secret realm has sneaked in." Arbor stretched out two fingers and drew a mind-tranquil talisman. Talismans like this one usually, so many talismans is T-Tess. Feng Zhangqing, Ming Yasi, Rong Qing, and Wu Shuang, and the others were naturally aware of her identity as a grand talisman master, but they rarely saw her draw talismans in the air. Her movements were smooth and graceful, and her fingers moved like a dragon without the slightest pause. The same thought floated in everyone's minds: watching the young crown prince consort make seals was simply a kind of visual pleasure. As the mind-tranquil talismans appeared out of thin air, rays of talisman light fell onto the backs of the people around her. All the people who were tearing each other apart lowered their hands in confusion. Arbor glanced at them. He only had a vague impression of a few of them. They seemed to be disciples of the aristocratic families of the Divine Prefecture. He didn't recognize the rest. "Who are these people?" Princess Wu Shuang asked in surprise. Third young Master Fu's mouth twitched. Shuang. We met them at the entrance of the secret realm." "Oh." And Wu Shuang nodded and glanced at the crowd in confusion. "So it's them. How did they end up like this?" Arbor was also puzzled. Her hands didn't stop moving as she inserted mind-cleansing talismans into everyone's bodies one by one. Not long after, the middle-aged fat uncle who had been injected with the mind-cleansing talisman woke up. He sat up from the ground and looked at Arbor and the others in confusion. Suddenly, he bounced up and asked, "Why are you here?" He touched the bloodstains on his chest and screamed in fright, "Why am I bleeding so much?" Feng Zhangqing and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Uncle, stop screaming. You were all controlled by the puppet talisman. That's why you surrounded us and attacked us." After that, they even started killing each other. Crown Prince Rong hurriedly said, "Look at the knife in your hand. There, did it land on that person's butt?" The fat uncle turned around and saw that his weapon was indeed on the butt of an unlucky person behind him. That unlucky person was lying face down on the ground. It was obvious that he was dead. The fat uncle screamed in fright and hurriedly pulled his knife out of the person's body. He couldn't hold the knife steady and it almost fell to the ground. He screamed, How did this happen?" "I already said that you were controlled by the puppet talisman." Young Master Ding rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Miss Chow saved you with the mind-cleansing talisman. Stop screaming." The plump uncle recovered his senses in a state of shock, and he turned to look at Qiao Mu and Mo Lian, who were standing a few steps behind him. The little crown princess was still drawing talismans in the air and pushing out one talisman after another. When she saw the fat uncle looking at her in horror, she only glanced at him indifferently. After using the last mind-cleansing talisman, Arbor's body swayed slightly. Mo Lian hurriedly reached out and held her in his arms. Jojo. Mo Lian frowned slightly, his handsome face full of disapproval. To put it bluntly, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with them. He was not happy to see Yisharl exhaust his talisman power to save these ungrateful people. It's nothing. It's just that I've used too much talisman energy. Arbor patted the back of his hand to comfort him. He frowned and said coldly, it's not to save them. I just don't want the 3 continents to become even more chaotic. If these people all died in this secret realm at the same time, then... If nothing unexpected happened, the clans, mercenary groups, and clans that they belonged to would definitely cause a great deal of trouble. At that time, they would suspect and fight each other, and the entire world would definitely become even more turbulent and uneasy. Mo Lian's heart softened. She stroked her hair and said in a low voice, Jojo, how can I help you recover? I'm fine. My talisman energy recovers quite quickly. I'll be fine after resting for a while. After saying that, he reached out and took out a pill and swallowed it. What are you doing? And Wuxuan reached out to block the fat uncle who was walking forward. Are you looking for trouble? No, miss, you misunderstood. The fat uncle looked embarrassed. He stammered, Miss Chiao saved us. What Miss Chiao? That's my sister-in-law. She's called the Crown Princess. It was indeed inappropriate to call her the Crown Princess when they were out training. She thought for a moment and said, call her Madame Mo. As the Crown Prince's #1 fan, Princess Wuxuan felt that she had to protect her brother's sovereignty. Yes. The fat uncle nodded repeatedly. Madame Mo, thank you for saving us. Words cannot express my gratitude. I am a member of the Defame mercenary group. Although my cultivation is lacking, but in the future, if Madame needs any help, just say the word, and I will definitely do my best to help. And Wuxuan couldn't help but smile, thinking, I didn't expect this chubby middle-aged uncle to be such a sentimental person. Arbor's eyes flickered slightly, and he turned to look at the chubby middle-aged uncle, nodding lightly with an indifferent expression. Soon, many aristocratic family disciples, mercenaries, and rogue cultivators who had regained consciousness also came forward and cupped their hands to express their gratitude to the little crown princess. Some people's expressions were a little unnatural. They probably recalled how they had secretly cursed the little crown princess in their hearts at the entrance of the secret realm, and now they felt very embarrassed when they thought about it. Everyone, does anyone else remember what happened? Feng Zhangqing asked in a low voice. Why were all of you affected by the puppet curse? Who cast this curse on you? Do you have any recollection? Hearing this, everyone shook their heads and looked at each other. Someone recalled, at that time, we were able to enter the Tianji secret realm with great difficulty, and we were all very excited. When we came in, we only saw a scene of white mist in front of our eyes. Yes, I also saw a scene of white mist. After that, I don't know what happened to the others. I only felt that my head was dizzy for a moment, as if someone had punched me a few times. Yes, did you feel the same? Indeed. The chubby middle-aged uncle scratched his head. Everyone, just now you said that we were affected by the puppet curse? But may I ask, can this kind of curse only work if it is used on us face to face? That may not be so. Arbor looked at the chubby uncle who asked the question and said expressionlessly, a great curse master can cast a puppet technique thousands of miles away and take a person's head with a snap of his fingers. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Arbor saw that they were scared out of their wits and were all dumbstruck, so he continued, however, to prepare so many puppet curses is definitely a big deal. That's right. There are over 100 people here, and all of them have been affected by the puppet charm. And Wuxuan came to a sudden understanding. So the person that utilized the puppet talisman definitely possesses more than just these few talismans, right? Arbor nodded again, agreeing with Wuxuan's opinion. Indeed. He must have at least 1,000 talismans in his hands, which is why he can use them so freely. Madame Mo, do you think the person who cast the spell on us is still among us? That's possible. The disciples of aristocratic families, mercenaries, and rogue cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. They looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes. But I don't think that's very likely. Arbor's expression was indifferent. Just now, I gave each of you a mind-cleansing talisman to remove the puppet spell on your body. In other words, all of you should have been affected. If the person behind the scenes wanted to control you, it's unlikely that he would also be affected by the puppet charm. In that case, wouldn't that person be unable to properly appreciate what the people under his control looked like now? Then who could it be? The group of people were like headless flies, their faces filled with nervousness. Will this person come to harm us again? 50218 people were different from each other. Arbor glanced at the chubby uncle and nodded with an honest expression. I think so. Everyone instantly looked as if the sky was about to fall. Like ants on a hot pan, they paced in front of Arbor's group. What should we do? They came to the mystic realm to ask for a lucky treasure, not to lose their lives. Arbor glanced at them and decided not to scare these timid fellows. Calm down. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. A talisman master needs talisman power to send talismans from thousands of miles away. Arbor said calmly, someone must have injected a puppet talisman into you the moment you entered the mystic realm. According to my estimation, the talisman master's talisman power should have been almost depleted. It will take some time for him to recover. Madam M.O., then what about you? You should have used up a lot of talisman power when you dispelled the talisman for us. Now, have you recovered? The little crown princess nodded very honestly. Prince M.O. stood at the side. He wanted to give his little wife some advice, but she had already nodded in response. Sure enough, when he looked at the faces of those fools, they looked even more hopeless than if the sky were about to fall. The youth who spoke earlier cried out, Crown Princess, you recovered so quickly. It seems that the talisman power didn't take long to recover. Arbor blinked. She suddenly felt speechless with these people. Why were they so stupid? Was she the same as other talisman masters? These people always used her as the standard. Were there differences between people? Mo Lian coughed lightly and quickly changed the topic. Previously, you moved together in a large group with a clear target. Others only needed to use their divine perception to search for you and you could be assassinated from afar. Why don't you split into small groups? Prince Mo said in a low voice, moreover, that charm master shouldn't be able to recover so quickly within a few hours. Split up and act separately. Consciously restrain your aura. The other party definitely won't be able to catch all of you in one go. Unless they met again, they couldn't blame anyone but themselves for being unlucky. Stay alert and don't trust others so easily. That was all they could say. Since everyone had chosen to enter the mystic realm to train, they should have expected to encounter all kinds of dangers, right? Young Master Mo, madam, everyone still wanted to say something, but Feng Zhongqing stepped forward and cupped his fists. Everyone, you'd better split up as soon as possible and pay attention to restrain your aura. Let's go. Arbor, Mo Lian, and the others nodded and followed Feng Zhongqing's footsteps. They turned around and left, leaving behind a large group of people. They looked at each other, and for a moment, they were shrouded in gloomy clouds. Sister-in-law, I think those people just now seem to want to follow us. And Wu Shuang touched his chin and whispered, was I mistaken? No. Arbor shook her head. They were all smart people. Naturally, they could see the desire in those people's eyes. However, would they bring these burdens with them? Besides, they were originally relying on their own ability to search for treasures in the mystic realm. If everyone found treasures together, would they still need to draw their swords and fight to the death? Don't worry about it. Arbor's expression was indifferent. We've helped where we can, but we still have to walk our own path. 50219. How sad. They were not related to each other. She felt bad about troubling others, right? Xiao Mu's original intention was to be herself. Who is it? Who is so generous to put so many puppet charms on people? And Wu Shuang muttered to herself as she walked. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Arbor waved her hand. We will meet them anyway. Just think of a way to deal with them. That's true. Princess Wu Shuang giggled. She held her hands behind her back and skipped forward. There's no use thinking so much. This person dares to put puppet charms on people from thousands of miles away. I think it must be. She suddenly paused and looked behind her warily. Everyone else also stopped in their tracks and turned around to look. There was nothing behind them. Only a gentle breeze blew by. There seemed to be no movement at all. Arbor curled her lips. Several ebony blue talismans floated from her fingertips and flew over. Dong, dong, dong. The air that was hit by the ebony talisman started to distort. Third young Master Fu and Princess Wuxuang threw out a few fireballs and water balls, hitting the fluctuating air. Then, they heard a few muffled sounds. The distorted air instantly calmed down. Since you are so interested, why don't you show yourself? Arbor said coldly. More than 10 ebony blue talismans flew over with a flick of her finger and landed in the air around them. Along with the layers of ripples in the air, muffled sounds could be heard one after another. Suddenly, a person rolled over from the front. He rolled very smoothly and looked like a big fat ball. Master Jojo expressionlessly stretched out his leg and kicked hard. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they watched the fat ball fly out with a shio sound. It drew a beautiful arc in the air before finally landing on the ground with a dong sound. Arbor's movements were also very fast. When the fat ball landed with a thud, she had already slapped a teleportation talisman on herself. She was already in front of the fat ball. Everyone was speechless. As expected, they saw someone's next move. He kicked the fat ball back again. That chubby ball rolled all the way to Imo Lian, Feng Chongqing, and the others with a grunt. Only after Imo Lian lightly waved his sleeve did it stabilize its figure, and it rolled several times on the spot before coming to a stop. This fellow had been kicked back and forth until he was dizzy. Even though he had stopped, his head was still spinning in circles. A pair of small eyes stared blankly at the row of 8 people standing in front of him. His expression was as innocent as it could be. Fellow heroes, what are you all doing? Xiao Mu strode up to the fat ball and flicked her fingers in the air, taking out a pure gold club with barbs from her inner world. What are you doing? The fat ball let out an ear-piercing shriek and immediately covered its chest with its hands, making an indescribably terrified expression. Arbor's face was cold. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with a beating. Everyone was speechless. Sister-in-law's words make sense. What should we do? Princess Wuxuang burst out laughing. Her eyes rolled and she looked at the unlucky fatty on the ground with a smile. Old fatty. What old fatty? That fellow looked insulted. I have a name. Oh? May I know your name? This humble one is called Tian Tuzi. Everyone, they glanced at the bald patch of Mediterranean on the fat ball's forehead. They felt that this name was a bit strange. Baldy Tian, could it be that you're Senior Tianjizi's son? Princess Wuxuang looked at him in astonishment. Arbor, who was slowly walking over, creased her elegant brows when she heard this. She stared at that person with an odd and severe gaze, and the barbed golden club in her hand suddenly grew larger. It weighed heavily in her hand. This large club looked too textured, scaring Tian Tuzi into trembling non-stop. He repeatedly shouted, Junior sister, junior sister. You, don't act recklessly, junior sister. I'm your senior brother. Little junior sister. Everyone looked at the fat ball with strange gazes. This fellow was too fat. He struggled for a long time before he finally crawled up from the ground. His belly and waist were so thick that he couldn't even see his own feet when he stood on tiptoe in front of them. This fat ball, who was about the same height as a little girl and looked to be in his 50s, actually called her junior sister. This made the group of young masters feel disgusted, and at the same time, they had an impulse to beat him up. Is little junior sister someone you can randomly call out? What are you randomly calling out for? Who are you? I'm Tian Tuzi. Little junior sister, calm down, little junior sister, don't hit me. Tian Tuzi raised his hands pitifully and repeatedly shouted, Little junior sister, I'm your senior brother, really. Senior brother, senior brother, senior brother. We're from the same sect, same origin, same master. Hey, don't hit me. My master is Tianjizi. You're not Senior Tianjizi's son? You're his disciple? And Wu Shuang and Arbor asked one after another. Tian Tuzi hastily nodded like a quail. I'm his disciple. No, I'm not his son, I'm not. As soon as he said this, everyone could feel the gloomy pressure of the chilly wind around them lessen considerably. The gloomy low pressure on Sir Jojo's body finally receded a little. Why are you calling me junior sister? Confess honestly. The little stoic demanded coldly. Little junior sister, ever since you contracted with the Tianji treasure blueprint, I received your message. And half a strand of your consciousness. Arbor was stunned. His eyes became even gloomier. When did you take my soul consciousness? Her divine sense had unknowingly fallen into the hands of an unfamiliar person. What if he was used by others? Arbor could not imagine it. Mo Lian and He Chen's expressions turned even colder as they stared at the fat ball. You have another copy of the Tianji treasure map? Why don't you take her consciousness? No. This Tianji treasure map was created by his master. Master said that the power of the Tianji treasure blueprint was too great, so at that time, it was split into two. The one in junior sister's hand is a child map. There's also a master map. It's been with master for a long time. Why master once said that not everyone can form a contract with the Tianji treasure blueprint. Innate talent is one, and bloodline is another. Junior sister, you not only have outstanding innate talent, but you must have some kind of bloodline connection with master, right? Don't misunderstand. No, I didn't take half a strand of junior sister's consciousness. It was absorbed by the master map when the Tianji treasure map was contracted. Junior sister is related to master by blood. Moreover, she's master's final disciple. We definitely won't harm her. The fat ball repeatedly waved his hands in agitation. Mo Lian looked at him suspiciously. Why were you sneaking around just now? Speak. Princess Wu Shuang roared from the side, giving the fat ball a fright. He shrunk back and promptly confessed honestly, I sensed, when he saw Ma Yingchen and Mo Lian looking at him. This fellow shuddered and hastily said, No, it was I who discovered that the mother map of the Tianji treasure diagram sensed something. I almost couldn't control that mother map and make it fly out of the tomb on its own. Tian Tuzi hastily said, So, I guess that little junior sister must have accidentally stumbled into Master's mystic realm. I was very agitated, I especially wanted to take a look at her. This fat ball timidly glanced at the little stoic and stammered, I don't have any ill intentions, I just wanted to stealthily take a few glances at little junior sister inside the invisibility formation. I wanted to confirm her identity first. He stammered as he spoke, but he still fully explained the cause of the incident. The little stoic said expressionlessly, although I contracted the Tianji treasure diagram, I don't know the slightest bit about mechanisms and concealed weapons. At that time, she was completely clueless about the mechanisms and concealed weapons in the Tianji treasure diagram, so she threw it all to the two youths to learn. Speaking of which, Ancestor Tianji's true disciples should be Mo Lian and Duanyu. Didn't that mean she had to slap these two idiots in the face? Only then could she fulfill Senior Xuanji's dying wish. The little stoic pondered it. It was still a bit difficult for her to slap these two people's faces. But although it was difficult, it didn't mean it was impossible. She had to slap their faces. She was a person who placed great importance on promises. MHM, she had to carry out her promise to the end and fulfill Senior Xuanji's dying wish. Our dear Mo Lian stood on the side and inexplicably felt the temperature drop around her. There was a wisp of evil wind brushing past her. Boom, caught off guard, Prince Mo was kicked in the butt by the little stoic, and he stumbled forward a few steps with a stupefied expression. He turned his head around and cried out aggrievedly, What are you doing, wife? And Wu Shuang and third young master Fu were also dumbfounded as they stared at the person who had suddenly raised his foot to attack. On the other hand, the eyes of Ming Yasi and young master Ding, who were watching from the side, lit up slightly, and they chuckled as they called out, Haha, well done. I got beaten up. The little stoic didn't waste words with her husband. She rummaged around in her inner world, took out an ordinary rolling pin, and swung it at her husband's butt. What goes around comes around, and there's always this day. You didn't expect that there would be a day when you would be spanked by me, why did he ask her? There was only one reason, and that was that it wasn't appropriate to beat him up anywhere. Let's slap her face. If we disfigure that beautiful face, we'll really be heartbroken. She couldn't hit his waist. A man's waist was very important. All he could do was hit his buttocks. I'm following Ancestor Xuanji's orders to beat Ancestor Tianjizi's disciple. This guy shouted as he beat him up. Mo Lian was extremely innocent, and she turned around to dodge as she ran. Wife, that guy called you junior sister. Your Ancestor Tianjizi's personal disciple. We have the Tianjizi treasure blueprint as proof. Less nonsense? Are you convinced? Arbor chased her husband back and forth with a rolling pin in his hand. Don't even think about running away. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was about to choke from laughing. He clutched his stomach that hurt from laughing and repeatedly waved his hand. All right, quickly stop. I'm about to die from laughter. Junior sister. Stop for a moment and listen to this older brother first. The atmosphere instantly became a bit distorted and strange. Tiantuzi expressed that he truly couldn't understand. Hey, Baldy, hurry and make them stop. What's going on? Was it you? Was it this old punk who fed my sister-in-law some bewitching poison? Princess Wu Shuang grabbed the old punk's chest and berated him angrily. What Baldy? Tiantuzi's small eyes widened in anger from embarrassment. This humble one is Tiantuzi. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything. Loosen. Miss, how can you be so rough? The little stoic chased after him with several large strides and swung her rolling pin at Mo Lian. Do you concede? Hurry and kneel down and kowtow to Ancestor Xuanji and shout 3 times that Tianjizi's disciple can't defeat Xuanji's disciple. Say you admit defeat and say you're wholeheartedly convinced. Hurry and speak. Everyone, with a helpless expression, Prince Mo reached out and pulled the little fellow, who was bouncing after him, into his arms. Do you concede? The little stoic huffed beside his ear with a taut face. I concede. Mo Lian nodded repeatedly, exasperated. Tianjizi's disciple admits defeat and is wholeheartedly convinced. If you concede, then why are you running? The stoic faced him expressionlessly and said as if she was reading a book, truly traveling far and wide only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. Everyone's mouths twitched. The little stoic continued to recite, I didn't expect that the successor of the Tianjizi treasure blueprint would be Tianjizi's personal disciple. You. Present. Your husband is present. Mo Lian nodded as he revealed a resplendent smile. Wife, you tell me. I will beg for mercy when I should, kneel when I should, and lie down when I should. You can do whatever you want, as your husband is yours. Arbor's face did not fluctuate at all, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise from the bottom of his heart. Stop being so glib. She turned her head, and Mo Lian also turned her head to look at Peng Qiu. She threw him a gloating look, Senior Brother Baldy, good luck to you. I'm impressed. This brother also surrenders. Before Qiao Mu could make things difficult for him, Tiantuzi, this guy, had no moral integrity at all and immediately surrendered by raising the white flag. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that it would look better to be beaten up by junior sister and then admit defeat? Get out of the way. Jojo-sama slapped Mo Lian's paw to get him to let go. She turned around and cupped her hands in the direction of the horizon. She then said in a dignified manner, Ancestor Xuanji, your spirit in heaven must have seen this, right? I've completed the 3 things I promised you. In the future, we'll go our separate ways. If you don't come looking for me, I won't trouble you. After finishing his speech, this fellow raised 3 talisman papers in the air, which ignited and swayed without wind. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal floated to her side with a smile. The more he looked at this fellow, the more amused he was. He couldn't resist teasing, Jojo, were you burning joss paper just now? What joss paper, talisman paper? Arbor gave him a sidelong glance and was in a rare mood to explain. Transmission talismans. She stretched out 2 fingers and gestured at the sky. Xuanji received it, so she definitely won't bother me again in the future. What taking care of the dragon clan? What helping the merfolk? Don't mention it again in the future. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal was slightly taken aback before chuckling cheerfully. He said softly, "What a silly child. Your unilateral decision to draw a clear line between you and Ancestor Xianxia seems amusing, but in reality, it's filled with melancholy and helplessness. Who knows? When you meet the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness again, perhaps, you'll meet with weapons. You've made it clear to Ancestor Xianxia long ago that they're completely separate. If you really do fight in the future, there's no need to restrain yourself. Don't worry, Senior Xianxia isn't that kind of dim-sighted person. If she knows in the netherworld, she definitely won't make things difficult for you." Xichen comforted him softly before turning to look at the fat ball, Tian Tuzi. "I have something to ask you." Tian Tuzi shrunk his neck and hastily nodded. "This one will definitely tell you everything he knows. Feel free to ask whatever your esteemed self wants." Little junior sister actually managed to find Master's mystic realm by chance. This is definitely fate. Little junior sister expressionlessly looked at him and splashed a bucket of cold water over him. "It wasn't by chance. It was Senior Haiguang who guided me here. My trip this time was specifically to slap Ancestor Qianji's face." Tian Tuzi, little junior sister. Arbor spread her fingers. "Don't call me that. Although I contracted the Qianji treasure blueprint, it's just a divine weapon to me. It's for my use. There are many theories on concealed weapons and mechanisms inside, and the learner is someone else. Ancestor Qianji's personal disciple is hubby. It's Duan Yu." Tian Tuzi nodded repeatedly but still asked, "Little junior sister, do you want to meet Master?" Arbor was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "Okay." The Tianji treasure blueprint had saved her from danger several times. Speaking of which, Ancestor Qianji had unknowingly protected her more than once. Tian Tuzi instantly looked gratified and murmured, "Little junior sister and Senior Xianxia also have a lot of connections?" From what little junior sister said just now, she had completed the 3 things she promised. Presumably, little junior sister and Senior Xianxia also had some kind of promise. Arbor didn't answer. Xichen curled his lips slightly and looked at the fat ball. "Let me ask you. Did you create a bunch of mechanical puppets in JoJo style?" After Ming Yasi, young Master Ding, Ron Qing, and the others fell into the secret realm, they had never seen a golem that looked like JoJo, so they naturally did not know about this matter. Hearing Yuan Shichen's question, he looked at Arbor who was standing at the side. Sir Jojo's expression did not change at all. His expression was calm and steady. Young Master Ding couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who the hell knew how much the stoic face was on the verge of a mental breakdown right now? How could anyone tell from his expression? "You did it?" Mo Lian's cold eyes stared at Tian Tuzi. "Why aren't you telling the truth?" Tian Tuzi nodded frantically. I'll confess, I didn't say I wouldn't confess. Those mechanical puppets were created by me. I think that Master will definitely like this little inner disciple. I made a few of them according to her half-wisp of divine sense." So that's how it was. Mo Lian mused inwardly. When Jojo contracted with the Tianji treasure blueprint, he was 12 years old. No wonder that bunch of Jajos were all at this age. After, the more I made them, the smoother they became, just. Tian Tuzi peeked at little junior sister's expression and repeatedly said with a heavy heart, "Little junior sister, I didn't do it on purpose. These mechanical puppets originally weren't so nimble." After, your half-wisp of divine sense floated out of Master's tomb. I don't know why, but they actually engraved a spiritual imprint on each golem's forehead. And then they acted like that. Little junior sister, why you didn't encounter them on your way here, did you? They're usually very obedient. Perhaps they were too excited to see you, otherwise they wouldn't have courted death in front of you. The fat ball's voice became lower and lower. Seeing little junior sister's expressionless face, he became more and more uncertain. Little junior sister's expression, was she happy or angry? How many? Lord Jojo grumpily roared at Tian Tuzi. 123. Tian Tuzi shrunk his neck, as if admitting his mistake. Why little junior sister, why if you don't like them, why then you can melt them all. Xianxia looked like he was about to cry when he said this. These years, guarding the Fecta hidden realm had been very hard and lonely. Ever since he had this group of lively little junior sisters, his days had become much more interesting. Although little junior sisters often went out to cause trouble, they didn't guard their master's mausoleum and wandered around the hidden realm. They also liked to plunder their master's hidden treasures and hide them in their own little treasury, causing him to have to move those things back to their master's mausoleum every few days. However, they were so full of life and vigor that it made people happy to see them. Little junior sister, they're just a little lively, but they're actually quite capable, Xianxia hurriedly said. If you think they're noisy, then put them in your spatial artifact refining space. That way, they won't be noisy. Arbor glanced at him and suddenly threw out a purple talisman. Talisman light swirled, and the purple talisman brushed through the air, heading straight for the fat ball's face. Xianxia's face was blank and pitiful, but his fat body moved quickly. Just as he was about to flash past, Arbor had already recalled the purple talisman flowing with light. You don't know talisman arts? Xianxia cried out pitifully. Little junior sister, our master isn't a talisman master, where would he learn talisman arts? Arbor nodded calmly. If her opponent was a talisman master, he would have unconsciously used a defensive talisman to block her attack. This was an instinctive action during a talisman master battle. Under such a fast battle, senior brother Peng Qiu could not react at all, and would definitely carry out the most instinctive reaction to resist. However, the other party didn't. Instead, he quickly dodged. Arbor thought to himself, this senior brother Peng Qiu looks quite sincere. He shouldn't be the charm master who attacked everyone before. I'm sorry. The little stoic's probing was quick, but she was also quick to apologize. I previously discovered the existence of cursed practitioners in the mystic realm. Do you know about this? Xianxia was a little stunned, then he shook his head and nodded, Junior sister, although I don't know the origin of this charm master, as long as he is still in this secret realm, I have a way to find him. When the little stoic heard this, her eyes brightened slightly. How do we search? Master's mausoleum is in the main control room. You can see the entire situation in this secret realm. Does junior sister want to go now? Okay. Arbor nodded. They want to come with me. Of course, of course. This fat ball was naturally very sensible and nodded repeatedly. Although he had lived in seclusion for who knew how many years, he still understood some of the ways of the world. Although it was his master's mausoleum, he really shouldn't bring so many random people to disturb it. But since it was little junior sister who suggested it, then he had no reason to object. Thinking about it, master shouldn't mind. Moreover, Xianxia was very clear about his current situation. Not only did little junior sister not trust him, little junior sister's group of relatives and friends probably didn't trust him either. If he insensibly suggested to let everyone wait outside and only bring little junior sister into the mausoleum, he reckoned that he would be beaten up when he turned around. This round fatty was still very good at observing people's expressions. Little junior sister's husband wasn't someone to be trifled with. Those few young masters around her didn't seem to be good people either. The arm couldn't win against the thigh, he better not seek his own death. Where is Ancestor Tianjizi's mausoleum? Everyone, please follow me. The round fatty took a few short steps and led the group forward. Arbor silently followed for a while and suddenly said expressionlessly, those mechanical puppets are all in the mausoleum? How did they run out? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then he grinned and said, little junior sister, you're talking about those mechanical puppets? Arbor glanced at him, and Peng Qiu instantly felt a chill creeping towards his neck. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and said with a chuckle, those mechanical puppets, their temperaments are more lively. When they have nothing to do, they like to come out for a stroll. This isn't the first time they've come out of the mausoleum. This time, they probably felt the aura of a patron coming? Oh right, they especially like to rob people. Everyone's mouth twitched. Impossible. Arbor retorted him expressionlessly. Since they were branded by her divine sense, naturally they should have the same temperament as her. Lively? What the hell was that? Hee hee. How often do they usually come out to rob? Arbor asked in a deep voice. Must see. Peng Qiu was frightened by little junior sister's gloomy expression, and hurriedly confessed everything in one breath. Every time someone enters the mystic realm, little junior sister will plan and move out, leaving the mausoleum to rob. Pfft. And Wu Shuang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing her sister-in-law's gaze on her face, she pretended to raise her hand to cover her mouth, but the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. They built a secret little treasury. It's in the southeast of Master's mystic realm. Every few days, they would dig out the treasured weapons that Master had buried in the mausoleum and move them to their little treasury. Peng Qiu stole a glance at the expressionless junior sister and continued stuttering, I saw that Master's mausoleum was really a little empty after being moved. So, I moved the spirit treasure artifact back. Mo Lian tried not to smile. Ahem, is that so? You're clearly babbling nonsense. Qiamu icily stated, am I that kind of person? Tian Tuzi cautiously glanced at his little junior sister and said in a trembling voice, perhaps, little junior sister doesn't know your true temperament. Tian Tuzi's voice quietly lowered when he suddenly saw the little girl's cold gaze. Young Master Ding couldn't help but laugh. He nodded and said, I think Brother Baldy's words are not without reason. Everyone glanced at him. Reason my ass. Arbor took a step forward, his eyes brimming with vigor, and his small face was taut like a piece of iron. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the slope. It was as if he was ruthlessly stomping on the slope beneath his feet with Baldy's head. Tian Tuzi shuddered and pitifully followed her. He asked in a small voice, is little junior sister angry? Princess Wu Shuang was overjoyed, and she cracked a smile. What do you think? You must have been remembered by sister-in-law. Not only will sister-in-law remember you, but my eldest brother definitely won't let you off either. The princess took pleasure in Fatty Baldy's misfortune and threw him a look that said, good luck. Tian Tuzi only felt his entire body turn cold. When he turned his head, he saw Prince Mo staring at him icily. This guy instantly shuddered, and he hastily said honestly, junior brother-in-law, don't misunderstand. I didn't have any ill intentions when I built these golems, little junior sister. This pile of golems all had the appearance of 11 or 12-year-old children. They had small bodies and slightly large heads, and their facial features imitated little junior sister's appearance. Their small noses and small eyes were vivid and lifelike. However, it was only a 70-80% resemblance. It was still a distance away from little junior sister's current icy appearance. Mo Lian snorted. If you really harbored any ill intentions, would you still be standing here alive? The fat Baldy shuddered and felt a chill run down his spine. Subconsciously, he moved to the side of his junior sister to hide. Junior sister. Now that elder brother has confessed everything, can you forgive elder brother? The little stoic turned to look at him. I came here on Ancestor Xuanji's last wish. Originally, as Tianjizi's disciple, I would definitely beat you up when I saw you. Don't hit, little junior sister. I'm convinced, I'm truly convinced. Don't hit me. Fat Baldy cried out pitifully with a long face. The girl gave him a look that said, you're very smart. While she walked forward, she said without batting an eyelid, did you just say that the group of mechanical puppets made a small treasury? That's right. The fat Baldy pointed in the southeast direction, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Little junior sister, do you want to take a look? It's not impossible, the little stoic replied stiffly. The corner of the fat Baldy's mouth twitched slightly. He immediately understood what the little ancestor meant. He nodded repeatedly and said, after we become Master's disciples, I will take you to that little treasury for a stroll. Yes. It's not far ahead. The fat Baldy wiped his sweat and walked forward with his short, fat legs. Junior martial sister, look. It's just up ahead. Arbor looked in the direction Bald Fatty was pointing, and all he could see was a blur. It was as if he had reached the border of the secret territory. He couldn't see clearly with his naked eye. Everyone reflexively used their divine senses to explore that gray fog. They saw a mausoleum carved from white jade that was currently being repaired on a dozen or so flights of stairs. It was located at the center of the gray fog. What an amazing 9-labyrinth maze formation, Mo Lian murmured. Tian Tuzi immediately turned his head around, beaming with delight. Junior brother-in-law, you're quite knowledgeable about mechanisms and formations, right? Let's have an exchange later when we're free, alright? Mo Lian glanced at him and nodded slightly. Sure. Tian Tuzi immediately danced with joy. This guy had already forgotten the days and months in the Tianji secret realm. How could he not be happy when he finally found a kindred spirit who was well-versed in formations and mechanisms? Everyone, follow me. Tian Tuzi turned his head and beckoned. Just as he was about to step into the gray fog, his expression suddenly froze. Not good. Someone has barged into the formation. Arbor raised his brow. With a slight movement of his finger, an attack talisman slid into the gray fog. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. There wasn't the slightest ripple. The joking expression on Tian Tuzi's face vanished. A hint of anger and murderous intent appeared on his chubby face. Who is so audacious as to attempt to barge into Master's mausoleum? Let's go in and take a look. Arbor urged with a frown. That delicate woman's face inexplicably appeared in his mind. An ordinary person without any cultivation leading a group of cultivators into the mystic realm, why did he feel like he had seen this kind of person somewhere before? A spark of inspiration seemed to flash through the depths of the little stoic's mind, and her footsteps abruptly halted. Chow chow? Mo Lian also stopped in his tracks with a puzzled expression. Husband, I have an idea. Who exactly does that person resemble? Which person? That Miss Mu Xiaoxue. Arbor followed the fat baldy into the gray fog formation. As soon as everyone entered the formation and sensed the thick fog surging in from all directions, they saw Tian Tuzi suddenly jump forward. He threw out 17 to 18 pebbles in succession, and after a series of extremely fast strikes, he determined their location by listening to their sounds. The thick fog in front of them rolled away at an even faster speed than when it came, like a receding tide. The white jade stairs were right in front of them. It looked like it was only a few steps away, but they discovered that the scenery was completely different when they climbed up. The space here was very ingenious and seamless, making it impossible for people to see any disharmony. A lush forest appeared before everyone's eyes. There were fresh flowers and fruit trees on both sides, and there was a white jade stone path in the middle that led straight to the end of the mausoleum. Who are you? Such audacity, daring to directly enter the 9-palace mausoleum formation and break through a third of it. If he hadn't arrived swiftly, would these people really have wanted to barge into Master's mausoleum? I was too careless. I didn't expect that there would be an array master among the people who entered the secret realm this time. Xiaomu pulled Mo Lian's hand in a few steps and dashed up the white jade steps, arriving before a wordless stele. The corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly, as if he had seen something interesting. His eyes were fixed on a young girl standing in front of the monument. The young girl had a delicate appearance, and her watery eyes were clear. Looking at her, she was like a little flower that was not tainted by dust, gently swaying in the wind. It was as if the little stoic was staring at her prey, and a glint flickered in her watery eyes. So similar. They really look alike. She muttered in a low voice. Her eyes were frighteningly bright. Everyone glanced at her and felt that the little stoic's current expression was a bit strange. Mo Lian was even more worried. She shook his hand and said, "Jojo. Take her down." Arbor suddenly flicked his wrist, and a slender, long, and smooth white snake swiftly slithered. It suddenly scuttled up and opened its huge mouth in the air. Its icy eyes stared fixedly at the girl who had turned pale with fright, and it abruptly bit her. A pitch-black figure abruptly blocked in front of the girl. He held a broad-mouthed black saber that flickered with a dazzling light. This saber was clearly not an ordinary item. Under the great void serpent's powerful bite, the saber merely bent slightly. Hiss. The snake's cold tongue slid away from the blade, and it opened its mouth again, biting at the old man's left shoulder with its sharp teeth. The old man in the black robe opened his hand and set up an arc-shaped defensive wall, protecting Mu Xiaoxue behind him. His eyebrows were completely knitted together, and he shouted, "How dare you!" Crack! The old man's eyes showed a trace of fear. He didn't expect that the defensive wall he set up with his own hands would have a crack the width of a finger after being bitten by the giant snake. He had never seen such a terrifying snake. No, there was definitely something wrong with this snake. It's a sacred beast. A calm voice came from behind. Get out of the way. Chi. The giant snake tilted its head, and a black smoke came out of its mouth. The golden crown on its head also tilted slightly with its movement. Be careful. A few blue talismans flew in front of the old man in the black robe. With one block, the blue talismans were immediately riddled with holes in the black smoke, and completely lost their function and fell to the ground. It's really easy to get all of these. Xiao Mu's frigid voice abruptly rang out, and with a light flick of her sleeve, several hundred talismans flew out and formed a large circle, trapping the black-robed elder and the others inside the talisman matrix. The old man in the black robe's face was incomparably cold and dark. He slapped his palm over and hit the confinement talisman array, but was immediately bounced back and took a step back. Elder Zhuang. Mu Xiaoxua's face was full of shock, and she hurriedly reached out to support the old man in the black robe. Arbor looked at them coldly through the confinement talisman array. His gaze swept across the faces of Mu Xiaoxua, Zhao Yi, Gu Yixuan, and the old man in the black robe. Finally, his gaze fell on the face of a pale-faced, gloomy-looking man in his late 20s to the right of Mu Xiaoxua. Grand Talisman Master? Arbor's mouth curved slightly. He leaped into the air and flew out of the confinement talisman array. Clusters of flames flickered in his eyes, and he stared coldly at the other party. If you can take 3 of my talismans, I'll spare your life. The first talisman jumped out, emitting a trace of purple light. Seeing this, Luohi's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at the little girl in front of him in disbelief. The girl looked to be about the same age as the young miss, but she took out a purple talisman at this moment. This jade talisman flew towards him, and a thick talisman power immediately enveloped his body. This feeling was, puppet runes. Luohi's eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but tighten his body instinctively. He immediately threw out several dispelling talismans from his sleeves. However, but it was useless, the purple light of the puppet charm suddenly disappeared into his body. Mu Xiaoxua cried out in fear, Brother Luo. Luohi's body trembled fiercely. Then, he hurriedly slapped a mind-cleansing talisman on his head. Several times in a row, the mind-clearing talisman was sent into his mind one by one to resolve the sudden puppet curse. Luohi was naturally very surprised. He was actually unable to avoid that puppet talisman. In fact, he couldn't even solve it within a few minutes. If he couldn't unravel the puppet talisman within a quarter of an hour, then unfortunately, he would really be controlled by the puppet talisman. Of course, he couldn't let this happen. Luohi's face was filled with fury. He raised his head to look in Arbor's direction, and a malicious, cold light flashed through his eyes. Since he couldn't unravel this puppet talisman for the time being, then he could only completely kill this stoic-faced little girl in front of him and use it to break this talisman spell. A cold glint flashed through this person's eyes. How could Arbor not see this clearly? Seeing that he was about to kill her, Arbor only curled her lips coldly, her eyes full of mockery. Little girl, you don't know that there's always someone better than you. Luohi sneered and suddenly flicked his fingers. 2 talismans that also emitted a purple glow abruptly appeared in his hands. Arbor's eyes emitted a trace of mockery. She unhurriedly raised her hand and lightly patted herself. She then turned to wave her small hand at Mo Lian and Ma Shurchen, who were frowning slightly. Don't worry, watch the show. Prince Mo was a bit worried. After all, this great talisman caster in front of them didn't look weak in talisman power. However, the little stoic gestured at her to not worry and turned to hook her finger at Luohi. Come. Life-seizing talismans look much more advanced than low-level mysticking talismans. Luohi's eyes turned, and a sneer surfaced on his lips. What a conceited little girl. Then try this life-seizing talisman. Let's see if the defensive purple talisman on your body can defend against my... Before he finished speaking, he had already flung out the life-seizing talisman in his hand. He had no intention of continuing to waste words with the little stoic. 2 purple lights flew past, directly piercing through the air. Luohi sneered as he stared at Arbor, inwardly cursing, D*MN girl, do you think life-seizing talismans are so simple? This was a double life-seizing talisman that he had carved out with great difficulty after many years of practice. Even if she had a defensive talisman on her body, It was impossible for her to come out unscathed. Luo he stared at Arbor's pitch-black eyes that were as deep as a lake. His gaze suddenly fell between her brows, and he saw a faintly discernible golden light before disappearing from his sight. Luo he's heart immediately skipped a beat. He inexplicably felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Luo he only felt his heart beating like a drum. Thump, 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 thump. That sound was so loud that it almost ruptured his heart. No. No, golden talisman, it was a sacred-grade golden talisman. The little stoic placed a sacred-grade golden talisman on her body just now. It wasn't a purple talisman, but a sacred-grade golden talisman. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be a pure defensive talisman. Double talisman, it was a double talisman, yes. Yes. Luo he's heart skipped 18 beats as he couldn't help but roar out, protect Xiaoshui. He hurriedly turned around and cast a talisman in Mu Xiaoshui's direction, his brows furrowed. Mu Xiaoxue was shocked. The black-robed old man beside her quickly shook his arm and erected a defensive barrier around Mu Xiaoxue. In the blink of an eye, the two purple talismans that Luo he had shot out earlier had already arrived in front of Arbor. Purple light overflowed and talisman power flowed. However, a strange sneer brushed past the little stoic's lips. The little girl did not get hurt as she had expected. She raised her dark eyes and looked at Mu Xiaoxue coldly. Poochie. Two soft sounds were heard. Mu Xiaoxue and Luo he both spat out a mouthful of blood. Little junior sister. Zhaoyi and Guishuan were so shocked that their guts were about to burst. Zhaoyi even hugged his little junior sister and howled like he was wailing at a funeral. The little stoic's icy gaze swept over Mu Xiaoxue and Luo he. In the end, her gaze settled on Luo he, whose mouth was dripping with blood, and she mocked, "What deep devotion." Luo he held back a mouthful of blood and opened his mouth to speak, but he truly couldn't endure it. He immediately spat out another mouthful of blood with a wah. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Luo he, what's going on? Guishuan supported Mu Xiaoshue's drooping hand and anxiously glanced at his little junior sister. Just a moment ago, after Mu Xiaoxue spat out a mouthful of blood, her face had turned deathly pale and she had fallen into a coma. Everyone was startled by this unforeseen event and hastily supported the little princess in a flurry. If anything happened to the little princess, they really wouldn't be able to account to the first city lord when they returned. Luo he's expression was also very unsightly. Because of his miscalculation, Miss Xiaoxue was injured instead. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed and disheveled. It's a substitute talisman. Luo he gnashed his teeth and cursed, she used a substitute talisman. He was careless and simply didn't see when the little stoic used that substitute talisman. A sacred-grade gold substitute talisman, it could help the owner replace all of the attack power with 100%. This meant that the power of the two double life-reaping talismans he had previously used had all been directed at Miss Xiaoxue. If he hadn't reacted at the last minute and had Elder Zhuang set up a barrier to protect her, he would have been severely injured. In addition, he had used a rebound talisman on Miss Xiaoxue at the critical moment and absorbed most of the power into his body. If it weren't for this series of remedial actions, the current Miss Xiaoxue would probably be an ice-cold corpse instead of a heavily injured one. Luo he's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists tightly and stared fixedly at the indifferent young lady in front of him. His fingers trembled as he coldly pointed at her and angrily shouted, "What a vicious and vicious girl." Luo he was so angry that he couldn't continue speaking. Guishuan anxiously urged, "What exactly happened? Luo he, why aren't you saying anything? What exactly happened just now?" This girl, used a substitute talisman just now and viciously transferred all of the attack power of the two life-reaping talismans to Miss Xiaoxue. What? Zhao Yi, Guishuan, and the other City of Shadows disciples clamored in anger. She's truly a vicious woman. Our little junior sister is only an ordinary person without the slightest bit of cultivation. You attacked an ordinary person, do you still have any dignity? How shameless. Mo Lian sneered with a cold face, everyone's meaning is that this crown prince's wife should obediently accept your life-stealing talisman and not resist? Third young Master Fu could not help but sneer. What kind of pig brain can say such a thing? Can you not be so disgusting? And Wu Shuang couldn't help but roll her eyes. She pointed at Luo He and said coldly, especially you. Why are you acting so pitiful? Master Talisman, you were the one who put the puppet talisman on the others, right? Why do you want to control those people? You can't deal with my sister-in-law now, so who can you blame? That's because you used too much talisman energy to control so many puppets. You. Luo He still wanted to say something, but a wave of qi and blood surged in his body, forcing him to shut his mouth and secretly adjust his breathing. Don't change the topic. Gu Yishuan shouted angrily. Arbor, you're becoming more and more immoral. Say it yourself, you attacked an ordinary and weak girl who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Are you worthy of being addressed as your excellency? You're unruly and willful, bullying the weak. Bam. Gu Yishuan inexplicably found himself flying backward and landing heavily on the ground. When he fell to the ground, he was still a bit dazed, not knowing what had happened. He didn't even see clearly who had attacked him. He didn't see clearly, but Luo He and the black-robed elder, Elder Zhuang, saw everything very clearly. The black-robed man who attacked them was still grinning at them, as if he wasn't angry at all. However, the mockery and ridicule in his eyes were as sharp and frightening as a tangible saber light. You speak too much nonsense. The venerable peach blossom immortal smoothed out the creases on his sleeves, still grinning. However, his words didn't seem so friendly. If you speak any more nonsense, this venerable one will take your lowly life. Only then did Gu Yishuan see clearly that the young man who attacked him had outstanding looks and looked very young. However, the other person only waved his sleeves and directly sent him flying out of the group. Even if he flattered his horse for 18 years, he probably still wouldn't be able to catch up to this long-distance attack technique and force. Gu Yishuan felt a deep sense of despair. How could there be such a huge difference between people? Lin Jin'er hastily went up and said with an apologetic smile, misunderstanding, it really was a misunderstanding. Sister. Lin Miao stomped her feet. When she saw her sister fawning over the little stoic, she wanted to vomit for no reason. Even if their group wasn't the little stoic's match, they couldn't admit defeat like this. Lin Miao ignored her and went up to Arbor and the others to cup her hands. Crown Princess, it's fate that we met. There's no need for us to fight if we can talk things over nicely, right? I know you didn't mean it, and you didn't deliberately target little junior sister. Arbor shook his head and interrupted her icily. You're wrong. I did mean it. Everyone, Zhao was furious as he tightly hugged his unconscious little junior sister in his arms. He bellowed at Xiao Mu, you actually placed a substitute curse on a normal little girl? She's only 15 years old. She's still so young. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. Why are you treating her like this? Because. Arbor's dark eyes rolled and his gaze fell on the unconscious Mu Xiaoxue. I want her to suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone in the City of Shadows widened their eyes in horror and stared at Arbor as if they were looking at a sick person. Why did this happen? Why would Arbor treat their junior sister like this? What did little junior sister do to her? How could there be such a black-hearted, black-bellied woman in this world? How could she do such a vicious thing to such a pure and innocent junior sister? Why? Zhao hugged his junior sister tightly. His chest shook as he shouted these words with grief and indignation. Arbor looked at him indifferently and said with a mocking tone, how can there be so many whys in this world? Do you need a reason to make a person's life unsmooth sailing and unsatisfactory? This group of people was too naive. Arbor's fingertips flashed, and a purple talisman appeared out of thin air in a few strokes. Drawing talismans in the air? Luo He's eyes widened, and his entire face contorted in horror. He really didn't expect that the woman he was going to deal with this time would be able to draw talismans in the air. Wait. There's still the third talisman. Arbor muttered to herself. A powerful aura seeped out of the talisman that had appeared out of thin air. Ghost. Ghost Descent. Ghost Descent Talisman. Ghost Descent Talisman. Luo He's pupils abruptly contracted as he stared uncontrollably at the woman in front of him in shock. What struck them the most was that this stoic face wasn't drawing a Ghost Descent Talisman. She was continuously creating Ghost Descent Talisman after Ghost Descent Talisman. How were they supposed to withstand this? Not to mention the fact that Elder Zhuang had to focus on protecting Miss Xiaoxue because she was unconscious. He also had to continuously channel spirit energy into her to recover her body. Moreover, the average cultivation of these disciples in the City of Shadows was around the 10th level of the spirit realm. How were they supposed to withstand the powerful ghost descent talisman? Run! Run! Luo, he shouted harshly. The endless ghost descent talisman that was being created was almost the last straw that broke his nerves. Even his teeth were chattering as he used an extremely terrified voice to warn everyone, run. Now. At the same time, a transportation talisman formation emitting a halo appeared beneath everyone's feet. However, the ghosts summoned by the little stoic were already coming out one after another. Ghastly wails and howls filled the area as dozens of ghosts bared their fangs and brandished their claws and rushed towards the talisman formation. They disappeared from everyone's sight along with the transportation talisman formation. Arbor's lips curled into a frigid sneer. Run then. No matter how they ran, these people could only stay in the Tianji secret realm. As long as the secret realm didn't spit them out, they couldn't leave at all. Jojo. Mo Lian moved to her side with a worried expression. She pulled her into her arms and patted her twice. Jojo, look at me. Xiaomu looked up at him in confusion and asked with a blink, what is it? Jojo, you're not allowed to think about those unhappy pasts. I didn't. Arbor raised a small claw and raked it through his hair. What, you think I'm acting up again? No. Arbor raised his delicate eyebrows. My mind is clearer than ever. I know who she is. Who? She must be Mu Qingyao's daughter. They're too similar. No wonder the more I look at them, the more I think they look alike. Arbor raised his little head and suddenly chuckled. Chen Kuei is indeed a fool. After all these years, he still hasn't seen Mu Qingyao's true colors. She thought that Mu Qingyao's youngest daughter really had a miscarriage. From the looks of it, isn't she living well in the City of Shadows? Upon hearing this, Mo Lian raised his eyebrows. You think that the City of Shadows Mu something shui? She's actually Mu Qingyao's youngest daughter who had a miscarriage? Arbor nodded. Speaking of which, if she hadn't been chatting with Chen Qing that day and accidentally heard about Mu Qingyao's second delivery, she really wouldn't have been able to connect the two women. So, it's very likely that the City of Shadows has long been in cahoots with Tianyun? Arbor nodded with a slightly gloomy expression. Very likely. Arbor blinked and held Mo Lian's hand. He whispered softly, Mu Qingya, that bitch, always wants to control the overall situation and other people's lives. She doesn't want me to have a good life. Should I reciprocate? Then I'd like to see what kind of interesting reaction she'll have if it's her own daughter who's being manipulated. Mo Lian's warm hand wrapped around hers. Jojo, Elder Zhuang beside her is a late-stage venerable immortal. Don't go up against him alone. Xiaomu stroked the white snakelet that had returned to hibernating on her wrist and nodded. I know. He could withstand 3 fierce attacks from the little white snake, so he must be a transcendent immortal expert. Mu Qingyao must have valued her daughter very much, otherwise she wouldn't have found a late-stage venerable immortal expert to protect her. Take a guess, husband. If she saw her daughter's fate being controlled by someone else and her body withering away, would she go crazy? Mo Lian sneered. She's such a cold woman, how could she worry about her children? Just look at her attitude towards Mu Rou and you should know. She's a heartless and selfish woman. She's different from your mother and all the normal mothers in the world. You can't use the standard of an ordinary mother to think of this woman, or you'll inevitably suffer. Arbor felt that the Crown Prince's analysis was very correct and quickly nodded. I know, then it's probably useless to torture Mu Xiaoxue. She won't feel sorry for her at all. The Crown Prince's eyes were cold as he held her in his arms and looked at the teleportation array in the distance where Mu Xiaoxue and the others had escaped. These people have a lot to do with the higher-ups of Tianyun. We'll get rid of them as soon as we see them. It's considered getting rid of evil for the people. Arbor nodded. He originally wanted to play with Mu Xiaoxue, but most of his thoughts were extinguished. Just those ghost spirits alone were enough to give their team a hard time. But Jojo, are you sure that Mu something is Mu Qingyao's daughter? But speaking of which, Jojo's intuition was quite accurate every time. Arbor nodded and said firmly, they're too alike. Alike? Mo Lian was a little confused. In fact, the little princess of the City of Shadows really didn't look like Xianxia at all in terms of appearance. The resemblance Jojo was referring to was a kind of spiritual resemblance, Emolian thought. She held Jojo's hand and smiled faintly. She didn't ask any more questions. He just had to trust his Jo. Don't worry, little junior sister. Those people won't be able to escape the mystic realm, and they won't be able to run too far. The fat ball rolled over, and the anger on its face didn't lessen in the slightest. I observed carefully just now. There doesn't seem to be a master who specializes in formations in their group. I think they were hiding nearby and spying on us. When they saw that the situation was bad, they ran away first. Let's go into the main control room of Master's Mausoleum and see where they went. Watch me, I will definitely be able to help you capture all of them and vent your anger for you. The fat ball had no moral integrity at all. It confessed all of the big and small secrets in its master's mausoleum. Arbor found him more pleasing to the eye now. Previously, they had fought and kicked each other, so their grudges were settled. Since this person in front of him was the disciple of ancestor Xianxia, then he would treat him as senior brother for the time being. Senior brother Fatty. Arbor's little face was stiff. Lead the way. Okay. The fat ball responded and immediately reacted. It beamed with joy and couldn't wait to jump up and dance. Little junior sister, what did you call me just now? Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Little junior sister called me senior brother. Ha ha, did you hear that, did you hear that? Everyone speechlessly looked at this idiot hopping around and poking people with his chubby fingers. The young masters gave him a cold look. Yet Princess Wuxuan patted the fat ball's shoulder with great enthusiasm and lamented, "Don't forget to take a trip to the little treasury later." The fat ball nodded repeatedly, saying that he wouldn't forget. The group walked up the white jade stairs and arrived at the tombstone that didn't have a single word carved on it. The fat ball stepped forward with great familiarity and suddenly jumped around. He repeatedly struck the air with his palms. The air seemed to fluctuate rhythmically. Next to the blank tombstone, a small, floating door appeared out of thin air. Come, everyone, come in. The fat ball was the first to step through the small door, and the rest naturally followed in a single file. A spacious tomb passageway appeared in front of him. The domed ceiling hung high, and huge luminous pearls hung in rows on the ceiling and all around them. They illuminated the surroundings. 2 rows of display cabinets were arranged in 2 rows, yes, display cabinets. As if flaunting one's wealth, there was a lifelike golem standing on each display cabinet, or a divine weapon, concealed weapon, mechanism diagram, and so on. There were sabers, swords, and battle halberds. There was a dazzling array of concealed weapons of all shapes and forms. It was as if they had set up a stall, and there was practically no end in sight. Arbor suddenly took out a messenger talisman and used a gold-beaded talisman pen to draw a few lines on it. Then, he took out an image talisman and shone it everywhere. Everyone, you're like a small vegetable farmer entering the city, shining everywhere, sending messages, and taking images. What are you doing? Everyone's thoughts were as follows. Did you forget that you can refine this mystic realm? Do you still need to shine here and there? You can totally refine it for your own use. Arbor expressionlessly put away the gold-beaded talisman pen and continued walking forward with a rigid expression. Communicating with Duan Yu, Mo Lian asked exasperatedly. Upon hearing His Majesty's name, Rongqing immediately perked up her ears and walked closer. The little stoic, tell him that there are a lot of hidden weapons here to blind his dog eyes. Mo Lian felt more and more speechless. Don't you think this guy is a scammer? He clearly knows that others can't come, yet he still uses such a method to provoke others. The little stoic continued to utter an N. Do you miss him? The crown prince asked jealously. The little stoic didn't continue with an N and only trotted forward with small steps. Just as Crown Prince Rong was about to speak, he heard the underworld province's crown prince say in a gruff voice, "What's there to think about? That guy might be trapped in the land of women and can't get out." Crown Prince Rong immediately retorted, "Nonsense. Your Majesty, please don't be too chaste." Heh. Yas sneered. I couldn't tell. With a body full of good looks, he was born a playboy. Why aren't you reading Duan Yu's reply? Prince Mo, who was quickly following behind his wife, suddenly asked in a jealous tone. How did you know? Arbor was a bit curious. She had already put away the Jade Messenger talisman, so she didn't even know that Duanyu had replied. Wasn't it strange that the Crown Prince actually knew? Prince Emo chuckled, but his eyes revealed a dangerous aura. Because this guy also sent me a message. Lien, my Chow misses me, ha 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 ha. Was he asking for a beating? The little stoic silently took out her Jade Messenger talisman, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She was sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Rong hastily chased after him and asked with a smile, How is it? How is it? Did His Majesty say anything? Your monarch is coming. Arbor placed the jade talisman in front of Rong's eyes to let him admire it. Rong instantly looked like the sky was about to collapse, and he actually stuttered, how could this be? Didn't he already pacify that guy before leaving? He already told him not to rush over first and to wait at least half a year to stabilize the political situation before setting off on a long journey. What was Wu Yong doing? Why didn't he persuade him? Sir Jojo glanced at his expression and asked, Is there some internal conflict in your Tsangzhou that needs to be resolved? It's not a big problem, but, if it's not a big problem, why are you panicking? The little stoic turned her small head and clenched her small fists. Don't you know his character? Since he said he's coming, then the matter must have been resolved. So fast? Rong thought about it and felt that the little crown princess's words were extremely reasonable. He should believe in his monarch. Although the monarch was usually unreliable, he was more reliable than anyone when he was serious. They chatted and walked as they followed senior brother Fat Ball through a spacious tomb passageway and into a side anteroom. Junior sister, look. There's a pile of sparkling crystal cores and ores in this anteroom. Your clones moved all of them to the little treasury earlier. Fat Ball turned around and said to her with a chuckle. This guy led them on a stroll. While showing them around the tomb, he also couldn't stop nagging and explaining things to them. Something like there were originally 2 peerless pearls on the murals, but little junior sister's clones dug them away. Something like there was originally a level 15 spirit beast crystal core embedded in the mermaid lantern, but little junior sister's clones dug it out. Along the way, he nagged non-stop. Everyone behind him had long been thunderstruck by him. Only the little stoic maintained her stoic face with all her might, not batting an eyelid. Junior sister, here. Fat Ball led everyone into the main tomb chamber. All kinds of wickedly precious treasures hung on the stone walls around the tomb chamber, blinding everyone's eyes for a moment. Junior sister, this place was originally emptied by you. At first, Fat Ball even used your doppelgangers as a substitute, but as it spoke, it became interested and directly used you. You have no idea how diligent you are in moving. He moved a little bit a day, every day. Later on, I saw that Master's side was too empty. I had no choice but to sneak into your little treasury and move some of these things back. Arbor, junior sister, are you particularly fond of these treasures? The Fat Ball opened its mouth with a simple and honest smile. Without waiting for Arbor to speak, Mo Lien and Yuan Shurchen retorted in unison, Nonsense. Arbor's mouth twitched. He coughed softly and said, Let's pay respects to our ancestors first. He spoke a lot of nonsense along the way. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken to anyone for decades that he was extremely talkative. Oh. Fat Ball nodded with a chuckle and hastily led the little stoic to where the coffin was placed in the middle. Sir Jojo stopped in his tracks and raised his head slightly. He gazed at the pair of graceful jade statues in front of the coffin. They were made of white jade, a man and a woman, each with a long sword on their back. The statues were carved vividly and looked as if they were floating in the air. Incense shrines were set up in front of the 2 statues. Masteress, I brought little junior sister to see you. Pang Chiu walked forward, lit incense, and kowtowed before turning to beckon the little stoic. Junior sister, quickly come and kowtow to Master and Masteress. Arbor stared fixedly at the 2 statues for a long time before sighing softly. Respectfully, he kowtowed 3 times in front of the 2 ancestors and completed his worship. When did he pass away? It's been many years. Pang Chiu scratched her head and pondered. I also don't remember the time. Master was passionate about the study of mechanisms and concealed weapons his entire life. Before he died, he told me that he had dedicated his life and time to the study of concealed weapons and mechanisms, but he only neglected his wife. Oh, that's right. Pangqiu walked to the incense burner and took out a letter to hand to Arbor. This is the letter Master wrote before he died. Junior sister, are you very familiar with Master's wife? Do you know where her bones are buried? Back then, Master sensed Masteress's passing and vomited blood on the spot. However, at that time, Master was already mentally and physically exhausted. His body was in poor health, and it was difficult for him to walk. Arbor lowered her head to take out the letter and read it. The handwriting was very messy, and the writer's strokes were erratic. Evidently, he didn't even have the strength to pick up the brush and write. The little stoic's face was taut as she carefully read the letter. She saw Xianxia's letter. I painstakingly studied mechanisms and concealed weapons my entire life. My accomplishments in mechanisms are well known throughout the world. Emphasizing research but neglecting family ultimately resulted in an irreparable mistake. The letter was full of details, such as how she fell in love with Long Xuanji at first sight after meeting him, and how they spent their days together. After getting married, one of them was devoted to the mountains and rivers and liked to travel everywhere. The other stayed at home all day to do his academic research. Over time, they went from talking about everything to talking about nothing, becoming increasingly distant and indifferent. The final result was naturally Long Xuanji leaving in a fit of pique, and the husband and wife never saw each other again. Until one day, when Xianxia realized that his wife might not be alive anymore, he suddenly realized something. After Arbor finished reading it, he directly stuffed the letter into old Fat Ball's hand and scolded, "How boring." Everyone stared at her, dumbfounded. He's already dead. Do you think it's useful to reminisce about the past? Little junior sister. This is child's play. The little stoic scolded without the slightest trace of politeness. The two of them aren't young anymore. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they got married and had children, and spent their days in harmony? Life can't just be about romance. Naturally, there are countless obstacles along the way. If you can't tolerate each other, then don't be together. What's the point of getting tired of each other? Little junior sister. Surprise was written all over the Fat Ball's round face. Little junior sister. Don't worry. Before Senior Xuanji left, her resentment had already dissipated. Arbor glanced at her and said, like your master, she also set up a mystic realm. However, your master was slightly more lenient than her, and wasn't as swindling as her. Senior Xuanji swindled more than 20 generations of people. The mystic realm opened once every 10 years, and she used the Xuanji pill to bully those juniors, making them voluntarily hand over some spirit weapons and magic treasures. In the end, she even swindled me. She made me take over her Xuanji sect. Arbor said expressionlessly, since the two of them didn't get along when they were alive, then it's just the same after they died. There's no need to bury them together. Let's bury them separately. The little stoic made the final decision. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. If Ancestor Xianxia and Ancestor Xuanji were watching from the heavens and knew that this little troublemaker had insulted the two of them from head to toe without giving them any face, who knew if they would be so angry that they would jump up from the ground, press down on this stoic face, and give her a good beating. Junior sister. The Fat Ball called out aggrievedly. If Junior sister has Masteress Xuanji's remains, please let them be buried together. The little stoic harumphed. They couldn't even love and care for each other when they were alive, so why should they be buried together and loathe each other after death? No, that won't happen. Master has already realized his mistake. He kept nagging about Masteress on his deathbed, saying that he had let her down. The Fat Ball looked pleadingly at Mo Lian, He Chen, and the others. Prince Mo strode forward and picked up his wife's small hand. Jojo, they were stupid. Don't be angry. They didn't know how to cherish each other when they were alive and only realized some bullshit life principle when they were dying. Wasn't it laughable? It was simply a meaningless exchange of pointers. Yes. Master has already realized that he was in the wrong. Little junior sister, don't be angry at him. How about you take a look at Master's place and outside? You can just take whatever you like. Senior brother will make the decision for you. The fat ball scratched its head and said sincerely, it's just that, Masteress, she. When can people be released from this mystic realm? You can leave on your own after half a month. The fat ball looked at her aggrievedly. Little junior sister, you don't want to see elder brother and want to leave right now? Arbor rolled his eyes at him. It felt a bit strange to be called elder brother by an old fat ball. With this old senior brother's age, he could probably be a great-grandfather. Although this fat ball looked about 50 years old, he was probably about the same age as Qianxia, Lu Jing, and Hao Guang. Are you going out? The fat ball's eyes lit up. Junior sister, do you want me to go out with you? Immediately after, her eyes dimmed and she shook her head. No, I have to help Master guard this mystic realm. It's been like a day for several decades. Ever since Ancestor Tianjizi passed away, you've never gone out? The little stoic's expression was solemn. The fat ball did not know how it had offended this little junior sister, but it nodded very honestly and weakly hummed in agreement. I think you're an idiot. Arbor couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had been living in this mystic realm alone for so many years. At most, Senior Miguang would occasionally come to disturb him. Speaking of which, the lives of these two old men were really miserable, lonely, and pitiful. Senior brother Fatty, do you have any thoughts if I refine this secret realm? The fat ball was stunned. At first, it thought that it had misheard. Refine? Secret realm? Here? Arbor nodded. It's refined into this state. Arbor took out the realm of misfortune with a flip of his hand and showed it to the stupefied fat senior brother. What is this? The old man looked at Arbor in disbelief with excitement all over his face. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This is a natural realm of misfortune on this deserted island. Ah, right, there is indeed a natural mystic realm here. Back then, when Master and I came here to explore, we even fell in. It took us nearly half a month to get out. Little junior sister, you mean, you can also refine our mystic realm like this? Xianxia paced back and forth in front of the little girl. He was so excited that he wanted to jump up. This way, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? After little junior sister put away the mystic realm, he wouldn't have to stay in this mystic realm all day to guard Master's mausoleum and also guard this mystic realm. That's great. The fat ball dashed to the little stoic and wished for nothing more than to shake her shoulders. Little junior sister, you can really do this? Won't this affect you? It'll take a long time to refine such a large mystic realm, right? Will there be any problems during the process? Will it cause you to suffer from chi deviation or something? Will it be dangerous? Will there be any accidents? The old fat ball's series of questions caught everyone off guard and made them dizzy. It was only after this Xianxia finished asking that he discovered his adorable little junior sister was staring fixedly at him with a rare gentleness in her eyes. Senior brother fat ball blinked. Junior sister? Don't worry, senior brother Baldy. The venerable peach blossom immortal patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with a chuckle, there won't be any problems for our Jojo to refine this mystic realm. They could even obtain a lot of energy from it and benefit a lot. Meichem Mo Lian also nodded with a smile. It's indeed a common occurrence for Jojo. There's no need to worry. Then junior sister, what are we waiting for? Xianxia was so excited that he completely blocked out Xingjiechen's senior brother Baldy. He rubbed his large, fat hands and nodded with a radiant smile. This way, I can go out with little junior sister. It's really great. He thought that he could only stay here with Master for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that he could go out and see the outside world while he was still alive. He was truly a bit excited. That is, after refining it, everyone in the secret realm will fall out. Xiaomu knitted her brows. Before that, it was best to find Mu Xiaoxue and the others and deal with them first. The fat, bald senior brother slapped his thigh. Junior sister, you're looking for the girl who fainted, right? Come, follow me. Xianxia turned around and led everyone into another side chamber next to the tomb. As soon as they walked in, they realized that the walls and ceiling of the room were all made of special crystal screens. The 4 crystal walls allow you to see the north, south, east, and west. You can see the movements of everyone in the secret realm. As soon as Tian Tuzi waved his hand, the crystal screen in front of everyone blurred for a moment before dispersing into wisps of light and shadow. Two middle-aged men appeared on the screen, their eyes wide open and looking around vigilantly. Huifeng mining classmates line cut, the speed of the spirit horse was extremely fast, and they would arrive at the imperial capital of the Tsang prefecture, the Phoenix the Arch City within a few days. Do you know why His Majesty is so happy? Xiaoyi asked in a low voice while riding his horse. Ying, who was riding side by side, didn't have any extra expression on her cold face. She neither answered nor said anything. She completely treated Xiaoyi, who was beside her, as air. Xiaoyi glanced at her and was about to urge her horse forward when Ying's cold voice unexpectedly sounded. I advise you not to disturb him. Didn't you see that His Majesty was absent-minded? How could he be happy? Phoenix the Arch City was right in front of him. His Majesty must be hesitating and considering how to deal with the second prince and the third prince. The state's affairs were too troublesome. 2 more chapters tomorrow morning. His Majesty, whom Shadow had conjectured to be troubled by state affairs, was currently laughing foolishly and daydreaming. What a joke, Mo Lian, that fool, would definitely be fuming with rage when she saw his message. Ha 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 ha, anger him to death, anger him to death. Who asked him to shamelessly snatch Jojo? Humph. His Chachuan had just messaged him, saying that they discovered an excellent mystic realm. It was old man Tianjizi's residence. There were concealed weapons everywhere in the mystic realm, and they were of all shapes and sizes. They were a dazzling array that would definitely suit his tastes. If there was a chance, how could he not pay a visit to a great master of concealed weapons like Tianjizi? Xiaoyi still couldn't resist and coughed lightly on his horse. He called out quietly, Your Majesty? Where did His Majesty look like he was worried about state affairs? He was clearly laughing foolishly by himself. All right. That Shadow not only had a foul expression, but even his gaze wasn't very good. His Majesty's happy expression actually turned into deep worry in his eyes. It was truly baffling. Duan Yu returned to his senses and absent-mindedly glanced at Xiaoyi. I heard that you got along quite well with Wu Yi recently. Who did you hear that from? Xiaoyi was speechless. He glanced at his monarch and shook his head. There's no such thing. Duan Yu patted his shoulder. No need to be embarrassed. We already heard them talk about it. Xiaoyi, what was with this inexplicable ominous premonition? I heard that when you pretended to be a boy toy in front of Wu Yi, you did that and that with him? Duan Yu looked at him calmly and nodded. Don't worry, we are an open-minded monarch. We normally won't trouble you guys too much, and we definitely won't get in your way. Xiaoyi's eyes widened. What was that? Your Majesty, explain it to me face to face. Speaking of which, we're about to reach the capital soon. Do you miss him a lot? Previously, Wu Yi sent Miss Wu back to the city first. It was we who didn't think things through and should have let you return with Wu Yi. No, Your Majesty. Xiaoyi only felt like there was a lump of air stuck in his throat. He really wanted to spit at this young monarch's face. What do you mean? What do you mean? Who wants that dead face? Duan Yu glanced at his beautiful subordinate and lamented regretfully, we originally wanted to bestow you a few beauties as compensation, but it seems that it's not appropriate now. I didn't expect that you would actually make the act real. I'm very open-minded, so don't worry. I won't stand in your way. Duan Yu blinked and threw down these words. He saw that his subordinate's complexion was alternating between green and red, as if he wasn't happy. He asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Your Majesty, this subordinate wants to know who is so gossipy in front of you. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth and asked almost word by word. Your leader, Yi. Duan Yu realized in hindsight and asked with a light cough, could it be there's more to it than meets the eye? If Wu Yi didn't pretend to be Rongli and you pretended to be his pet, then the two of you, before Duan Yu could finish speaking, he saw Xiaoyi turn his horse around and gallop towards Ying. What's wrong with him? Duan Yu was speechless. Xiao Kezi said in a trembling voice, I feel like I'm going to kill someone, Your Majesty. Duan Yu pondered for a moment. That's why I said, don't spout nonsense normally. Yi, this person, seriously. How could he fabricate nonsense out of nothing? Your Majesty, the Duke of East Mountain's entourage has come to welcome you. Okay. Duan Yu nodded and urged his horse forward. Have the Duke of East Mountain come over. We have something to say to him. Outside Phoenix Emperor City, the Duke of East Mountain, Wu Heng, had been waiting respectfully for a long time with tens of thousands of troops. When he heard that His Majesty summoned him, he naturally dismounted and hurried forward. Duan Yu held the horsewhip in one hand and turned his head slightly to glance at the young man behind him. The Duke of East Mountain, Wu Heng, whom we rely heavily on. This is the 8th young master of the Talisman patrician family, Qi Rui. Everyone says that the 8th young master of the Qi family is almost demonic in his wisdom. Your Majesty is too kind. Your Majesty is too kind. The 8th young master of the Qi family and the Duke of East Mountain, Wu Heng, cupped their hands in salute and bluntly said that His Majesty was too kind. Duan Yu glanced amiably at the Duke of East Mountain. How are things? Your Majesty, the second prince and more than 700 of his henchmen were all arrested and imprisoned in Lulin Resort. There's really no news from Old Third? The Duke of East Mountain shook his head. How troublesome. Duan Yu massaged his temples. We are a bit tired from the bumpy journey. We will leave the interrogation to you and Little Eighth. Yes. Qi Rui and Wu Heng bowed. What has Old Third been doing recently? Still eating, drinking, and playing around? Duan Yu spurred his horse and left, leaving behind only a faint echo of his voice. Your Majesty, the third prince has been very well behaved recently. He barely leaves his residence and only invites some reputable scholars to feasts and discuss poetry and painting. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Pfft, Duan Yu chuckled mockingly. He wants to play the pig to eat the tiger? We will completely turn him into a pig. Little Kezi, oh no, he kept feeling that His Majesty had become very temperamental recently. The Duke of East Mountain turned and cupped his hands at the 8th young master of the Qi family. 8th young master, please help us with the interrogation. It's my duty. Qi Rui nodded with a smile. Please lead the way, Duke of East Mountain. Okay. The Duke of East Mountain gestured. The journey is a bit long, so let's discuss it on the way. This prince also has some matters to consult the 8th young master. You are too polite, Duke of East Mountain. The two of them mounted their horses and led the large group of people towards the Lulin courtyard. That night, Duan Yu summoned Prince Rui, princely of the first rank, and Prince Liu. When my father was still alive, he often said that my uncle and my 2 granduncles were people that I could trust. Right now, we have a very troublesome matter that requires the 3 of you to make a decision. I'm sure the 3 of you have heard about what happened to Second Imperial Brother. Second Royal Brother sent 700 disciples to bury more than 300 heaven-piercing thunders on the 12 main roads that crisscrossed sovereign capital for 3 consecutive nights. It's said that this firearm was created by the Thousand Secrets Pavilion. I've heard that the master of the Thousand Secrets Pavilion is the power behind the second prince, one of the 3 great families of the Tsang province, the Ho clan. The expressions of Prince Rui and the others changed as they cursed. Ridiculous. The 3 of you, it's not that I don't want to spare second brother's life, but his actions this time have angered both man and God, and the heavens cannot tolerate it. If it weren't for left Prime Minister Wu Yong and the Duke of East Mountain, Wu Heng, discovering that something was amiss and secretly sending people to investigate and capture those 700 disciples overnight, right now, I'm afraid the entire Phoenix Emperor City would have been engulfed in a sea of fire. Millions of citizens would have lost their lives in this sea of fire. How many families would have lost their homes, and how many houses would have been burned to the ground? The hot-tempered Prince Liu slapped the small table in front of him. Preposterous. This child is simply deranged. If we don't punish him, how can the citizens be angered? Prince Li of the first rank and Prince Rui nodded gravely and said in unison, if this matter is verified to be true, this prince will absolutely not tolerate it. Duan Yu raised his hand in salute and said faintly, on behalf of the entire city's citizens, we thank the 2 granduncles for their righteousness. A bolt of lightning split the pitch-black night. Giddy up. On the official road, a small team of about a dozen people was braving the howling winds and torrential rain to protect 2 carriages as they sped away. From time to time, the sound of weeping could be heard from inside the carriage, incessantly irritating. Don't cry. Outside the carriage, a young man viciously scolded, "What's the use of crying at this point? Xilang, why are you so fierce? Your sister is also scared." A woman's choked voice came from inside the carriage. Scared? What's the use of being scared? I already told you guys not to do this. You said it was absolutely foolproof and would definitely succeed in one fell swoop. Ha, ha ha. In the end? In the end, going to Luyu Pass was merely a smokescreen, waiting for you guys to dig a hole and jump in. How could he have such a stupid group of clansmen? If he wasn't implicated by them, why would he need to flee the city in the middle of the night? Now that His Majesty has returned with his men, I think we won't have long to live. You shut up. Another young man with a slightly calmer face scolded angrily, "What's the use of you yelling now? If you have the time to spout nonsense, you might as well conserve your strength and quietly wait for the right opportunity. The Ho family is finished." Finished? Ho Xilang roared at the top of his lungs. Even though the rainwater drenched him from head to toe, it still couldn't relax his taut emotions in the slightest. In the stuffy air, a trace of despair gradually spread. Family head Ho shouted coldly, "You all don't want to live anymore? You're still biting each other like dogs at this time. Continue on our way." Boom. A bolt of lightning struck the silent night, immediately illuminating everyone's ghastly pale faces. Look over there. Ma, Patriarch. Someone called out in a trembling voice, and his finger trembled as he pointed over. On the hillside in front of them, a group of armored knights blended in with the darkness of the night. Whether it was the wind or the rain, no one knew how long they had been standing there. Tiger Cavalry, it's the legendary Tiger Cavalry. Ho Xilang's eyes widened in horror and he couldn't help but scream. Prepare for battle. The Ho family's patriarch roared and raised one of his arms high, but it was hit by a heavy arrow. Caught off guard, the elderly head flipped off his horse and landed on the ground with a plop. In accordance with His Majesty the Emperor's verbal order, the Ho family conspired to create the heavenly thunder and colluded with the second prince to rebel. All of you are now being detained and awaiting trial. If there is any resistance, you will be killed on the spot. The neighing of the horses was intertwined with the sound of wind and rain. In just a moment, the sounds of fighting and crying could be heard. The next day, have you heard? The second prince's mansion and the Ho family were both raided. What's the matter? The higher-ups are keeping it a secret. I heard it's a big deal. The second prince's mansion was raided, how can it not be a big deal? A few days ago, I heard that the second prince and the third prince were about to be conferred the title of king and sent out. Why is it so sudden? Move, move, move. Unrelated people, move to the sides. Don't interfere with the Tiger Cavalry's work. The person in the lead rode a tall black horse and held a long spear that flickered with a cold light. Behind them were 2 rows of soldiers who entered the city on horseback. Every soldier was wearing a half-masked tiger mask. When the sun shone on their faces, the pitch-black mask reflected a chilling light, looking a bit frightening. A child cried out in fright, but his grandparents quickly covered his mouth and dragged him to the back of the crowd. In the middle of the Tiger Cavalry, there was a large group of people tied up like grasshoppers. All of them were pale, their gazes darted around, and their bodies were filthy. It was unknown if they had rolled around in a muddy pond. It's the Ho family. Quickly look. Family head Ho's head, someone shouted in fright. The common people on both sides of the river hurriedly closed their eyes in fright. They saw family head Ho's head being held on the tip of a spear by a soldier, and his head was hung up like this the entire way. Everyone's palms were sweating from fright, and they involuntarily retreated a few steps. Young Miss Ho stumbled as she followed behind the procession. She and her mother supported each other and cried as they walked. Their appearance was truly miserable. The large family of several dozen people was escorted to Lulin Manor and locked up separately from the second prince's estate. Presumably, everyone was well aware of what awaited them. There were witnesses and evidence in this matter, so there was no way to deny it. The heavenly lightning was created by the Ho family's Thousand Secrets Pavilion. The second prince's 700 disciples were all scared into confessing. The interrogation results were conveyed to the entire imperial capital in the afternoon. It was concluded that the second prince colluded with the Marquis estate and conspired to rebel. His methods were especially vicious and cruel, actually attacking the entire city's common people. His motive was self-evident. Once the entire imperial capital was thrown into chaos, the second prince would be able to make a move. Unfortunately, he was killed by Duanyu the moment he made his first move. This was his lamentable fate. Taking a gamble, wealth, glory, and splendor were right in front of him. However, he lost, so he naturally suffered a crushing defeat and lost everything. Duanyu's order to exterminate the entire clan arrived before nightfall. Duanyu set down his brush and stood in front of the window for a long time. The moon rose and the sun set. Night was about to fall again. The air was heavy. It seemed like it would rain again tonight. "Princess, princess, you can't go in." "Princess." "Princess?" Xianxia was arguing with someone outside the corridor. A shrill female voice overpowered Xianxia's. "Get out of the way. This princess told you to get out of the way. Dog slave, don't you understand?" Princess Rong Shanshan of Jiankong rudely kicked Xianxia aside and barged in. "Imperial brother, I won't marry, I won't marry." "What is it?" Duanyu's expression darkened as he coldly gazed at this unruly and willful princess. "How dare you?" Lil Kuzi scrambled into the room. He adjusted the hat on his head and shouted angrily, someone come here." Princess Jiankong gritted her teeth and suddenly knelt down in front of Duanyu with a plop. Royal brother, please spare me. I was young and ignorant in the past. I didn't mean to offend you. Imperial brother, for the sake of us being siblings, please forgive us. Don't send me to the barbarian tribe, I won't marry that Prince Dua. No, I won't marry him. Duanyu coldly looked at her. You think we are forcing you to return the favor? Am I that bored? Your marriage was decided by the Board of Rights. We did not meddle in it. Also, it is Prince Dua of the barbarian tribe who has come to ask for your hand in marriage. Princess Jiankong's face was ghastly pale and worried as she repeatedly shook her head. No, that's not it, royal brother. Princess Jiankong crawled several steps forward and threw herself in front of Duanyu, sobbing uncontrollably, Royal brother, withdraw the decree, royal brother. The imperial edict has already been issued, so how can it be trifled with? Duanyu flatly refused, his eyes brimming with ruthlessness. Then I want to see royal mother. Princess Jiankong abruptly crawled up from the ground and shouted harshly with a contorted expression. Duanyu even curled his lips mockingly. These days, your mother has been abstinent of desires, abstaining from meat, and reciting Buddhist scriptures for your deceased brother. If you want to go, just go. There's no need to inform us. Someone, escort Jiankong out. Princess Jiankong was rudely dragged out by 2 guards and directly thrown out the door. Duanyu coldly called out. A black figure instantly appeared behind him. Master. Keep an eye on that person. Yes. Immediately nodded in understanding and turned to leave to carry out the order. Duanyu's pitch-black eyes stared coldly outside the window for a long time, and he subconsciously rubbed his interspatial ring. Jiankong rushed out of Taiji Palace, only to discover that the rain outside was gradually increasing in intensity. Ever since the blood vessels in her left leg had permanently necrotized, she had to raise her left shoe when she walked, so her walking posture was very stiff. But even though it was raised, it was still bumpy when she walked, and one could see that she was limping when she walked fast. Jiankong staggered to Royal Mother's Renchuan Palace, but she was stopped by the palace servants waiting outside. Impudent! Princess Jiankong angrily tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief in her hand. Ever since eldest brother passed away, mother had never summoned her alone. At this time, Jiankong was completely grasping at straws. She was too terrified, so she simply didn't think much about why mother would suddenly treat her coldly. Royal mother! Royal mother! Jiankong wailed mournfully, her every word like a cuckoo's sobbing. Royal mother! Royal mother! Why don't you see a Ken? Jiankong! I am Jiankong, your daughter. Princess Jiankong knelt at the entrance of Renchuan Palace and shouted in the pouring rain. Royal mother! Let me see Jiankong. Mother, royal mother. Who's making so much noise outside? Xianxia had already gone to bed. When she heard the commotion outside the palace, she couldn't help but frown and sit up. A palace maid stepped forward to light the lamp and draped a thin coat over her. An obedient old mama stepped forward a few steps, lowered her head and said in a low voice, "It's Princess Jiankong. The princess wants to see the Empress Dowager." Humph. A faint sneer appeared on the fake Empress Dowager's face. "It's the middle of the night. Even if I don't rest, the other palace servants need to rest." What a silly child. What's the matter? Can't you talk about it tomorrow? Xianxia's expression was indifferent. She raised her hand to fix her messy hair. Go and send her away. Yes. The old nanny bowed, turned around, picked up an oil paper umbrella, and hurried away. Xianxia watched as the old nanny left and calmed herself down. Then, she quickly walked to the window and opened it. As expected, a black shadow suddenly appeared at the window. Lord Ing. Xianxia hurriedly bowed. What instructions does your majesty have for me? His Majesty told you to deal with it yourself. Don't alarm too many people. Yes, this concubine understands. Xianxia smiled and nodded repeatedly. Princess, the Empress Dowager has already gone to bed. If you have any business, come back tomorrow. Where's Mi Heng? Where did Imperial Mother's senior royal maid, Mi Heng, go? Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? That elderly nanny was unsmiling. This old servant was recently promoted by Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. As for that Aunt Mi you mentioned, she should have been transferred to another place. This old servant is also not clear about the specifics. Princess Jiankong was drenched from head to toe by the torrential rain, and her eyes were also soaked by the rain, making it difficult for her to open them. Her only conviction supported her as she tightly grabbed that elderly nanny's arm and cried, I just want to see Imperial Mother once, can't I even see her once? I know Imperial Mother definitely has a way. Imperial Mother definitely won't let me marry that barbarian. I want to see Imperial Mother, I want to see. The elderly nanny heavily swatted away Princess Jiankong's drenched hand and said coldly with knitted brows, Princess, this old servant has already delivered the message. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. This old servant will withdraw first. Come back, come back. If she makes any more noise, gag her mouth and throw her out. Yes. You dare? You dare to treat me like this? Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother. I want to see Imperial Mother, Imperial Mother. MMPH, MMPH. Imperial, MMPH. So noisy. Wang Nei ordered people to close the doors and windows in disgust and no longer paid attention to Princess Jiankong, who was being dragged away. She laid on the bed and maliciously thought, Empress Liu, Empress Liu, you probably never expected that your daughter would actually be sent to the barbarian gang for a political marriage. Even more so, you never expected that Princess Jiankong, who was clearly the daughter of the royal family, would one day fall into such a state of isolation and helplessness in the palace. She thought of Princess Jiankong, who had to suffer the wind and rain outside, and then thought of the 8 people in her family who died in vain. She tightly clutched her lapel and spat out each word viciously, far from enough. We plan to make a trip to the River of Forgetfulness in a few days, Duan Yu said indifferently inside the royal study. During our absence, we will temporarily leave state affairs to Uncle, the Prince of Lu, to supervise. Beloved official Wu, Prince of East Mountain, you two will assist him well. Your Majesty. The dumbfounded uncle hastily looked up and said, although the second prince's matter is almost resolved, there are still many things. Duan Yu was expressionless. Furthermore, your Majesty has only ascended the throne for a few days, and you want to leave the imperial city? That's not right. Duan Yu turned his peach blossom eyes and coolly glanced at the Duke of Lu, shoving back the latter's you mustn't suggestion. It won't take long. Duan Yu replied indifferently, 10 days is enough for a round trip. Your Majesty, please reconsider. In the imperial study, a group of old officials who had been summoned cried out pitifully. Think thrice, she had already thought about it over and over again. There's no need to panic. The main purpose of this trip is to see how our battle team against the heavenly fate is doing. Duan Yu raised his hand to interrupt the official's words and said aloofly, reportedly, the River of Forgetfulness discovered a rare mystic realm treasure land. Ah Qing has a good temper. I'm worried that he won't be able to win against the other two. When the chubby Prince Qing heard that it was related to his child, he immediately nodded and said, that's right, that's right. Our Ah Qing's temperament is the best. If she were to be duped by the two crown princes of the Divine Prefecture's underworld province, she might end up being tricked. That's right, that's right. Duan Yu nodded repeatedly and gave the Prince Qing an approving look. Sure enough, this Uncle Prince Qing was one of their own. He understood the meaning of the song and immediately went along with it. Good, good. We plan to go over and take a look. We will also bring along our Phoenix Emperor City's young talents and patrician family elites. Duan Yu patiently guided the courtiers in front of him. Dear courtiers, if there are any talents who wish to go together, you can quickly sign up. The old courtiers quickly looked up and asked in confusion, the River of Forgetfulness Mystic Realm? Is it really that rare? Rare, rare. We received news that the Mystic Realm is littered with all kinds of divine weapons and magic treasures. We can casually pick one up and use it as a divine artifact to guard our residence. Haha, he was just teasing you. These must have already been taken by his Charles. Mystic Realm, what Mystic Realm? That was his Charles, you believed him just because he said it was a Mystic Realm. No wonder you can only be our courtiers. In terms of intelligence and wisdom, none of you can compare to our resourceful us. The old courtier's eyes brightened. Your Majesty, if it's really that rare, then we can indeed make a trip. After all, everyone knew the character of those two from the Divine Province and the Underworld Province. They weren't good people. Vassal Prince Roan was a cultured, refined, and modest gentleman. Perhaps those two would join hands to deal with him. It would be different if His Majesty went. His Majesty wasn't a good person either. He would definitely be able to obtain a portion of the resources from those two. Nowadays, the world was difficult, and resources were hard to come by. Since they discovered such a rare mystic realm, then they naturally couldn't let the people of Xianxia return empty-handed. Everyone looked at each other. Alright, don't waste your breath. The Prince of Qing immediately made a decision. Hurry home and find several young talents to accompany His Majesty to the River of Forgetfulness. Don't you trust His Majesty's character? Since His Majesty said he would return within 10 days, then he will naturally return within 10 days. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Prime Minister Wu couldn't help twitching his mouth. Why did he feel so untrustworthy? The old courtiers grumbled a few more times before following Prime Minister Wu out in a dawdling manner. Duan Yu instantly felt mentally tired. He sat down and drank a mouthful of cold tea before jumping up. Go, tell them to submit the name list tonight and set off tomorrow. He didn't want to wait a moment longer. Prime Minister, do you think His Majesty is reliable? An old official who was on good terms with the Prime Minister could not help but quietly ask this question. The corner of Prime Minister Wu's mouth twitched slightly. Actually, he also felt that His Majesty was not very reliable, but if he was really reliable, he was really not someone ordinary people could compare to. In order to comfort his colleague, Prime Minister Wu repeatedly nodded against his will. Reliable, very reliable. At this time, a guard hurriedly came out and stood on the steps to announce what His Majesty had just said. Everyone was speechless when they heard that. 3 minutes ago, in the Imperial study, His Majesty was still looking at them and gently said, "My beloved subjects, we plan to depart for the River of Forgetfulness in a few days." In the blink of an eye, the departure from a few days later had become tomorrow. Did he have to change so quickly? You're the great emperor of the Tsang Prefecture. Is it really okay to change your mind? When Lord Wu Yong saw his old colleague's doubtful gaze, he was instantly rendered speechless. Lord Wu, do you think that His Majesty might be? That official surreptitiously glanced around before inching closer to Wu Yong and whispering mysteriously, bluffing us? Wu Yong really wanted to tell this colleague, it's extremely possible, old buddy. But for His Majesty's sake, Prime Minister Wu still shook his head resolutely. No. At the end of the flower garden, the flying eaves of the pavilion were buried under layers of pavilions. The golden-red setting sun lazily shone on a corner of the pavilion, reflecting on the pale face of a young girl in the pavilion. Is he here? Have you prepared everything? Princess, can we not do this? The little palace maid pinched the corner of her clothes, and her voice was so panicked that she was about to cry. I only have this last chance to fight for my life. If he doesn't want to be accused of forcing his own sister to death right after ascending the throne, he should withdraw the order. Princess Xianxia clenched her pale fist and shouted harshly. She would never marry that stinky barbarian tribeman, that Prince Yuhua. She had seen him from afar. He looked rough and talked like a broken gong. From beginning to end, there was nothing that could satisfy her. He was a barbarian through and through. Why did he come to Xianxia to ask for her hand in marriage? She was Princess Xianxia, the beautiful and charming princess. How could she follow that barbarian and go to his whatever tribe? Princess. The little palace maid nervously pinched the corner of her clothes and rubbed it hard. His Majesty has already issued the imperial edict, so he definitely won't withdraw it. Princess, please don't do this. If you do this servant will be implicated and die. Now, in the palace, who doesn't know that His Majesty is not to be trifled with? Princess Xianxia was simply playing with fire. If she really angered His Majesty the Emperor, everything would be irreparable. I don't care. Princess Xianxia shouted coldly. She reached out and pinched the little palace maid's arm. She stared at her with a gloomy gaze and pressed on step by step, repeatedly shouting, Is it now that even you won't listen to me? Even you want to betray me? Do you really want to go and spread the news, saying that I'm faking my death here, saying that ha ha ha. A light laugh suddenly interrupted Princess Xianxia's chattering curses. Princess Xianxia suddenly turned her head. A pair of red eyes stared unwaveringly at the young girl who walked in with light and soft steps. Hey, isn't this my good sister, Princess Xianxia? Aya, I haven't seen you for a few days and you've made yourself look so pathetic. Rong Yuhu took a few steps forward with a grin and reached out to pick up a strand of Princess Xianxia's hair, clicking his tongue. Seventh elder sister, what's wrong with you? How did you lose so much weight? If the Empress Dowager saw you, she would be very distressed. Rong Yuhu, what are you trying to do? Princess Xianxia abruptly pushed her hand away and said in a threatening manner, What? Do you think that this princess is in dire straits now that even you, a lowly palace maid's lowly child, can rush forward and step on this princess? This princess is telling you, no matter how destitute I am still Empress Lu's child. I am the son of the main wife, and you. He was just the son of a lowly servant. What do you have to compete with me? Ah. As soon as Rong Xianxia finished speaking, she was slapped hard on the face. Princess. The little palace maid behind her exclaimed. Rong Xianxia's eyes were almost on fire and filled with blood. She turned her head inch by inch and coldly stared at the woman with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She raised one hand high, but before she could slap it back, it was caught by Rong Yuhu. Rong Xianxia, do you think that you're still the high and mighty Princess Xianxia? Rong Yuhu put her left hand behind her back. You want to make a move on me with your little skills? Usually, I give in to you and tolerate your bad temper because of your mother. Do you think that with that pig brain of yours and your trashy skills, I would willingly stay by your side and let you beat and scold me? Do you think that I would be willing to come and go at your beck and call? You and I are both princesses. What do you have to be noble about? Do you know how disgusting you are? Showing your stupid face everywhere and offending people everywhere. You even want me to clean up the mess for you. I have long had enough of you. Ah. Princess Xianxia only felt a sharp pain coming from the arm she was holding. It was as if her arm was about to be pulled off by her. It was so painful that cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Princess, princess. The little palace maid was anxious and angry. She repeatedly shouted, Ninth princess, don't be like this. Ninth princess, let go of our family's princess, Ninth princess. Rong Yuhu, you slut. You and your slut mother are the same. Ah. Princess Xianxia only felt a crisp cracking sound coming from her arm. Her arm was actually torn apart by that bitch Rong Yuhu just like that. Slut? You keep saying that other people are sluts. Why don't you look in the mirror? Who looks more slutty now? Who is the slut? Rong Yuhu pushed her to the fan-shaped seat at the side of the pavilion and ruthlessly pressed her there, allowing Rong Xianxia to look at her battered and exhausted self on the water surface. Just because you were born of the Empress, since you were young, you relied on your identity to bully and humiliate others everywhere. Have you ever thought that there would be a day when you would lose your power and influence like today? That you would live like a dog like now? Princess Jiankong's head was pressed down by her 5 fingers. She had no choice but to lean over and look at her reflection on the water surface. I guess you still don't understand how you ended up in such a miserable state, right? Rong Yuhu seemed to have thought of something interesting and couldn't help but chuckle out loud. That idiot brother of yours fought for power with His Majesty and ended up dying a violent death on the spot. Even a shrewd person like your mother doesn't dare to do anything that goes against His Majesty. She only dares to hide in Renchuan Palace all day, eating vegetarian and praying to Buddha. Why are you so stupid? You actually want to ask your mother for help? Do you think that His Majesty will let you go on account of your sibling relationship? Do you think His Majesty is like me? When I was young, even if my favorite little snowball was killed by you, I didn't dare to say anything. I only dared to hold its body, secretly hid in a corner of the cold garden, cried for a whole night, and finally buried it. His Majesty found it hard to tolerate you back in Flat Mountain Town. Rong Yuhu pressed her face firmly and took out a blueprint from his bosom as if he was presenting a treasure. He handed it over to Rong Xianxia. Look, what is this? Do you still recognize him? Obviously, Rong Yuhu didn't expect Rong Xianxia to answer and continued excitedly, isn't the woman in the painting very beautiful? Look, do you recognize this ferret? Princess. The young palace maid cried out in alarm. She wanted to rush forward but was stopped by several palace maids beside Rong Yuhu. Rong Xianxia raised her head with great difficulty and looked at the woman in the drawing who was dressed in plain clothes and had beautiful eyes. She saw that she was holding a familiar little ferret in her arms. I got someone to copy it. His Majesty has a painting that is 1,000 times better than this. His Majesty's painting of this woman looks like she's about to walk out of a painting. It's many times more realistic than this. Rong Yuhu clicked her tongue and put away the painting in her hand. I saw that you were so stupid, so I came over to give you a few pointers. Do you think you can still wait for His Majesty today? Let me tell you, His Majesty went to Lulin Courtyard. The second prince and his group are detained there. What do you think he's doing there? Rong Yuhu smiled wickedly. Now you understand, His Majesty doesn't care about your life or death. If you die, he'll marry your memorial tablet over. Whether you're alive or dead, you can't change your fate. Ha 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 ha. Rong Yuhu couldn't help but laugh wildly when she thought of this. Even the hand holding Rong Xianxia loosened a little. Princess Jiankong trembled all over and was finally able to prop herself up. She looked at her pitiful 9th sister, who had always followed her, as if she was looking at a stranger. This 9th sister had never dared to speak loudly in front of her. She had always been willing to be beaten and scolded. She didn't expect that she could be so crazy now. Rong Yuhu, you. Rong Xianxia tightly clutched the fan-shaped chair behind her, her eyes revealing a severe expression. You dare to insult the first daughter of the Empress, you still don't understand? Rong Yuhu suddenly roared, shocking all the palace maids present. Even Rong Xianxia was startled by her. You, are at the end of your road. Rong Yuhu pointed at her shoulder and poked and prodded. His Majesty doesn't want to see you at all, so he wants to send you far away to the wilderness. As she spoke, she giggled again and pushed Rong Xianxia down on the chair. She turned her head and called for the others to leave. Walking out of the pavilion, Rong Yuhu's footsteps paused, and she spoke coldly without turning her head. Stop acting, His Majesty won't return to the palace today, and he doesn't want to see you at all. Tomorrow morning, he will head to the Wang River. As for you, obediently follow that big black bear prince to the wilderness, ha 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 ha. Rong Xianxia sat paralyzed in the pavilion, her eyes blank for a moment. Princess. The little palace maid couldn't help but call her twice. Rong Xianxia abruptly pushed her away and stood up. She stumbled and slammed into a pillar at the side. Princess. Rong Yuhu's personal palace maid couldn't help but look back. The sound of crying and clamoring could be heard, and she could faintly hear the palace maid's heart-wrenching screams of Princess. Princess, will something happen over there? Didn't I say just now? Rong Yuhu curled his lips. Even if Rong Shanshan dies, the memorial tablet has to be married over. Besides, how could Rong Shanshan be willing to die? Her lips curved into a sly smile. Princess, was the painting you mentioned just now really painted by His Majesty? Did you send someone to copy it? A little palace maid about 12 or 13 years old could not help but ask softly. Rong Yuhu's personal maid turned around and glared at her. Don't talk nonsense. How is that possible? Rong Yuhu pursed his lips and smiled, it was just a coincidence. She then took out the painting from her sleeve and glanced at it. The woman in the painting has a great background. Oh? Rong Yuhu didn't say anything else. Instead, she pursed her lips and smiled, putting the painting back into her sleeve. She had already sent someone to investigate who the woman in the painting was. Speaking of which, it was really interesting. Who would have known that this Supreme Emperor of Song Prefecture was wholeheartedly in love with that Crown Princess of the Divine Province? The little white mink was being carried by the Crown Princess, which meant, this little white mink was probably the Crown Princess' favorite pet. Rong Shanshan, this audacious B***TCH, almost hurt the little white mink. With His Majesty's fondness for that person, how could he allow her to continue being an eyesore in the palace? Moreover, His Majesty's loathing of the Rong siblings had long been expressed in words. Now that the Lu family had fallen, the monkeys had scattered, and Queen Dowager Lu was scared out of her wits and didn't dare to meddle in matters. Only an idiot like Rong Shanshan couldn't understand the current situation. Why was the little white mink with His Majesty back at Flat Mountain Town? Rong Yuhu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she racked her brains. But what harm was there in that? These questions already didn't seem that important. In any case, she had long wanted to remove this thorn in her side, Rong Shanshan. She was the one who courted death, so she couldn't blame anyone else. Green Forest Courtyard. The second prince sat uneasily on the stone stool, swaying left and right as if something was poking at his butt. He couldn't sit still at all. His Majesty has arrived. The junior eunuch's shrill voice immediately caused the frightened second prince to jump up. He turned around in trepidation and saw a tall and elegant figure slowly walking into the pavilion built by the water. The willows outside the pavilion were thin and the fragrance of lotus flowers lingered in the air. It was a beautiful scene. However, the second prince was drenched in cold and hot sweat. He was sweating profusely and did not even dare to raise his head. This subject, greets your Majesty. The second prince suddenly threw himself to the ground and cried out tearfully, this subject deserves 10,000 deaths. I regret, I shouldn't have listened to the Ho family's slander and did such a thing that is worse than pigs and dogs. Your Majesty, spare me, spare me. Second royal brother, why are you so nervous? Duan Yu chuckled as he helped the second prince up and gently pressed him onto the stone stool. The second prince's body stiffened, and he found it hard to speak. He only felt that the hand on his shoulder was bone-chillingly cold, as if it had come from hell. It was a ghostly hand made of white bones. The second prince trembled like a sieve. Duan Yu patted him with a chuckle. Why are you so scared? Second imperial brother. The second prince wished for nothing more than to weakly slide to the ground. He barely propped himself up and exchanged a glance with Duan Yu. She only felt that the young man's peach blossom eyes were filled with a cold and heartless intent. He thought to himself that a young man from a lower star region had changed a lot during this period of time. Back then, this person wouldn't be like this. Just by sitting across from him, he could make people's hair stand on end. Could people really change so much? Have some tea, second royal brother. Duan Yu smiled faintly as he pushed a cup of warm tea in front of the second prince. The second prince stared at that cup of tea and knelt on the ground in fright. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, your Majesty. This subject deserves 10,000 deaths, but please spare me on account of royal father. Second royal brother, what are you panicking for? Did you think that we poisoned your tea? Duan Yu smiled faintly and looked up at the person who was brought in from outside the waterside pavilion. Second imperial brother, look who's here. When the second prince looked up, he met the third prince's eyes, and both of them were startled. Third royal brother, quickly come sit next to us. Duan Yu waved his hand at the trembling third prince with a smile. Both of them were drenched in cold sweat, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Drink tea. Duan Yu poured another cup for the third prince and pushed it in front of him. He looked at the second prince with a grin. Second royal brother, are you going to refuse us to our face? The second prince was scared half to death, and cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall. I'll drink. The second prince picked up the teacup, but half of the tea in the cup was spilled out by his trembling hand. The tea spilled everywhere, and only a quarter of the tea remained in the cup. The second prince looked like he was going to sacrifice himself for a cause. He glanced at Duan Yu before raising his head and gulping down the rest of the tea. Third royal brother, it's your turn. Duan Yu pointed at the tea in front of the third prince. Your Majesty, second royal brother's rebellion has nothing to do with me. You can't wrongly accuse this official without any basis. The third prince's cold sweat also poured down in droplets. Ever since he was brought here from the estate, he had been considering countermeasures the entire time. The tragedy was that even after he walked into this waterside pavilion and saw His Majesty the Emperor sitting in front of him with a smile, he still didn't know how to save his life. This emperor of theirs looked young, but his methods were too vicious. The Ho family's several dozen people were annihilated without batting an eyelid. Now, was it second royal brother's turn, but he really didn't participate in it this time. Could it be that this young monarch couldn't bear to see him stay out of it and insisted on dragging him into this mess as well? Third royal brother? Duan Yu looked up, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Are you going to defy the imperial edict and be disrespectful? The third prince gritted his teeth as he picked up the teacup with trembling hands and drained it in one gulp. He put down the teacup heavily, and when he looked up, he saw that the monarch had suddenly changed into a smile. His handsome face was filled with gentleness. That's right. He smiled and turned to look at the second prince, who was drenched in cold sweat. Second brother, you have committed a grave sin. Even I cannot forgive you. There were more than 700 of your followers. I thought they were all instigated by you, so I killed a few of their leaders. The rest were exiled to the land of thorns by me. When the second prince and the third prince heard this, they couldn't help but tremble. What kind of place was the land of thorns? That would be hell. Other than the endless desert and desolation, there were only thorns all over the ground. There were no other plants, no flowers, no food, no water. The scariest thing was that after being banished to the land of thorns, there was no way to return. There was a powerful heavenly Tao barrier in that place. Although they didn't know what it was, they knew one thing: if you go in, you won't be able to come back. In the land of thorns, anything could happen for a mouthful of food. There was no end to the wilderness, no hope, no light. This was the ultimate nightmare. Plop. A heavy thud landed on the ground. When the third prince returned to his senses, he turned to look and saw the second prince twitching on the ground, his limbs trembling nonstop. Your Majesty! The third prince looked back in horror. Colluding with the Ho family to privately build large batches of lightning bolts. Acting out of selfishness, he conspired to destroy Phoenix Emperor City's 12 main roads. We grant him an intact corpse. Duan Yu fiddled with the cup in his hand before suddenly smiling at the third prince. Third royal brother, we will be leaving the capital tomorrow. The third prince's entire body abruptly turned cold, and a chill emerged from the depths of his bones. Old Second took advantage of the fact that he was leaving the capital for Luyu Pass to secretly play some underhanded tricks. As a result, Old Second died, the Ho family also died. Not a single one of Old Second's retainers was saved. This cruel and sinister young monarch purposely called him here today to let him personally witness how he dealt with second royal brother. In the end, the third prince was supported out of Lulan Manor. Reportedly, when he left, he even tripped on the threshold, and his entire body was a bit limp. Your Majesty. Like a wisp of smoke, Ying lightly floated into the pavilion and called out softly. Duan Yu stood facing the water with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze landed on the clear water in the pond, and he didn't turn around even when he heard Ying's call. Ying lowered his head and continued, news came from the palace that Princess Jiankong died just now. She died from touching a pillar. Duan Yu slowly turned around and stared coldly at Ying as he slowly reached out his hand. Ying quickly walked up and presented a communication jade talisman with both hands. He lowered his head and continued, Xiao sent the news. Earlier, the ninth princess and Princess Jiankong quarreled in the flower pavilion. Princess Jiankong suddenly touched the pillar, and the royal maids didn't react in time. She probably didn't react herself either. Duan Yu curled his lips, and his voice was endlessly cold. She originally thought that someone would catch her, but who knew that she really touched the pillar? The noble Princess Jiankong actually died in such an aggrieved and comical manner. She probably never imagined that she would have such an ending. With the ninth princess's cultivation, if she wanted to save her, she could. Ying coughed lightly and said, Xiao also said that the ninth princess secretly hid a painting. What painting? Ying took out a painting and bowed to hand it to Duan Yu. The latter reached out to take it, and a harsh glint flitted across his eyes after a glance. He angrily said, What kind of mess is this painting? The painting shattered into pieces, falling down like snow. Your Majesty, what about agreeing to the marriage alliance between the barbarian tribe and Kawa? Duan Yu was expressionless, but his voice was cynical. There are so many princesses in the current dynasty, just randomly pick one and send it over. His voice paused slightly. From what we see, Rong Yuhu should be the one. He's so scheming and likes to put on airs all the time. I heard that the Prince of Niwa has many concubines. Send her over and let her get along with the prince's wives and concubines. Yes, Ying answered in a low voice. Seeing that she's done so many things, I'm sure she wants to replace you. I'll definitely be happy. Is that so? Your Majesty, are you sure? Find 2 shadow guards to follow her. Don't touch the pillar again. Duan Yu coldly ordered, we don't want to see her again on the day we return to the palace. Yes. Tomorrow, they would be able to leave this foul place. With a flash of light, Arbor's group flew out of the teleportation array. Eh? He's running away again. Mu Xiaoxue is pretty good at running. Sir Jojo lowered his head and looked at the communication jade talisman in his hand. 3 miles to the southeast. Everyone rushed into the teleportation talisman array again. The talisman array flashed many times, and the group ran back and forth about a dozen times. Princess Wuxuang face-bombed. Arbor silently took out 10 sets of teleportation talisman arrays and coldly said, they won't die of exhaustion. At first, Arbor really didn't expect Mu Xiaoxue's group to be so good at running like rats. After they ran back and forth to the main control room several times, they missed each time. Arbor silently left Baldi Tian in the main control room of the mausoleum and had him send her a message in time. Then, she led her group and chased after them. The little stoic and Mu Xiaoxue's group were completely at odds. She wanted to see how much resources Mu Xiaoxue had and whether her teleportation talisman matrix could be more extravagant than her. Exhaust them to death. She wanted to see if Mu Xiaoxue's heaven-rank charm master, Luo He, could replenish the teleportation talisman matrix's talisman energy in such a short time. Speaking of which, this Luo He and that elder Zhuang hid themselves really well. At the entrance of the mystic realm on the deserted island, these 2 people weren't with Mu Xiaoxue's group at all. Zhao Yi, Gu Yishuan, and a few elders from the City of Shadows led Mu Xiaoxue, Lin Miao and that group of old, weak, women, and children. At that time, their battle lineup really didn't look like much. The appearance of this heaven-rank charm master, Luo He, was really a bit surprising. In addition to Elder Zhuang, this late-stage immortal venerable expert, the strength of Mu Xiaoxue's group increased by more than 10-fold. Not only that, there was also a formation expert in Mu Xiaoxue's group who had deciphered 1/3 of the 9 palace maze formation. At this time, he was still in hiding like a venomous snake in the dark. No one knew when he would spring out to deliver a fatal blow. A charm master, an immortal venerable expert, and a great formation master, from the looks of it, it was quite a big show. What did Mu Xiaoxue and her group want to gain from this trip to the Tianji mystic realm? Arbor waved her sleeves lightly, and countless poison-tailed butterflies flew out from her sleeves and chased in all directions. Following that, the talismans drawn in the void were pasted one after another in the direction of the poison-tailed butterfly. They transformed into all kinds of ferocious beasts and birds of prey in the air, galloping and roaring as they flashed away. Princess Wuxuang stood there in a daze for a long time. Then, she closed her mouth slightly. Sister-in-law? What talisman is that? Heaven level 100 beasts talisman. Arbor frowned in dissatisfaction. Although the 100 beasts talisman produced many ferocious beasts, there were no dragons or phoenixes. There were no particularly strong ferocious beasts, so how could they chase after others? Princess Wuxuan closed her mouth and mumbled, "It's already very good." This little sister-in-law was indeed a ferocious little fiend. The moment she made a move, she used dozens of 100 beast talismans drawn in the void. Together with the poison-tailed butterflies, they chased after Mu Xiaoxue and the others. Mu Xiaoxue must have had a few hundred lifetimes of bad luck. She had already told her not to provoke her sister-in-law, yet she still had to act like a little white flower. She had offended her sister-in-law. Given her sister-in-law's temperament, she would definitely not let Mu Xiaoxue off. "Sister-in-law, do you have any grudges with Mu Xiaoxue of the City of Shadows?" Princess Wuxuan asked cautiously. Arbor glanced at her. "Resentment?" She shook her head. It wasn't resentment, it was hatred. Her mother had single-handedly manipulated this great hatred from the sins she had committed in 2 lifetimes. If she didn't properly repay this Hall Master Mu, she, Arbor, had truly lived in vain. An icy glint flitted through the little stoic's eyes, and she lowered her eyes and said, "Let's rest here first." She would let the 100 beast talisman track them for a while. Escape, she wanted to see where they could run to. At most, they would run around in circles and affect a secret realm. At the same time, Elder Zhuang, Luo He, and the others were in a sorry state. They had just come out of the teleportation talisman array and were about to enter it again. Luo He suddenly raised his hand and said in a low voice, "Wait." "What is it?" Elder Zhuang asked in a low voice, his old eyes looking around vigilantly. "They didn't chase us." Luo He waved his hand. "I can't feel the flow of talisman energy. They must have stopped." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Lin Miao sneered. "They must have used up all their teleportation talisman arrays." "What do you know?" Luo He glanced coldly at the stupid woman. "The Crown Princess and the others were able to follow our teleportation talisman arrays and come here with great precision. That only means one thing. They must have a Heaven Realm talisman master among them who can make a directional teleportation talisman array," Luo He said with a dark expression. "As soon as they replenish their talisman energy, the array can start teleporting again. We have to take this time to rest. There will be a tough battle ahead." Lin Zhan'er was silent for a while, then said, "There are rumors that the Crown Princess is an extremely powerful talisman master." Lin Miao couldn't take it anymore. "Lin Zhan'er, I wanted to ask you before. Have you been scared out of your wits by that Arbor? Why are you always on her side and speaking up for her? You even gave in to that woman and gave her 10 million spirit coins. You're a disgrace to the Lin family. Then what can you do if you don't give in to her?" Lin Zhan'er disagreed with her sister's words. "Can you crush others, or can you rebuke them back?" Lin Zhan'er couldn't do anything but argue with others. In the end, she still had to mediate and compensate them. Lin Zhan'er felt wronged. Did they think she was happy to clean up their mess? She had only lent a helping hand because of her junior sister, Mu Xiaoxue. "Stop quarreling," Zhao Yi suddenly roared and glared at the two of them. "Why are you quarreling all day long? Little junior sister is awake." Zhao Yi, who had wanted to scold Guishuan, hurriedly turned around and ran over. He pushed Guishuan away and reached out to take Mu Xiaoxue into his arms. He called out softly, little junior sister, how do you feel?" Mu Xiaoxue felt as if she had just returned from the gates of hell. Although she had opened her eyes, she could not speak or move her hands. She could only stare at Zhao Yi with her clear, snow-like eyes that were filled with anxiety and fear. Zhao Yi's heart was almost melted by her gaze. He reached out and gently hugged Mu Xiaoxue, as if a little louder could scare her to death. He said carefully, little junior sister, don't be nervous. It's okay, it's okay. The substitute curse on your body has already been removed by Master Luo. The life-reaping talisman still has some effect on you. You can only rest for a while. In another day, you will be able to speak. Don't be afraid, junior sister. I will definitely be by your side to protect you. Mu Xiaoxue glanced at him and a smile slowly appeared on her stiff little face. If Xiaoyi could look carefully, he would be able to see the disdain in his junior sister's eyes. It was disdain. Mu Xiaoxue was really annoyed with him and Gu Yixuan at this moment. All day long, they claimed to be her protectors, saying that they would protect her from harm. But the problem was, did they have that ability? With their pitiful cultivation, they couldn't even withstand a finger from the venerable peach blossom immortal by Arbor's side. Really, what could they use to protect her? They were all boasting. Men were all such untrustworthy dogs. They were useless. If they weren't strong enough, how could Xiao Shui be in such a miserable state? She was like a stray dog, running around in this secret realm. In fact, she had already woken up, but because she couldn't speak and didn't want to open her eyes, she pretended to be unconscious. In this secret realm, they had been running for a full day and 2 nights. They were like wild chickens and dogs that were being chased by their owners, and they fled miserably, pitifully, and in a miserable state as if they had nowhere to go. In more than 10 years, she, Mu Xiaoxue, had never been in such a miserable state. The City of Shadows Mu family's 4th miss, who had always lived elegantly and calmly, was intelligent, gentle, and knew how to use her intelligence to control and use men to get what she wanted. When had she ever been forced to be like a dog, walking back and forth in this mystic realm? It was as if someone had slammed the door on him and beat him while he was down. Little junior sister, you must be hungry. Come, eat something first. Xiaoyi took out an oiled paper bag and helped Mu Xiaoxue up, letting her drink some water to moisten her throat. He then broke a steamed bun and fed it to her. Lin Miao watched coldly from the side and sneered. Lin Zhen'er immediately turned her head and gave her a warning look. Her meaning was very clear. You are now in the City of Shadows team, so you have to hold back your anger. Even if you have opinions about Miss Xiao Shui, don't say it out loud and anger everyone. Why are you glaring at me like that? Lin Miao lifted her foot and walked towards a big tree. I know my status. Why would I say anything about the City of Shadows, little princess that you all love and protect? It's not like I have nothing better to do. Lin Miao rolled her eyes and was about to sit down beside the tree. Just as she was about to sit down, someone beside her shouted, Tiger Wolf Beast, there's a Tiger Wolf Beast. Ah. Tiger Wolf Beast. Lin Miao was startled and quickly summoned her long sword. Without even looking, she slashed towards the source of the sound. The sword slashed at the disciple who was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, and directly cut off a piece of flesh from his arm. The disciple immediately burst into tears, wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Lin Miao, you. Why did you slash me? Lin Miao was also very surprised. She had clearly cut down a ferocious tiger wolf beast just now. Taking a closer look, the tiger wolf beast pounced from behind the disciple and bit his leg. What is it? The disciples of the City of Shadows who were resting all stood up in a panic. They drew their swords and sabers and slashed at the wolves, tigers, and leopards that besieged them. It seems to be an illusion. F*CK, it's an illusion. It was no wonder that when she swung her sword down, she missed and the sword edge sliced off a piece of flesh from that disciple. It turned out that these tiger wolf beasts did not have physical bodies at all. Luo, he said in a deep voice, everyone come behind me. This is the 100-beast talisman, it doesn't have a physical body. Without a physical body, what should we do? Can we only use all our spiritual power to attack? What will happen if we run out of spiritual power? While everyone was talking at once, their movements were also very fast. All of them gathered behind Luo He. Only the disciple left behind by Lin Miao was torn to pieces under the attack of several tiger and wolf beast phantoms. Mu Xiaoxue's face was full of grief and indignation, and her eyes were slightly accusing as she looked at Lin Miao who ran to her side. Seeing this, Lin Zhen'er's face showed a trace of embarrassment, and she quickly comforted her, little junior sister, Sister Miao didn't do it on purpose. She was just too scared, so she left junior brother and ran back by herself. Lin Miao looked down at Mu Xiaoxue and scolded in her heart, pretentious. But on the surface, she ignored Mu Xiaoxue and stood silently behind Lin Zhen'er. Was there something wrong with this woman's head? Lin Miao sneered in her heart, does she think I'm like her, surrounded by the halo of the Virgin Mary, shining with holy light everywhere and saving cats and dogs when I see them? What a joke, at the moment of life and death, it's good enough that she can run back with her own legs. She's just a woman who lies there and has people to serve and protect her. What right does she have to say that she's cold-hearted and doesn't know how to save her companions? What a joke. If this woman didn't have so many helpers around her, she wouldn't have to endure this ignorant woman again and again. Luo he took out a dozen Xianxia talismans from his pocket and threw them out. Streaks of baleful energy then pounced on the phantoms of tigers, wolves, and other beasts. Everyone's hearts were covered in cold sweat as they stared at the two concentrated forces colliding. Those phantoms of tigers and wolves wantonly grabbed and bit at the streams of energy, and for a moment, there was an inexplicable feeling of being evenly matched. On Luo He's forehead, cold sweat involuntarily dripped down. Mu Xiaoxue was burning with anxiety, and her fingers couldn't help but curl. If this situation continued, their situation would really be very bad. Master Luo, I think we should move as soon as possible. Zhao Yi hugged his little junior sister with both hands, and seeing her very pale face, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Little junior sister was really too pitiful. Look at how scared she was by that crazy woman. He couldn't bear to see his junior sister cry the most. The moment he saw her cry, he felt as if someone had dug out a piece of his heart with their fingernails. It was extremely painful. Little junior sister was such a weak and delicate girl. She should be raised in a boudoir and be provided with luxurious clothing and luxurious clothes. When she was free, she should play with flowers and play the zither. When she was busy, she should read books and learn how to write. She shouldn't have come to such a dangerous place, and she shouldn't have met a crazy demoness like Arbor. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and said, this Arbor must be jealous of junior sister's talent and beauty. That's why he's trying to kill junior sister without any reason. Lin Miaoer and her best friend, Guisin, looked at each other. She couldn't take it anymore and said, although I don't like Arbor, he's arrogant and unreasonable. Lin Miaoer threw away her sister Lin Jinner's hand that was tugging at her sleeve and continued with a mocking expression, but let me say something. Talent, beauty, and talent, I feel that the little princess of the City of Shadows is really not comparable to him at all. Would Arbor be jealous of someone who is inferior to him in every way? Lin Miaoer couldn't help but roll her eyes. She just thought that this senior brother Zhao was very ridiculous. She said this because she had been disgusted by him for the past few days. Now that she heard senior brother Zhao's strange remarks, she really couldn't help but want to refute him. Zhao Yi and Gu Yishuan had been carrying the useless Mu Xiaoxue here and there, taking good care of her all the time. Every day, they would talk about their junior sister, and the two of them would even fight over her. She felt very disgusted just looking at them. Her sister Lin Jinner was a woman, so it was more convenient for her to do everything. Zhao Yi and Gu Yishuan were just Mu Xiaoxue's senior brothers, not husband and wife. They didn't avoid suspicion and hugged each other all day long. It was really disgusting. Mu Xiaoxue didn't wake up before, so she didn't have the right to speak. At this moment, she had already woken up, but she seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of being served by her two senior brothers. She didn't feel at all that it was inappropriate for a young and unmarried woman like her to be hugged by a grown man like this on his lap. Was she used to being held by men like this? What a bitch, who knew who gave birth to her? It was said that Mu Xiaoxue wasn't the daughter of the first madam of the City of Light and Shadow. Her mother should just be a concubine. No wonder like mother like daughter. She didn't avoid suspicion at all. Today, she hugged this man, and tomorrow, she would be intimate with another man. It was really disgusting to watch. After Lin Miaoer finished speaking, everyone glared at her angrily. With this slap in the faces of all the men present were all swollen. Especially Zhao Yi, who said that Arbor was jealous of his junior sister, was refuted by Lin Miaoer's words. He was so angry that his eyes were wide open, and smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Lin Miaoer. Are you looking for trouble? Look at your face along the way. You were neither cold nor warm to our junior sister. Our junior sister doesn't owe you anything. That's right. How can you insult people like this? What do you mean by inferior to Arbor in every way? How can Arbor compare to our junior sister? A group of brainless protectors of the City of Shadows caught Lin Miaoer and roared at her. Everyone was talking at once, making a lot of noise. Guisin was dumbfounded. Previously, she had only heard her best friend, Lin Miaoer, casually mention it once or twice. Now that she had witnessed the blind protection of the disciples of the City of Shadows, she was simply speechless. Today was an eye-opener for him. Wait, how did you find out that the Crown Princess is not as good as your miss? Guisan felt like she was about to die of laughter. Guishuan's face darkened. He didn't give his sister any face at all. Guisan, think carefully before you speak. Guisan was both angry and amused. So, all the men here were Mu Xiaoxiue's brainless admirers. Mu Xiaoxiue was really something. Do you still have the time to argue with each other here? Luo he abruptly shook off several tens of talismans, and traces of blood faintly flowed down from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help but shout angrily. He was fighting with his life on the line here, but these dregs still had the time to fight each other like dogs biting each other's mouths. If you don't want to live, then get out of the team. Luo he said coldly. No one here has the obligation to save your lives. The disciples of the City of Shadows who were scolding Lin Muir shut their mouths when they heard this. Zhao glared fiercely at Lin Muir and turned to Luo he. Master Luo, there's no time. We must move as soon as possible. Luo he gritted his teeth and threw out dozens of darking talismans. At the same time, he turned around and threw out a teleportation talisman array that enveloped everyone. Let's go. Thump, thump. Thump. Thump, everyone scrambled out of the talisman array and fell to the ground in a flurry. A young man shouted angrily, "You're stepping on my face. Get off me. What's going on? Why is this talisman array so bumpy?" Pfft. Luo he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He looked down at the shattered jade talismans in his hand, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Elder Zhuang reached out to support him and said in a low voice, "Meditate immediately and recover as soon as possible." Luo he didn't say much to him. His current situation was very bad. The continuous overdraft of talisman energy had pushed his body to a critical point. If he didn't recover soon, his talisman energy would probably dry up. Elder Zhuang stood up and glanced at everyone, then walked to Mu Xiaoxiue and nodded respectfully at her. "Young miss, we need Grandmaster Mao Yang's help now." Mu Xiaoxiue couldn't speak or move. She curled her fingers with great effort. Elder Zhuang nodded and apologized. He reached out and took off a blue crystal necklace from her neck. As the spatial container emitted a bright light, an old man in his 70s with white hair and a beard floated out. His cheekbones were high on both sides, and there was a trace of gloominess between his eyebrows. Grandmaster Mao. Elder Zhuang cupped his hands and said, "Please set up a concealing defensive array here. Grandmaster Luo needs to recover." The old man named Mao Yang's eyelids fluttered slightly. He said with an indifferent attitude, "Even if I put in the effort to set up a concealing defensive array, it might not be able to escape his eyes. This mystic realm has a guardian. He knows the terrain and surroundings like the back of his hand. Do you think you old, weak, sick, and disabled people can escape?" A trace of anger flashed across Elder Zhuang's eyes. "Master Mao, don't forget the oath you made before you left the branch. You vowed to protect the young miss with your life." "Humph," Mao Yang snorted coldly, "I only need to protect young Mississippi you." Old man Zhuang was amused by his lukewarm attitude. "Grandmaster Mao. That's enough." Mao Yang sneered and waved his hand. "For the sake of Miss, I'll help you again." He turned around and gloomily glanced at the many disciples of the City of Shadows. The disciples were swept by his gloomy gaze and couldn't help but secretly shiver. This old senior had come out once or twice before. According to junior sister, he was a very impressive array master. However, his gaze was so sinister and terrifying that no one dared to look him in the eye. Mao Yang stood in the middle of the crowd and glanced at everyone with malicious intentions. Suddenly, he flicked his fingers and several polished round crystals were sent flying into the air by the force between his fingers. A curtain of light shrouded the area and quickly covered everyone present. If someone was outside at this moment, they would definitely notice that the auras of the 100 people present were all concealed in an instant. It was as if all of them had sunk into the sea in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Arbor, Mo Lian, and the others walked out of the teleportation glyph array in a single file and circled the area twice. These people are quite good at hiding. Princess Wuxuang looked around and said, "Could it be that they have escaped?" They're still here. Arbor waved his finger and caught the shadow of 100-beast talisman. He said coldly and expressionlessly, they must be hiding in some kind of concealment array. Right here. She turned to look at Emolienne. The latter nodded knowingly and waved her hand. The faint shadow drew an arc in the air like a floating silk ribbon and gently embedded itself in the air. Crown Prince Rong raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, this Prince Mo is too powerful. He found the concealment array with just a wave of his hand. Then, a black shadow leaped over. Everyone felt as if a few things had flown past their eyes. They were as fast as a few streamers of light. Then, they suddenly drilled into the concealment array. After a few seconds, the concealment array appeared in front of them. Mu Xiaoxue and the others were all sitting in the array. After removing the concealment aura, and Wu Shuang and the others saw that Mu Xiaoxue and the others were sitting in a transparent bowl. They were facing a gloomy old man in his 70s with white hair and beard across the defensive wall. Ding Yun and the others could see clearly now. What the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had hurriedly thrown in were a few seeds. Now, they were leaping up and growing among the crowd, quickly blossoming and bearing fruit. Their branches and leaves were luxuriant as they climbed up the defensive walls on all sides. After the wood spirit had climbed up the defensive wall, fine scratches had appeared on it. There were also a few cracks that were not very obvious. However, as the seeds in the array continued to climb, it seemed as if they were going to break through the defensive wall. The commotion woke up the disciples of the City of Shadows who could not calm down to meditate and recover. They jumped up in shock and hurriedly summoned swords and axes from their consciousness. They charged at the plants, vines, and stems that were crawling like snakes around them. However, these growing plants were born from the wood spirits. As long as the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal Saint power was endless, they would not be able to cut off these things no matter how hard they tried. With their cultivation and spiritual energy, there was a huge difference between them and a certain peach blossom. Once they met, it would be a bloody massacre without a doubt. Now that these people were all trapped in this concealment defensive array, their aura concealment had been removed, and their defensive power seemed to be unsatisfactory. As the array formation's aura gradually weakened, Old Man Zhuang couldn't help but frown and look at the array formation Grandmaster. Grandmaster Mao. Why are you panicking? Mao Yang sneered. She raised her hand, grabbed a random City of Shadows disciple, and slapped him hard on the head. Everyone was dumbfounded. Arbor's group wasn't the only one who was speechless. The disciples of the City of Shadows inside the array were the most frightened. Had Grandmaster Mao Yang gone mad? Does he even know how to differentiate between friend and foe? Was he a traitor that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess of the Divine Land had planted among them? What are you doing? Old Man Zhuang said angrily. Of course, he did not believe that Mao Yang would betray the organization. That was simply impossible. No one knew how terrible the consequences of betraying the patriarch would be. Don't be nervous. Mao Yang's eyes flashed with a maniacal smile. His gloomy face was filled with a strange expression. Can't you see that I'm trying to strengthen the array formation? Arbor glanced at the crazy old man and silently took out the mirror of misfortune from his pocket. Master. What are you doing, Master? Master. Zhao Yi was stunned. Zhao Yi's face twitched as he looked at Master Mao Yang, who seemed to have gone mad. This master was too scary. Suddenly, he twisted off a junior brother's head. Immediately, blood flowed like a river within the defensive formation, and the smell of blood filled the air. His junior sister, Mu Xiaoxue, was so frightened that she trembled in his arms. He could feel it, but he could only hug her tightly with both arms. Don't worry, junior sister. We'll be fine, Zhao Yi whispered to Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes were filled with fear. She struggled to roll her eyes and used her gaze to signal Zhao Yi to look at the ground. Zhao Yi screamed and quickly ran to the side with Mu Xiaoxue. He looked down and saw that a circular formation had appeared on the ground. Lines of small words were floating in the air. They were stained with blood and suddenly appeared in the formation. What's that? Holy sh*t. What kind of demonic array is this? It can even suck people's blood. The disciples of the City of Shadows retreated in horror. They looked at each other with stiff faces and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Mao Yang's actions were too frightening, especially when he tore apart a disciple of the City of Shadows without any explanation. Everyone present was terrified. Just now, they had all seen it clearly. When Master Mao tore apart the disciple of the City of Shadows, he did not hesitate at all. It was as if he was not tearing apart a person, but a chicken. Was it a chicken head or a duck head? Everyone sucked in a few breaths of cold air and took a few steps back. Being in the same team as such a crazy person, the sense of crisis was too strong. Because you did not know when your teammates would suddenly go crazy and tear your head off from your neck. Arbor looked at them hiding in a mess inside the defensive formation. He took out the mirror of misfortune from his sleeve without saying a word. He held the mirror of misfortune in his hand and stared coldly at the disciples of the City of Shadows. At this moment, the defensive formation in front of them began to change. As the blood flowed into the formation diagram on the ground and slowly gathered at the center of the formation base, the entire defensive wall began to gradually thicken. Sure enough, it's just as that old bastard Mao Yang said. He's using human blood to construct and strengthen this concealment and defensive grand formation. If the blood source continued to flow into the formation base, the formation in front of him would soon disappear into the air again. At that time, it would take a lot of effort to make it appear again. Arbor didn't want to waste any more time with these people. The little stoic turned her head to exchange a look with Prince Mo and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. Then, she raised her hand and tossed it without any explanation. The pitch-black realm of misfortune suddenly emitted a soft black halo as it floated in the air. Suddenly, it crashed into a corner of the defensive wall and flew in with a whoosh. The disciples of the City of Shadows looked over in confusion. They saw that the bead was so black that it was translucent and glowing. At a glance, they could tell that it was an extraordinary item. He refined the heart of the mystic realm? Mao Yang and Elder Zhuang, who were separated by the defensive wall, had yet to react. When they saw the realm of misfortune break through the wall and smelled the unique aura of a mystic realm, they instantly became enraged, and their eyes turned red with rage. The little stoic casually took out a heart of a mystic realm. What was she doing? Could it be that she wanted to explode this mystic realm in front of them and let the destructive force kill all of them? What's this? Several disciples of the City of Shadows were the first to be enveloped by the black light of the mirror of misfortune. In an instant, they were sucked in by a powerful and irresistible force. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost fell off. Their eyes were as wide as a bull's as they murmured, "It's sucking us in. It's sucking us in. It's sucking us in. It's sucking us in." Yes, it was sucking them in. Among the hundreds of disciples of the City of Shadows, 20 to 30 of them had been sucked into the mirror of misfortune. "Elder, Elder, save us, Elder." The elders of the City of Shadows were drenched in cold sweat. They were caught off guard and almost couldn't resist this irresistible suction force. How could they save people in such a situation? One of the elders shouted in a deep voice, "Run! Run, what a joke!" Where could they run to? The black bead had crashed into the defensive wall by itself, but it didn't mean that these disciples could escape from the defensive array set up by Mao Yang. This was like catching a group of turtles in a jar. The disciples of the City of Shadows scurried away like headless flies. Some of the bolder ones drew their swords and slashed at the black bead in the air. Unfortunately, the sword was completely blocked by a terrifying force when it landed on the outer layer of light of the black bead. The disciples couldn't take even half a step forward. Their hands were numb from holding the sword. In less than 3 seconds, they heard a series of clanking sounds and the long sword broke into pieces and fell to the ground. "Elder, Elder!" The disciple cried out almost at the same time. Unfortunately, before his unpleasant cries could spread, he was sucked into the mirror of misfortune. As such, more than half of the unlucky disciples of the City of Shadows had been sucked into the mirror of misfortune. The remaining people were all pale. They stuck close to the defensive wall and stared blankly at Master Mao Yang, who was standing in the center of the array base. This master was definitely a person who cheated his teammates. In such a situation, he didn't open the defensive wall to let them escape. Instead, his eyes were red with greed as he stared fixedly at the black bead suspended in the middle. "Ahahaha." Mao Yang couldn't help but laugh crazily, muttering to himself, "There really is someone in this world who can refine a mystic realm." His malicious eyes looked at Xiao Mu and abruptly locked onto her. Without waiting for him to exert his pressure, Mao Yang felt a heavy force rushing out from the side and dispelling his aura. His eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze gradually shifted to the man beside the little stoic. "Young man, your realm is very unstable." The old man's lips curled into a devilish smile as he sized up Mo Lian without the slightest scruple. "Tsk tsk tsk." His triangular eyes that were suffused with a cold glint stared fixedly at Mo Lian for quite a while, as if he had seen a prey that he was extremely interested in. Not bad at all. Young man, there must be some sort of secret in your body. Otherwise, with your age, how could you possibly reach such a level? It's a pity that you're impatient. If you spent 2 or 3 years in seclusion and stabilized your realm, this old man really wouldn't be your match. As for now..." The old man suddenly removed the defensive wall in front of him and blasted out a dark purple thunderbolt. The thunderbolt roared and a large area of intertwined thunderbolts covered Mo Lian's body. It was like a huge net made of thousands of threads that completely enveloped the cold-faced young prince. "How are you now?" Mo Lian asked coldly. His body shook slightly and broke free from the thunderbolt net that bound him. Moon Raven suddenly appeared in his hand and a surge of black fire instantly counterattacked. The man's bone-chilling voice faintly rose into the air. "I'm still in existence that you can't fight back against." Boom. The old man's face darkened. He quickly retreated a few steps and crossed his arms in front of him to block. He suddenly felt a ball of black fire burning in front of him and instantly burned off his 2 sleeves. 2 black marks were burned on his arms. However, with his early-stage divine venerable cultivation base, his skin was not damaged. "What's going on?" A glimmer of disbelief flashed in the old man's eyes. The young man in front of him clearly had an unstable aura. Even if he faintly emitted the aura of a divine venerable, it was obvious that he had not properly stabilized his cultivation base. It should be said that there was something in his body that had caused his cultivation base to soar, but this young man had not properly integrated with it to stabilize it. What a waste of God's gift. Since that was the case, why not snatch it from him and make it his own? Since he did not cherish such a supreme treasure, what's the point of having it? "You want to snatch it?" Mo Lian was meticulous and experienced. He could guess what was on someone's mind with just a slight movement in their eyes. Thinking of this, he found it extremely funny. He had never seen such a greedy person. "So what if his cultivation base is unstable? He can still crush you, old man." 2 pitch-black lotus patterns flowed in the depths of the crown prince's eyes. He raised his hand and a black lotus mark appeared on his palm. Suddenly, he took a step forward and flashed through the void like a bolt of lightning. He swiftly arrived in front of Grandmaster Mao Yang and slapped his palm that contained ancient saint power toward the latter's shoulder. "Let me teach you the principles of being a man. If you don't have the strength, don't covet other people's things." Mao Yang subconsciously raised his hand to block, but his heart skipped a beat when his palms touched. Crack! His hierarch realm body was fractured by a single slap. A sudden force threw him down from the sky. His shoulder was covered by someone's palm, and he was slapped down from above. With a loud bang, his face was smashed into the formation diagram. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Old man Zhuang was so shocked that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Others might not know the level of Grandmaster Mao Yang's cultivation, but he was very clear about it. Grandmaster Mao Yang could be considered one of the top guest elders of the Soaring Heavens Hall. Even with his level of cultivation, he was still slapped down from above by the crown prince. Then who else here could stop him? Old man Zhuang felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shudder. He quickly moved to Mu Xiaoxua's side and whispered to her, "Miss, we can't stay here any longer. We must leave immediately." "Ugh, pfff." Mao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, he felt a weight on his shoulder. The Raven Moon sword pierced through the young prince's shoulder and nailed him to the ground. "Using your blood to construct this formation diagram should be more effective, right?" Mo Lian's expression was cold as she pulled out her sword from his shoulder. Without waiting for the old man to move, she pointed her sword at his throat. "I advise you not to move." The old man's pupils constricted as he stared at the young man in front of him. Just now, just what kind of terrifying power was that? When the young man slapped him down from the sky, Mao Yang thought that he was going to die. He didn't think that under such power, he would be able to survive 2 more hits. Shock appeared in his eyes, and Mao Yang's body trembled unconsciously. Yes, let's talk things over. A wise man knows when to retreat. He didn't expect to meet such a troublesome person on this trip to the arcane realm. Didn't you want to snatch it? Mo Lian sneered at him. She flipped her hand and shot out several pitch-black lotus seals. They landed on the old man at close range. As soon as the seemingly light and ethereal lotus seal landed on Mao Yang's body, he felt a vast force of impact coming head-on. His body shattered like glass, and his bones, flesh, and blood all shattered. The old man's eyes turned red as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Elder Zhuang and the others behind him with difficulty and forced out a word from between his teeth. Go. Elder Zhuang hurriedly nodded at him. With one hand, he grabbed the heaven-level charm master Luo He, who was still meditating, and with the other, Mu Xiaoxue, who was lying in Zhao Yi's arms. With a whoosh, they jumped into the air. Mao Yang's figure suddenly appeared beside Elder Zhuang. He was so fast that no one noticed how he moved. Mo Lian looked down expressionlessly. She saw that the Mao Yang lying under her sword was slowly fading away like a piece of paper. The crown prince's lips curled into a cold smile. This Mao Yang, in order to escape with his life, did not hesitate to destroy one of his doppelgangers. He was indeed a ruthless person. Even to himself, he could be so ruthless. But in this way, the crown prince had spent a lot of money. Although Mao Yang's doppelganger had yet to materialize, it was still in the early stages of materialization. It was possible that it could become a physical doppelganger in the future. But now, because he had to flee for his life, he could only abandon him personally. The old man must be vomiting blood right now. Mo Lian couldn't help but sneer. The old man fled to the center of the array base. Suddenly, he stretched out his arm and smashed it into the array core. Immediately, a violent gust of wind rose, and divine power surged in all directions. It was as if it was going to violently blow the secret realm away. The sand, dust, grass, and trees in front of him all floated up and danced chaotically along with the boundless wind. And Wu Shuang covered her eyes with her hands and squinted. There seemed to be a huge hole in the sky above the secret realm. A stairway to heaven appeared above Elder Zhuang and the others, and they climbed out of the secret realm. Mo Lian's icy gaze locked onto that divine venerable realm powerhouse. Without saying a word, he took a step in the void and teleported to the side of the crowd. Without hesitation, he stabbed his sword forward. It pierced straight into the old ghost's lower back, causing him to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf in pain. He waved his sleeve heavily, brushing away Mo Lian's dark moon. His figure immediately disappeared into the stairway talisman. Lin Zhen'er, her sister, Zhao Yi, Gu Yixuan, Gu Yisin, and the remaining disciples of the City of Shadows screamed in terror as they scrambled to follow the stairway talisman. The venerable peach blossom immortal floated and flew to Mo Lian's side extremely quickly. Reaching out to support his arm, the venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't resist growling with a frown, "You don't want to live anymore?" Mo Lian's figure swayed, and his feet wobbled. "If we don't suppress him in time, we'll probably be in trouble." The venerable peach blossom immortal naturally understood this logic. After entering the transcendent god realm, let alone a major realm, even the suppression of a minor realm was practically insurmountable. Mo Lian's realm seemed to be higher than Mao Yang's, but in reality, Mao Yang, that old geezer, wasn't lying at all. Ever since Mo Lian broke the ancient seal, the crown prince's cultivation advanced too quickly, and his realm was very superficial. If he was willing to enter seclusion for a year or two, that old geezer naturally wouldn't be his match when he appeared again. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the difference between them was like heaven and earth. But now, how could Mo Lian be able to calm down? That old geezer had seen through him earlier, so he could only use speed to suppress him, so he might as well use the supreme lotus seal to smack that old geezer down. Sure enough, his actions scared that old geezer to the point of panic. Only by completely subduing him would he have the thought to immediately escape. If he really fought with that old geezer, the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The little stoic ran over with a taut face. She tugged at Mo Lian's sleeve and looked him up and down. "Spit it out." She glowered at him with a sullen face. Mo Lian blinked and was about to say spit what out when he felt the little stoic's palm forcefully smack him on the back. He immediately lowered his head and coughed out blood. Arbor's face was taut. He moved extremely quickly and stuck 2 needles into this person's body. Without waiting for him to beg for mercy, he reached out a fair and tender palm and forcefully smacked his lips. The pill in his hand fell into his mouth and melted in his mouth. The venerable peach blossom immortal's eyes twitched, and he looked sympathetically at Prince Mo. Heh, your wife is going to dish you. Wife, I've already coughed it out. Can you stop poking me with needles? The crown prince said aggrievedly, I didn't do it on purpose, wife. I'll settle accounts with you later. The little stoic's face darkened. She originally wanted to teach this person a lesson. However, the most important thing now was to repair and refine the Fecta secret realm. After all, the Tianji secret realm was broken by that damned old man just now. If it wasn't repaired, the Tianji secret realm would be finished. The power of a hierarch was able to tear open a secret realm. It seemed that only when one reached that height would they know some unknown things. Arbor clenched his fist and summoned the realm of misfortune back. The old man left in a hurry and didn't even bother to snatch the realm of misfortune. Now that this matter was over, she had to think about it carefully. Next time, if he were to meet that stinking old man alone, how would he deal with him? From the looks of it, it was because of her that Mo Lian hadn't gone into seclusion to stabilize her cultivation. How could this go on? She must convince him, roar, to submit, die, to him, get lost, and go into seclusion to cultivate. The little stoic's face darkened. She sat down cross-legged and swiftly immersed herself in refining. What kind of joke was this? That old man Fecta's corpse was even inside this secret realm. If the secret realm was destroyed, wouldn't that old man's corpse be completely obliterated? Besides, that old man had left behind so much inheritance for her. No one could bear to let the secret realm shatter and disappear like this. It was all that old geezer Mao Yang's fault. What did he do? He couldn't have it himself, so he didn't want anyone else to have it. That old bastard, he better not let her run into him again. Otherwise, since she couldn't beat him, she could only summon all her holy beasts to gang up on him. Although she really didn't want to do this, she had no other choice in this critical situation. But what did it matter if she relied on her holy beasts to win? It wasn't like she could defeat others herself. With this thought, her anger towards her husband calmed down a little. She was already such a proud person, let alone her husband who was so proud of his talents. When her husband repeatedly fought with others, he also didn't like to summon Seventh Yin to help. After all, people who had reached his level all had unparalleled pride. Once he fought with the other party, the earth would shake, the mountains would sway, and cities would crumble. Look, he could even destroy a perfectly fine mystic realm. It was truly indescribable. The little stoic sighed and thought, then I'll forgive him this time. Why did she feel so unbearable when she saw his pitiful appearance just now? Tianji's mystic realm was much larger than Senior Xuanji's mystic realm. In addition, she still had to mend that hole, so it took her a whole half a day to perfectly resolve the problem. After everyone came out of the mystic realm, they vigilantly inspected their surroundings. Arbor and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they didn't sense that old man Mao Yang's aura returning. Hubby. The little stoic finally had time to educate her husband. Prince Mo blinked, looking like he was humbly receiving a lecture. Go on, wife. Hubby is listening. Hubby, next time the situation is critical, can you shout? I'll release Xianxia and the others. Wouldn't it be easier for everyone to gang up on them? Everyone, although the little lady in front of them looked soft and adorable, they felt like her release Xianxia and the others probably wasn't anything good. When Prince Mo discovered that his wife didn't continue to berate him, he was so moved that he kept nodding, obeying the little emperor's decree. Okay. I will definitely remember. And it was you who said that we weren't fighting alone. Is it because I'm weak that you always like to jump out alone at critical moments? It's not. Mo Lian shook his head vigorously and pulled his wife into his arms. It's because hubby wants to protect you. As long as your husband is here, your husband will always stand in front of you. Prince Mo reached out and cupped his wife's small face. He looked into her eyes seriously and said, Jojo, you're really strong. Your husband admits defeat. The little stoic blushed inexplicably. Was this guy possessed by a love spirit? She originally wanted to scold him, but strangely, the words that were about to come out of her mouth were all blocked back. Everyone was speechless. Why was it so sour? Why did he feel so uncomfortable after being fed dog food for no reason? All right. You talk too much. Xianxia, who was trying to break up the couple, said with a dark expression, hurry up and take a look. Those loose cultivators and aristocratic family disciples who entered the secret realm should have already come out. I reckon they'll find us soon. Think of an excuse. What excuses? Dianyu rolled his eyes. Everyone entered the secret realm based on their own abilities and came out based on their own abilities. What explanation do we still need to give them? They're here, they're all here. As they spoke, a clamor came from afar. Arbor and the others looked back and saw that it was the other aristocratic family disciples they had met twice before, as well as some mercenaries and loose cultivators. Arbor elbowed in Wuxuang beside him. Princess Wuxuang instantly turned into a drama queen. This fellow took a few steps forward and sang her praises. Aya, you're all out too. Is everyone all right? Io, I was so worried. I thought you all died in this lousy mystic realm. Everyone, her words made everyone want to hit her. What did she mean by they all died in the mystic realm? Although they had a very rough start, their luck wasn't too bad after they parted ways with the little stoic Prince Mo and the others, and they didn't encounter any especially great danger. They even killed a few spirit beasts along the way and obtained several top-grade spirit beast cores. Princess Wuxuang said sincerely, everyone is fine. Fortunately, everyone is fine. Sai, how are things on your side? Did you get anything? Why do you think we all fell out of the mystic realm? We only went in for a few days, but we were sent out so quickly. What's going on? Everyone was instantly speechless. They wanted to ask this question, but this fellow beat them to it. Right, they also wanted to ask the little stoic and the others. What the hell was going on? They were still exploring the mystic realm when they suddenly felt like the sky was spinning and the earth was shaking. Then, they were all sent back to the deserted island. Madame Mo, could it be that everyone also doesn't know what's going on? The little stoic silently stuffed the Fecta heart back into her sleeve and shook her head, her expression even more sincere. I don't know. And Wuxuang sighed. Sigh, it's really hard on us. What do you think we should do now? We probably can't enter the mystic realm anymore, right? Wasn't that obvious? The mystic realm directly threw them out, and they couldn't even see the entrance. They couldn't even smell a trace of a divine realm opening, so how could they enter and where could they go? We're really unlucky. Princess Wuxuang sighed even more. We thought we could find one or two fortuitous encounters in the mystic realm, but we didn't find anything after going in. Oh right, did you find any treasures? And Wuxuang sighed and said, we were really fooled by that old geezer Hao Guang. Before we came, he promised us again and again that there were treasures everywhere in the mystic realm, and we could see a divine weapon when we stepped on it. In the end, we didn't even find a strand of hair. I originally wanted to find a top-notch crafting cauldron for my big brother. Now that I've returned empty-handed and gained nothing, it's really infuriating. Princess Wuxuang's acting skills were so good that people were dumbfounded. If it weren't for the fact that Rong and the others had personally witnessed the little stoic, this swindler, pocketing the entire mystic realm, perhaps they really would have believed her nonsense. How's everyone's harvest? And Wuxuang hurriedly looked curiously at the group of mercenaries and disciples of aristocratic families. Harvest? Well, just a little bit, a mercenary said naively. I got a high-grade spirit beast crystal core. Princess Wuxuang immediately showed an exaggerated expression. What? You guys even encountered spirit beasts? We thought there weren't any spirit beasts in this secret realm. Sigh, this is too unfair. Why haven't we seen a single one of those spirit beasts? Did you really get a spirit beast core? Everyone had an awkward expression on their faces. That mercenary said meekly in a low voice, Miss, it's probably because your group is filled with the aura of a strong person. As long as it's not a blind spirit beast, it probably won't approach you guys. Oh? Is that so? And Wu Shuang blinked and reluctantly accepted this warrior's explanation. At this time, a person who looked like an aristocratic family elder walked out of the crowd and sized up Arbor's group. His tone contained some doubt. That's impossible, right? You really didn't find anything? These people in the little Stoics group weren't ordinary cultivators. Judging from this group's cultivation and aura, they were all above them. This group of 9 people were all experts above the divine realm. How could they return empty-handed from Tianjizi's secret realm? They must have collected some good stuff but pretended not to find anything and kept it for them to play dumb. Hey, isn't this the Sher family's elder? Another person said with a smile and suddenly glanced to the side. They saw a fair-skinned hedonistic young man retreat a few steps from the Sher family's elder and shrink into the crowd without a word. Hey, isn't this the Sher family's 3rd young master, little young master Sher Jinbao? That person shouted as if he wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. Young master Sher, why are you hiding? Sher Jinbao's neck stiffened, and he shrank back into the crowd reflexively. His fair face was filled with suspicious terror as he muttered, "It's not my fault, it's not my fault." 5th elder courted death himself. You can't blame me." Seeing Arbor's chilly gaze shoot towards him, Sher Jinbao immediately felt like his soul was about to float out of his chest. The feeling of 1 Buddha ascending to heaven and 2 Buddhas leaving the body was really wonderful. He was so scared that even his legs were trembling. He suddenly yelled at Arbor and repeatedly waved his hands. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I didn't do anything. I didn't say those words either. Crown Princess, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's 5th elder who courted death himself. You don't like him, just beat him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rolled from the front to the back. He crawled up on all 4s and dashed madly towards the empty space behind him. However, at this moment, they were all standing at the edge of the beach. The few large ships that had been anchored at the seaside were now gone. Sher Jinbao ran directly from the beach into the sea. He even screamed and wailed as he flopped into the sea. His appearance as if he had suffered a great blow caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Everyone's gaze silently gathered on the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess. Their eyes revealed traces of horror as they secretly glanced at them. What kind of unforgivable crime had this evil couple committed? Look at how frightened that little young master Sher was. He jumped straight into the sea and seemed to have gotten sick from the fright. Arbor was baffled. He looked up at Mo Lian, then at Crown Prince Rong, Ming Yasi, and Ding Yun. Who is he? The corners of Wu Shuang's mouth twitched. She still had some impression of Sher Jinbao. The capital's foppish son who used to hang out with the heir of the old Wan family of Jianping and the other foppish sons of the capital's aristocratic families. He spent all his time walking birds and playing with dogs, never doing anything serious. He's the little foppish son of the Sher family's 2nd son, Sher Jinbao. Sister-in-law, you should have met him before. He usually hangs out with the son of the Wang family of Jianping. Arbor shook his head decisively. I don't know him. He was so ugly, how could Sir Jojo recognize him? This time, it was in Wu Shuang's turn to be startled. Lil's sister-in-law said she didn't know Sher Jinbao in a resolute and decisive manner. It was clear that she really didn't have the slightest impression of Sher Jinbao. But judging from Sher Jinbao's appearance, it seemed like he had been greatly provoked by the little Crown Princess. It didn't seem like he hadn't interacted with her before. Arbor glanced at her husband in confusion. What did you do? What did your husband do? The Crown Prince blinked his phoenix eyes innocently at her to express goodwill. I didn't do anything. Then why did he look like he saw a ghost when he saw you just now? Arbor pursed her lips in disdain. You don't look like a decent person with fair skin and fair flesh. Everyone, by this time, that 5th elder of the Sher family had already gone up with a flushed face and brought back young Master Sher Jinbao, who was thrashing about in the sea, with 3 to 5 brawny men in tow. Young Master, young Master! The 5th elder of the Sher family shouted louder and louder. When he saw that Sher Jinbao's eyes were still abnormally terrified as he desperately waved his hands, his voice became a bit shrill. Let go of me, let go of me. Crown Princess, spare me, Crown Princess, spare me. Everyone silently turned to look at the little Crown Princess. The little fellow was instantly enraged. She remembered very clearly that she had never seen this wastrel before. What did he mean by looking like she had harmed him? Did he think that the little crown princess had been wronged? When Emo Lien saw her wife rolling up her sleeves and looking like she wanted to go up and kick Shi Jinbao a few times, she couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her forehead. She hastily pulled the bouncing little stoic to her side and stroked her head placatingly. Wife, ignore him. What's there to pay attention to a lunatic? He won't dirty your feet. Look at his weakling appearance. Why would I let him off? Who wants his lousy life? The little stoic became angrier as she spoke. I've long ignored that bunch of smelly bugs from the Shi family. Who is he putting on such an act for today? Who are you trying to malign? She really did not expect that there would be a little white flower among men. Today, she was going to trample this little white flower to death. Let's see if he still pretended to be a weakling. What was he pretending to be in front of Miss Chiao? And Wu Shuang's lips twitched and she exchanged a look with third young master Fu. Why not? Princess Wu Shuang had a strange premonition. She felt that Shi Jinbao, this little pitiful girl, must have been severely frightened by the young crown prince consort in the past. However, the tragedy was that the young crown prince consort had probably completely forgotten a minor character like him. But she didn't torture him back then. She must have tortured this young master Shi until he went crazy. Every time he saw the crown princess, his expression would change on the spot. He had to admit that Princess Wu Shuang was right. The extent of young Master Shi's tragic state was really not to be underestimated. He still remembered that in the despondent pavilion, as one of the profligate sons, he didn't fear death and publicly took liberties with the crown princess. In the end, the little crown princess sent him flying into the sky with a fire explosion talisman. It was over, but this was not the end. It was only later that he found out that being blown up by the crown princess might not even be considered a big deal. The most frightening thing was that His Highness the Crown Prince ordered people to pack him up overnight and send him directly to a brothel, making him enjoy the life of a prostitute for 3 months. After he was released, young Master Shi could be said to have been completely crippled. Later on, whenever he saw a slightly stronger woman, he would uncontrollably shudder and scurry away like a rat. How could he still cause trouble for others? One could only imagine how traumatized this incident was for little young Master Shi. Shi Jinbao had already noticed the presence of the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess at the entrance of the mystic realm. He had been hiding himself well in the crowd, trying his best not to show his face or make a sound in front of them. Little did he expect that this foolish elder of his would step out of the crowd to argue with the little Crown Princess and her entourage. Treasures or not, they were all worldly possessions. He would not bring them with him when he was born, and he would not bring them with him when he died. Right now, he only wanted to preserve his little life. Little young master, young master. Fifth elder was so angry that he could not care less about seniority. He slapped the back of Shi Jinbao's head to wake him up. Shi Jinbao shuddered from head to toe. When he noticed Crown Prince Mo's oppressive gaze, he seemed to have realized something and retreated a dozen steps. He shouted repeatedly, "I'll scram right now, scram right now. What are you all waiting for? Cut the crap and go back, go back." Shi Jinbao punched the fifth patriarch's shoulder and roared at the few Shi clan disciples. He kicked and kicked them into the back of the crowd. Emo Lien held on to Arbor. Otherwise, she would have gone up and kicked this crazy young master a few times. Was he AF * king retard? Sir Jojo did not have the time to bicker with him. Besides, was she that scary? He was so scared by her that he jumped into the sea. What was wrong with him? Second sect master. Second sect master. Hao Guang's excited voice came from behind. Everyone looked back and saw that old man, scattered light, sprinting toward Xiaomu while flailing his arms and legs in joy. Just as he was about to pull her arm, Emo Lien, who was standing to the side, blocked him with one arm. The old man was not happy. He glared at Emo Lien and shouted, "Second sect master, it's great that you're fine. Your safe return is better than anything else. Second sect master. How are you?" "We're all fine. Those brats are in the karst cave, meditating and practicing qi every day. What can happen to them?" However, not long after you left, many old and weak women and children came to the island. I thought their ragged clothes were rather pitiful to wander about for so many days without a fixed abode, so I let them all stay. Since there are so many people on this deserted island, adding a few more people won't be a big problem. Oh. Arbor mercilessly ended the conversation. Scattered light, what was wrong with the second-generation sect leader? Didn't he spend a lot of effort to say such a long sentence? Why did he just reply with an "oh"? Now that this matter is settled, I plan to settle the soldiers of the 3 prefectures here for the time being. Arbor nodded in satisfaction as he sensed the divine aura coming from all around him. Although this is just a deserted island, I feel that the divine power is quite dense. It's really not bad to use it as a training ground. That's good. There's a large open space behind the snow mountain. When the time comes, they can build houses and tents if they want. Let the group of soldiers make their own nest. Arbor nodded slightly. By the way, those people you mentioned, where are you going to settle them now? Whoosh whoosh. A few air-piercing sounds suddenly passed by. One of the arrows immediately pierced through the arm of an itinerant cultivator, causing half a howl. Emolienne turned to look and saw a large number of murlocs crawling out of the sea. It's already 4 o'clock today. I'm having a headache. Arbor's eyes immediately darkened, and his gaze locked onto the large group of mermen that swam ashore. These guys were all dressed in the same uniform. They were all wearing thin black armor woven from merman silk and carrying a long, large bow on their backs. In Arbor's eyes, they were no different from a large group of zombies that crawled ashore. He felt an inexplicable sense of panic. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, arrows continuously shot toward the crowd. The leading merman had brownish-yellow eyes, and his roar shook the sky. Quick! Bring them out immediately. Kill anyone who resists. Princess Wuxuang frowned. It seems like these mermen aren't here for us? Arbor stared at them coldly. Regardless of why they're here, they can go to hell for daring to shoot arrows at this crown princess. Second faction master. Do you want to throw the godly power balls? Miguang suddenly took out a storage bag from his pocket and poured out a dozen godly power balls, stuffing them all at Arbor. Throw them, second faction master. Everyone, Senior Miguang really spared no effort to lead their second faction master down the crooked path of the fiery little stoic. If it doesn't work, we'll drop spirit artifacts. Miguang looked at his little faction master expectantly. Don't panic, second faction master. There are too many things that can be dropped. Just drop whatever you want. Arbor glanced at him and stared at him with his pitch-black eyes for a moment. He silently took a handful of godly power balls that the old man presented. He quickly flicked 3 of them with his fingers, and the godly power balls flew toward the group of mermen with a whoosh. Get out of the way, the merman leader shouted angrily. The mermaids and mermen instantly scattered in all directions. Some of the more timid ones even jumped into the sea to hide. After a few explosions, the seawater nearby was blasted into pieces of snow by the divine power ball, revealing a few large pits that were neither too deep nor too shallow. Several mermen who didn't have time to dodge were directly blasted into the sea. A merman hiding in the sea just wanted to poke his head out to see what was going on, but he was hit in the face by a body of a merman flying through the air. He immediately closed his eyes and fainted. Xiaomu's pitch-black eyes stared at that merfolk leader as she raised both hands at the same time. The leader of the mermen was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Stop it!" Hao Guang lowered his head and rummaged through the storage bag. To be honest, ever since he was trapped in the 1,000 caves for a few months, Senior Fine Light had been obsessed with creating spatial equipment. These storage bags were big and small, and they were all made by him alone. There were many things in them. The great artifact maker, Senior Scattered Light, couldn't help but shed tears of sympathy for him when he thought of his own experience back then. Then, he looked at himself from head to toe. Even in his sleeves, there were several storage bags. It couldn't get any better. There were many necessary items in the storage bag for tricking people. Senior Fine Light decided to take them all out for the little Supreme Leader to use. But the problem was, why did those mermen stop when the second Supreme Leader threw a few godly power balls over? Didn't the battle just start? Wasn't the tempo a little too fast? What a bunch of cowards. Senior Fine Light couldn't help but twitch his mouth and continue rummaging through the storage bag. Second Supreme Leader, don't argue with them. This guy had been spreading rumors in front of the little Supreme Leader. Who told them to pretend to be big shots in front of us just now? Second Sect Master, continue blasting. Don't be polite with them. This light really wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at the old man speechlessly and said in a low voice, Jojo, why don't we ask them why they're here? He felt that this group of mermen didn't seem to have come to this deserted island for Jojo. And from the looks of it, these people didn't seem to recognize Jojo at all. You humans, don't be too arrogant. The young merman in the lead had a handsome face and very fair skin. A trace of hatred flashed through his brown-yellow eyes. He comforted himself that he wasn't afraid of this little stoic who threw divine power balls at the team at the drop of a hat. He just didn't want his team to make unnecessary sacrifices. Arbor looked at him expressionlessly. So what if we're arrogant? What can you do about it? A stinky salted fish was still a salted fish no matter how you flipped it. Xiao Mu's eyes turned extremely sinister in the blink of an eye. When the merman in the lead saw her frosty gaze, he couldn't help but shudder with apprehension. The little girl's aura didn't seem like an ordinary person. I'm Hazza, the commander of the royal guard of the mermen of the Forgotten River Dragon clan. Who are you humans, and why are you near our sacred land of the Snow Ridge? The sacred land of the Snow Ridge belongs to your family? And Wushuang retorted exasperatedly. We come and go as we please. What does it have to do with you? Commander Hazza glanced coldly at An Wushuang. He gripped the large bow in his hand and said, if you're guests of the Forgotten River, then please move to the Forgotten River clan's territory and register. Otherwise, Arbor didn't wait for him to finish speaking and threw out several divine power balls with her left hand. The surrounding itinerant cultivators, mercenaries, and aristocratic family disciples couldn't help but feel heartache. They thought, why don't you let this guy finish speaking first? We have to see if there's a chance to reconcile with him. There's no explanation now, and you're just blindly throwing divine power balls. These aren't ordinary mystic power balls. These are priceless divine power balls. It was such a waste of resources. You simply don't know how to cherish it. Arbor didn't understand why the people around him looked so heartbroken, as if the sky was falling. Wasn't everything fine now? The situation was already under her control. The group of fishmen were repeatedly bombarded by the divine power balls. They only dared to hide in the sea and did not dare to approach the shore. Why were they panicking? Mo Lian couldn't help but twitch her mouth. He silently admired the expression on his wife's face. He didn't even need to guess to know what the little fellow was thinking. She must be very speechless, thinking in her heart, why are you panicking? I didn't even panic when I turned the tide. You guys are just hiding behind me, enjoying the scenery. What are you guys panicking for? When that group of fishmen charged forward, this Jiao would be in front of them to block them. He had no sense of responsibility at all. Did he even look like a mercenary? Did he even look like a man? You're simply throwing away the face of your parents. If I were your parents, I would use my shoe to whip you useless things to death. A bunch of weaklings, cowards, treasures, you guys are too weak. Arbor said expressionlessly. Such a small scene made you guys look like you're about to collapse. You're not manly at all. The itinerant cultivators and mercenaries were dumbfounded. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal winked mockingly at Prince Mo. Look, my Jojo is making fun of me again. Prince Mo threw him an expressionless emoji. The little stoic simply didn't understand why other people looked like they were about to collapse. The thoughts running through her mind right now were in a completely different world from everyone else's. She thought that other people were panicking and collapsing when they saw so many mermen. Who knew that other people were collapsing from heartache when they saw her throw the divine power balls? What are you panicking for? Arbor's gaze landed on that fat uncle from Defay mercenary group. Throw a few more divine power balls at them and have them all scram. The members of Defay mercenary group all revealed expressions of unbearable heartache as they watched the little girl throw away the remaining divine power balls with a wave of her hand. She threw them out so casually, completely not caring whether the divine power balls fell into the sea or caused serious damage to the mermen. She simply didn't care whether they hit anyone or not. Even if it was a bag of divine power balls she picked up for free, she couldn't waste it like this. Huzzah turned around in exasperation and looked at the scarlet surging to the surface of the water. Many of the mermen hiding in the sea were injured, and the bottom of the water was also dyed red. You humans, are you really going to stop us from going ashore? You want to become the enemy of our river of forgetfulness? We're already enemies. Arbor coldly interrupted Huzzah with an impatient expression. Scram back and tell your clan leader that I'm expropriating this empty, barren island. Since the River of Forgetfulness Dragon clan dares to trespass on this island, don't blame me for ruthlessly slaughtering you. Huzzah's face flushed red, as though he was very dissatisfied with Arbor's wanton and icy attitude. Who are you? Why are you so hostile to our River of Forgetfulness Merman clan? What a hothead. Arbor glanced at him coldly, and a bow made from twining wooden vines suddenly formed in his hand. A jade-green arrowhead abruptly appeared and coldly aimed at the other party. Huzzah? Huzzah's entire body trembled slightly, and he couldn't understand why a trace of panic would emerge in his heart. Suddenly, he shouted, I am. It was the royal guard, Huzzah. You, what are you trying to do? You? What's wrong with you? Leader. The mermen who poked their heads out of the water all opened their eyes wide and roared in horror. Why aren't you running? Young Master Ding glanced at Huzzah with a faint smile. If you don't run now, you won't have a chance. Huzzah suddenly put down his pride and dignity and plunged into the sea. At the same time, Arbor released a wood spirit arrow, which pierced through the air and shot toward where Huzzah was standing. The arrowhead flew so fast that everyone could only see a dark green afterimage fly past their eyes. In an instant, it fell into the sea with a swoosh sound. Bang! A huge splash of water splashed out as divine power shot out in all directions. A stream of water spirit was smashed into fine powder, splashing onto the fleeing mermaids and mermen. Ah! Blood-curdling screams came from all directions. Even though the group of mermen had already applied defensive artifacts on their bodies, they still felt pain all over their bodies from being smashed by the pearl-like water spirit. All the places that were hit by the water splashes were red and swollen at this moment. Little red dots appeared all over his body from the splashes of the water splashes, one after another. It was 2F** King painful. The mermen flopped about in the water, calling out to their leader Huzzah. Several timid mermen clutched their heads and scurried away like rats, howling miserably. Arbor put down the wood spirit bow in her hand, dispersing it into bits of divine power before finally gathering it back into her body. The little stoic pursed her lips tightly as she gazed coldly at the scattered mermen in front of her. Useless. Huzzah crawled out of the water with great difficulty and heard the little stoic's extremely emotionless, arrogant, and rude words. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He then looked down at his outer robe that was so tattered it looked like a beggar's outfit, and he was instantly enraged. Look at the good deed this stoic face did. He, the dignified commander of the Wang family's guards, was actually beaten into a drowning dog. This girl was truly indescribable. Commander, I see them. They're the remnants of Long Xinghua's group. A merman suddenly shouted in his ear. His voice was so loud that Huzzah couldn't help but furrow his brows. What were you shouting for? He wasn't blind, so he naturally saw Long Xinghua's group walking toward the beach with a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Xiaomu naturally saw them as well, and she was momentarily taken aback. She felt that the old mermaid who was walking towards her seemed to have a familiar appearance. Before Arbor could take a closer look, she heard a soft call of sister. A small figure dashed in front of her and bumped into her arms. Prince Imo swiftly picked up that pitch-black little thing. Resisting the urge to throw it away, he lowered his head to look at the child in his arms. At the age of 8, the child's original appearance couldn't be discerned from his pitch-black little face. Only his eyes were very bright. When he looked at him, his eyes were still glaring fiercely, as if he was very dissatisfied. This uncle who had jumped out of nowhere actually picked him up. Go away, go away. The child kicked his 2 short legs and struggled with all his might before opening his arms in Arbor's direction. Sister, sister. Arbor's brain, which had been disconnected from time to time, seemed perfectly normal now. She remembered. Weren't these people in front of her the members of the Dragon Clan's side branch that she had met once in Seacone Planet's 5 Moon City a few years ago, Granny Long Xinghua and her granddaughter Long Xianxian. Back then, she had just walked out of her seclusion, left the holy water sect, and went down the mountain to Five Moon City. Coincidentally, Five Moon City's great migration happened. Then, he encountered Yonghe's dog slave, who used his power to bully others and captured a group of merfolk. She was attracted by Long Xianxian's eyes and couldn't help but lend a hand. She, who rarely meddled in other people's business, had always been very puzzled as to why she always wanted to meddle in other people's business. But it turned out that everything was intertwined. Back then, when she saw the holy water for the first time, it was attracted to the mermaid pearl in her body. As for Long Xianxian, this little girl, she had always felt that she was very close to her. For no reason, she wanted to get close to her. She was probably attracted by the 10,000-year mermaid pearl in her body. Arbor lowered her eyes, her expression almost cold. She had already fallen out with the merfolk, so she didn't know how she should face them. Sister. The little girl Long Xianxian was about to cry. Why did little sister's expression become so cold after not seeing her for only 2 to 3 years? Did she completely forget about them? The author was too busy these past 2 days. He would probably return to normal tomorrow. Arbor silently glanced at her husband, using her eyes to signal for him to put down Long Xianxian. Sister. Long Xianxian's feet touched the ground, and she immediately bounced in front of Arbor. She suddenly lowered her head to look at her clothes, which were so dirty that their original color could not be discerned. The little girl's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she could not help but hesitate and stop in her tracks. Arbor glanced at her. You guys? She had wanted to ask why they were here, but felt that her question might not be too abrupt. Thinking about it, she was being too nosy. Since she could come here, why couldn't they come to this deserted island in the River of Forgetfulness when they were originally from the Dragon Clan's collateral branch? So she did not continue the conversation, and only glanced at Long Xianxian. At this time, Granny Long was leaning on a very old crutch. Her body was trembling as she walked forward. She bowed to Arbor. I did not expect to see my little benefactor here. This old one greets you. Arbor shook her head. Small things in the past are not worth mentioning. Granny, you are too polite. No need for formalities. A sincere smile appeared on Long Xinghua's wrinkled old face. Little benefactor, you are too modest. Arbor turned to look at Haza and the others in the sea, and her gaze once again fell on Long Xinghua's group. She asked hesitantly, They are here to find you? So the commander of the Wang family's guards really was not here to find trouble with her, Arbor. A trace of anger flashed across Long Xinghua's eyes, and she nodded heavily. We have caused trouble for our little benefactor again. Arbor shook her head slightly. It's no trouble. They are just some flies. I can just swat them to death. Everyone, she was naturally like this. If others spoke to her politely, she would naturally be polite. If they were to jump up and down at her from the start, her attitude would be 10,000 times worse. At this moment, Haza had already climbed out of the sea with his men, and water droplets hung on his mermaid silk leather armor. Haza and the others looked furious. Sirs, do you insist on meddling in this matter today? Arbor glanced at them coldly and retorted without thinking, If you're blind, then go find someone to treat you. Wasn't this obvious? Arbor was determined to take care of Granny Dragon's branch. Could it be that she was afraid of this bunch of bastards in front of her? Haza clenched his fists and roared, These people were exiled to the lower star domain by our forgotten River Dragon clan. Now, they actually dared to sneak back into the River of Forgetfulness. They are going against the will of our clan leader. Go back and tell Long Qian that Granny Long's team will be staying with us on this deserted island. We have the final say on when to leave. Arbor coldly interrupted Haza's words with an indifferent expression. Also, tell her not to provoke me. My patience with the Forgotten River Dragon clan has run out. If you want to die, then come. Don't expect me to show you any mercy. Benevolence? Haza glared at the little stoic girl in front of him as if he had heard a joke. How was she benevolent? There were so many guards in the Wang family. A large number of them were injured, and a large number of them had fallen. Now, every one of them was more or less injured. Was this still considered benevolent? Are you sure you're not joking? Huzzah glared at Arbor for a few seconds with a furious expression. After a while, he said, "Just you wait." Arbor raised his leg and kicked Huzzah's right leg. The latter staggered a few steps forward and almost fell into the sea again. Huzzah stumbled to the shore and didn't dare to look back. He only let out a whistle and led the Wang family's guards into the sea, battered and exhausted, to escape for their lives. Seeing their cowardly appearance, Rong and the others couldn't help but snicker. This was really a heroic wind blowing, and they were scrambling to escape. Arbor turned to look at Granny Long and the others. "Granny, I have something to ask you. Can we talk in private?" "Little benefactor, you're too polite. Ask whatever you want. This old one will tell you everything she knows." "My Chiao section break, greetings, madam." A young man came out and bowed to Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya nodded slightly with a cold expression. She tugged at the brocade cloak on her arm and glanced at the man. "I heard that medicine master Xing used to be a clerk at Li City's rejuvenation medicine shop?" "Yes." Xing Jingyang nodded and took a few steps back with his head lowered. "How's my daughter now?" "I've already treated Mrs. wound with medicine. But Mrs. injury is a bit serious, and she needs some time to recuperate," Xing Jingyang said in a low voice. Mu Qingya glanced at him again and said, "Now you know who you're following." Xing Jingyang looked indifferent and said in a low voice, "There are some things that I don't need to know too clearly. I only know that Miss gave me a chance to improve myself. Miss is my master who gave me a new lease on life." Mu Qingya nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, I understand. You can leave first." Xing Jingyang didn't object and immediately left. Mu Qingya lifted the bed curtain and walked over to see her daughter half lying on the bed. She was holding a porcelain cup and looking at her with a smile. Mu Qingya's heart softened inexplicably. She walked to her daughter's bedside and sat down. She sighed and said, "You're too bold. Didn't I tell you not to provoke that person? Mother, you should be relieved now. I have a good eye for people." Mu Xiaoxue looked at her mother with a smile. "Xing Jingyang is not a famous doctor, but given time, he will definitely become my right-hand man. He is indeed a good young man." Mu Qingya praised and held her daughter's soft hand. "My daughter, you're too careless this time. I've already warned you that the Crown Prince Consort isn't an easy person to get along with. If you bump into her, just stay far away from her. Why do you have to go up and provoke her again and again?" The smile on Mu Xiaoxue's face faded bit by bit, and there seemed to be ice shards dancing in her dark eyes. She suddenly slammed her fist on the bed. "Why should I hide from her?" She just wanted to find out what kind of person her mother kept talking about and praising was like. Who would have thought that she would be forced into such a situation? He recalled how he was like a masterless dog in that mystic realm, chased and beaten relentlessly by that ferocious expressionless man as if he was a dog driven into a dead end. Mu Xiaoxue couldn't hold back her anger and trembled in agitation. Mother. Say, how can a person be so evil?" Mu Xiaoxue clenched her fists and said coldly, "How did I offend her? Why did she treat me like this?" "Mother, you don't know this, but in the mystic realm, she kept activating the teleportation talisman array and chased after us to beat us up." Speaking of this, Mu Xiaoxue could not help but shudder. "She wanted to kill my mother. How can a person's hatred be so strange and sudden?" The stoic face's terrifying intuition was too damn accurate. Why did she feel that she was related to Mu Qingya? There were very few people in the world who knew about the kinship between her and her mother. Why? Why could that damned woman see through her so easily? Why did she have to say that she was similar to her mother? Mu Xiaoxue felt a cold wind seep into her pores, and she shuddered for no reason. "Mother has fought with her no less than 10 times, Mu Qingya said indifferently. "She's already very familiar with mother's tricks. It's nothing strange that she could recognize you at a glance. After all, you're my biological daughter. How can there not be any similarities between mother and daughter?" Mu Qingya smiled and raised her hand to stroke her daughter's loose hair. "Xiaoxue, your biggest mistake is that you shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke her. Before you have absolute strength to crush the other party, you can find a shortcut. You can find another shortcut. For example, if you can secretly befriend her, you can give her a heavy blow at an unusual time in the future." Presumably, the effect would be better than falling out with her openly now. I didn't take the initiative to provoke her at all. Mu Qingya couldn't help but feel indignant when she thought of this. I just happened to want to test her a little. Who knew that this woman was like a mad dog, biting whoever she caught. She simply hated this woman to death. She made her realize that under the absolute suppression of strength, she was as insignificant as a speck of dust in front of that person. Even if she died, she wouldn't be able to shake the world in the slightest. How could she be so insignificant and not have the slightest ability to retaliate? Mother, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be like this anymore, Mu Xiaoxue said angrily as she slammed the cotton cushion beneath her. Xiaoxue, what are you talking about? Mother, I know. You have a way to make me stronger. As soon as Mu Xiaoxue said this, Mu Qingya's face turned pale. Didn't I tell you not to mention this again? Mu Qingya's gentle expression changed and she reprimanded him sternly. Why won't you listen to your mother? Mother. Mu Xiaoxue gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. But I've had enough. I've had enough of being suppressed all the time. I'm not a stupid person. I just don't have enough talent. If I had talent like Qiao Mu's, I could have become a very outstanding cultivator long ago. Maybe they've already surpassed Arbor by now. Mu Qingya's body stiffened and her face turned pale. Xiaoxue, are you blaming your mother for not giving you a better innate condition than others? Mu Xiaoxue immediately realized that she had said something wrong. She quickly grabbed her mother's hand and whispered, Mother, that's not what I meant. Don't think too much. Mu Qingya couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Indeed, I'm useless. If I could unlock my mystic meridians and have the talent for cultivation, you wouldn't be like me now and become an ordinary person. Mother, I really don't blame you. How can you say something like that? Mu Xiaoxue lowered her head and muttered softly, It makes me feel bad. Mother, don't we, Tianyun, come here to break all the laws of heaven and earth and break the rules of the world? Mu Xiaoxue's eyes lit up again. She held her mother's hand tightly and said, Mother, I know you have a way to make us stronger. Why don't you? Mu Qingya suddenly covered her daughter's mouth and said, I said, don't mention this again. Mother, I want to take the mutation pill. Mu Qingya pushed her daughter with trembling hands and said sternly, I said don't mention this again. The first time her daughter said she wanted to take the mutation pill was more than 2 years ago. Mother and daughter rarely saw each other. 2 years ago, when her daughter saw her, she threw herself into her arms and cried. She must have suffered a lot in the City of Shadows. But thinking about it, the wife of the first city lord of the City of Shadows was not easy to deal with. That woman had given birth to a pair of children, so she must have never given Xiaoxue a good look. She was probably still bullying her in the dark. Therefore, Mu Xiaoxue had always wanted to become stronger. Every time he was ruthlessly crushed by someone, the desire to become stronger and crush them in reverse would grow rapidly in the wilderness in his heart like wild grass that could not be stopped at all. Mu Qingya knew her daughter too well. She was stubborn and competitive by nature and refused to admit defeat, even if she had been an ordinary person since birth. However, she never seemed to have the intention to stop cultivating. For so many years, no matter what method it was, even if it was unorthodox, as long as there was a chance for her to cultivate, she would secretly try it at least once. Mu Xiaoxue had always believed in her intuition. She was not stupid. She was a smart person and would not lose to anyone. Mother. Mu Xiaoxue wanted to persuade her mother again, but when she looked up, she saw that Mu Qingya had turned her head away with tears in her eyes. Mu Xiaoxue was stunned. Then, she gently tugged at her mother's wrist. Mother, I won't mention it again. Don't be sad. Taking the path of his mother was definitely not going to work. Could it be that the mutation pill had some side effects on the body, and that was why her mother was trying so hard to stop her from taking it? But if he didn't give it a try, how would he know if he would succeed? Outside the door, Mu Rochuan didn't know how long she had been standing there. The ship had always been anchored near the River of Forgetfulness. 2 days ago, their mother suddenly visited and boarded the ship. Both He and Hong Chong felt very surprised. However, Mu Rochuan had long known that this was to be expected. Since his mother wanted to capture Arbor alive, it meant that she had other plans for Arbor. She wanted to capture him alive, not dead. This meant that her mother had a plan for Arbor, and Arbor was a target that could not be missed. Based on their current connections, it was impossible for them to do so. Therefore, Mu Rochuan was not surprised that Mu Qingya would come to take charge of the situation. But she didn't expect that her sister, who was said to have died young, was still alive and well. The two of them were in the room, and their conversation was heard by Mu Rochuan. That's right, this is the true affection between mother and daughter, the deep affection between mother and daughter. Mu Rochuan's footsteps were a little weak as she stumbled back to her cabin and closed the door. She sat by the bed in a daze for a long time before suddenly reaching out to touch her cold face. Even she couldn't help but be shocked by this touch. Unknowingly, her face was covered in tears, and she didn't even know it. Compared to Mu Xiaxue, Mu Rochuan's heart couldn't help but turn cold. Originally, she had always thought that it was because her mother's personality had always been cold, which was why she was so indifferent to her. Later, her mother took out a mutation pill with a cold face and let her swallow it. They were both this woman's children, but why was there such a difference in treatment? Mu Rochuan couldn't figure it out. Her expression was a little painful as she pressed her head down. Why was it like this? Why, how was she different from Mu Xiaxue? Was it because Mu Xiaxue was raised in the City of Shadows and became the young miss of the City of Shadows? Her mother looked at Mu Xiaxue with eyes that contained something that she, Mu Rochuan, had yearned for a long time but had never obtained. A mother's kindness. On the deserted island, Arbor stepped on a thick layer of snow and walked with Granny Long for a while before stopping. Who brought you here? Long Xinghua couldn't help but be startled, and then she understood Arbor's question. Without an excellent space aircraft, very few people can cross the star-filled sea when entering the Divine Continent. Countless people were lost in the Sea of Stars and never returned. Little benefactor, don't worry. Our branch of the Long family will definitely not repay kindness with enmity and betray you. Long Xinghua quickly expressed her position. Indeed, there was a mysterious person who gave us a ride. Long Xinghua frowned and said, although this old one doesn't know who the other party is, I don't think there's anything worth coveting on us poor people. Arbor glanced at her but didn't say anything. Long Xinghua smiled bitterly, if you don't trust us, then we can leave. We can leave. Arbor waved at her. There's no need for that. I'm just asking casually. Granny, you don't have to take it to heart, Arbor said indifferently. Long Xinghua sighed and revealed a bitter smile. Back then, we were exiled to the lower star field to live. However, survival was not easy, and life in the lower star domain was becoming increasingly difficult. By chance, we finally had the chance to sneak back and take a look. Who would have thought that even though they had returned, the clansmen wouldn't accept our branch family? We secretly returned to the River of Forgetfulness. We wanted to bring our children and grandchildren to see our homeland from afar. It was only because he missed his hometown too much. Xiaomu suddenly opened her mouth, and a round, lustrous white shark pearl abruptly leaped into the air. Dense water energy spread out, and Granny Long's eyes widened in an instant. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the mermaid pearl. Great Earth God, this is the mermaid pearl. This is a 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. Now you should understand. Back then, when you looked at me, you always felt a sense of familiarity. It was because of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. Now, please tell me, what use does the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl have for you? Wake up and catch up on the latest chapters. To be more precise, she was wondering what this millennium-old mermaid pearl could do to the mermen. After thinking about it, she knew that it would definitely be useful. Otherwise, Long Qian wouldn't have insisted on giving it to her. For this pearl, Long Qian was willing to do anything to shed all pretense of cordiality with her. She was even willing to throw away her identity as her grandmother. What else was there that she couldn't throw away? Xiaomu was well aware that to her, Long Qian was merely a clan leader of the Merfolk clan. Long Qian could be cold-blooded and serious when dealing with anyone, but she would never hold her granddaughter's hand and become her kind grandmother with a smile on her face. What I don't understand is why she wants this pearl so badly. Arbor said calmly. I have a feeling that she isn't like Bai Ningxuang, who is doing this out of selfishness. You are an elder of the mermen. Granny, do you know the reason? Long Xinghua nodded. I know. Little benefactor, you might not know that the millennium-old mermaid pearl is something that is hard to come by. Now, it would be an exaggeration to say that only 1 in 10,000 mermen is able to produce a mermaid pearl. Most of the mermen wouldn't be able to produce a mermaid pearl that is more than 1,000 years old. After all, there is a limit to their lifespan. Arbor nodded and looked at the elder in front of her. She was no longer young. In fact, compared to 2 years ago, she was much older. Everyone would grow old, including these mermen. Time was generally fair to any race. Arbor lowered her eyes and said softly, "So, this millennium-old mermaid pearl? It was passed down from the ancient times. It was nurtured and maintained by many generations of merman ancestors. It is the origin of the merman, and it is also known as the origin pearl." It had such an extraordinary origin? No wonder Long Qian and the others were so passionate when they saw this millennium-old mermaid pearl. Arbor swallowed the pearl and looked at the elder calmly, waiting for her to continue. The baptism of the mermaid pearl is extremely powerful. Not only will our clansmen who have been baptized by the mermaid pearls gain the power to transform freely, all mermen who have been bathed in the light of the mermaid pearls will reach a new level in their cultivation. In other words, it can at least guarantee the advancement of a major realm. All? Long Xinghua nodded. Yes, everything. You've been with the merfolk for so long, you should have noticed. The mermen of this generation can be said to be almost useless in water when they are in human form. They can only roam freely in the sea after transforming into their merman form. This only means one thing. The power of the Jiao Pearl's baptism is already starting to fade. They need to bathe in the light of the mermaid pearl again. If the baptism is not carried out in time, it will be extremely detrimental to the future development of the merfolk race. It might even affect the growth of the next generation. For example, newborn mermaids might not be able to transform into human form. Or perhaps, the talent of each generation will decline, and each generation will be worse than the last. Under such circumstances, the merfolk race has no future. The patriarch will naturally be anxious. Can the seal on the mermaid pearl only be completely unsealed when I'm 16 years old? Arbor asked coldly. She thought that she should know the reason now. Why did Long Qian, who had not cared about her for so many years, suddenly want her to return to the river of forgetfulness? Long Xinghua was stunned and shook her head. I can't be sure about that. I have never heard of the mermaid pearl being sealed in a person's body, and it takes 16 years to open. Furthermore, the woman looked at Arbor with hesitation. The battle at the River of Forgetfulness caused the mermen to suffer heavy losses. The young master, Long Chuyu, was severely injured. The mermen have been hiding in the River of Forgetfulness for 10 years. Perhaps, the patriarch didn't forget about our little benefactor. Do you believe it? Huh? Granny Long was stunned. Xianwu gazed at Long Xinghua gravely. Do you believe your own explanation? I didn't know that our little benefactor had a relationship with the dragon family of forgetfulness. Long Chuyun is my mother. Long Xinghua was completely shocked. Her eyes widened, and her hands trembled as she held on to her cane. You are? The daughter of the young mistress? The daughter of the young mistress of the dragon family of forgetfulness was exiled to the lower star field. What was the reason? What is going on? Long Xinghua held on to her cane and took a few shaky steps forward. Little benefactor. I fought my way out of the river of forgetfulness and fell out with the patriarch of the mermen, Arbor said with a cold gaze. But if our little benefactor is the daughter of the young mistress, then shouldn't the patriarch be your grandfather? Arbor slowly walked towards a protruding rock. With a light tap, he floated up. Perhaps it's not that the seal can only be opened after 16 years. Perhaps, the dragon family of forgetfulness has a special method to detect the movement of the pearl. Long Xinghua couldn't keep up with the young lady's thoughts, but she nodded subconsciously. That's possible. As the seal of the mermaid's pearl slowly loosened in my body, Long Qian must have noticed it. That's why she was so anxious to summon me back to the river of forgetfulness. The mermaid pearl can only be taken out of my body after the seal is broken. From the very beginning, all these people wanted was this 10,000-year-old shark pearl. Mu Qingyao was the same. Arbor did not know where Mu Qingyao got this information from. To think that Mu Qingya guessed that the 10,000-year-old Jiao pearl was in her body in her previous life. The funniest thing in the world was that in her previous life, she didn't even understand what was going on until she died. In Xiao Chen's previous life, the seal on this 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl had not been completely broken. That was why the forgetful river dragon clan had never looked for her even after her death. This was because Long Qian didn't sense the aura of the mermaid pearl being unsealed until the day she died in her previous life. At that time, she was simply too insignificant. Her existence was so weak that no one would notice it. Her grandmother had never appeared by her side from the beginning to the end. Was it because he was weak? Therefore, there was no need to bring it back. She felt that her speculation this time should be the complete truth. Perhaps it was because the mermaid pearl was useless before the seal was broken that Mu Qingya locked it up. He wanted to help her by studying her conscience in order to further understand the secrets hidden in her body. He would lock her up and control her life. When the time came, he would be able to cut her open without any hindrance. Arbor suddenly smiled. She suddenly realized that perhaps from her previous life until now, her grandmother's family had never thought of looking for her. Long Xinghua looked back at Arbor and suddenly said, Little miss, maybe you misunderstood. The clan leader, she definitely doesn't know. If she knew that you had the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl in your body, she would definitely go to the lower star region to find you and bring you back. Long Xinghua suddenly didn't know what to say to comfort her. She felt like she was saying that the clan leader would definitely bring you back to the river of forgetfulness for the sake of the mermaid pearl. You're right. She doesn't know at all. Maybe she doesn't even want to know about my existence. She recently sensed that the mermaid pearl's power was about to break through the seal, so she sent someone to contact me. If I was like before, a pitiful little girl who was at the mercy of others, then I wouldn't receive any pity or attention from her in this life. The most interesting thing is that I really died in my previous life. I died without a corpse, and I didn't even know about my background. No. Long Xinghua stuttered and still wanted to comfort her. You're the clan leader's granddaughter after all. If she knew that you were in the lower star region, Of course she doesn't know. Arbor interrupted Long Xinghua's words. Because the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl in my body was sealed by my mother. From the beginning to the end, the dragon clan leader only had her eyes on the mermaid pearl. She didn't care about my life or death. She also didn't care about my mother's life or death. So when she received the news of my mother's death back then, she probably only said, "Oh. Dead? Haha, what a rebellious daughter." She didn't even want to hand over the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl before she died. She even gave me such a headache after she died. Guess how many people she sent out to find the mermaid pearl's whereabouts after so many years? Arbor suddenly laughed maniacally. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? My mother and I combined can't even compare to one 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. Little Mississippi. Long Xinghua's eyes reddened as she trembled and took a few steps forward. Before this, I still had a little hope. After this, there's nothing. I don't know how my mother felt when she sealed the 10,000-year-old shark pearl in my body. I don't know how she felt, waiting for death in that secret realm all by herself. But you know what? Every time I think of this, my heart aches unbearably, and my tears wet my face. This is the 10,000-year shark pearl. It's a memento that my mother left me. Qiaomu turned to look at Long Xinghua and said softly, I won't return it. If they want to snatch it, I'd rather destroy it than give it to them. It doesn't matter who comes. The little stoic gnashed her teeth and glared at Long Xinghua icily. Mother-in-law, don't disappoint me. Long Xinghua suddenly knelt down and kowtowed twice. I don't dare to deceive little Mississippi. I really don't know who the mysterious man is. But I can vaguely guess that it should be someone from Tianyun's side. The mysterious man used us as bait and deliberately sent us to the deserted island to approach you. But don't worry. From the very beginning, this old one had never thought of harming little Mississippi after drifting outside for a long time. I especially want to return to the place where I grew up when I think about how I'm not far from death. I've already reached the end of my lifespan. It's already a great blessing to be able to see little Miss before I die. Long Xinghua kowtowed again. When she raised her head, her eyes were resolute. This old one was right to conceal the truth before. This is disloyalty to my benefactor and injustice to Little Mississippi. This old one asks for the death penalty. I hope Little Miss will grant my wish. After saying this, she moved her fingers, and a steel spike appeared in her palm. She resolutely stabbed it towards her chest. Arbor had been staring at her for a long time. When he saw her move, he waved his hand and heavily swatted away that steel spike. I don't need you to die. It's fine as long as you speak the truth. Arbor looked at her coldly. Not only can you not die, you also have to help me do something. Long Xinghua stared at him, spellbound. For a split second, it was as if she saw that woman in red with crisp laughter. If all Seer's people come to find you, continue to feign civility with them. She wanted to follow the clues and beat them to death, this bunch of stinky gutter rats. The poison in you and Xianxian's bodies isn't hard to cure. It just needs a certain amount of time. Do you understand what I mean? Long Xinghua instantly widened her eyes. So, the little stoic actually clearly knew that they might be under someone's control and that there was something wrong with them, so her probing inquiry earlier wasn't a test at all. She really suspected, I like honest people. The little stoic threw down this sentence coldly before turning around to walk in the direction of Mo Lian and the others. Crown Prince Mo couldn't restrain himself from running over to find his wife several times. Everyone had exceptional hearing. Even though they were far away, they had already heard the little stoic and Long Xinghua's conversation clearly. However, because the two were discussing the Long clan's private affairs, they didn't feel it was appropriate to disturb them. Seeing the little stoic running over by herself, Prince Mo hastily went up to her and pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head to look at the little fellow's face and said with a frown, Jojo is crying. Who's crying? The little stoic cast him a stubborn glance with a taut face. No. Prince Mo was silent for a moment before suddenly lowering his head to kiss her forehead. All right, no. Jojo, you must be tired after a long day. He winked at her. Let's find a place to rest first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Arbor nodded knowingly. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal hurriedly ran after the two of them. What kind of joke was this? Jojo and Mo Lian were definitely trying to sneak back to the galaxy to wash up and rest. If he didn't run with them now, when would he? Was he really going to be a savage on this deserted island? The three of them ran to the snow region at the back of the mountain. They randomly found a cold cave and ran in. The little stoic set up a formation at the cave entrance and also set up an illusion talisman matrix to fool people. She then turned around and pulled Mo Lian and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal back to the star domain. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal happily hugged the jug of wine and ran to the forest planet to find a hot spring to soak in. Arbor pulled Mo Lian back to the longevity temple on the main planet. They flew directly to the bedchamber on the top floor. Prince Mo scooped up his wifey, kicked open the door, and kissed her. Sir Jojo extended a fist and smacked the back of his head without holding back. Bath. It hurts. Prince Mo rubbed against her head and hugged her before plunging into the spacious bathtub behind them. The sound of splashing water followed, and he could faintly hear the little stoic's unhappy mumbling. Jojo, what are you mumbling about? You said before that husband and wife should pay particular attention to the way of yin and yang harmony. But, no buts. What you said, could it be, you still want to deny it? He crawled out of the water and pressed her against the edge of the pool with a grin. He propped up his chin with one hand, and his slender body pressed close to hers. Sir Jojo reflexively shifted her head back, and her beady black eyes roamed around restlessly. Her gaze landed on his face that was so close to hers, and her almond-shaped eyes couldn't help but brighten. Hubby's appearance was seriously, really unbearable to look at. She saw him pursing his lips slightly, his phoenix eyes glinting, and his half-wet long hair hanging loose and sticking to his cheeks. Hers, the little stoic suddenly stretched out her small paws, and her soft body also pressed against him. She clung to his body and rubbed against him. Mo Lian chuckled deeply and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He whispered into her ear, Jojo, today, everything is completely different from the past. Remember? He softly rubbed against her neck. No matter where you go, I will always be with you. Don't worry, and don't be afraid. In the future, you won't be alone anymore. Xiaomu hugged his neck in return, and she felt her eyes brimming with an unbearable sourness. Mei Cham, she nodded lightly and snuggled into his warm embrace. At this moment, she felt that time was tranquil and beautiful. The palace's warm fragrance intoxicated her, and her heart was indescribably calm. Mother, I want to go see senior brother and the others. Mu Xiaoxue gently lowered her eyes. Her white robes made her figure appear even thinner, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. Mu Qingyao looked at her daughter and nodded with a smile. That's fine, go persuade them. Hall Master. Here opened the cabin door and quickly entered. She bowed. Hall Master Gong, Vice Hall Master Meng, and the others have all arrived. Quickly invite them in. Mu Qingyao smiled gently and turned to look at her daughter. Xiaoxue, you go first. Yes, mother. Mu Xiaoxue nodded slightly and turned to follow her out. When she came out of the cabin and walked to the deck, she saw a group of 10 men walking slowly towards her. Some were flirtatious, some were elegant, some were cold, and some were lazy. These 10 people had beautiful eyes and could be said to be peerless in their generation. Each of them had their own merits. Mu Xiaoxue was stunned for a moment, and her footsteps paused. These people were actually all from the heavenly fate. Mu Xiaoxue brushed past the 10 people and couldn't help but turn back to take another look. One of the men, who was dressed in red, suddenly turned his head and winked at her as if he was shooting electricity at her. Mu Xiaoxue shuddered and felt that her legs were weak. Hong Chang, who was following behind her, quickly reached out to help her up. Miss? No, I'm fine. Mu Xiaoxue knew that she had been tricked. She blushed and left in a hurry. A chuckle came from behind, followed by a man's clear voice. Red, don't use your charm on people casually. Okay, I just wanted to try and see if my charm didn't work. It turns out that it doesn't. It just varies from person to person. A gentle voice with a hint of playfulness slowly rose. Pfft, how many people do you think there are in this world who don't know how to flirt? Yes, it's so annoying. Hong Chang turned back and glared at them angrily. Here, who led them to Mu Qingyao, also slowly turned back and said lightly, please don't go too far. Miss Mu is the daughter of our hall master. Okay, I'm just kidding. The man in red waved his hand with a smile and said lightly, don't be so serious. Here's face was sullen. She silently frowned and led them to the cabin. Standing at the door of the cabin, Here stopped. Please, the hall master is waiting for you inside. Gong Songfeng's pitch-black eyes glanced at the woman indifferently. Without saying a word, he walked into the cabin. The beautiful man in red giggled. Then, his silhouette flashed, and he took a step forward to squeeze in. Hall Master Mu, do you have any good countermeasures? Your ship has been docked in the River of Forgetfulness for almost half a month, right? Where is the entrance to the River of Forgetfulness? The entrance to the River of Forgetfulness is far away but close at hand. Mu Qingyao said softly and raised her hand to wave her sleeve. Serve the tea. Oh? The man in red casually picked a seat and sat down. He blinked innocently. So, the entrance to the River of Forgetfulness is under the deep sea? You've been staying at someone else's door for so long. Hasn't anyone come to find you? Mu Qingyao smiled. The leader of the dragon clan of Forgetfulness seems to be very patient. He really hasn't come to find me. Hall Master Gong, I wonder why so many brothers of the underground hall have come to visit. I heard that you want to catch her alive? Gong Songfeng gently raised his hand and pushed away the teacup handed to him by the maid. Everyone knows what you've boasted about in the organization. If this news spreads out, how do you think that person from the Divine Land will deal with you? If they want to deal with me, of course, they have to find me first. Mu Qingyao smiled and fiddled with her slender fingers. Is Hall Master Gong's trip for this? Yes. Did the people of the Hidden Moon Hall come to find you before? Mu Qingyao shrugged. This, I don't know. This Hall Master has only arrived a few days earlier than all of you. Everything that happened before was handled by my subordinates. Did they offend you in any way? That's really. I hope you can forgive me. However, the ignorant are not guilty. I believe that Hall Master Gong will not bicker with them, right? Gong Songfeng stared coldly at the woman in front of him. What's the matter with the Hidden Moon Hall's not wild? Who allowed him to act alone? Who gave him the guts to run off alone to alert the enemy and catch them? Who can he possibly catch? Has the Hidden Moon Hall's Vice Hall Master been here? Oh, wait a moment. Mu Qingyao pretended to turn her head and said to He, go and invite eldest miss over. Yes. Who are those people? Mu Xiaoxue stood by the railing and heaved a sigh of relief. Her wildly beating heart finally calmed down. Her little face was still slightly red at this moment. That red-clothed man's charming technique was too seductive. Just a slight glance and a chuckle could make people's legs go soft. Hong Chang said in a deep voice, they should be the elites of the underground hall's Hall Master Gong. I've never heard Mother mention it before. Mu Xiaoxue said softly. In our sect, there are the flying sky burrowing earth picking stars, hidden moon chasing sun, and 6 branches of the charm hall. We don't usually interact with each other. At most, we'll go out on missions and cooperate with each other occasionally. Hong Chang said in a deep voice, the 6 hall masters all work for their own masters and are always divided at heart. It's not like Miss doesn't know this. That's true. Mu Xiaoxue sighed softly, I wonder what Mother is talking about with them. Should we ask Elder Zhuang to go over and take a look? Don't worry, Miss, we have people secretly protecting the hall masters. Although the underground hall doesn't get along with us, they won't make a move here. If they make a move in the open, they'll be punished according to the sect rules. That's true. Mu Xiaoxue nodded softly and turned around slowly, her gaze slightly focused. They saw a woman in a green dress walk past them. She didn't look at them, and her footsteps didn't stop. Elder sister. Mu Xiaoxue followed 2 steps forward and slightly bent her knees to give Mu Rochuan a standard greeting. Mu Rochuan's body stiffened slightly and her footsteps also paused. She didn't turn around and only lightly nodded with her back facing Mu Xiaoxue. Seeing that she didn't turn around and was about to leave, Mu Xiaoxue hurriedly followed a few steps forward and said softly, Elder sister, are you going to Mother's place? The underground hall master, vice hall master and several other guests are at Mother's place. I'm afraid it won't be that convenient. Mu Rochuan's voice was calm and flat. Mother is calling me over. Excuse me. Hong Chang, does elder sister not like me? Even after walking far away, Mu Rochuan could still hear Mu Xiaoxue's soft and gentle voice, like fine willow catkins, drifting with the wind. How can that be? Miss is gentle and beautiful and is so sensible. Eldest Miss is probably a little unused to it. Yes, elder sister didn't even know of my existence before. But I've always known that she's my elder sister. I really have been looking forward to meeting her since I was young. Mu Rochuan quickened her pace, almost running away. Why did she run away? Mu Rochuan questioned herself again and again in her heart. Was it because of that uncontrollable jealousy? When she saw the slender and elegant girl in front of her, she actually felt a trace of inferiority. Her younger sister, a sister she had never seen before. It actually made her feel inferior, jealous, and other ugly emotions. She didn't know what kind of emotions she should have and what kind of face she should have when facing this beautiful girl in front of her. One of them was a young lady that was held in the palm of her mother's hand, and she grew up with warm maternal love. She was pure and innocent, and her eyes were filled with the brilliance of flowers. One was a daughter who was despised by her parents and left to her own devices. Her heart was filled with bitterness, and everything she saw and heard was darkness. Now, the reason why her mother kept her by her side was not because she was her daughter, but because she still had the strength to do things for her mother. What if there came a day when she was completely useless? Then, perhaps he would be completely abandoned. Hall Master, eldest Miss is here. He looked curiously at eldest Miss's pale face, wondering why she was here. Come in, Mu Qingyao said faintly. Mu Rochuan took a deep breath and walked into the cabin with her head lowered. She looked straight ahead and bowed. Mother. Rochuan, come and sit. These people are Underground Hall's Hall Master Gong, Vice Hall Master Meng, and the other elites. Explain to them what happened to Bai. Tell them what happened to Bai. Yes. Mu Rochuan raised her head and glanced over. The man in front of her had a cold, jade-like face and an outstanding temperament. The young man sitting next to him had a much gentler gaze and was equally outstanding. Hall Master Gong. Mu Qingyao pointed at the cold-faced man and then pointed at the young man next to him. Vice Hall Master Meng. Mu Rochuan cupped her fists and bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. She recounted how Bai came to her for cooperation and how he led his men to set up an ambush on Fisherman's Island. Mu Rochuan didn't panic and said calmly, I tried to persuade him before, but I'm not a member of Hidden Moon Hall, so I can't interfere with Vice Hall Master's affairs. Vice Hall Master Bai insisted on going, so I couldn't stop him. Mu Qingyao smiled faintly and criticized, You child, Hall Master Gong and Vice Hall Master Meng aren't blaming you. It's fine as long as you explain the situation clearly and everyone understands the situation. Yes. Mu Rochuan nodded slightly and moved her lips, but she still took a few steps back. Finish your words, Gong Songfeng said coldly. Mu Rochuan lowered her head and said in a low voice, I only have a guess, and it may not be comprehensive. If you have any guesses, just say it. Hall Master Gong, my daughter is inexperienced, I see that your daughter is very smart. Let her finish. Gong Songfeng interrupted Mu Qingyao and turned to look at Mu Rochuan. What do you think? Let's hear it. I feel that Vice Hall Master Bai should be here on orders. Hidden Moon Hall and Arbor have. Rochuan. Mu Qingyao frowned and interrupted her. Don't say things you don't have any evidence to back them up. Yes, I know I was wrong. Mu Rochuan took a few steps back and lowered her head in silence. Fan Meng couldn't help but sneer and say softly, I think Miss Mu is right. It was indeed that person from Hidden Moon Hall, who acted on his own initiative. And you, Hall Master Mu. If you don't want to follow in the footsteps of Vice Hall Master Bai, I advise you to stop. Thank you for your kindness, Vice Hall Master Meng. Mu Qingyao smiled. I know very well what I'm doing. Heh. Fan Meng suddenly stood up, turned her head and nodded slightly at Gong Songfeng, and then walked out. Fan Meng. Fan Yu hurriedly stood up and followed after her. The red-clothed man and the yellow-clothed man beside him looked at each other and then shrugged helplessly. Sigh, what should we do? Hall Master Mu wants to capture her alive, but the little stoic really isn't as easy to deal with as you think. Hong Yi stood up with a grin. And if Hall Master Mu makes a rash move and ruins our plan, it won't be good. Mu Qingyao smiled and said, let's rely on our own abilities. Whether we can succeed or not depends on God's will. Heaven's will? Do you think she won't know that you planted someone by her side? Mu Qingyao's face, which had been smiling since the beginning, suddenly froze. She looked up at the handsome man in red and her eyes darkened. You know? Someone from Underground Hall actually knew of her plan. How was that possible? Who doesn't know what you did so obviously? Do you think that little girl is a fool? This move of yours seems to have inadvertently arranged for someone to be sent over. The problem is, what can that group of old, weak, women, and children do? Have you forgotten how many transcendent God realm experts are by the little stoic side? You want to capture the little girl from the hands of this group of people without anyone noticing? With that group of old, weak, women, and children? Are you naive, or are we naive? Your Excellency doesn't need to worry. I naturally have my ways, Mu Qingyao coldly interrupted Red Robe and said aloofly. Withdraw your men. Don't alert the enemy, Gong Songfeng said coldly. Heh. Mu Qingyao couldn't resist chuckling and said in a clear voice, that's right. I've always heard Chasing Sun Hall's Vice Hall Master Gui ramble on about how the Burrowing Hall's Hall Master and Vice Hall Master are very friendly with that little stoic. I always thought that I heard wrong. Now that I see it today, I know it's true. Mu Qingyao said with a smile, everyone was merciful in the previous pursuit. If it weren't for your incompetence, why would my flying heaven need to intervene in this matter? My master wants you to give up on this matter. Mu Qingyao's expression changed slightly, and she coldly met Hall Master Gong's pitch-black eyes. The people who disobeyed my master last time don't even have corpses left. Mu Qingyao, Madam Mu, do you want to try our master's fury? Mu Qingyao met his gaze and was defeated in a second. She suddenly smiled like a flower and nodded. Since it's master's intention, of course. I can only obey. Don't do those meaningless things for now. Our first task is to find a few bases and build them as soon as possible. The attack on Devastating Island last time failed in the end. The entire island sank, so how could they build a base? If you have a good suggestion, there's no harm in bringing it up. Mu Qingyao's lips twitched with a fake smile. I think Wangchuan is good in every way. Hall Master Gong, find an island nearby and settle our people down. What do you think of the Wangchuan Dragon Clan's land? Mu Qingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. She abruptly looked at Hall Master Gong and asked, You want to? Gong Songfeng smiled faintly. Tomorrow, find someone to send an invitation. I want to meet the Dragon Clan's clan leader personally. Mu Qingyao couldn't help but sneer. Hall Master Gong, wouldn't this be? You have a problem with it? I have no objections. However, with our current manpower, isn't it a little too much to attack the Wangchuan Dragon Clan directly? I'm just trying to get in touch with him. I don't mean anything else. It can't be your master's idea again, right? Yes, so what? Mu Qingyao laughed awkwardly. Could it be, because? What are you guessing? Gong Songfeng interrupted her gently. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. All right then. Tomorrow, I'll have Rochuan send a letter to the Wangchuan Dragon Clan. Thank you, Hall Master Mu. Gong Songfeng nodded elegantly. He got up and walked out with the group of people. Then I'll wait for the good news. He stared at the group of people leaving and couldn't help but frown. She clenched her fists and said angrily in a low voice, Hall Master, why didn't they send the letter themselves? Mu Qingyao stared at the backs of Gong Songfeng and the others. After a long time, she looked back and glanced at He, who was filled with righteous indignation. The strength of the underground hall is not something we can compare to. Since Hall Master Gong suddenly came here, he was bound to take over all the affairs of the heavenly providence. Mu Qingyao's eyes dimmed slightly. As if thinking of something, she turned her head and looked coldly in Mu Rochuan's direction. Why did you make the decision and talk about the Hidden Moon Hall just now? The matters of the Hidden Moon Hall are not something you and I can manage. Mu Qingyao looked coldly at her daughter in front of her. Do you understand? I didn't leave you here to cause trouble for Flying Paradise. In the future, don't interfere with anything that happens in other halls, and don't talk nonsense in front of others. Mu Rochuan clenched her hands on the side of her skirt and said in a low voice with her head lowered. Yes. Mu Qingyao took a deep breath and let it out again. As such, she seemed to be in a better mood, and her expression softened a little. She deliberately put on a kind face and said softly, Rochuan, Mother relies on you a lot, and is very optimistic about your future. No matter what you do in the future, you have to know the severity and propriety. Mother is giving you advice, do you understand? Yes. Well, there's nothing else. You can go out first. Prepare to go to the Forgotten Chuan Dragon Clan to deliver the visiting card. You've been there once before, so you should be familiar with the place. There shouldn't be any problems. Mu Rochuan pursed her lips, turned around stiffly, and walked straight out. In fact, she wanted to say to her mother, why can't you send someone else? Could it be that only she, Mu Rochuan, could experience dangerous things? Now that she had completely lost her cultivation, she was also a cripple. Wasn't she no different from Mu Xiaoxue? In fact, she didn't need this kind of reliance and use. What she wanted was actually very simple. If her mother could treat her with half the gentleness and kindness that Mu Qingyao gave her, she would be satisfied. Instead of speaking to his daughter in a businesslike tone like he did now. Every time they met, it seemed that other than assigning missions and discussing official matters, there was nothing else. He glanced at Mu Rochuan's departing figure and frowned slightly. Hall Master, treating eldest miss like this, will she, what? Mu Qingyao looked at He in confusion. Haven't I treated this daughter well? He had left such an important matter to her. If she has the ability, she can do a few more things, and her position in the heavenly fate rankings will rise. He was a little speechless. She kept her mouth shut and lowered her head. She didn't know if the hall master really didn't understand or if he was faking it, but the expression on eldest Miss's face when she went out just now didn't look like a very happy expression. As an outsider, He felt sorry for this young miss. The hall master was really ruthless. He could actually do such a thing to his own daughter. Sending an invitation to the Forgotten River Dragon clan was an arduous and unrewarding task. Last time, when the young miss had led them into the Dragon clan's territory, they had almost been severely injured. Would those mermaids be so polite to the people of the Heavenly Fate rankings? He shook her head and silently glanced at the hall master. Seeing her turn and walk out, she followed. Where is the hall master going? To see Xianxia. I don't know if her persuasion went well in the lower cabin. He lowered her head and said against her will, Miss Mu is very smart and quick-witted. She has always been on good terms with her fellow disciples. There shouldn't be any problems. Mu Qingyao's eyes curved into crescents when she heard He praise her daughter like this. She seemed to be in a very good mood and had completely forgotten about the suffocation she had suffered at Gong Songfeng's place. Yes, my daughter has always been very smart and quick-witted. She nodded with a smile and turned to walk out. He felt a little strange. She always felt that Madame's attitude towards these two daughters was too different. Could it be that Miss Mu was actually not Madame's biological daughter and was adopted, at this time, in the lower cabin? Zhao Yi hurriedly pulled Mu Xiaoxue, who had almost collapsed to the ground, into his arms and glared at the woman who was pressed to the ground. He shouted angrily, Lin Miao is there something wrong with your brain? What's wrong with you? You actually hit my junior sister. Zhao Yi, you big idiot. I think you're the one who's sick in the head. Lin Miao's arms were unceremoniously restrained by two soaring heaven disciples and she was pressed to the ground. She couldn't help but raise her head and shout, I'll ask you one thing. Do you know what that little bitch said just now? Meower, meower. Lin Jiner hurriedly pulled her younger sister's hand. Don't talk about meower. Less than half the time for an incense stick to burn earlier, little junior sister had suddenly walked gracefully into the cabin and looked at them with an apologetic expression before she said in a weak and pitiful manner, Senior brothers and senior sisters, at this point in time, there's something that I have to be honest with all of you. My mother is the hall master of the soaring heaven of Tianyun. Everyone looked at her in shock. The disciples of the City of Shadows simply couldn't believe their ears. Little junior sister actually said that she was the daughter of some hall master of the soaring heaven of Tianyun. Then, didn't that mean that their first city lord Mu Jinghong, had an affair with the hall master of the soaring heaven hall? Senior brother, please forgive me for hiding many things from you before. Forgive my ass. Lin Miao immediately exploded in anger. How dare Mu Xiaoxue continue to act like a delicate and helpless little white flower in front of him? It was as if the people who had locked them up in the lower deck weren't from Tianyun. Sorry, everyone. Mu Xiaoxue could not hide her sadness as she said to them, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but, in this life, no matter what, a person can't choose their own birth. My mother is the hall master of the Heavenly Fate Flying Paradise. This is a fact that I cannot deny. Senior brothers and sisters, we bear you no ill will. If you're willing to surrender, I guarantee that you'll be able to obtain some unexpected gains. After hearing these words, Lin Miao was the first to rush over and punch Mu Xiaoxue's face in the face. As a result, two all-seer guards rushed up to him and pinned him to the ground. With tears in her eyes, Mu Xiaoxue covered her face with one hand and cried pitifully, Senior brothers and sisters, I'm sorry. I hope you can understand me. I didn't have a choice. Lin Miao, what are you doing? Guishuan said angrily. Eldest brother, are you stupid? They're the ones arresting people right now. They're the ones causing all this trouble. What's wrong with you? Why are you scolding Miao? Is Miao wrong to scold her? What choice is there? What solution is there? Don't you know what heavenly fortune is? I'm sorry. Mu Xiaoxue covered her small face with one hand and cried pitifully, Miss Gu, Sister Lin. I know you dislike me and hate me a lot. But shouldn't the top priority be to save everyone's lives first? Actually, wouldn't it be better if everyone took a step back? Mu Xiaoxue looked timidly at Lin Miao and Guisin and said softly, previously in the mystic realm, it was such a dangerous moment. It was our heavenly fortunes people who saved everyone. Was that saving us? Lin Muir questioned loudly and interrupted her coldly, can you get your facts straight? That's because you offended the little stoic. She wanted to kill you. We were just collateral damage and were implicated by you. Enough. Zhao Yi was like an angry lion, pushing Lin Muir hard. You shut up. Zhao Yi, you big lustful idiot. Why don't you just stick around with this bitch? I think you're so stupid right now that you've even forgotten your ancestor's name. Zhao Yi glared at Lin Muir with bulging eyes and heavy breathing, and he slapped her heavily. Mu Xiaoxue wailed and hurriedly pounced over to hold Zhao Yi's arm. She cried pitifully, Senior brother Zhao, don't be like this. Elder sister Lin was so angry that she didn't know what to say. Forgive her this once. Little junior sister, why are you still pleading for this kind of person? Zhao Yi hugged her back and glared at Lin Muir from the corner of his eyes, his finger almost poking Lin Muir's face. I'm telling you, Lin Muir, if you insult my little junior sister again, don't blame me for pulling out your tongue. Little junior sister already explained it to you, what else do you want her to do? Can she control her own birth? Can she choose her parents? You are simply unreasonable. Zhao Yi lowered his head and comforted his little princess softly, little junior sister, don't cry. Senior brother understands you. Don't worry, no matter who you are, no matter what path you take. Senior brother will still protect you. I will definitely not let anyone harm you. Senior brother. Mu Xiaoxue raised her head with teary eyes and called out softly. Zhao Yi immediately felt as if he had ascended to a new height. He had completely assumed the role of Mu Xiaoxue's protector. He raised his hand and hugged his junior sister's soft body. His heart couldn't help but flutter. Mu Xiaoxue wiped her tears and said pitifully, I know you can't accept it yet. I can give you some time to think about it. Actually, senior brothers and sisters, there's something you don't know. Our City of Shadows has been cooperating with Tianyun for a long time. Many senior brothers and sisters who have been in the sect for a long time actually know. Of course, I should have found a better time to tell my senior brothers and sisters about this. However, this incident happened too suddenly. We encountered a great danger in the mystic realm and had no choice but to use the Stairway Talisman. It's a rare god-level talisman from the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talisman. Actually, everyone was saved by the talisman from the Hall of Heavenly Fortune Talisman. That's how we were able to safely escape from the mystic realm. So I hope that all of you can think about it carefully. Mu Xiaoxue said softly, I sincerely hope that all of you can join Tianyun and walk together forever. I can guarantee that as long as you are willing to join, you will have all kinds of cultivation resources, all kinds of spiritual weapons and Dharma treasures. I will not treat you badly. Little junior sister, we will go wherever you go. Gu Yixuan immediately said, I will support you. Big brother. Gu Yixuan looked at the man in front of her in surprise, as if she had met such a brother for the first time. Yixuan, don't say any more. Gu Yixuan looked at his sister coldly. My life was saved by Master, I will not betray Master. Senior brother Gu, thank you for understanding me. Mu Xiaoxue was touched. Gu Yixuan looked at her brother in shock, unable to say anything for a long time. Brother, do you want the Gu family to fall into eternal damnation? After a long time, Gu Yixuan finally found her voice. Don't you know what kind of organization Tianyun is? Don't you know what kind of relationship the three continents, and the three continents have with Tianyun? You want to take the whole family with you to fight against the most powerful force in the three continents? Gu Yixuan felt that her voice was trembling all the time. She finally managed to finish a sentence. Do you think it's realistic? Miss Gu, the power of Tianyun is beyond your imagination. We are not much worse than the elite team gathered by the three continents. You will know very soon. Mu Xiaoxue showed a gentle smile. You will find that your choice is very correct. Okay, you all, have a good rest first. I will ask you all tomorrow, I hope that you can give me a satisfactory answer. Mu Xiaoxue tilted her head innocently and bowed to the crowd with a smile. Then, she turned around and left the lower cabin. After the door to the lower cabin was closed again, everything in front of them fell into darkness. Lin Miao muttered to herself, crazy, it was really crazy. Mu Xiaoxue turned around and went out, her face completely gloomy. Miss, your face is swollen. A maid followed behind her and looked at her gloomy face with some fear. I'm fine. Mu Xiaoxue said coldly. She clenched her fists tightly and suppressed the anger in her eyes. That damned Lin Muir actually dared to attack her. If it wasn't for the fact that this person was still useful, she would have killed her just now. Mu Xiaoxue's pretty face was cold as she quickly walked towards her cabin. Get someone to watch over them. Remember to check every 4 hours. Don't give them a chance to recover their spiritual sense. Yes, Mississippi humph. Mu Xiaoxue sneered and muttered to herself, Lin Muir and Guisin, those two women better not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. She had plenty of ways to make these two submit. The Lin family and the Gu family were definitely going to board this ship called Heavenly Fate. In the morning, Arbor found that there was a torrential rainstorm in the middle of the night last night. The air outside was full of a moist smell. Sparkling and translucent water droplets rolled gently on the leaves of the branches. Hearing light footsteps, Hao Guang and his group, who were barbecuing in the ice and snow, quickly turned their heads. Second sect master, you finally appeared. Hao Guang jumped up and called out with a chuckle. Arbor glanced at the old man's nondescript jacket. Cold? Not cold? Hao Guang glanced at her in confusion. The temperature at night will be much lower than it is now. Second sect master, you can't sense your realm at all? With the second sect master's cultivation, he actually couldn't sense the change in the outside world's temperature. Arbor was startled. Looking at the old man's bewildered gaze, she couldn't help but snicker. Of course I can sense it. It's quite cold. Second sect master. Hao Guang still wanted to say something but was immediately dragged over by Feng Zhangfei. That guy nagged, all right, stop talking nonsense. Where's the thing you're barbecuing? It's almost burnt. Take a look yourself. Ah. The old man instantly forgot to talk to the little stoic and hastily ran to the barbecue rack to flip over his deer meat. It's rare for an old man like me to eat meat after so many years. Don't burn it. Haven't you been eating meat every day these days? You still dare to say that? I've had enough of eating sea fish all year round in this world of ice and snow. Zhangfei, what are you looking at? Feng Zhangqing glanced at his younger brother curiously and followed his gaze. He saw Emo Lian taking out a thick cloak from her inner world and draping it over the little girl. She was currently tying the cloak for her with lowered eyes. Feng Zhangfei thought that the little girl must have returned to her portable godly realm yesterday. Therefore, she didn't sense the temperature difference between day and night on this deserted island at all. When Senior Hao Guang mentioned it, she was slightly dazed and replied. Eldest brother, I think Feng Heping isn't that unreliable. Ah? Feng Zhangqing was taken aback and looked at his younger brother in amusement. Isn't it that the 10,000-year-old phoenix tree that runs after others is unreliable? Feng Zhangfei couldn't help but laugh and roll his eyes at his elder brother. You can just say this in front of me. If Feng Heping hears it, hee. What are you laughing at? Do you think the first elder is really that reliable? I'll tell your elder brother. They picked that facial paralysis person out of millions of people. They're really, quite reliable. Feng Zhangqing couldn't help but laugh. Didn't you always find her unpleasant? What's the matter? Do you really want to marry him? F***CKU. Feng Zhangfei casually threw a punch over. Sister. When Arbor heard the shout, he turned around and saw his brother running over. He let out a long sigh of relief. He floated to her side and asked, Little sister, are you okay? Big brother was wrong. Big brother didn't follow you well. I let you act alone. Emo Lian interrupted, Big bro, I've been with Jojo the whole time. I wasn't acting alone. Mu Xingchen glanced at him. Sister, are you angry with Big brother? Why would I be angry? Then you left without saying goodbye again last night. Mu Xingchen lowered his voice and said, You secretly hid in the star domain. Big bro, don't flatter yourself. Jojo was tired yesterday. How could he remember you? Emo Lian rolled her eyes at him. Jojo doesn't have the time to be angry with you. Mu Xingchen turned around and glared at him. Besides, let's hurry up and make. Mo Lian blinked and looked at his wife, who reached out her hand to cover his mouth. It's time to vote. I'm having a dream. Mo Lian looked at her aggrievedly. Wife, why did you gag me? Wasn't he chatting with Big Brother? Arbor hastily tugged at his sleeve and coughed lightly. Big Brother, I am fine. It's just that I came back too late yesterday, so I really want to have a good rest. The more he spoke, the guiltier Arbor felt, and his voice quieted down. Oh, it's fine. Jojo, if you feel tired, you can take advantage of this time to have a good rest on the deserted island. Mu Xingchen smiled at her and said, in any case, we're going to stay here for a while. Maychem Arbor nodded slightly. Then, Scattered Light's joyful cry reached their ears. Second faction master, come and taste the meat I roasted. It's pretty good. Let's go. Mu Xingchen gestured with his chin with a smile. The three people walked over and sat around the fire. This guy purposely flattened the nearby snow, and now, everyone looked like they were sitting in a snow pit and eating barbecue, looking a bit comical. Eating so greasy so early in the morning, will we get indigestion later? As the little stoic spoke, she had already taken a piece of barbecue meat from Old Man Scattered Light and bit into it. Everyone, you're always so insincere when you speak. It's a bit comical. How are the effects of cultivating in the cave? I checked yesterday, and everyone has made some small improvements recently. Er Rong said with a smile, although this place is extremely cold in a world of ice and snow, it's indeed greatly helpful for tempering the body and cultivating spiritual energy. Arbor nodded. This isn't the coldest place. I checked before, and the further west you go, the colder it gets. Arbor waved the barbecue meat in his hand. I'll go check again later. If that's the case, I can use a spirit guiding talisman formation to guide it. Perhaps I can set up a natural spiritual land there. I just don't know if the place is big enough. This place borders the snowy mountain range. The old man mumbled, maybe we can explore deeper. Maybe we can find a better spiritual cave. I see that you guys have come all the way here. If you can't find a good place, then wouldn't you have come all the way for nothing? Xiaomu thought that this old man's words were reasonable. If she could find a spiritual land that was even purer, or even a divine domain, she could use the talisman array to support it. At that time, her cultivation speed would be able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Alright then. After breakfast, let's all go out and search. By the way, didn't Senior Scattered Light say that you can have as many spiritual artifacts as you want? What do you want, second sect leader? Hao Guang stared at his second sect leader vigilantly. He felt that the next sentence from this scammer wouldn't be anything good. From what I can see, some of the soldiers in the barracks don't even have a suitable spiritual weapon. Mi Guang suddenly had a bad feeling. You've spent so many years on this desolate island. Usually, you can only mine and refine weapons on the island. Who said that? I have nothing to do. If you have a lot of spiritual artifacts, take some out. The old man blew his beard and glared. You went to the secret realm of that old bastard Xianxia and didn't get anything? Arbor looked sincere and shook his head. We were all spat out by Senior Xianxia's secret realm. And Wu Shuang nodded. Yes. She sighed with a faint sorrowful expression. We said we would find a good artifact refining cauldron for Big Brother, but in the end, we couldn't even find a hair. This son of a bitch Xianxia really isn't a good person. Hao Guang cursed and fiercely gnawed on a chicken bone. I'm telling you guys, this old man still has to take those good toys with him and sleep forever underground. Arbor silently took out a cup of spirit tea and slowly drank it. The old man suddenly paused his movements, and his nose very sensitively sniffed again and again. His wrinkled and shining old eyes stared at Arbor. Second sect master, this tea of yours? You must have refined a lot of scrap metal, Arbor said unhurriedly. If it's not tens of thousands, it's probably in the thousands. Second sect master, this tea of yours, what kind of tea is it? It smells pretty good. How about? Arbor didn't give him a chance to continue speaking and interrupted him. Take out 800 spirit tools first. The old man had the urge to vomit blood. What? Sigh. Arbor sighed. Not only do I have spirit tea for you to drink, but I also have a type of spirit bamboo shoot. It has a pretty good effect on prolonging life, replenishing qi, and regulating breathing. Oh, I wonder if you've eaten the colorful divine fish before. The old man's saliva was about to drip down. He looked at Arbor with his mouth wide open and suddenly closed it. I have to taste it first. Arbor thought for a moment and then took out a cup of spirit tea from his inner world and handed it to the old man. He took out a bowl of colorful divine fish and spirit bamboo shoot soup that he had prepared beforehand and handed it to the old man. Try it? Everyone's gaze uniformly fell on the bowl in the old man's hand. The old man hastily picked up the bowl protectively, took out 2 chopsticks from his inner world, and began to eat. 3 minutes later, the old man put down an empty bowl and stared at the little stoic in front of him with shining eyes. How is it? Arbor asked unhurriedly. I have to eat this while I'm on the island. Oh. Arbor nodded. Do you think that's all I have? Let me tell you, the ingredients that I have are filled with spiritual energy and divine power. I guarantee that you won't get the same ingredients after eating them for a month. I will provide you with 800 spirit weapons every month. 1,000. Deal. Today, I'll hand over these 800 pieces as a gift for our first meeting. Everyone was speechless. You really won't lose out no matter what. Second sect master, when our sect master Xuanji passed the position of sect master to you, didn't he pass on any spirit weapons or dharma treasures to you? That's impossible, the old man thought. Why did the second sect leader look so poor? The entire Xuanji mystic realm belonged to her, so how could she not inherit it? The little stoic instantly turned hostile and mercilessly slapped the old man's shoulder heavily. You want me to open my private stash? The old man looked at the little girl's serious face and suddenly felt that if he nodded his head, the little girl would definitely send him flying with a kick. The old man quickly smiled obsequiously and said, That won't do, that won't do. That won't do. I can't let the second sect master fork out both money and effort. Refining weapons is completely no problem for me, no problem at all. But in terms of materials, the old man wasn't stupid. He wouldn't do it if he had to fork out his own money, effort, and materials every month. Since he couldn't threaten the second sect master's husband, the old man directly shifted his gaze to Xianxia and Rong. Senior Scattered Light, please rest assured. We can naturally provide the ingredients, Xianxia continued expressionlessly. Just as Rong was about to speak, he heard the little stoic make the final decision. Alright then, you'll pay for the ingredients. Ming province is vast, sparsely populated, and rich, so it has all kinds of precious ingredients. It's very good that you can take the initiative to fork them out. It shows that you finally have some awareness. Everyone, Xianxia, why did he freaking want to hit her so much? This stoic face really gave him a headache. It was clearly this fellow who was stingy and didn't want to pay, yet she had to put on a serious face to scare people. Most importantly, it was bad enough that she cheated herself, but she even led Rong astray and cheated others as well. If she hadn't interrupted them just now, Rong would have been willing to pay the other half of the ingredients. Alright. Since we're all in the same boat. Xianxia said with a huff, I don't have any other requests. We'll pay for the ingredients. But we must treat everyone equally when it comes to food. Senior Scattered Light eats and drinks whatever he wants, so we also have to eat and drink whatever he wants. All the little companions instantly nodded heavily in agreement. Earlier, when they freaking watched Senior Scattered Light eat until he was snoring, they were about to drool. The little stoic glanced at everyone present with a somewhat conflicted expression. Her gaze actually contained a bit of indescribable meaning. Feng Zhongqing almost laughed out loud. This fellow's expression was clearly saying, you bunch of foodies are really worrying me to death. Seeing that we're all allies in the future, then, let's do it this way. Arbor nodded and counted the number of people present. It didn't seem to be a lot. At most, he would provide some ingredients and let them cook on their own. However, if they wanted to eat Jojo's food, it wasn't impossible. Senior Scattered Light, what do you think of the soup just now? The ingredients were very delicious, but the chef really isn't much. Scattered Light snorted and said, that fish should have been roasted. It's such a good divine fish, yet it's roasted to a crisp. Most importantly, why did you throw it into the soup after roasting it? What kind of bizarre method is this? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Feng Zhangfei very kindly reached out and poked the old man who was speaking frankly with assurance. PFFF. Why don't you take a look at the ugly expression on your second sect master's face? Humph. The little stoic suddenly stood up, clasped her hands behind her back, and trotted away. Mo Lian and Mu Xingqian laughed like crazy. The actual situation was that the little stoic had roasted 2 fish by herself. She didn't feel much after eating less than half of it. She ate her husband's roasted meat. The little stoic didn't have a place to put the remaining 1.5 bamboo shoots, so she threw them into the spiritual bamboo shoot soup that she had eaten more than half. She originally wanted to casually send them to the beasts to eat, but Senior Fine Light, this foodie, just happened to come, so she let him have it. The little girl left angrily. Hao Guang was confused. What's wrong? What did I say? Why is second-generation sect master glaring at this old man with a foul face? Your second-generation sect master is very good at holding grudges. The 2 brothers, Feng Zhangqing and Feng Zhangfei, thought, this old fellow still doesn't know what happened. Alright, senior. Now that we've eaten our fill, it's time to refine weapons. Feng Zhangfei reminded him with a grin, you still have to deliver the goods today. The old man thought about it. He had inexplicably provoked the second-generation sect master just now, so he should properly make up for it. Then I'll come out to find you at night. The old man looked a little pitiful as he left. Everyone looked at him silently and could only shed tears of sympathy for him in their hearts. After offending Master Jojo, he probably wouldn't have a good time for a while. In the next few days, Arbor and the others started to search every place on the deserted island. Every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. Walking to the west, they could see the undulating snowy mountains. At a glance, it was hard to see the end. The old man took the time to tell them that the terrain in the depths of the snowy mountains was quite complicated. At that time, Xianxia, that old bastard, was the king of the mountains. He had set up a lot of dam arrays in the passages of the snowy mountains. If they weren't careful, they would probably be trapped by Xianxia. The entrance to the mystic realm that you saw on the beach was set up by Xianxia himself. Hao Guang pursed his lips. As he was busy with the work in his hands, he couldn't help but scold Xianxia. It is said that one day, he came back after 3 months at sea and got himself lost in the array in the snowy mountains. Hao Guang pursed his lips and sneered. In order to crack his own array, this guy spent 7 days and 8 nights before he could get back to his old nest. Everyone, why did they feel that the old seniors were all so unreliable? After that old bastard was worried that if he had to go out for a few more months, he would trap himself again when he came back. So he set up a fast passage on the beach. Hao Guang snorted. What else do you think? How could he set up an entrance to the mystic realm on the beach? That's Xianxia, that old bastard, for his own convenience. Arbor said expressionlessly. No matter how bad he is, it's impossible for him to make a mistake about the array he set up. You took advantage of the time when he was away to enter the snowy mountains and destroy it, right? Hao Guang, yes, I did it. Not to mention that he's dead now. Even if he's standing in front of me alive, I'm not afraid to say it to his face. So you should have drawn a map of the complicated array in the snowy mountains, right? Hao Guang, how did you know? Second sect master. Aren't you a little expert at drawing? Arbor reached out his small hand. Show me. According to the map provided by the old man. Arbor raised a nondescript line map in his hand and studied it carefully for a while. Go ahead, and you should be able to reach a flat valley. In fact, the area of this snowy mountain range was very wide. If one were to extend forward, it could encircle half of the entire river of forgetfulness. Looking from afar, it was like a snowy mountain that stretched up and down. It stood on the surface of the sea all year round, and it was a rare sight. Along the way, Arbor and the others avoided the array that Tianjizi had set up in the snowy mountain range. The map drawn by old man Hao Guang was quite reliable. Most of the mechanisms and formations were marked out. Even if there were some omissions, it was not a big problem. I didn't expect the deserted island to be connected to the depths of the snowy mountains. Crown Prince Rong sighed softly. This place seemed to be desolate, but who would have thought that the snowy roads inside were really interconnected and complicated? They traveled all the way from the deserted island to the depths of the snowy mountain range after crossing over a dozen miles of the sea. So, when we first entered Xianxia's secret realm from the beach on the deserted island, we were actually teleported so far away? And Wu Xuan asked curiously. That's right. Mo Lian nodded. If it weren't for Hao Guang, we probably wouldn't have been able to find Xianxia's secret realm. That's right. No wonder everyone could only search for treasures in the outskirts of the Snow Ridge sacred land. No one could actually enter. And Wu Xuan suddenly realized. We were teleported from the entrance of the secret realm to the secret realm. When we came out, we were still on that deserted island. If sister-in-law hadn't asked Senior Mi Guang for the map, who knows how long we would have to wander around the deserted island to find the correct path to the depths of the Snow Ridge. Arbor nodded. What do you think of this place? Not bad. Yas coldly interjected. The flat valley in front of them looked very spacious at first glance. There were sparse flowers and trees planted on both sides. The entire environment was like a large drill ground. It was indeed very suitable for training soldiers. Moreover, this place was big and spacious enough. Most importantly, it was secluded enough. There were no traces of people here. Even birds couldn't fly to this place. According to the map, Xianxia once set up a teleportation point to the secret realm nearby, Arbor said expressionlessly. Of course, now that the secret realm no longer existed, no one would care whether this teleportation point existed or not. In fact, she was the one who took the map and threw it to Xianxia in the Tianji secret realm. The chubby senior apprentice brother recognized the nearby landscape at a glance. He also told her very clearly that wherever she went, there would be a flat valley suitable for training soldiers. Wherever she went, there would be a dead end. The little girl seemed to be holding the map and muttering all the way, but in fact, she was following the chubby senior apprentice brother's instructions. It was very unlikely that she would trigger the traps set by Xianxia in the early years. Since that's the case, everyone should remember the nearby traps and formations. Don't accidentally trigger them in the future. Tomorrow, bring everyone here and settle them down. I need 3 days to set up a large-scale spirit-guiding talisman formation here. At that time, regardless of whether it was divine power or spiritual power, they would all surge in from all directions. This place would become a large-scale divine realm. The talisman formation could last for at least half a year. And they probably had less than half a year left. Seeing Xianxia's recent actions, Arbor suspected that they had completely lost their patience. It was night. The stars shone on the empty snowy land in the flat valley. Long Xinghua leaned on her cane, coughed a few times, and slowly moved behind Arbor. Young Mississippi, the old woman bowed. Cough, cough. Granny, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing out here? Arbor turned around and frowned at her. Although the poison in your bodies has been cured, you still need to recuperate for a period of time. Thank you for saving my life, little Mississippi. Long Xinghua's eyes revealed a trace of deep gratitude as she bowed her head and said, if Miss had not said it clearly, this old one would still be in the dark. I really didn't know that over 30 people in our dragon clan branch had all been poisoned by the same poison. They are really crazy. At first, I only thought that they had poisoned me. It was only when you told me that Xianxia was also poisoned that I found out that they didn't even spare my 8-year-old granddaughter. If she had known from the start that this would be the price she would have to pay, she would not have signed a contract with those demons at all. She had always wanted to return to the Forgotten River tribe to take a look. Fortunately, she had met her benefactor again. Otherwise, when she reached the end of her life, she was afraid that she would not be able to rest in peace. Arbor nodded slightly at her. You came to find me. Did the person of Xianxia contact you? The old woman shook her head guiltily. That's the strangest thing. Originally, they would send someone to secretly contact me every 3 days and tell me what to do next. But now, it's been more than 7 days and they still haven't sent anyone to find me. Long Xinghua frowned and said worriedly. I'm worried that I might have been exposed. That's why they cut off contact with me. Arbor nodded slightly. Granny, don't take this to heart. If they're exposed, then so be it. It's best that they don't come looking for you. It saves us a lot of trouble. In the future, you and Xianxia will stay on this island for the time being and live well. But Granny Long's face was full of shame and guilt. But I can't help little benefactor. All these years, it's been little benefactor who has helped us time and time again. We've been powerless. Now, even this small matter has been ruined by me. Qiamu shook her head aloofly. There are many intelligent people in Heavenly Fate. Now they've probably realized that this method is not reliable. Actually, this method is very clumsy. Among Granny's group, the highest realm is only a 10th level God realm expert. That person alone can take me away from this island unknowingly? How is that possible? Long Xinghua nodded. Thinking about it, it's just that they're in the dark while we're in the light. If they think of other ways to deal with Little Miss, then it's really hard to guard against. Arbor turned around and looked at the distant stars. I'm not afraid of them coming. I'm just afraid that they won't dare to jump out and die. Long Xinghua saw that she was full of confidence and couldn't help but feel relieved. It's late. Little Miss has been very busy these days. Now that the team has finally settled down, you should go and rest early. Okay. Arbor raised her white wrist and subconsciously tugged at the velvet cloak on her body. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and said softly, "Don't be afraid, we're here for you." Granny Long pursed her lips and looked at the little girl with long hair under the moonlight. At that moment, she seemed to see the little girl's eyes filled with bright stars, so bright that it almost burned the entire night. Long Xinghua nodded emotionally. Her voice was slightly choked with emotion. Okay. Granny will live well and watch how our Mrs. Daughter leads everyone to break through these layers of barriers. It was still bright and resplendent, full of prosperity. 2 days later, the training of the 30,000 elite disciples was already on track. Qiamu planned to sit down hand in hand with her Lian to have a good chat about the matter of his unstable cultivation realm. The little stoic expressionlessly stared at the damned talisman in her hand, somewhat hesitant in her heart. Her husband wasn't willing to work hard on his cultivation and was always lovey-dovey with her. If she didn't use some powerful methods on him, would he be obedient? However, if she used this rapid cultivation talisman, her husband's mind would be filled with cultivation in the future. What would he do without Lord Jojo? Did her husband forget about Jojo? No way, no way. Jojo, why are you sitting here in a daze? Mo Lian found his wife on the boulder at the entrance of Ping Valley and scooted over with a grin. Wifey, Long Huan has brought people over. Should we meet him? What did he come here for? Arbor secretly stuffed the rapid cultivation talisman back into her sleeve. Arbor expressionlessly hopped down from the rock and glanced sideways at her husband. Hubby, why do you keep looking at me like this? Jojo, hubby had a strange feeling of being targeted just now. Mo Lian blinked innocently. You aren't thinking of doing something to hubby, right? Arbor, exclamation point. This guy's intuition was too sharp. What kind of structure was this guy exactly? He didn't feel like a human. Jojo, do it. No matter what you do to hubby, hubby won't even frown. This guy pounced on her and hugged her, beaming with joy. You flatter yourself. Who would target you? The little stoic strode past him and swiftly transferred the speed cultivation talisman under her sleeve into her inner world. The Machem, it was better to consider this matter at length. This was her dearest husband. If hubby wasn't willing to speed cultivate, she couldn't be like that swindler de Yuan and slap a talisman on him and force him to cultivate, right? Speaking of which, it was really worrisome. Hubby was too clingy, and she didn't know what to do. Sigh, the little fellow curled her lips and left him with the back of her head. Mo Lian found it inexplicably funny and immediately floated to her side. Jojo, are you feeling guilty? Who's feeling guilty? If you're not feeling guilty, why don't you dare to look at hubby? Heh heh. Arbor quickly lifted his head and cast her a glance before swiftly retracting his gaze. He humphed. Stop making so much noise and hurry up. Did Long Huan come alone? What did he come here for? Mo Lian blinked and swiftly caught up to her. He held her small hand. Long Huan came to deliver a gift. The little fellow thought, How could this person be so kind-hearted? Logically speaking, she had already broken off relations with the Wangchuan dragon clan, so Long Huan truly shouldn't have come here to avoid arousing suspicion. Using teleportation rune arrays, the two of them were teleported from Ping Valley to the snowy island where they had been staying before. The moment they stepped on the island, they heard the clanging sounds of fighting and shouting. Both of them were scammers. After looking at each other, their figures flashed and they hid to the side. At the same time, they stuck out their heads and secretly observed who was fighting. He saw Long Shi leading Long Shangyun and the others to fight against a bunch of corpses that were crawling all over the place. Arbor was stunned and asked Mo Lian in a low voice, "What has the old man been doing on the island these days?" Since Mi Guang had been refining weapons every day, he didn't have the time to dig out all the corpses of the deep fire heart-devouring worms. Mo Lian whispered into her ear, "Over the past 2 days, most of the soldiers from the 3 prefectures have been training with these corpses as their targets." Arbor replied with an "oh." After settling everyone down, he returned to being a hands-off boss as usual. "Each team has 100 people, Mo Lian looked down at him and said, "There are a total of 300 teams in the Kill the Heavenly Fate battle group. Their first mission is to gather all the corpses possessed by the deep fire heart-devouring worms on the deserted island." Arbor's eyes brightened. She looked at the large group of corpses on the beach without any change in expression. "There are probably more than 200 corpses here." Mo Lian nodded. The Kill the Heavenly Fate battle group dug up all the corpses that could be found. These deep fire heart-devouring worms would avoid living people when they see them. They are only interested in corpses. These things aren't very useful. The corpses they control are far inferior to real corpse puppets in terms of agility and toughness. The two of them stealthily hid on the side and observed the scene of Long Huan leading his men to kill the corpses. When the battle was nearing its end, the two of them looked at each other and walked out hand in hand, pretending to casually sweep their eyes over the area. "Eh? Isn't this young Master Long? You've come from afar." "Excuse me for not going out to meet you," Mo Lian said with a smile. Arbor's small face was taut and she didn't say anything. Her large eyes looked around as if they were flying. She glanced at Long Shangyun, who was drenched in sweat, and abruptly shifted her gaze away. Long Huan turned his head and saw this troublemaker couple standing not far from the beach and looking at them. The two of them were dressed in plain white and stood side by side hand in hand. Their beauty was truly unparalleled, but their troublemaking character was too troublesome. These two people had actually been standing on the side watching the show for a long time, so how could Long Huan not know? However, even if he knew, he could only laugh bitterly. What else could he say? The little stoic's attitude was already pretty good that she didn't roar scram at the siblings when she saw them. Alright, why the heck did Long Huan and Long Shangyun actually think that the little stoic's attitude towards them today was acceptable? Thinking back, they had been brutally abused by the stoic face many times, so they were already used to the other party's necessary attributes for tricking people. Long Huan turned around to kill a mutated corpse and cupped his hands at the two in the midst of his haste. He said with a wry smile, "Please don't make fun of this older brother. Younger cousin, cousin-in-law, we came here to discuss something with the two of you. Please have them stop first." The little stoic, "You think these corpses are our handiwork? We're not a corpse-nurturing ground like Tianyun." This older brother misspoke. Long Huan reacted extremely quickly and hastily changed his excuse. "Please help me take care of these guys first, alright?" Heh. Long Shangyun, after not seeing this little stoic for so many days, her temperament became even more unpredictable. Scattered light. A flying spirit tool in the shape of a flying pigeon suddenly shot out from behind and stopped on the beach with a whoosh. Second Sect Master. What do you think of my air transportation spiritual artifact? Senior Fine Light opened the spirit tool cabin and jumped out with a smile on his face. This air transportation spirit tool can carry 3,000 people at most. With its flying speed, it would be easy for it to travel 10,000 li in a day. How? The space is big and spacious enough. It's fast enough, isn't it? Haha. And it's SOSO. It's still a little lacking compared to my husband's skills. Build several dozen more and leave them with me as backup, the little stoic said. The old man was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. This guy wanted him to work, but he couldn't say anything nice. Since the people of the underworld region are willing to pay for the materials, you should make more things. Look at you, you're already so old, but your craftsmanship isn't even half as good as your husband's. Now, I'm letting you train. Don't always bother your husband with these things. He's very tired. Bah. Your father is tired. That lad looked like he had nothing to do all day long. He would walk back and forth behind his wife, talking about what his wife would eat today and what she would eat tomorrow. The two of them would talk about this meaningless topic all day long. Busy my *s, talking nonsense all day long. Arbor was expressionless. He glanced at the old man and said in deadly earnest, "All right, we've greeted them. Take these things back." "Alrighty." Scattered Light took out a space container from his pocket and threw it into the empty space in the middle. Long Xiangyun and the others hastily retreated. 50300 Weirdo Hospitality. The space container that looked like a bowl expanded in the wind and turned into a small mound. A small door that could allow one person to pass through opened in the middle. An extremely pleasant fragrance floated out from within. Long Qian, Long Xiangyun, and the others were on guard as they quickly covered their mouths and noses, blocking their five senses in horror. They were afraid that the fragrance was some kind of poisonous gas. If they accidentally breathed in a little, they would be even more unlucky. When Arbor saw them like this, she did not have any other expression. She only glanced at them indifferently. The group of corpses that had been searching frantically suddenly stopped and obediently crawled in one after another, following the scent. When the last corpse entered, Hao Guan kept the space container with a smile and weighed it in his hand. "Second sect master, do you want this little thing?" "No." Arbor took a step back in disgust. It was so ugly that it made her feel disgusted. She was not sick, why would she want a pile of corpses by her side? Hao Guan touched his nose. Seeing the little girl's disdain for him, he could not help but feel a little frustrated. "Second sect master, then I'll go back first." Arbor nodded. She did not want to keep this guy. When Hao Guan left with the lid bowl, Long Xiangyun jumped up and said angrily, "Great, and you said you didn't do it on purpose. You knew that we came here to look for you, but you still let the corpses bite us. Speaking of which, where did these corpses come from? You're also raising corpses." Before Long Xiangyun could finish her sentence, Long Huan tugged on her arm forcefully. She staggered and glared at her brother in dissatisfaction. "Big brother, what are you doing? I said something wrong. Cousin naturally would not raise any corpses." Long Qian threw Long Xiangyun a look that said, "Do you want to die?" The latter sneaked a glance at Arbor. She saw that her little face was tense as she looked at her expressionlessly. Long Xiangyun stopped yelling and pretended to cough. "Come to think of it, you would not go and get these disgusting corpses. You're right to reject them. Keeping corpses won't do you any good." It was hard to imagine how shocking it would be for such a jade-like little stoic to become a zombie keeper. Long Xiangyun hurriedly shook her head to get rid of the ominous image in her mind. "Are you done being long-winded?" Xiaomu raised her voice and hollered at Long Xiangyun as usual. The latter was stunned. An indescribable feeling rose in his heart. What's going on? It's been a long time since I've heard the little fellow's roar. Now that I hear it, I actually feel a little nostalgic. What kind of mentality was she in? He was frequently abused by the little stoic, but after being separated for a period of time, he was actually thinking about her. Arbor turned to look at Long Hua. "Speak your mind." Long Huan couldn't help but smile wryly. He looked at his exhausted clansman behind him, then looked at the little stoic who didn't look worried, and said weakly, Can you invite us in to sit?" As soon as he finished speaking, the siblings discovered that a pair of peerlessly beautiful beauties in front of them were looking at them like they were idiots. Long Huan's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the little stoic grumpily say, "This isn't a mountain resort or a resort, where would there be a place to sit? You'll be able to see it with a glance. Other than a deserted island, there are snow pits, and also a karst cave. Where do you want to sit?" Long Huan wanted to cry and said meekly, "Then, can we move somewhere else first?" This place was filled with the stench of corpses. It was really smelly, also, many of them hadn't even gone to the beach and were still soaking in the sea, What kind of bizarre hospitality was this? Did these two people have any awareness of hospitality at all? If they dissected this couple, their hearts would probably be as black as ink. Long Huan's heart ached a bit for himself. Arbor glanced at him faintly before turning to lead her husband away. You talk too much. Come here. Long Xiangyun! Exclamation point. In reality, they hadn't said much since they got onto the island. They had been resisting those crazily crawling corpses the entire time. The little stoic allowed that old man to purposely throw these things out to scare them. This showed that she didn't want to see them at all. Long Xiangyun and her brother met each other's eyes. Brother, why do you think she changed her mind again? Long Huan sighed. Who knows? This little stoic's mood swings were really too fast, and her mood swings were too quick. Long Huan tugged on his sister's sleeve and said cautiously, don't speak first. Let me do the talking. Long Xiangyun pursed her lips. Did he think she really wanted to talk to the stoic face? Inside the passenger cabin, Mu Rochuan respectfully sat at the end of the row as if she was completely out of tune with the hustle and bustle before her. A group of elegant and gorgeous dancers was dancing to the soft music of stringed and woodwind instruments. Pink fans twirled up and down, accompanied by emerald sleeves. With raised eyebrows and a wave of sleeves, they were like a row of kingfishers weaving through flowers and twirling trees. Mu Qingya had a smile on her face as she glanced from time to time at Gong Songfeng, who was sitting in front of the short table across from her. Hall Master Gong, are the dishes and wine not to your liking? People from the wilderness aren't so particular, Gong Songfeng said dryly without any fluctuation in his expression. Mu Qingya smiled and didn't take this person's arrogance to heart. Hall Master Gong is too modest. How could someone as magnificent as Hall Master come from the wilderness? Mu Qingya said with a smile as she sipped her wine. Gong Songfeng didn't say anything, and he didn't seem to be interested in the song and dance in front of him. Mu Qingya saw that he had closed his eyes and was pretending to be asleep. She couldn't help but feel annoyed inwardly, but she still revealed a faint smile on her face. This time, my Xianer went to the Forgotten River Dragon clan's territory and received the old clan head's hospitality. Old Patriarch's attitude surprised me greatly. From the looks of it, Hall Master Gong is truly far-sighted. He actually knew that the old Patriarch of the Forgotten River Dragon clan had no intention of going against us. Hong Yi winked seductively and said with a smile, Hall Master Mu, you must be joking. What does that old man have against us? The Forgotten River Dragon clan is hiding at the bottom of the sea. What ability do they have to oppose us now? Mu Qingya smiled faintly. Although they didn't object to our cooperation, they didn't explicitly agree to it. She'll agree very soon. Gong Songfeng suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly. Mu Qingya's eyes flashed faintly, and she said with a smile, seemingly intentional or otherwise, in the beginning, the organization didn't say that they wanted to occupy the Dragon clan's territory as their base. Master suddenly changed his mind. Could it be because of Arbor? Gong Songfeng looked at her with a half-smile. What are you trying to guess? Mu Qingya covered her mouth and chuckled. The underground hall's relationship with our Jojo is too good. Oh my heavens. That coquettishly handsome man in red abruptly jumped up and repeatedly rubbed his arm as he exclaimed, Madam Mu, this form of address is still your Jojo? I can't take it anymore, I'm getting goosebumps. Heavens, oh heavens, I'm certain that if the little stoic were here right now and heard you call her that, she would definitely slap your face several times. Mu Qingya's smile froze on her face. Orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple all lowered their heads and silently chuckled. Although red wasn't very reliable, his words were quite accurate. Mu Qingya's expression was very unsightly. However, she was someone who was used to putting on airs, so her expression eased up before long, and she said with an awkward smile, Red really knows how to joke. Who's joking with you? Red paused in his rubbing arm and turned to stare unblinkingly at Mu Qingya. He said faintly, why don't you give it a try the next time you see her? I reckon she won't just hit you. She'll even kill you. Everyone, very likely, super insightful Mu Qingya found it hard to maintain her awkward smile. Are you all changing the topic? Mu Qingya withdrew her smile and said seriously, Hall Master Gong, I'm doing this for everyone's sake. No matter what kind of relationship you had with her in the past, just like I did. Wasn't I her stepmother back then? Let's see how she dealt with me afterward. After our identities were exposed, it was impossible for us to get along well with her. The beauty in green couldn't help but roll her eyes. You speak as if you've gotten along well with her before. Gong Songfeng sneered at Mu Qingya. Hall Master Mu, you don't need to meddle in our underground hall's affairs. As for you, I really want to ask, before you made a move to capture someone, did you ask for the opinion of the master behind you? That person also agreed? Mu Qingya's expression became increasingly unsightly as Gong Songfeng interrogated her step by step. Although our halls don't usually get along well, for the sake of Ancestor He, I still have to give you some advice. I still have to give you some pointers. No matter how deep your personal grudges are, you have to consider the big picture. Mu Qingya's expression changed again and again. She couldn't help but sneer. No matter how much I abuse my power for personal gain, it's never been as obvious as what you've done. You guys came up with an excuse to secretly avenge her. This can't be considered an honorable method, right? Don't think that she didn't know that the underground hall clearly didn't have any intention of making a move against the Forgotten River Dragon clan. Wasn't it all because that stoic face had been wronged in the Forget River clan's territory? Gong Songfeng smiled coldly. You'd better not guess Master's intentions. Mu Qingya was indignant on the inside, so she couldn't help but say sourly, although your master is affectionate and righteous, the little stoic's brain is wired differently from yours, so she might not necessarily appreciate it. Ah, Madam Mu, what are you saying? You're absolutely right. Hong Yi suddenly interjected with a smile. Everyone looked at him speechlessly. But there's nothing we can do. We must obey Master's orders. Oh, that's right. Tomorrow, have Miss Rochuan go to the Forget River clan's territory to ask what that old hag from the Dragon clan wants. It's up to you whether you agree or not. If it doesn't work, then let's just fight our way over. Let's not waste time. Mu Qingya suppressed the anger in her heart and snorted. On the other side, Arbor's eyes shone brightly as she looked at the spirit coin card being handed to her. Her large eyes suddenly turned, and her gaze landed on the Long siblings. Long Shangyun, she wasn't sure if it was her misconception, but she suddenly felt that the little stoic's gaze seemed to have become gentler. Damn, her originally cold little face warmed up slightly, as if a glacier had melted. Serve the tea. Mo Lian, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. The group was currently sitting around the bonfire in the snow pit. After the little fellow shouted, Feng Chongqing stifled his laughter and very resignedly took 2 clean teacups and handed them to the Long siblings. Did you see that? Everyone exchanged glances, and their eyes kept twitching. The difference between paying a tribute and not paying a tribute was quite big. Long Qian coughed lightly and took the teacup after thanking her. After catching his breath, he said, Cousin, here's the 70 million fairy fare I owe you. As Long Qian spoke, he very consciously took out a small bag and handed it over. There's also this 20 spirit stones for the transportation fee. Everyone's mouths twitched. On the side, Long Shangyun wished she could cover her face. She simply couldn't bear to watch. Her elder brother's current cowardly appearance was really too much of a lackey. Arbor inwardly mused, so the Long siblings came to give her money. In the beginning, she didn't know and thought that the siblings had come to the island to spy on military intelligence. That was why the young couple didn't say anything when the old man released the corpses to torment them and just watched the show. If they had said earlier that they were here to give her money, Sir Jojo wouldn't have tormented them. Long Shangyun suddenly discovered that the little stoic in front of her had gentle and kind eyes when she looked at the siblings, as if a holy light was shining upon them. It's not bad that you can have this kind of awareness. The little stoic nodded with a comforted expression. Mu Xingchen almost choked on his tea and instantly attracted countless accusing gazes. Especially his brother-in-law, who was staring at him like he was an idiot. His gaze was clearly saying, Brother-in-law, are you an idiot? Can't you see that no one is drinking water right now? Tell me, other than sending money, what else do you want? Arbor quietly put away the spirit coin card and the spirit stones, and asked. Long Huan's expression gradually became serious. Cousin, Tianyun sent someone over the day before yesterday to talk to grandmother about cooperation. Everyone was stunned. Mu Xingqian's expression darkened. They've set their sights on the Forgotten River clan's land? Do you want to develop the River of Forgetfulness into the Heavenly Fate base? Long Xiangyun couldn't help but say angrily, they dare. Long Qi took a deep breath and exhaled. I think they have that intention. The little stoic glanced at them. Elderly lady agreed? Was she not even willing to call her grandmother now? Long Xiangyun's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Her thoughts were in a mess, and she didn't know what she was regretting. No, grandmother didn't agree. She will agree. Arbor said coldly, for the entire Forgotten River, she will compromise. Long Huan's eyes instantly turned round, and he felt his heart thumping in his chest. It was a complete mess. Why did little cousin say the exact same thing as father? That's why father told us to come find you. We must think of a way to stop this, Long Huan said hastily. Everyone is well aware of what kind of existence Tianyun is. Forget River can't mix with Tianyun's people. Otherwise, they would definitely be dragged down by Tianyun and become the target of public criticism. With the current dragon clan of Forget River's remaining strength, it would be very difficult for them to deal with Tianyun alone, not to mention that they might have to face the enormous power of the entire 3 provinces in the future. How could that be possible? Long Qi stared at Arbor sincerely. Cousin, let's temporarily set aside the family matters that are troubling you. The urgent matter at hand is to jointly deal with Tianyun, who is closing in on us step by step. Arbor glanced at him but didn't say anything. Long Qi continued, family matters are family matters, and state matters are state matters. Cousin definitely knows which is more important. I know that the Dragon Clan members offended Cousin when we were at Forget River Clan's land, but I never bicker with brainless people. Arbor's icy voice inexplicably choked Long Qi, and he instantly felt speechless. Then, Cousin's meaning is? Long Qi asked meekly. Long Xiangyun simply couldn't stand her elder brother's stupidity and kicked him lightly in exasperation before continuing, hey, facial paralysis. Seeing everyone's gazes converge on her, Long Xiangyun coughed lightly and corrected herself in time. Hey, cousin, you're right. Let's not take the past to heart. The most important thing right now is to work together to deal with. The little stoic glanced at her and suddenly waved her hand. Long Xiangyun silently shut her mouth and then felt that her conditioned reflex was a bit strange. What the hell was wrong with her? What the hell? Why was she used to acting according to the little stoic's mood now? How many people do you plan to send? When we invited you here, we agreed that we would provide half of the venue and resources. But after falling out with Cousin, the little stoic and the others didn't contact the Dragon Clan again. As for the venue, it was his expressionless cousin who found it by herself. The resources were probably prepared by them too. Although this deserted island was near the snowy mountains and wasn't far from their Forget River clan's land. But they couldn't forcefully say that they provided the venue. So, Long Qi glanced at the little stoic extremely awkwardly. Just tell me how many people you can provide at the moment. Seeing this guy hesitate, Arbor was a little impatient. Why are you so naggy? Why are you so tired of me? If you're a man, you should be straightforward. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Long Huan coughed and answered honestly, 3,000. After saying that, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty and timid. He secretly glanced at Mo Lian and Arbor. There aren't many people, but we can provide more cultivation resources. If they're all like the cripples I saw in your clan's land the other day, I think we should just forget about it. They were quite good at gossiping. Whenever they encountered trouble, their faces would turn pale and they wished they could just drill into the ground. He was so useless that he couldn't be any more useless. A person like that couldn't be nurtured no matter what. It was better not to waste resources and effort. Long Huan hurriedly shook his head and said, although there aren't many of these mermen, they are all my elite soldiers. During their training, my father, your uncle, gave them strict instructions. Don't worry, their personal qualities are definitely not inferior to the elites of the 3 prefectures. Arbor stared at him for a full minute. That gaze made Long Ji and Long Xiangyan's hearts beat like a drum. Co-cousin? You're representing yourself in killing the Heavenly Fate battle team? No, it's the entire Forget River. Are you sure you can make this decision? It was not that Arbor was underestimating the Long siblings. In reality, the power of the clan was still in the old matriarch's hands. If she did not give up power, the Long siblings would not be able to touch the core of the dragon clan. Long Hua closed his eyes. When he opened them, he took a deep breath. I will bring the 3,000 mermen here as soon as possible. When the time comes, I hope cousin will train them strictly. Do not be soft. Arbor said expressionlessly. If they join in killing Tianyun, they are our brothers. Of course, we will treat them all equally. It's a deal. Long Qian stood and bowed. As your elder brother, I'll thank cousin first. Thank you for your efforts. Xiao, who had left the work to others, indicated that she did not need to spend much effort. She had made a seal formation in the area and usually walked around the island. It was not troublesome for her to eat and drink. But it was better not to say such direct words. It was annoying. Long Hua turned and bowed to the others. Then he said, I will go back and prepare. When the time comes, I will organize a batch of resources for cousin. Arbor nodded. Long Xiangyun also stood up. She looked at Long Shi as if she wanted to say something. Xiangyun, you can stay on this island for now. Brother. Long Xiangyun had a worried expression. Long Hua still had to return to the clan, gather his personal guards, and bring them to this deserted island. Such a large movement would probably attract the attention of the patriarch. Maybe their so-called secret visit had already attracted the attention of the old patriarch. When I go back, I want to try my best to persuade grandmother. If grandmother could be like cousin and put down those small family matters, and gather forces to fight Tianyun together, maybe. Arbor glanced at him, shook his head and said, it is useless. Old matriarch has been stubborn her entire life. She will not listen to your persuasion. Let me give you a word of advice. When you go back, do not make a big fuss. Just gather your personal guards in secret. When everyone is gathered, leave immediately and do not stay. Long Huan stared blankly at Xiao Mu for a moment before saying with a bitter laugh, cousin's words and father's words almost completely coincide. Allow me to say something unpleasant. Xiao Mu remarked coldly, the dragon clan of forgetfulness has been hiding in a crappy corner for far, far too long. From the inside out, it's been eaten and rotted. Most of your clansmen have lost their will to fight. They have completely lost their courage. As Xiao Mu enunciated each word, Long Huan's complexion turned paler and paler. They just want to be content with their own territory. Perhaps your grandmother will feel that the conditions proposed by Tianyun are very good. They're already used to compromising. Just like back then, they were beaten so badly by a tiny branch of the dragon clan that they couldn't even raise their heads. Long Yin bit his lips, his pale face devoid of blood. Perhaps, in the beginning, your clan leader would have told you with glib words and twisted logic. It's precisely because you lost the 10,000-year mermaid pearl that your entire clan's overall strength has weakened to this extent. She will tell you, the direct descendants of the dragon clan, how powerful your ancestors were after being baptized by the mermaid pearl. But now, as time passes, the advantage of the mermaid pearl's baptism is weakening with each generation. You need the 10,000-year mermaid pearl urgently, and seek this power for free. Long Xiangyun looked at Arbor in shock, her mouth agape as she bit her lower lip. Do you want to ask me how I found out? Arbor swept an indifferent glance over the duo. If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. There is no such thing as an impermeable wall in this world. Long Xiangyun stood by the seaside for a long time without looking back as she watched her brother leave with his men. In the end, she still stayed behind because of her brother's words. This trip will be extremely difficult and dangerous. The road ahead is boundless, and I don't know what the outcome will be. If you stay by my side, you will definitely distract me. Long Xiangyun took a deep breath and clenched her fist slightly. Brother, you must return safely. Duan Yu's section break, come back the next day. Arbor pondered over it and took out that damned talisman from his inner world. He carefully examined it again and again. When Arbor recalled the conversation he had with his husband before going to bed yesterday, he felt his balls ache endlessly. Hubby, I heard that your cultivation realm is very unstable. Is that true? A certain person asked cautiously. Who did you hear that from? The crown prince nearly jumped up from the bed. That's utter nonsense without any basis. Don't listen to the nonsense of those people with ulterior motives. Arbor, didn't that Transcendence Realm Formation Master Mao Yang say it himself that day? Many people present heard it, including this Chiao. Hubby, how about you go to Fish Orchid Planet to find a deserted island and enter seclusion to cultivate for a while? Arbor suggested in a small voice. Who would have thought that the guy would immediately press down on her and hug her tightly, making a fuss out of it? What? Wife, you don't want your husband anymore. You actually want me to enter seclusion to cultivate? If I enter seclusion, will I still be able to see my wife? Don't. But you can't do it like this. The little stoic was instantly a bit anxious. Judging from hubby's appearance, he really didn't have any intention of entering seclusion. Logically speaking, the current situation could be considered stable, and the killing of the Heavenly Fate battle group should be methodically training on the island. There were many things that could be left to Crown Prince Rong and Mingyasi. He didn't need to be there every day to keep an eye on them. If her husband said that he wanted to cultivate in seclusion, no one would stop him. This was something that everyone could understand, however, this fellow was unwilling to do so. Hubby, don't worry. The little stoic advised good-naturedly, although it might take 2 years for you to stabilize your realm, it's still not enough. However, don't forget that time flows 12 times faster on the Fish Orchid Planet. In this case, he would be in seclusion for about 2 months. It's very short, right? Who would have thought that her own husband would suddenly have an aggrieved expression on his face, as if the sky was about to collapse? He exclaimed, Jojo, you don't love your husband anymore. You're chasing me away? You want me to go into seclusion for 2 months? Isn't 2 months too long? How many things can your husband do with you in 2 months? I can accompany you through mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, and see all the sights in the world. Arbor couldn't help but press his small head and look down at the cultivation talisman in his hand again. F***ck, that swindler's clamoring noises by her ear yesterday were like demonic noises, bouncing up and down in her mind, unable to fade away. This couldn't go on. As her husband's wife, she had to do things that were good for him. She had to take advantage of the rare time she had to let him enter the star domain to stabilize his realm. Jojo. Rongqing ran over and waved at her from afar. The ship, it's here. Xiaomu jumped up with a kick of her legs and asked curiously, Long Huan brought people over so quickly? This was truly beyond her expectations. Long Qian actually didn't make things difficult for him? As expected, he was her biological grandson and treated him differently. No. Er Rong chuckled and waved his hand. It's His Majesty, His Majesty. His Majesty is here. Arbor was taken aback, and then her eyes lit up. Duan Yu is here? Where is he? Quickly bring me there. I say, he's really dawdling. He's been drifting on the sea for so long and only found this place now. Don't tell me he got lost. Arbor grumbled. She had only taken a few steps when she saw a pair of tall and slender men walking over from the stone wall. One was wearing plain clothes and the other was wearing an ink-colored robe. The sleeves of their clothes fluttered in the wind. Both of them were handsome, elegant, and magnificent. Both of them had outstanding appearances. The little stoic was baffled and dazed for a moment. An indignant little person suddenly jumped out of her heart with a whoosh. Holding a peachwood talisman, she knocked on the two people's heads and chased after them. I'll let you go out as a pair, I'll let you be peerless in your generation, I'll let you flirt with me every day and make me feel ashamed of my inferiority. I'll beat you guys to death. Er Rong, who was standing next to the stoic face, inexplicably felt a chill pass by him and rubbed his arms in bewilderment. It was a bit strange. Why did the atmosphere suddenly turn cold? Jojo. Duan Yu's eyes lit up, and he flew in front of her in a flash. His handsome face with a brilliant smile swayed back and forth in front of her. Jojo, did you miss me? It's fine if you don't miss me. I missed you a lot. This guy continued to talk to himself. Have you been busy on the island recently? Why are you in a daze and not saying anything? Mo Lian also arrived and glanced at him with a chuckle. Can't you tell that Jojo doesn't want to talk to you? Impossible. Jojo definitely wouldn't be so heartless. Jojo? Duan Yu rolled his eyes at Emolian. When he turned his head, he noticed that the little stoic's gaze followed the two of them back and forth with an odd expression on her face. Jojo, why aren't you saying anything? Are you too happy to see the real person? Duan Yu asked with a grin, his gaze suddenly landing on her hand. What's this? Jojo, you're so nice. Is this the storage talisman you're giving me? Seeing that she didn't react, he took the talisman from her hands. He was so fast that Arbor didn't even have time to react. In the blink of an eye, the talisman was in the man's hand. Hey, wait. Arbor came back to his senses and quickly reached out to stop him. Duan Yu blinked aggrievedly and huffed, "Oh, so it's not for me. Then it's for him." He slapped the talisman onto Emolien's chest with a flip of his hand. His hand was so fast that she couldn't refuse him in time. At that moment, the second weight of Arbor's weight had just escaped from his mouth. He then weakly quieted down, his eyes bulging as he looked at the comical scene before him. Heavens, the ignorant were the most fearless. Duan Yu, this guy, was seriously cheating. Emolian looked down and saw that the talisman had turned into a streak of light, and talisman energy rapidly seeped into his body. Unable to reverse the situation, Xiaomu massaged her forehead. Tomorrow was also very busy, so the update probably wouldn't be early. This guy looked down at his own palm in confusion, then glanced at the expressionless Emolian. What's going on? Why did he feel like there was something wrong with that talisman? This guy didn't know what kind of troublesome thing he had done as soon as he arrived. He looked innocently at Arbor and saw that the little guy's expression was a bit indescribable. Jojo, what talisman is that? He had swiftly slapped the talisman onto Emolien's body just now, but that guy didn't seem to have any reaction at all. Arbor wanted to say something but hesitated. His eyes were filled with complicated and indescribable emotions. He glanced at Duan Yu before swiftly bouncing toward Emolien. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, husband would definitely be angered to death when he woke up, husband would definitely fight it out with Duan Yu. If these two fought, it was unknown who would win. There was an 80% chance that both sides would be injured, and they might even perish together. When the little stoic thought of this, she blinked and repeatedly brushed aside this frightening thought in her mind. To protect my husband, I must quickly transfer husband to Fish Orchid Planet and isolate him from the rest of the world. He can't run around as he pleases and use that devastatingly handsome face to wantonly bring disaster to others. The rapid cultivation talisman ignored cultivation realm and had a 100% chance of being hit after activating it. Within 15 days, he would lose his sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. He would lose all emotions, including joy, anger, worry, thinking, sorrow, fear, and alarm. He would transform into a cultivation machine and only know how to cultivate with all his might. Poor husband, how could he be tricked by Duan Yu? Arbor reflexively reached out to pinch his husband's icy handsome face and hastily flashed into the star domain with him. Husband, don't be scared. The little stoic pacified the man. This rapid cultivation talisman isn't harmful to the body. You'll be like an idiot for the next 15 days. You won't be able to see or hear anything. You won't be able to do anything except cultivate. This way, this guy's cultivation realm would definitely be properly stabilized. She raised her hand to touch his face, a bit puzzled by his reaction. Her husband looked too much like a block of wood right now. 15 days isn't long, but it isn't short either. This rapid cultivation talisman will allow you to fully immerse yourself in your cultivation. The effect is pretty good. The 15 days mentioned here was the actual time in the outside world. This meant that if Jojo left her husband alone on the Fish Orchid Planet to cultivate, after 12 times the flow of time, her husband would probably be able to spend half a year peacefully on the small island of Fish Orchid Planet. Although compared to the 2 years he needed to completely stabilize his realm, this half a year was really nothing. But, at the very least, it was better than nothing. Let's take it step by step. Seeing Arbor dragging Emolien back to the star domain, Duan Yu naturally followed in a hurry. He finally realized that there was something unusual about the Prince Mo in front of him. What happened to him? Duan Yu curiously stared at a certain someone who was standing upright and unmoving in front of him and poked his shoulder. Hey, Jojo, what's up with this guy? From just now until now, it has been stuck here like a piece of wood. To be honest, Arbor also found it very strange. She only knew that after being hit by the rapid cultivation talisman, a portion of her memory should be missing. She didn't know if her husband had also entered a memoryless state right now. Once he woke up, he would probably forget everything that had happened. She also didn't know how she would react after being hit by the talisman. In any case, in her opinion, her husband's situation was quite strange. Why didn't he have any reaction at all? Logically speaking, after being hit by this kind of rapid cultivation curse, his mind should be filled with the goal of cultivation and automatically activate his instinct to explore the divine realm. He should run to wherever divine and holy power were rich. Why was it that he was still in a daze even after half an hour had passed since he was hit? Jojo? Duan Yu called her softly and withdrew his playful expression. He knitted his brows and asked, "Is there really a problem with that talisman?" Arbor shook her head. "It's not a big problem. It's just a cultivation talisman." Duan Yu nodded and pointed at Mo Lian, asking, "Then what about him?" She then saw Crown Prince Mo abruptly topple backwards, facing the sky. The little stoic hastily reached out to grab him, but to her surprise, his body was as heavy as a solid weight. The little stoic couldn't pull him back in time and fell to the ground with him. She rolled onto his chest and smashed her small face into his body. "Duan Yu, did he come all the way here just to eat a mouthful of dog food? What the hell was this?" Mo Lian, this fool, was definitely purposely showing off in front of him. Arbor was completely speechless. She raised her small head slightly and observed her husband's expressionless handsome face up close with her beady black eyes. What was going on? What was with her husband's closed eyes and sleepwalking expression? Was he also like this when she was cultivating charms at a moderate speed back then? Just as Xiaomu wanted to crawl up, she discovered that he had encircled his arms around her, and her soft and small body was pressed down by him again. Arbor was instantly speechless and glanced at Duan Yu, who was standing on the side. She kept hinting with her eyes, "What are you spacing out for? Hurry and pull me up." It had to be said that Duan Yu immediately understood Sir Jojo's small gaze. At the same time that he pulled her up, he also pulled out Prince Mo, who was as heavy as a weight. Wasn't this body too freaking heavy? Was it because gravity had been injected into his meridians? "Husband?" Jojo cautiously called out to him. Then, she was shocked to find that there seemed to be surging divine power gathering around her husband. He had already entered a state of cultivation. This guy was really a scammer. Mr. Jojo had thought that Mo Lian was not in the right state of mind yet. Who would have thought that the moment the talisman was activated, he had already entered the state of cultivation? Arbor felt that if it wasn't for the fact that it often blocked other people's 5 senses, 7 emotions, 6 desires, and even memories, it would have been a long time ago. Strictly speaking, this talisman was actually quite helpful in making progress. After using this kind of rapid cultivation talisman, the increase in cultivation speed would vary from person to person. If one's luck was good, their cultivation speed might increase by 100 times or more. Thinking about it, a day of cultivation was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation for an ordinary person. It was obvious that the cultivation speed was incomparable. Jojo-sama was really too worried about her husband. Why isn't this guy letting go? Arbor glanced at her husband in confusion. To be precise, her gaze should be sweeping toward Mo Lian's hand that was tightly gripping her. Mo Lian's slender and strong fingers clasped Arbor's wrist, causing her to be unable to move at all. Wasn't it baffling? If you want to cultivate, then go cultivate properly. Why are you holding on to her and not letting go? Could it be that during these 15 days of cultivation, he was going to be like today and not let go of her wrist? Wasn't this a joke? Arbor shuddered all of a sudden. What if during the half-year of cultivation in the star field, this bastard continued to hold on to him and insisted that he accompany him here? What should he do then? Jojo's little eyes glanced at Duan Yu, who was standing at the side. He kept hinting at him with his eyes, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and take your mutated brother away." Duan Yu's mouth twitched all of a sudden. He kept feeling that the little fellow was secretly sneaking weird glances at him and Mo Lian. He didn't know what kind of nonsense was going on in this little head of hers. What exactly is going on with him? Duan Yu suddenly reached out and yanked Mo Lian away. Prince Mo, who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly turned around and slapped at his face. Duan Yu was caught off guard and was almost hit by the outstretched palm. 10,000 curses were running through his mind. Duan Yu yelled in exasperation, "Don't you understand the principle of not hitting someone in the face?" Mo Lian pursed her lips and didn't even look at him as she attacked his face. "You fool, I'm telling you, don't push your luck. I'll retaliate." Duan Yu kicked out. Mo Lian dodged to the side and then mechanically slapped at him again. Duan Yu was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Could it be that he was imagining things? Why did he feel like the Mo Lian in front of him was so abnormal, on the other side? Taking advantage of the gap between the two of them, Arbor breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped out of the star domain. When he came out, he discovered that vassal Prince Rong was still waiting for them. The two of them looked at each other, but Rongqing didn't say anything and didn't ask about the portable divine realm. It was as if the three people who disappeared one by one were only shadows in the air. Rongqing asked with a smile, "His Majesty?" "Oh, he's busy now." "He might be busy for a while." Arbor coughed lightly. He wanted to immediately put on a cold and serious face, but after thinking about it, he comforted, "Don't worry. If you have anything you want to talk to him about, just let me know." "Ah, all right." Crown Prince Rong hurriedly nodded and smiled. "It's nothing urgent." "Oh, that's right, Jojo. Kill the Celestial Fate Legion. Now, all the training is on the right track. Everyone is making rapid progress every day." What Crown Prince Yas means is that it's useless to just talk about strategy on paper. It's best to find a place to train nearby, so that everyone can work together through actual combat. Arbor nodded. It was rare that he didn't diss Yas. "Okay, I got it. Let's wait another half a month." Arbor said solemnly, "Let them become more familiar with each other and cooperate more tacitly." Also, he had to wait for Xianxia. Since he had already verbally agreed to let Xianxia join, Arbor naturally wouldn't trick him. "Okay." Rongqing nodded slightly. "Then I'll go make the arrangements first." Thank you." "It's my pleasure." Rongqing smiled faintly and turned to leave. Arbor was planning to set up a talisman array outside the deserted island when he suddenly heard Qiuqiu's anxious voice. Master Silver, it's not good. Come in and take a look. Something's wrong with Crown Prince." "What?" Arbor's heart tightened, and he hurriedly stepped into the divine realm. He saw little Taisui's body flying toward him. Arbor hurriedly rushed forward and caught him. "What's wrong with you?" However, little Taisui looked at her in bewilderment. In truth, he was also very helpless. He had only left his nest because it was mealtime and planned to ask Qiuqiu for some warm food. He didn't expect, as soon as he came out, he first saw Mo Lian and Duan Yu, those two fools, flying back and forth on a nearby mountain, fighting to their heart's content. Originally, he was just a passerby watching the show, so he could just be an onlooker. However, he didn't expect that Mo Lian would glance at him out of the corner of her eye and sweep him into the range of the battle as well. "Jojo, I'm telling you, the Crown Prince has gone crazy," little Taisui said indignantly. "This guy was beating up whoever he caught. He wouldn't talk to you or even look you in the eye. He would roll his eyes at you like he was sleepwalking. In any case, if he caught someone alive, he would beat them to death." Arbor didn't know what to say. Say that hubby became like this because he was harmed by the rapid cultivation curse. Or could it be that she was the one who drew the rapid cultivation talisman to trick her husband? In the end, while she was hesitating, Duan Yu, that swindler, made a decision for her. How was she supposed to say this? Better not say it. Don't be nervous, you guys. Ah. Before Arbor could finish her sentence, she discovered that Mo Lian had swiftly teleported in front of her. "Mo Lian, what are you doing?" Duan Yu and little Taisui shouted in unison. This guy couldn't be thinking of beating up Jojo, right? His guts had grown, right? He even dared to beat up Jojo. If he really did, they would call him a hero, because he moved very quickly and abruptly appeared in front of her. Even Sir Jojo couldn't help but be startled by him. You?" The expressionless Mo Lian suddenly reached into her pocket and took out a spirit-binding rope. She abruptly raised her hand and shook it. Xiao Mu's entire body shuddered, but before she could speak, she felt her wrists abruptly sink. The little stoic stared dumbfoundedly at Prince Mo, whose hands were tied up, with an incredulous expression. At this moment, she thought to herself, this guy is actually awake, right? Is this guy pretending? He actually knew everything? You didn't even enter the state of rapid cultivation, did you? What's going on? This guy's reaction to entering a state of rapid cultivation was different from everyone else's. Fall. But I don't know what will happen to the others after they've been hit by the rapid cultivation talisman. Do you want to try another person? The equally dumbstruck little Taisui was suddenly struck by a colding wind blowing past its body. What was going on? He felt goosebumps all over. What was going on? By the time several hundred thoughts surfaced in Xiao Mu's mind at the same time, Crown Prince Mo had already apathetically tied her up with the spirit-binding rope. He wrapped the rope around her hand and led her away without saying a word. He didn't even bother to look at the people around him. Duanyu, am I being completely ignored? So why is it that Mo Lian, this person, is becoming more and more annoying? Hubby, do you still remember me? The little stoic couldn't resist asking weakly as she was led away. Could it be that this guy still had his memories? That wasn't possible. The little stoic couldn't make sense of the situation and stared at the back of his head in bewilderment. This guy led her to Fish Orchid Planet with great familiarity and casually found an uninhabited island to fly up. Arbor had a bad premonition. She kept feeling that if she didn't do something, she might end up in a tragedy. Who was hubby teasing? Who would end up like this after being hit by a speed cultivation curse? What a weirdo. This guy flew around the island as if he was patrolling. After tossing and turning around for less than an hour, he found a piece of land with good feng shui that faced the sea and backed by a coconut grove. Arbor breathed a sigh of relief and inwardly mused, hubby has finally calmed down. After this, as long as he entered a cultivation state peacefully and steadily, she would have nothing to do. Hubby, I'm telling you, you have to hurry and untie me. Or else I'll get angry. Arbor's face was taut as this guy led her to a tall coconut tree with the spirit-binding rope. The tree was covered with oval-shaped fruits, each the size of a ball, and they weighed heavily on the branches. There were actually countless islands like this one on Fish Orchid Planet. Arbor didn't know which island her hubby had brought her to stay on for a while. She used her divine conscience to call Xiao, but Xiao, that swindler, was nowhere to be found and didn't respond for a long time. Hubby? Arbor returned to her senses and looked at his handsome face that was inches away in astonishment. You. Why are you sticking so close? The little stoic raised her head, feeling inexplicably a bit scared. Hubby expressionlessly stared at her for a long time, his gaze a bit fixed. The more he looked, the scarier it became. The little stoic moved her lips guiltily and weakly said, Hubby, I didn't do it on purpose. I also didn't know that swindler Duanyu would suddenly snatch my speed cultivation curse. The spirit-binding rope fell from her wrists. Arbor exhaled lightly and did her best to squeeze out a smile on her stoic face. How about you? Just cultivate here peacefully. I'll come pick you up in 15 days, okay? Mo Lian didn't utter a word but suddenly used the spirit-binding rope to coil around her several times. She was pressed against the coconut tree and tied up securely. Arbor. Husband, what are you doing? Arbor was dumbfounded. He watched as Mo Lian pressed him against the tree trunk and used the spirit-binding rope to wrap around her again and again. Arbor wanted to cry. Why are you trying to reason with a delirious person? The person in front of him was obviously unreasonable. Fu, F*ck, what is this person doing? Arbor's watery eyes widened as he watched the scammer unbuckle her belt. She cried out, brother. Don't move. This place is not suitable. Brother, I was wrong, okay? I shouldn't have let my imagination run wild and tricked you with the quick cultivation talisman, and tricked myself in the end. I shouldn't have looked on helplessly as Duanyu, that swindler, tricked myself. Stop. I won't go, okay? Arbor moved his head and said repeatedly, you can cultivate at ease. I'll stay here to accompany you, isn't that fine? This fella had a flash of inspiration and finally realized where the problem was. Ever since husband was afflicted with the quick cultivation talisman, he seemed to be even more clingy than usual. Whether it was tying her up or unbuckling her belt, there seemed to be only one reason. It was to make her obediently stay here. Jojo's Lotus, the little stoic, called out tentatively. I'll stay here to accompany you, okay? Emo Lian's fingers finally came down from her belt. She expressionlessly looked at her before turning to sit down next to her. Sir Jojo wanted to cry. This rapid cultivation talisman was really a trap, damn it. Why was everyone affected by the talisman in a different form? Why was Emo Lian not only thinking about cultivation after being affected by the rapid cultivation talisman, but also thinking? Why did he subconsciously keep her here as a sparring partner? This guy was really strange. He was truly a peerless weirdo. Arbor waited for a while. Seeing that his breathing was even and he had closed his eyes and entered the state, she couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Finally, I've settled down, she thought to herself as she moved her body. A person who was bound by the spirit binding rope would most likely not be able to untie himself. Only by letting someone pull the spirit binding rope away could he untie himself. Arbor tilted her little head. Her fingers trembled slightly, and a blue talisman floated out from under her sleeve. The doppelganger talisman flashed and activated. Suddenly, two shadows appeared beside Arbor. One of them took a few steps forward and pulled the spirit binding rope from her body with a finger. With a series of rustling sounds, the spirit binding rope was pulled away from Arbor's body by the shadow. A certain person sighed in relief. Just as he was about to move his arms and legs, he felt a chilly wind blowing from behind his head. It can't be, right? Arbor's little face turned green and black. Just as she was about to turn her head, she felt a strong force coming from behind. Arbor was pressed back against the tree trunk by Emo Lian in an instant. This time, she was really shocked. What was going on? Why did Emo Lian, this guy, come out of the state of cultivation after being affected by the rapid cultivation talisman? Wasn't this person too exaggerated? This was a talisman, a talisman. Xiaomu was perplexed no matter how hard she racked her brains, yet she saw the man's cold face pressing closer and closer to her inch by inch. Closer, closer, closer. So close that their breaths were about to intertwine. He suddenly nibbled on her lips as if he had found something new. He reached out and hugged her, lingering on her lips. Arbor's face flushed red. She stammered, You? You're just pretending. You didn't lose your 5 senses at all, right? Husband? Emo Lian. Xiao's Lian. This fellow stretched out his leg and kicked the man with neither light nor heavy force as he shouted with all his might. She watched as his hands moved up and down, wanting to undo her clothes again. Arbor hurriedly shouted, Brother! Calm down, calm down, calm down. I'm joking. Don't leave. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving you. I'm just going to stand here and watch you cultivate. Calm down, Cold, calm down. Calm down. She quickly reached out and patted his back comfortingly. She tried to coax him and whispered, Stop it, Jojo's Ren. Look at me. Look at me. Yes, let's watch. Look at my sincere eyes. I'm not lying to you. I'm just going to stay here and cultivate with you. Emo Lian released his claws. As if he understood, he raised his hand and pinched her little face. He expressionlessly tied 17 or 18 spirit-binding ropes around her body and sat down obediently under the tree beside her. Arbor wanted to cry but had no tears. She called out through her spiritual consciousness, Ball, where are you? Ball? Help. Come and think of something. She really didn't want to stand here and stare. Master, what's going on? Where are you now? Arbor gritted her teeth. Sense it yourself. I'm in Lanhai, on an island full of coconut trees. Come here and help me think of something. Alright, Master, just you wait. Xianxia will rush over to your side right away. Arbor breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that she freaking heaved a sigh of relief too quickly? Before long, Xianxia's flustered and exasperated voice traveled into her conscious, Master, it's bad. I don't know what's going on with the island you're on, but someone reinforced an isolation barrier from the outside. A barrier set up by a transcendent god realm. Its defense is super strong. Xiao can't get in. What? Xiao Mu's eyes widened until they were round balls. She then looked up at the sky, on the verge of tears. Mo Lian, this fraud, when did she set up an isolation barrier on the island? With this fellow's cultivation, very few people could barge into this isolation barrier, right? Arbor was a bit flustered and exasperated. She looked at the dozen or so spirit-binding ropes tied around her, then glanced at her husband, who was sitting beside her like an old monk in meditation. Duan Yu. Feng Changqing. Rotten peach blossoms. Mayan. Save me. Can someone come and save her? Was there anyone? How could she be someone who could calm down, if she was tied up here by Jojo's lotus and had to squat for a full half a year, then really? Jojo would become yesterday's daylily. A light chuckle came from not far behind her. Arbor tilted her head and looked over, only to see Duan Yu slowly walking over with a faint smile. His appearance was actually somewhat deserving of a beating. Arbor glared at that person with her almond-shaped eyes. Hurry, and think of something. Her husband had mutated, so she really had no way to deal with him now. The only thing she could do now was to subdue this fellow and lock him up in a small black room. Only then could this fellow completely stop. Or she could admit defeat and drag this fellow out of the star domain. It would only take 15 days to torment him in the outside world. It was better than tormenting him here for half a year. Arbor wanted to cry but had no tears. Jojo, do you remember? Remember what? Arbor snapped at him, his little face showing a bit of fierceness. Do you remember what happened at Hullen Mountain? I was also tied up by the spirit-binding rope. I asked you to untie me, but you flipped me over along with the tree. It hurt like hell. My hand is about to break. This was really a little inauspicious star, beating him up like a dog the first time they met. He really didn't know what he saw in her, Arbor, he really touched a sore spot. Was this the time to reminisce about the past? If they continued talking, Jojo's lotus would open her eyes again. Shut up. Arbor yelled in exasperation. Hurry up and think of something. Can you set up a barrier or something and lock Jojo's lotus in the little black room first? Duan Yu harumphed and cast a sidelong glance at a certain expressionless person who was meditating on the side. Although I don't want to admit it, this fellow's cultivation is still slightly higher than mine. See, I can even enter the defensive barrier he set up with a bit of effort. It goes without saying that I can't lock him up either. Duan Yu suddenly leaned over and looked at her with a grin. Jojo, you look quite comical being tied up here right now. How about I chop this tree in half for you so that you can hug it and move around without any effort? Ha 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 ha. Every dog has his day, and the heavens will spare anyone. Without another word, Arbor lifted a small hand from under the spirit-binding rope and smacked Duan Yu's large head. He grumpily shouted, Scram! If you didn't come to help. Xiao Mu suddenly shut her mouth and winked at Duan Yu, who was just inches away from her. Duan Yu was taken aback, and he grinned at her. Jojo, why are you winking at me for no reason? Do you want me to come closer? Arbor expressionlessly looked at him. A gust of wind suddenly attacked him from behind, but Duan Yu didn't even look. He flicked his sleeve and swiftly swatted away Mo Lian's hand. Jojo, why don't you tell me, how did this person become like this? Look at his appearance. He's so silly and clumsy. His eyes seem to be looking at me, but they don't seem to be focused. Duan Yu raised his chin and looked back at Arbor with a spurious smile. My Jojo, don't tell me that strange talisman in your hand just now caused him to lose his senses? Why not? Inspiration seemed to surface in Duan Yu's mind, but it was gone in a flash. He asked very rapidly. Oh. I understand now. Previously, you also lost your senses in the Mystic Beast Forest. You used this talisman. Arbor's small face was stoic, his expression saying, I don't understand what you're talking about. Duan Yu couldn't help curling his lips in amusement. As he continued to attack, he would backhand Mo Lian from time to time as he teased with a grin, Heavens, Jojo, you're so deceptive. You were the one who released that talisman. You were the one who threw it at hubby. Arbor expressionlessly refused to admit that he was the one who deceived her. Eh? Jojo, you're being too unkind by saying that. You were clearly the one who was holding that talisman. In other words, even if I didn't do that, you also wanted to secretly activate the talisman and throw it at him, right? Arbor looked at Duanyu with disdain and said, don't deny it. You're the one who tricked him. When he wakes up, he'll definitely make you pay for it with your skin and bones. Duanyu's mouth twitched, and he swatted away the Raven Moon sword that Mo Lien suddenly pulled out. He stomped his feet in exasperation and exclaimed, Mo Lien, I'm telling you, don't draw your sword at the drop of a hat. I will retaliate. What's going on? Jojo. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, Saint Sun Mi Yen and the others finally rushed over. The defensive barrier outside is really hard to break. Mo Lien is. Why are they fighting? Let's not talk about this for now. Arbor was speechless. He gestured for Qin Lai to look at the spirit binding rope on him. Hurry up and untie it. Was there something wrong with her husband? Why did he make so many spirit binding ropes? He was just teasing her. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal stifled his laughter. He raised his hand and pulled out all the spirit binding ropes from her body. Jojo, what happened to Mo Lien? What else could it be? She was tricked by Jojo's talisman. Duanyu guffawed. Like a wisp of smoke, he swiftly drifted several meters away from Mo Lien. Subsequently, he discovered that Mo Lien, this troublemaker, had stopped. She suddenly turned her head, and her unfocused gaze landed on Arbor very accurately. I originally wanted to lure him away, but this fool actually remained unmoved. Looks like she's not completely unconscious. She's already this dumb, yet she still freaking knows how to protect her food. She really isn't a good person. Duanyu retorted in his mind. Sir Jojo's heart also thumped. F***ck, there were so many people here right now. What if hubby pounced over and undid her belt and groped her? She really couldn't afford to lose this old face. Hubby, stand there and don't move. I'll come over. Arbor made a prompt decision. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to call out to him, and very consciously walked over to his side. Chocho, what should we do now? Although Jojo's lotus has been hit by a speed cultivation curse, he's still tormenting me. He won't cultivate properly until I'm within his line of sight. Chocho, Master, since Crown Prince the Great can't let go of you, why don't you cultivate here with him for a while? Scram. Are you Lotus's subordinate or Jojo's subordinate? Judging from this guy's tone, he was siding with Mo Lien, infuriating this Sir Qiao to death. Chocho hastily placated her. Master, how about this? Lure Crown Prince the Great to the Tower of Punishment. Let's lock him up in there and let him cultivate without any distractions. What do you think of this method? Arbor's eyes brightened. Oh, it's that tower prison in a corner of Paradise Planet, right? The little fellow was immediately discouraged. Even the Tower of Punishment set up by heavenly law couldn't imprison hubby. Do you think your knockoff can do anything? My master, then there's only one method. What method? Drag Crown Prince the Great out of the star domain and let him torment himself for 15 days. When the curse's effect wears off, he'll return to normal. Arbor, Mo Lien suddenly hugged him. Sensing the tyrannical strength coming from his arm, Arbor hastily looked up and repeatedly placated, Jojo's lotus, it's fine, don't be nervous. Jojo won't leave, he won't leave you, bam. Arbor watched in astonishment as Mo Lien's tall figure collapsed on top of him. Why did you hit him? The little stoic touched the back of the man's head and couldn't resist twitching her mouth. D****, poor lotus. There was a big bump on the back of his head. It was clear that Duanyu, this swindler, didn't hold back at all. Jojo's lotus was truly pitiful. He would definitely die of anger after waking up. Long story short, he can only stay unconscious for 2 minutes at most. He will wake up soon. Duanyu said exasperatedly, you were hesitant about whether to use this talisman on him earlier, so he could properly enter closed-door cultivation to stabilize his realm. Arbor nodded expressionlessly. Then set up an illusion glyph formation and stay here to accompany him in his cultivation. Remember to leave your aura behind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fool this guy. He actually can't see or hear you at all, right? If you leave behind a wisp of your aura, you should be able to fool them for a while. As for how long he would be able to fool them, no one knew. This guy was actually quite strong, but he had lost his 5 senses, so how did he sense Xiao? The obsession in the depths of her soul? Duan Yu couldn't resist pursing his lips. Arbor thought that it made sense. As long as he set up the illusory glyph array somewhere not too far away from him, he would be able to stay here and continue cultivating. She still had to go out and deal with Long Huan and the others. Once she was done with these trivial matters, she could come in and accompany him. Mo Lian abruptly opened her eyes. If she didn't know in her heart that he couldn't see at all, she would have jumped in fright from the sharp glint shooting out of his eyes. After sensing that his treasure was right beside him, the crown prince calmed down and entered a cultivation state with peace of mind. Everyone was speechless. After the little stoic stealthily set up the illusory glyph formation and left behind her aura, the group finally left quietly. Xiao, watch hubby carefully. If there's anything wrong, tell me immediately. After her husband was hit by the rapid cultivation talisman, there was something wrong with him. Xiao was worried to death. Before leaving, Arbor took the time to make a trip to the main planet. The main planet was the only place that very few people could set foot on without Sir Jojo's permission. This was Duan Yu's first time seeing an appearance talisman strip the air in front of him and reveal mountains and rivers in the distance. It was as if layers upon layers of painting scrolls were unfolding before his eyes. The magnificent palace of immortals pushed aside the heavy fog in front of him. The thin veil covering the palace of immortals slowly appeared before his eyes. It was truly magnificent, like a waning dream. Come. Arbor tugged on his sleeve, pulling him back from his daze. Duan Yu hastily followed and couldn't help but blink. Jojo, this is your treasure hall? The more Arbor looked at the treasure hall in front of him, the more he liked it. MHM. How is it? It's truly magnificent. Duan Yu sighed with emotion as he followed Arbor into the longevity hall. When Duan Yu stepped onto the first floor, he saw that the high dome was like a sky full of stars. Countless balls of light of various sizes floated above their heads. Suddenly, a ball of light swooped down at high speed and directly crashed into them. Arbor quickly scooped it up and peeled off the outer layer of light, revealing a dagger brimming with purple light. It could cut through hair and cut through iron like mud. When that dagger swung, a purple light faintly flashed in the air. Accompanied by the power of lightning, it sliced a spirit weapon that Arbor casually tossed out into two with a ripping sound. Here. Arbor tossed it to Duan Yu. It took a fancy to you. Take it with you. It's pretty good. Duan Yu held it in his hand with a smile in his eyes. With a flash, he appeared several meters away. The power of space. I wonder how many of these short blades and daggers Ant Master forged. They're all origin restoration weapons with the power of space attached. My Ant Master is too strong. Does he usually have nothing to do, so he fiddles with these origin restoration weapons all day long? This was refined by my martial uncle. It's equivalent to a saint artifact here. Take it. It jumped down and chose you, which means it likes you. Arbor tugged at him. Come, follow me upstairs to get something. Duan Yu faintly smiled as he glanced at Arbor. After branding this dagger with flowing purple light, he recalled it back to his conscious and slowly followed after Arbor. When the two of them arrived at the second floor, Duan Yu was quite shocked. In front of his eyes was a vast sea of stars. Rows of small bottles of various colors and shapes were arranged in a square formation. Layer by layer, they were arranged from the top of the dome. Their number could be described as innumerable. Arbor beckoned him to a position against the wall. In addition to rows of gold-rimmed Shinnon cabinets, there was also a small platform that was a foot wide. Xiamu used offensive glowing gemstones as thick as her fingers to encircle it. The 9 steps were made of pure gold. At the center of the highest platform, there was a 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron, which was gurgling and emitting hot steam. Wait a moment. Arbor abandoned Duan Yu and dashed up the platform. Duan Yu, who was standing at the bottom of the 9 steps and looking up at the little fellow's series of actions, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, exasperated. This platform must have been built by this fellow for his wicked taste. It was like a divine altar. What an oddball child. Duanyu flew up the 9-story platform and arrived beside Arbor. He saw the little fellow lift the cauldron's lid, and her eyes curved. A rather rich medicinal fragrance flowed out of the cauldron, spreading to the entire second floor of the Hall of Longevity. Duanyu's eyes also brightened. What kind of pill is this? The fragrance is so pleasant. Just by smelling it, it's enough to make one feel refreshed. This is a Jewel Heaven Jade Dragon pill. I refined it with great care. Arbor patted the cauldron with a grin, and a string of pills jumped out and obediently entered the emerald jade bottle in her hand. Arbor filled 3 full bottles, and the remaining dozen or so pills were placed in a small porcelain can. She handed it to Duanyu. This fellow sighed and muttered softly, "The Jasper Sky Jade Dragon pill is really difficult to refine. I've been refining here for a day and a night for 24 hours, and I've only produced a little over 300 pills. It's so slow." Duanyu held the small porcelain can in his hand and speechlessly glanced at Arbor. What 24 hours for a day and a night? In the outside world, Sir Jojo had refined 300 or so pills in just 2 hours. Most importantly, this guy must have been too lazy to watch the fire, so he left the cauldron here and left. Maybe she suddenly woke up after some time and should withdraw the pills. A day and a night had already passed in the star domain. The actual time needed probably wouldn't take that long. Just eat this as a snack. Later, go outside and fill up another Jewel Heaven Jade Dragon pill. With your cultivation, eating this diluted pill won't have much effect. Arbor put the 3 large jade bottles into her inner world. These are the pills I prepared to kill the Heavenly Fate battle group. With their cultivation, if they can eat one within a month, it will be very beneficial to their cultivation. Come with me. The two left the Hall of Longevity and returned to their original secluded courtyard. The Jewel Heaven Jade Dragon pill was like an emerald water vein, encircling the entire courtyard like a pearl. Wait a moment. Arbor bent down and took out a large piece of paste-like Jewel Heaven Jade Dragon pill. She compressed it into small green beads and threw them all into a carved wooden box. There were probably hundreds of small green beads in this box. Arbor handed it to Duanyu and solemnly instructed, "With your cultivation, you can only take one of these completely undiluted fine jade dragons every 7 days. If I eat 7 of them, my cultivation will probably advance by a small step. You can't eat all the time. After eating 7 pills, you will have to stop for a year and a half before you can continue taking them." Eating the fine sky jade dragon for a long time was enough to subtly improve one's bones, tendons, and meridians. At the same time, it could also clean up all the hidden injuries in one's body. Okay. Duanyu nodded with a smile. The two of them left the star field, and Arbor tossed the 3 bottles of Jewel Sky Jade Dragon pills to Crown Prince Rong, asking him to consider how to distribute them. The elites of the 3 prefectures had to improve themselves to the greatest extent within half a year. This required a variety of medicinal resources to keep up with their cultivation speed. She didn't have the patience to rely on Arbor alone to refine the pills, so she naturally instructed Xianxia to gather a group of pill alchemists to help on the island as soon as possible. At that time, Huanghe would also bring a group of pill alchemists over. Counting the days, they should arrive in a few days. Brothers, you've worked hard. But everyone's efforts definitely won't go to waste. The 3 bottles of pills in my hands are called Jewel Sky Jade Dragon pills. They are excellent pills refined from saint-grade materials. You only need to take 1 pill every month. This way, it can expand the meridians, raise the aptitude of the root bone, advance the body's cultivation, and so on. All of these are extraordinary effects. Arbor chatted with that fellow Miguang for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before coming out of the karst cave. He saw rows of well-trained members of the Killing Heaven's Fate squad gathering on the large drill field. Air Rong was currently boosting morale. Xiaomu only heard the vassal prince say, "Everyone's sweat and effort today will be repaid in the future. Here are the 300 Jewel Skies Jade Dragon pills that the Crown Princess prepared for us. The effects are miraculous, and anyone who consumes them will know. In the next 7 days, the first 100 brothers to complete all the missions in the shortest time will receive the resources that you deserve, as well as this pill." Arbor expressionlessly gathered his sleeves and walked over with small steps. As he walked, he was still thinking, this Air Rong is really eloquent. Staying by Duanyu's side, Duanyu probably didn't need to use his brain to draft memorials and write documents. Duanyu only needed to order him around. TSK. The little fellow had yet to finish lamenting. She saw Commandery Princess Wushuang bouncing out from the side and looking at her with sparkling eyes. Sister-in-law, are you idle? Arbor expressionlessly glanced at her. What's the matter? Since you're idle, let's spar. Commandery Princess Wushuang exclaimed excitedly, I've always heard that sister-in-law's martial arts are exquisite and that your cultivation far surpasses others. Since you're idle, let's. Arbor. Sikong Fuling rushed over while panting. I finally found you. Where did you go just now? I searched the entire island but couldn't find you. What happened to you? Arbor saw that she was sweating profusely and stuttering when she spoke, so he indifferently swept her a glance and nonchalantly interrupted her. I just went to the karst cave to rest for a while. Do you need something? You come with me. Sikong Fuling reached out to grab her wrist. Arbor dodged to the side, displeasure written all over his face. Not just any random person could touch Sir Jojo. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you pulling me around? And Wushuang interjected and raised her hand to stand between the little stoic and Sikong Fuling. Besides, everything is based on first come, first served. I was the one who spoke to sister-in-law first. We still have things to do. No way. Sikong Fuling called out with a sullen face, what important matter could you have? Isn't he still going around looking for people to spar with? Me? Princess Wushuang was furious. What's wrong with sparring? Is sparring not a proper thing to do? The purpose of sparring was to improve one's martial arts and cultivation. That was the most serious thing to do. Arbor, come with me. Take a look at my brother. He's in a lot of pain. No antidote seems to work. Startled, Arbor turned to look at Sikong Fuling. What happened to Ding Yun? Looking at Sikong Fuling's anxious and sweaty appearance, it should not be fake. Arbor knitted his brows and looked up to see Duanyu walking over from the back of the military field's formation. Jojo. Duanyu raised his brows and slowly approached her. Princess Wushuang inexplicably glanced at this guy vigilantly, as if she was facing a great enemy. Wasn't this Songzhou's majesty a bit too handsome? He was already on par with her big brother. How could that be possible? She didn't see her brother today, so she didn't know where the swindler ran off to. How could he allow such a handsome young man to wander around his sister-in-law? Wasn't he making trouble for himself? As soon as Duanyu walked over, he received Princess Wushuang's covetous gaze. Jojo, she's glaring at me. A certain person, who habitually complained, immediately turned to look at Arbor and aggrievedly blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Princess Wushuang was a bit shocked and looked at that guy in disbelief. F***ck, this Songzhou emperor was truly shameless, she merely glared at him, and he actually complained to her sister-in-law in front of her. Wushuang, don't glare at him, Arbor expressionlessly said, which instantly made Princess Wushuang feel unwell. Oh no, where are you, eldest brother? Someone is trying to poach you. Look at Lil sister-in-law's attitude toward this Songzhou emperor. How nice was that? She had never seen her sister-in-law treat anyone so amiably. For example, that young Master Ding from before and His Highness Mingyasi, who liked to chat awkwardly with her sister-in-law. It seemed like Lil sister-in-law had never treated them nicely. They were both handsome young men, unparalleled in the world, and good-looking men. Even she could see Lil sister-in-law's differential treatment. Eldest brother, hurry back. I feel like you're being cheated on. How could Xiaomu have known that her one sentence would cause this commandery princess's heart to go up and down? When Princess Wushuang returned to her senses, she instantly discovered that her innocent and beautiful sister-in-law had already left with a wild man. Oh no, Songzhou Emperor. Where are you going? Princess Wushuang was anxious and leaped over. Wait for me, sister-in-law, wait. Eldest brother, I can only help you up to this point. I'll keep an eye on my sister-in-law. I absolutely won't let that dog Emperor of Songzhou get close to sister-in-law. Dog Emperor, remove your dog paws. You're not allowed to tug on my sister-in-law's sleeve. Eldest brother, I really dote on you. That dog Emperor of Xianxia, don't say that. Look. He looks like a dog, and his voice is magnetic and gentle. If it were any other girl, she would have already been moved. Only my sister-in-law, this little stoic weirdo that's hard to understand, always turns a blind eye to other people. Sigh, I feel sorry for you, brother. Hurry up and come back. Don't go missing. You're about to lose your wife. Third young Master Fu came out of the cave with a stack of books and saw his wife's conflicted expression. He hurriedly swung the book into his inner world and chuckled as he followed behind her. He asked in a small voice, "Wife, what's wrong? Why do you have such an ugly expression?" His wife had been having a great time on the island these few days. As long as she wanted to, she could go around looking for brothers to spar with. Although the brothers who were forced to spar with her were very unwilling. Going up against a deity realm level 7 expert, with the brothers' ability, they could only end up being beaten up. But he couldn't stop his daughter-in-law from finding people to spar with. It was better to beat others than to beat oneself, third young Master Fu thought in his heart. Thus, he gladly praised her. He was always helping the tyrant and helping his wife harm his brothers. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and follow them. Princess Wushuang pinched him and quickly followed behind. Xikong Fuling was naturally very displeased. She came to Arbor for help, but who knew that there would be several tails following behind her. Not only did the Emperor of Xianxia follow her, but even that Princess Wushuang and third young Master Fu followed along. Her elder brother's illness, she really didn't want so many people to see it. Everyone, please wait. Xikong Fuling suddenly turned to look at Princess Wushuang and the others when they arrived at a karst cave. She said with a cold expression, "Eldest brother is very ill. If too many people go in, it will disturb him. Please forgive us." Princess Wushuang glanced at Arbor and was about to say something. She saw that Xianxia Emperor smile at his sister-in-law like a willow in the spring breeze. His smile was pure and gentle as he said, "Go in, I'll wait for you here." Heavens, how could she speak ill of a person who had such a smiling face? His smile was as bright and beautiful as the sun. Even the distant stars couldn't compare to half of his smile. Princess Wushuang clutched her chest with one hand. "Eldest brother, sorry, I'm going to change sides. This dog Emperor of Xianxia is seriously too good-looking." That was why it was said that something like good looks really couldn't be desired. The saying that lust blinded one's mind wasn't wrong at all. Third young Master Fu hurriedly pounced over and hugged his wife, turning to leave while dragging her along. Shuang, why do you keep looking at that Xianxia Emperor? What's there to look at about this guy? Isn't he just a little bit more handsome than the average person? That Xianxia family is all repulsive. He's the only one who's a little bit good-looking. His looks aren't even a 10,000th of your husband's. Don't look, ah. Haha, your skin is indeed as thick as a city gate's iron bastion. Princess Wushuang lamented inwardly. Arbor looked back at that quarrelsome pair and shook his head exasperatedly. He turned to Nada Duanyu, indicating for him not to worry. Only then did Arbor turn around and follow Xikong Fuling into that dark and gloomy karst cave. There was no light in the darkness, so they couldn't see their fingers in front of him. However, with Arbor's eyesight, he could completely adapt to the dark environment in front of him in an instant. Moreover, as long as she released her divine conscience, she could see the situation inside the karst cave clearly. This karst cave wasn't very big. A dark figure was curled up in the innermost corner of the cave. His body seemed to be wrapped in a thin blanket as he leaned against the wall, trembling non-stop. Xikong Fuling laughed mockingly. "I didn't lie to you this time. You don't have to leave so many helpers outside the cave, as if I might harm you at any time. With your current skills, you shouldn't be able to do anything to me now," Arbor said very honestly. When Xikong Fuling heard this, she was so angry that her chest was about to swell. Can this guy not speak? His words could drive even a saint mad with anger. He could not help but argue with her. "Then why did you find a transcendent state to stay outside the cave? Are you afraid that we will eat you?" Arbor glanced at her. "If a fight breaks out, I can't be without a helper." Xikong Fuling was at a loss for words. She felt unbearably stifled by this fellow's words and inexplicably indignant. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry over and take a look." Arbor paced over expressionlessly and coldly said, from just now until now, you've been the only one spouting nonsense. Sikong Fuling. If King want to slap this stoic face to death. When Arbor approached, she finally discovered that young Master Ding, who was curled up in a corner of the cave wall, was drenched in sweat from head to toe, as if he had a flood. He was curled up against the cave wall, wishing for nothing more than to become one with the karst cave. When he saw the little stoic approaching, he involuntarily shrunk back. It seemed that what Sikong Fuling said earlier was true. She still remembered that when she bumped into Sikong Fuling on Devastating Island, Sikong Fuling repeatedly glared at her with red eyebrows and green eyes, saying that she harmed her big brother and so on. Arbor even carefully thought about it back then. She didn't seem to have harmed young Sir Ding, right? What did she mean by she harmed young Sir Ding? She really didn't understand. Ding Yan looked extremely uncomfortable. This illness seemed to be abnormally torturous. It made him lean against the wall as he panted heavily. Big brother, Sikong Fuling called out anxiously. Don't, come here. Young Sir Ding's stifled voice was heard, very much rejecting their approach. You're almost half dead, so why are you still flaunting your superiority? Arbor muttered coldly, and several silver needles flew out with a raise of her hand. Her acupoints were extremely accurate, and the silver needles that flew out from a distance all landed very accurately on the man's arm, shoulder, and neck. Young Sir Ding's trembling body stiffened slightly. My big brother is already like this, so can't you say a few soft words? Sikong Fuling said angrily. Are you here to put in a good word for me or to treat a patient? Sikong Fuling choked on the little stoic's words and stammered, then, do you have any solutions? I naturally have to examine him to know the solution. She wasn't a deity who could tell what was wrong with this guy with a glance from a distance. Of course, she still had to take his pulse first to know the specifics. Arbor paused and looked back at Sikong Fuling. You leave first. Sikong Fuling didn't bicker with her this time and only silently glanced at Arbor. She bit her lip and said, You must help him, okay? Arbor didn't turn back and said indifferently, a doctor is benevolent and will do his best. Sikong Fuling didn't waste her breath. Hearing the soft footsteps, Arbor knew that Sikong Fuling had already walked out. She took a few steps forward and took out a needle bag from her sleeve, planning to give young Sir Ding a few more needles. Who knew that this young sir would hastily shrink back and let out a suppressed growl? I said don't come over. Do you think I really want to come? Your sister was worried about you, so she asked me to come. Arbor glanced at him. There are 3 kinds of patients I hate the most in my life. What a load of nonsense. You're doubting me. Weirdo, sick, and uncooperative. You're blind and brainless. How many types do you have? Arbor threw out a spirit-binding rope and wrapped it around young Master Ding's body. She spread her fingers and raised the rope. The other end of the rope was gently held in her hand. For this kind of uncooperative patient, I'm afraid that you'll have to be careful. I usually beat them until they're convinced, Arbor said coldly as he pulled on the rope. Young Sir Ding's body was bound by the spirit-binding rope, and he was involuntarily dragged over from the cave wall by the little stoic. He stumbled and fell in front of her. The little stoic lowered her head to look, and only then did she clearly see his ghastly pale small face. Normally, when she saw this guy, his coquettish eyes would flirt everywhere, but today, he appeared to be too miserable. Not only was his entire face as white as a sheet of paper, but his long hair was completely drenched in sweat, and strands of it covered his face. His insufferably enchanting and charming aura was nowhere to be found. Where does it hurt? Arbor grabbed his hand and took his pulse. She couldn't stop her elegant brows from knitting together in a flash. Strange, his body was very healthy. It didn't seem like he was poisoned or suffered any serious injuries. Could it be that the 2 siblings colluded to deceive her? Arbor's gaze instantly turned sharp and cold. You guys lied to me? Was she deceived again? Ever since she experienced 7 Flowers' deceit, the little stoic had been vaguely accumulating anger in her heart. She wanted to vent it, but she couldn't, stifling it unbearably. She normally didn't come into contact with those swindlers, so it was fine if she couldn't recall them. But once she did, the new enmity would be compounded with the old hatred. She was extremely furious, and her gaze seemed to ignite with flames as she glared at Ding Yun. She even had the thought of eating him alive. She was still inexplicably worried for him just now, but it turned out that these people were here to deceive her again. Damn swindlers, big swindlers. They all liked to deceive Jojo. Was Jojo a pitiful little person for others to amuse? The little stoic grabbed young Sir Ding's hand and increased her strength, as if wanting to directly snap his wrist. What was rather strange was that young Sir Ding didn't seem to have any strength in his body. He didn't even have the strength to push her hand away. He was barely suppressing the trembling of his body, and the scene was a bit strange. The little stoic stared at him coldly for a while with a taut face. He looked up and smiled at her, his voice trembling as he said, I lied to you. So, you still won't go out? Extremely senseless. The little stoic angrily flung his hand away and turned to walk out of the cave. Where's Sikong Fuling? The little stoic angrily rushed out of the cave and hollered. What's wrong? Duan Yu's gaze was puzzled when he saw how furious she was. Didn't she go to see a doctor? Why did she anger the little fellow to this extent? Arbor was so angry that she didn't want to speak. Duan Yu said, Miss Sikong said she was going to prepare some hot water and clean cloth. What's with the pretense? Arbor snorted and tugged at Duan Yu. Let's go. Duan Yu naturally didn't know what happened. Seeing that she was very angry right now, it wasn't convenient for him to ask any more, so he nodded and said, okay. The two of them headed towards the beach. On the way, Arbor's entire face was puffed up with anger. She really believed that Sikong Fuling was possessed to actually believe this pair of siblings. Young Master Ding's story about being stranded on a deserted island at the age of 4 and eating sea fish for 3 years was also made up. Days felt like years on a deserted island, and eating fish tasted bland. Was this all a lie to Jojo? Arbor suddenly stopped in his tracks. He carefully recalled the situation just now and couldn't help but frown. Jojo? Duan Yu frowned in confusion. What happened to Jojo? Could it be that because of that brat's pitiful background, Xiao really had some sympathy for him? Just thinking about it made him feel extremely unhappy. Duan Yu, can you wait for me? Arbor threw down this sentence and suddenly turned to run. Duan Yu turned his head, his gaze gloomy as he watched her figure slip away like a wisp of smoke. He muttered to himself, sigh, when will I be able to change this bad habit of having a hard mouth and a soft heart? The fact that Jojo was so nice to people who had nothing to do with him was really heartbreaking. On the other side, inside a secluded and cramped karst cave. Arbor sprinted all the way here. Just as she stepped into this karst cave, a faint scent of blood assaulted her nose. Her heart skipped a beat. Ding ting ding, don't you dare die on my island and cause trouble for me. Arbor shouted angrily and quickly ran inside. The scene before her caused her pitch-black pupils to contract slightly, and her breathing couldn't help but tighten. Ding Yin was lying crookedly on the ground, looking even more miserable than when she left. His entire body was curled up into a ball, his mouth muttering something indistinctly. Arbor couldn't hear a single word clearly. She quickly dashed forward, raised her hand and very roughly flipped his entire body over. Cough, cough, cough. Ding Yin seemed to be choked, his body was trembling and he couldn't stop coughing. How are you? Xiao Mu's small stoic face darkened as she gruffly helped him up. She directly raised her hand to slap an unknown pill into his mouth. Your pulse is very stable, there is no indication of any illness. Old illness. Ding Yan's body kept trembling, his entire head was drenched in sweat. I'm fine. He stammered in a low voice. What do you mean you're fine? Blood is coming out of your mouth. Arbor raised her hand and inserted a few needles into a few of his acupuncture points to relieve pain. If you don't tell me the truth, I can't help you. Nothing. Ding Yan finally managed to raise his head, and weakly gave her a faint smile. I'm really fine. It's all Fu Ling's fault. She made a fuss. This is an old illness. Wait for a while, it will pass. What's wrong with you? Don't tell me it's intermittent? Arbor pulled a long face and helped him to sit upright. I'll give you a few more needles to relieve the pain. If you feel any discomfort, tell me immediately. There was nothing wrong with this person's body, but looking at his distorted face and expression, it seemed like he was in extreme pain. Could it be an extremely strong poison, and she couldn't detect it? Arbor muttered to herself for a moment, and inserted a few more needles into his body. Ding Yan's body trembled slightly, and he couldn't sit still. Arbor raised her hand to support him, frowning as she stared at him. Do you want to take the painkiller? No, no, no. Ugh. Young Master Ding couldn't help but be speechless. This guy was clearly asking him in an inquiring tone, but in the end, he still slapped the painkiller pill into his mouth. It was such a crude method that it made people feel vexed just by looking at it. Back again? I'll come back if I want to. Is it any of your business? The little stoic retorted irritably with a cold face. Young Master Ding was speechless. She had obviously rushed back because she was worried about him, so why was there nothing good coming out of her mouth? I forgive you. Arbor couldn't help but feel a little amused. He retorted, what do I need your forgiveness for? You usually speak bluntly to me, but in fact, you still care about me. Arbor gave him a hee-hee and said coldly, I just don't want a living person like you to die on my island and stain my place. I can't not listen to you. Why does a stutterer like you like to talk so much? Arbor impatiently pulled out the silver needles from his body. He stared at him and then secretly sighed in relief. This damn stutterer should be much better now, and he wasn't trembling as badly as before. His appearance just now looked like he was trembling so much that his organs were about to be flung out. You don't want to tell the truth. I indeed can't tell what illness you have from your pulse, Arbor said coldly. Finger. No need. Is it up to you to say no? Young Sir Ding, do you think you have the right to say no to me with your current tattered body? Young Sir Ding, why do I suddenly feel like beating her to death? Why was this child always so infuriating with her words? Didn't she know that he was still a patient? Couldn't she unleash a doctor's benevolence and treat her patient better? You have two choices right now. 1. Stretch out your hand and let out your blood obediently. 2. I'll beat you up and drag you like a dead dog. I'll cut a random spot and let out some blood. After Arbor said this, he saw Ding Yun, this punk, sensibly lift his sleeve and offer a ghastly pale palm soaked in sweat to him. Arbor used a small knife to cut his index finger and expressionlessly took a few drops of his blood. I need to study it before I can tell you what's going on, Arbor said coldly. Jojo, are you worried about me? Arbor chuckled again. Don't think too highly of yourself. I'm just not used to there being people in this world that I can't feel and people that I can't treat. Young Sir Ding, the more he looked at this headstrong and conceited little fellow, the more he liked her. How is it? Can I come in? Duan Yu's voice sounded from outside the cave. Arbor replied, you can come in now. Young Sir Ding looked up and stared at that young monarch of Xianxia who was slowly entering the cave with a complicated gaze. When I heard Miss Sikong's mournful cries earlier, I thought that young Sir Ding was about to die, Duan Yu mocked with a smirk. I've disappointed your majesty. Young Sir Ding chuckled. He wanted to struggle up, but he felt weak all over. With Jojo around, I naturally won't die. Young Sir Ding said with a smile, if I died, Jojo would probably be very sad. Arbor had already turned to walk outside and didn't even look back when he heard this. Sad, my ass. Duan Yu harumphed and turned to walk out of the karst cave. He coldly said, Jojo probably doesn't want you to die on her island and stink, affecting her appetite. Young Master Ding was speechless. What do you think? How is my eldest brother now? Sikong Fuling rushed over while carrying hot water and cloth strips. Where's eldest brother? I won't die for now. Arbor brushed past her and suddenly stopped. Do you know what kind of poison he was poisoned with? Big brother didn't mention it to you? Sikong Fuling asked with a puzzled look. He didn't say anything. Sikong Fuling was silent for a moment before she looked up at Arbor and said, since Big Brother didn't say, then he naturally has his own considerations. Arbor turned to leave, fuming the entire way. She couldn't resist clenching her fists and muttering in her mind, I don't believe that there's a poison in this world that I, Arbor, can't detoxify. Jojo. Duan Yu chased after her and frowned. Do you think he might be faking it? Arbor also thought that Ding Yun, this punk, was probably faking his illness at first. But she could still tell whether this person was really in pain or faking it. Arbor shook his head. Although he didn't have a favorable impression of this guy, he still felt a bit of sympathy for him when he saw how much pain he was in earlier. His illness is a bit strange. This was her first time seeing it after practicing medicine for so many years. His pulse was steady, and he was as healthy as a normal person's. Ding Yun looked very healthy, but his entire body hurt like a sieve. Could it be a mental toxin? Then, there should be some clues to follow. She couldn't detect any problems with his pulse, so she should check his blood later. Jojo. Duan Yu gently tugged on her sleeve. Look, you've been busy for half a day. Let's go eat first. At the mention of eating, Arbor's eyes lit up as expected, and she instantly tossed young Master Ding's illness to the back of her mind. You're right. She said to Duan Yu in high spirits, let's go eat first. Let's talk after eating. Duan Yu nodded with a grin as he inwardly mused, as expected, as long as it's about eating, his chow will let go of everything. How nice, what are we eating today? How about sour fish and vinegar soup? Duan Yu, you and Jojo's Lian both don't like spicy food, right? Who said so? I am me, and Lian is Lian. How can I be as weak as him? Why would I cry after eating spicy food? Arbor blinked. Did Lian cry? I don't think so. Normally, when he ate spicy food, he would at most furrow his brows and then stop eating it. Duan Yu harumphed. Don't be fooled by his usual immortal-like appearance. He's actually very annoying. He hates salty and spicy food the most, and he doesn't like sweet food either. Haha, he's so picky. If you don't like him, then don't. Unlike me, who's easy to feed everywhere. I'm not picky about anything. Arbor silently looked up at him. Duan Yu's voice abruptly stopped as he looked in shock at the little fellow's departing figure. Was he imagining things just now? Why did it feel like Sir Jojo just rolled his eyes at him? My chow, what did you do to me just now? Duan Yu's figure flashed as he chased after her. Did you roll your eyes at me? You really know him well, Arbor said indifferently and continued to walk forward without looking back. Sir Jojo usually didn't research what Jojo's Lotus liked to eat and what she didn't like. She didn't expect Duan Yu to understand Jojo's Lotus so well. Duan Yu, Jojo's gaze was so strange. What should he do? Jojo, can you tell me what you were thinking when you stared at me just now? What was going on with this inexplicably wretched expression? Nothing. Arbor snorted and turned his head to glare at him. He forcefully changed the topic. I've been busy recently. I haven't asked about you. What could have happened to me? Duan Yu looked at her innocently. I'm perfectly fine. Don't you see that I'm quite free right now? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Arbor was silent for a moment, hesitating whether or not he should ask him about noble consort Duan. Arbor became even more hesitant as she was worried that she would tear open Duan Yu's wound that had just healed a little bit. At this time, they heard hurried footsteps. A member of the Heavenly Fate squad bowed to the two of them. Crown Princess, His Majesty Tsongzhou. The young master of the Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness has brought many people over. Many of them are injured and are coming ashore. Our people have temporarily surrounded them. Do you two want to go over and take a look? Arbor quickly nodded and met Duan Yu's eyes. Let's go. Let's go over and take a look, Duan Yu quickly said. The Dragon Clan of Forgetfulness's Dragon Clan had finally arrived. Who knew what the current situation was? When Arbor and Duan Yu rushed over, they immediately saw Long Huan dragging a group of people toward the shore with a disheveled expression. A young merman about 17 or 18 years old stumbled his way onto the shore. When he looked up, he just happened to meet Arbor's icy and apathetic eyes. This fellow shuddered in fright, and the trident in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, almost hitting his toes. Duan Yu silently twitched his mouth and glanced at the little stoic beside him in amusement. The stoic face expressionlessly looked at the group in front of her, a faint trace of coldness on her lips. What is it? Did your grandmother send people to kill your way back? Brother. Long Shangyun immediately ran over when she received the news. She didn't have time to bicker with the little stoic and hastily ran up to support the disheveled Long Huan, who seemed to have exhausted all his strength. "Brother, your complexion is so unsightly. Are you injured?" I'm fine." Long Huan panted heavily as he held onto Long Xiangyun's hand. With great difficulty, he finally stepped onto the shore. Just as he stepped onto the soft snow, his entire body tilted and almost fell to the ground. Long Xiangyun's brother caused a bit of a commotion. Arbor expressionlessly looked at them. And Wu Shuang and third young Master Fu, who rushed over after hearing the news, looked at each other and couldn't suppress the smile on their lips. So strange. Why did they feel refreshed when they saw Long Huan so unlucky? Long Huan, this unlucky child, probably didn't have any good luck every time he saw the little stoic. He probably used up all his good luck in this lifetime when he bumped into the stoic face. The little stoic glanced at him, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She quickly ran toward the shore. "Auntie!" Xianxia had just climbed out of the sea while dragging the swaying Xianxia. Before she had time to clean her clothes, she saw Xiao Qiao running towards them. Xianxia was very happy. "Jojo, we meet again. This island looks quite spacious." Queen Xianxia took out a spatial spirit device and smiled at Arbor. "It seems that after a long time, the remaining 3,000 citizens of our country will be begging for Jojo's mercy." "My pleasure." Arbor nodded slightly. "Great, Jojo. Let's cut the pleasantries. Take a look and see if there's a place for them to stay. I'll let them out first. You can't stay in this spatial artifact for more than 24 hours. Now it's almost time. We should let them out quickly. If not, it'll be a big mess." Queen Qingyi says. "The space inside is very narrow. It's probably very crowded right now. Everyone must be feeling very uncomfortable." "All right." Arbor didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and turned around decisively, leading Queen Xianxia towards the cave. "In the past, we found a very big cave. It's not a problem for us to shelter from the wind and rain," Arbor said. "It's as big as the military field. It can hold 3,000 people. It's just that it's dark and damp. We need everyone to clean it up." Arbor stopped and said softly. "Auntie, if you need anything, just tell me." Xianxia laughed loudly. "For people like us who have lost our country, it's good that we have a place to stay. How can we have any other request? Let's settle down first." "That's enough, child. Why do you look so miserable?" Queen Qingyi wrapped her arms around Arbor's shoulders and said with a smile, "It's not like Auntie is someone who can't bear hardships. At worst, we can start all over again. As long as there are still people from Woman Kingdom, then one day, everything will be fine." Arbor couldn't help but admire her when he saw that she was very optimistic and didn't seem to be forcing a smile at all. If it were anyone else, if a small island with tens of thousands of people was slaughtered until only 1,000 or so people were left, they would be depressed for a period of time and wouldn't be able to crawl out of their grief. The queen was open-minded by nature and firmly believed that she would crawl back up from where she fell. She didn't need anyone to comfort her. Of course, it was very possible that this was just a forced smile. After all, so many innocent people died in Tianyun's hands. How could she easily forget such a deep-seated debt of blood? "There will be a chance," Queen Qingyi said softly. What could she do when there was a chance? Arbor thought. One day, there would be a chance to uproot the entire Tianyun and make them pay the price for their repeated crimes. Qingyi turned her head to look at Xiao Mu and gave her a faint smile. "The dead have already passed away. Only the living need to continue on and live each day well." "Auntie, Woman Kingdom will still return," Arbor said. "I also firmly believe that there will be such a day. The living still had to continue living. As long as they worked hard, there would be a day when they could see a different tomorrow." "Mummy? Facial paralysis." "I said facial paralysis." Long Xiangyun supported her eldest brother and followed behind them with a group of mermen. Long Xiangyun called out twice but couldn't help but feel angry when she saw that the little stoic ignored her. "Alright, let her go settle down the people from Woman Kingdom first." Long Huan took a deep breath and felt like his legs were filled with lead. His face was so numb that he couldn't muster any strength. "Eldest brother, where's your mermaid tail?" Why didn't it mutate after entering the water? Long Huan couldn't help but glance at her with a wry smile. It's been almost a day and night since last night. The mutated shark tail disappeared not long ago. Long Xiangyun was taken aback as she stared at him in astonishment. Big brother? Yeah, don't be nervous. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Long Huan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He comforted his sister softly, it's probably because he was too tired. These days, I haven't been able to eat or sleep well. I also have to mediate with the people sent by grandmother. I'm very tired. That's not to the extent. Long Xiangyun suddenly covered her small mouth and revealed a shocked expression. Big brother, could it be because of what grandmother said, that the power of the mermaid pearl's baptism is getting weaker and weaker in our bodies? Every time I mutate the shark tail, it's the same as using this power. And because we don't receive the appropriate replenishment, this power will only weaken in our bodies until it's gone? Don't talk nonsense, Long Xia said with a serious expression. We are born mermen. The power of the merfolk is something that we should possess. Furthermore, through continuous cultivation, we can strengthen this power in our bodies. It has nothing to do with the baptism of the 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl. How can it have nothing to do with it? Long Xiangyun muttered softly, I heard grandmother say that our talent, growth, and future. It's all related to the baptism of the mermaid pearl. Long Xiangyun purposely lowered her voice and muttered, for example, the people of our previous generation are much more talented than us. It's said that the grandchildren of our next generation will be mentally retarded after losing the baptism of the mermaid pearl. Nonsense. Long Qian glared at Long Xiangyun speechlessly. Xiangyun, how can you believe the completely baseless words of the elders and grandmother? Long Qian shook his head. I can tell you clearly now. The baptism of the mermaid pearl will only improve the merfolk's physique and growth potential, but it's only an improvement and not a complete reversal. In reality, whether we succeed or not still depends on whether we work hard enough. Long Xiangyun pouted. I know, big brother. Don't lecture me every time you open your mouth. Long Qian shook his head helplessly. When he looked up, he saw the little stoic expressionlessly walking out of the cave. Strangely, Prince Mo, who always stuck to her, wasn't here today. Behind the little stoic-faced cousin stood another young sir with a magnificent and extraordinary bearing. How is it? Arbor shouted at the two of them. Long Xiangyun was speechless. I'm King used to the way the stoic talks to me. Long Qian coughed softly and subconsciously brushed his wet hair away from his face. 3,000 personal guards ready to participate in the training at any time. Arbor glanced at him. I'm asking you about Long Qian's attitude. Are you in such a sorry state because Long Qian's men chased you all the way here? Long Qian laughed bitterly. Long Xiangyun couldn't help but widen her eyes and shout in exasperation, impossible. How could grandmother send men to kill my brother? She didn't want to kill me. Long Qian laughed bitterly again. It's just that grandmother wants to bring us back. If she really wanted to kill us, how could my 3,000 subordinates withstand the simultaneous attack of thousands of merfolk? Arbor nodded indifferently. This means that Long Qian still has some true feelings for you. When Long Huan heard this, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Grandmother treats you with sincerity, whether or not you are sincere, I can feel it. Arbor's cold voice interrupted Long Huan's words. With an indifferent expression, he said, Men, take them down and settle them down. You must be tired from the long journey. Take a rest for the night. If there's anything, we can discuss it tomorrow. That's fine too. Then younger cousin. Before Long Yan could finish speaking, he saw the little stoic turn around and leave. He could not help but feel bitter in his heart as he thought to himself, looks like my cousin has a deep prejudice against the merman race. Judging from her attitude, it seemed like she wanted to avoid interacting with them as much as possible. She spoke and acted in a businesslike manner and simply couldn't approach this cold-hearted little stoic. Big brother, don't think too much. It wasn't easy to bring everyone here. You must be tired after so many days. You should go and rest first. Long Xiangyun supported her elder brother and said in a low voice, The young sir behind the stoic face is Zhangzhou's newly ascended emperor. Long Qian laughed bitterly. There are so many talented people by my cousin's side. As expected, every one of them is extraordinary. Humph, that stoic face made me angry all the time, Long Xiangyun said angrily. But forget it. Seeing how her personality is, I won't bicker with her. Long Xiangyun pursed her lips. This fellow was about the same age as her. She originally thought that after staying on the island for a while, she would be able to talk to her. Who knew, that stoic usually didn't even bother to look at her when she saw her. She waited until she mustered up the courage to chat with her while blushing. In the end, she couldn't even say 2 sentences before it was over. That stoic had an ultimate trump card when it came to talking to people. That was, she could kill the conversation anytime and anywhere. She truly couldn't chat with her. If you chatted with her, you would only end up looking for abuse. How stifling. Arbor heard the siblings chattering away as they walked away, and he couldn't resist turning back to take a look. Duan Yu smiled and kindly reminded, Jojo, sour fish soup with vinegar. Arbor's eyes lit up, and he quickly hooked his finger at him. Let's call Big Brother and the Feng brothers and return to Paradise Planet to eat. Okay. Duan Yu nodded with a grin. Big Brother and the Feng brothers should be at the large drill field behind the snowy ridge. The two then teleported to the snowy ridge drill field and walked around to check. Seeing that the soldiers of the 3 provinces were all training intensely, Xiaomu nodded inwardly and had someone call Feng Chongqing and his brother over. Where's my big brother? Big Brother Mu was here just now. How did he disappear in such a short time? Feng Chongqing looked around in confusion and asked his younger brother, Did you see Brother Mu? No, I was with you the whole time just now, Feng Chongfei mumbled. Feng Zhongfei muttered. Then, he saw something in the crowd with his sharp eyes and pointed outside. Big Brother is over there. Arbor turned to look and saw Mu Xingqian's back facing them, seemingly talking to someone. Arbor quickly walked over. When he got closer, he realized that Big Brother was standing face to face with Xikong Fuling, discussing something. Xikong Fuling's eyes were still moist with tears, and her eyes were a bit red. A strange feeling inexplicably flitted across Arbor's mind. Xikong Fuling and Big Brother? When did they become so familiar? Big Brother. The little stoic creased her brows and sprinted over, tugging at her eldest brother's clothes. Let's go eat. Jojo. Mu Xingqian turned to look at his sister and nodded with a smile. Okay. Xikong Fuling glanced at Arbor and pursed her lips without uttering a word. Mu Xingqian said, Miss Xikong, have you eaten? Do you want to come with us? Arbor stood beside Mu Xingqian. He blinked and looked at his elder brother with a strange expression. Something was really wrong. Big Brother actually took the initiative to invite Xikong Fuling to have a meal together. Xikong Fuling glanced at Arbor and received the threat in that young lady's eyes. You're dead meat if you dare to agree. She snorted and waved her hand. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. At least you know your place. Arbor thought to himself. He turned and tugged at Mu Xingqian. Big Brother, let's go. They circled around to the back of the military field and put some distance between them before Arbor dragged them into the star domain. Mu Xingqian scratched his head. Didn't we just eat casually? Why did we enter the star domain to eat? Duan Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Big Brother, you don't understand. You can't be careless when it comes to eating. Mu Xingqian speechlessly glanced at Duan Yu and said exasperatedly, Fine, it was this older brother who was too careless. Arbor instructed Qiu to boil a pot of fresh spirit bamboo shoot mushroom soup while he took out several dishes such as 100 Treasures duck, sour fish soup in vinegar sauce, and so on. Let's eat. Looking at the steaming dishes in front of her, a certain someone's appetite was whetted, and she sat down first. Mu Xingqian chuckled. The little fellow placed the dining table under a peach tree, and a fragrant breeze wafted over. Eldest brother, you've been quite busy recently. Eat more. The little stoic warmly picked up several dishes for her elder brother. This moved Mu Xingqian immensely. His starry eyes looked at his younger sister with a gratified expression that said, My younger sister has grown up and knows how to dote on others. Duan Yu secretly rejoiced. Why not? With his understanding of the little fellow, this fellow was so gentle right now because she definitely had a backup plan waiting for his older brother. Eldest brother, it's all thanks to you. Chongqing, and the others for helping with the collective training to kill the Heavenly Fate battle team. In the future, when we officially join the battle to kill the Heavenly Fate battle team, you guys absolutely have contributed greatly. Mu Xingchen said with a smile, younger sister, this is what we should do. Feng Chongqing nodded. Everyone has a responsibility to deal with the Heavenly Fate battle team. There's no such thing as contribution. Eldest brother, are you very familiar with Xikong Fuling? We're. Mu Xingchen was startled and instantly stopped talking. Eh? Weren't they talking about killing the Heavenly Fate battle team just now? Why did the topic change so abruptly? The little stoic expressionlessly took a bite of rice. Xikong Fuling is a very scheming person. You can't tell what she's thinking. Eldest brother, you're simple and easily fooled. Don't be fooled by her. Mu Xingchen was exasperated. Younger sister's earnest and instructive tone of an elder truly made one not know whether to laugh or cry. Younger sister, I'm not too familiar with Miss Xikong. It's just that when everyone landed in the realm of misfortune at the same time, the guardian helped us, so, we can't be considered that familiar. Arbor perked up his ears to listen, and the words "I'm a bit curious" were written all over his face. Can you tell me? Eldest brother. Duan Yu truly understood the meaning of the song. Before Arbor could speak, he asked with a grin, and what is the realm of misfortune? Oh, about that. Mu Xingchen didn't realize at all that Duan Ling Tian was trying to get information out of him. As soon as he started talking about his experience in the realm of misfortune, he immediately started talking bitterly. I see. Duan Yu nodded with a grin. In that case, eldest brother and that Miss Xikong have been through thick and thin. Mu Xingchen waved his hand. It's not that exaggerated. It's just. Eh? Brother-in-law, why are you here? Mu Xingchen suddenly raised his head and cried out in confusion. Xiao's body stiffened as she followed her brother's gaze. She saw a person fall down from the tree, and with a crash, he appeared in front of her, hanging upside down. Arbor, husband, you're climbing the roof to tear down the tiles. Can't you climb the tree to be a monkey? Duan Yu's brows twitched as he expressionlessly looked at a certain someone who had suddenly hung down and was swaying back and forth between him and Jojo. This person's head was tilted, and his jet-black hair was disheveled. His sparkling phoenix eyes peered over from the mess of black hair and stared fixedly at the two of them. He looked at Duan Yu, then at Arbor. He looked at Arbor, then at Duan Yu. His expression instantly turned grave. Soon after, he fell down from the tree. Arbor hastily reached out to hug him, intending to embrace this flower-like husband. However, this fellow overestimated her own height, so much so that her long-limbed husband covered her head and pressed her down. A certain Xiao was dumbfounded. Mu Xingchen couldn't resist rubbing his forehead. He simply couldn't bear to look at this foolish couple. Mo Lian's falling speed was fast, but the speed at which she was pressing down on him was even faster. Fortunately, he ultimately reached out his hand reflexively and picked up the little stoic. He flew through the air and landed steadily on a giant peach tree that was over 100 feet tall. Arbor returned to her senses and smacked him on the head without another word. What's wrong with you? Why did you run out again instead of cultivating properly? Who knows what you're doing all day long? Do you think you're doing the right thing? Prince Mo looked down at her, his handsome face dumbfounded and expressionless. He looks really stupid, Sir Jojo thought. What were you thinking when you looked at me and Duan Yu earlier? Arbor pinched her husband's cheeks with 2 fingers and pinched them hard. Were you thinking that I'm very familiar with these 2 people's auras and that I should beat them up? Mo Lian suddenly shook her head. This time, it was Sir Jojo's turn to be dumbfounded. Something wasn't right. How could this fellow still shake her head and express her stance? This was a conscious act. Still want to pretend? Sir Jojo was enraged. She pounced over and hooked his neck before viciously biting his ear. I'll bite you to death, you despicable bastard. You still want to deceive Sir Jojo. You don't freaking have a medium-speed cultivation talisman at all, right? Seeing that she was about to bite him, the crown prince suddenly turned his head and very accurately pressed his lips against hers. Screech, they met perfectly. This fellow was simply too adept at this action. This mindset that he had to take a bite out of joy when his wife came up to him was truly, deeply ingrained and dangerous. Arbor, What the hell? This guy's movements were as smooth as before he was hit. He didn't need to think at all. Are you faking it or not? Before Arbor could finish speaking, Prince Mo had already scooped him up. His other hand stirred the air in front of them as they swiftly entered the spacetime passage, disappearing from Duanyu, Mu Xingchen, and the other's sight in the blink of an eye. Big brother Xingchen helplessly exchanged a glance with Duanyu before asking, "Do you think we should chase after them?" "Of course we have to chase after them." Duanyu hastily ran up without another word. Where did Mo Lian, that swindler, run off to?" "Xiao. Little ball." Xiao's weak voice traveled over. "Crown Prince carried little Masta to Forest Planet? Do you want me to teleport you there?" Although the Crown Prince was a little foolish now, his temper was still as arbitrary and tyrannical as before. Should she summon Big Brother and Duanyu over, in the future, if the Crown Prince found out that it was Xiao who was dragging him down, would he beat Xiao up? Duanyu said with a grin, "If you don't summon me over right now, I'll beat you right now." A section of the little treant cried out, and it immediately felt that its vision was spinning. It turned out that just earlier, it had been pulled up from a branch and forced to the ground. Duanyu was clearly smiling, but the treant felt that he was sinister and terrifying. The little treant swayed its pitiful little body as it was carried upside down by him. I'll send you over, over. There at Phoenix Spring. She didn't expect Duanyu, this young man, to be so barbaric towards Xiao even though he looked handsome and refined. She thought he was a good person before, but it turned out he was the same kind of person as His Highness the Crown Prince. Turn Sir Bincho upside down. Upside down. My brain is going to be congested. Do you have blood? Duanyu couldn't help but laugh, and he reached out to flip him over. The little treant stepped on his arm and whined in protest, Why don't I have blood? I'm not those ordinary plants outside. I still have vital signs, okay? I'm one of the 5 spirits, Holy Wood, Sir Holy Wood. Xiao, where did brother-in-law take sister? He's delirious right now, so he wouldn't do anything to sister, right? For example, beating up his sister, that wouldn't do. Even if Mo Lian, this guy, was delirious, as long as he dared to lay a finger on his sister, he would definitely settle the score. Don't worry, big brother. Xiao pursed his lips solemnly. Crown Prince the Great only wants Masta to accompany him in cultivating. How could he possibly hit Masta? Moreover, him? He dares to attack Masta? Unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Xiao harumphed with his hands on his hips. It's at Phoenix Spring. Crown Prince the Great is very good at finding places. But that was right. After being struck by Master's rapid cultivation talisman, the Crown Prince would subconsciously search for a place with dense sacred energy to cultivate. And in the entire star domain, the place with the densest sacred energy should be at Phoenix Spring. With a wave of his hand, Xiao transported everyone to Forest Planet. From afar, they could hear He Chen's exasperated shouting, Mo Lian, I'm telling you, I'm just too lazy to fight with an idiot like you. Don't think I won't retaliate. It's because I see that you're an idiot and pitiful appearance. Duanyu and the others had just entered the forest when they saw He Chen flying out. He landed on the ground with a somersault and retreated a dozen steps before steadying himself. He looked back and met Duanyu's sardonic eyes. He coughed awkwardly. What are you looking at? That guy seems to have been injected with chicken blood, his strength is boundless. Younger sister. Mu Xingchen's voice suddenly stopped when he saw the scene before him. The Phoenix Spring exuded an extremely dense amount of saint power. And the place where the saint energy was most concentrated was naturally the center of the Phoenix Spring. At this moment, half of Mo Lian's body was submerged in the Phoenix Spring. Her entire body was shrouded in white mist, making her look hazy. Everyone could only see that fellow's long hair was spread out as he stared at the shore with his dark eyes. Beside Phoenix Spring, the little stoic was currently sitting cross-legged with her back facing them. Her back view looked stiff, and it was actually a bit comical. Sister? Mu Xingchen called out cautiously. Unexpectedly, a low chuckle came from the side. Mu Xingchen turned his head and saw Holy Sun Miyan restrain his smile and pretend to be very serious. He said in a deep voice, Don't shout. She can't move. One of them was half submerged in the Phoenix Spring, while the other was sitting on the shore. Separated by a dense layer of mist, the two of them faced each other and their eyes met. Hey, why is Jojo still covered in an egg? Cough, defensive barrier. Mu Xingchen was the first to speak and almost said that it was an eggshell. The corner of He Chen's mouth twitched. The saint energy here is dense. If she stays here for a long time, she naturally won't be able to endure it. Mu Xingchen. So brother-in-law was the one who put this eggshell defensive barrier on her. He really was quite considerate. Brother-in-law? You. Mu Xingchen cautiously glanced at Mo Lian. You trapped sister here? Why do I feel like laughing when I see my sister's indignant expression? No, you must hold it in. If you laugh out loud, he'll be done for. Duan Yu curled his lips in amusement. He quickly ran to Arbor and squatted down to face her. Jojo, did that swindler Mo Lian use her sacred power to seal you inside the defensive barrier? Arbor blinked at him with all her might through the transparent eggshell barrier. Pfft, Duan Yu couldn't hold it in and quickly suppressed his laughter. Do you need my help? A water arrow suddenly shot toward his back. Duan Yu didn't even look and summoned the raven bone fan from his conscious, blocking most of the water mist with a splash. The remaining small portion splashed all over Mu Xingchen's head and face. The latter stared at them in bewilderment. What was going on? Why was he the one suffering when these two were fighting? Mo Lian, I'm telling you, if you attack again, I'll beat you up. Duan Yu stood up and blocked in front of Jojo. He leisurely straightened out his wrinkled sleeves and glanced at the other side. Mo Lian jumped onto the shore with a whoosh, her head of fine black hair cascading to her waist. Her pitch-black phoenix eyes glinted coldly as she stared at Duan Yu. Duan Yu moved his slender legs and shifted his position, continuing to shield Lady Xiaoqiao behind him. He had blocked her completely. Mo Lian's eyes were enraged, and she abruptly conjured up a gust of wind mixed with dense sacred power. Wait. Duan Yu raised his hand to block him and shifted his long legs to the side, releasing Arbor from behind him. That fire spirit ring filled with sacred energy had already reached Duan Yu and the others, but had suddenly vanished into thin air. Mo Lian's chilly eyes stared at Duan Yu for a good long while before shifting to her wife. She glanced at her again and again before silently withdrawing her hand. Mo Lian, look over here. Duan Yu called out, once again concealing Arbor's figure. Everyone was speechless. Prince Mo went from being calm, indifferent, and expressionless to being on the verge of going berserk. Duan Yu dodged with a hearty laugh and squatted next to Arbor. He propped up his chin with one hand and asked with a chuckle, do you understand now? He was the kind of person who could only train in peace when he had Jojo right under his nose. Arbor glared fixedly at Duan Yu with her almond-shaped eyes. If she could move right now, she would definitely jump up and pounce on him, bashing Duan Yu's head violently. Ah, I forgot. Jojo's acupoints have been sealed by Stink Lotus True Energy, so she can't even speak. Duan Yu flicked his finger, and a gust of energy rushed into the defensive barrier, unsealing Arbor's sealed acupoints. When the little stoic discovered that she could speak again, she stiffly cursed with a dark face, didn't you say that as long as I leave the illusion talisman matrix by his side, it can last at least half a day? Hubby was simply crazy. She wasn't a mascot that needed to be placed by his side to urge him to cultivate properly. She was infuriated just thinking about it. She clearly tricked hubby, but she didn't expect that she would be the one tricking herself in the end. Ever since hubby was hit by the speed cultivation curse, Sir Jojo had been on the losing end the entire time. How infuriating. Logically speaking, it should work. In reality, it doesn't seem like I can fool him for long. Arbor stood up abruptly and raised her hand to withdraw her defensive barrier. However, this defensive barrier was personally set up by Mo Lian, so she really couldn't withdraw it with her meager cultivation. Sir Jojo was so angry that he jumped in front of Duan Yu and started punching and kicking him through the defensive barrier. Younger sister, younger sister. Calm down, calm down. Mu Xingchen wanted to go up and stop the fight, but he suddenly saw his brother-in-law's icy eyes rolling as his chilly gaze landed on him. F***ck, why did he look like a petrified ghost? His body was filled with an eerie ghostly aura, scaring people to death. Mu Xingchen was so frightened that he couldn't move for the time being. Lian stepped in front of the little stoic and Duanyu, shielding them. Her chilly eyes stared at Duanyu for a split second, but she actually didn't beat him up. Lian hooked her hand and carried the little stoic back to Phoenix Spring. She placed her on the ground and arranged a cross-legged cultivation posture for her. He was going to enter Phoenix Spring to continue cultivating. Who knew? I haven't finished eating. Arbor roared in exasperation, and the surroundings were instantly silenced by her roar. As it turned out, the reason why the little stoic's back was so stiff and her expression so indignant was all because she hadn't finished eating that meal. Big brother Mu truly couldn't hold it in and snickered, "Younger sister, look at brother-in-law's attitude. If you don't stand guard here, he probably won't stop either. I think you should stay here and accompany him for a while. When he slowly recovers, won't you be able to retire with success?" Duanyu, the little stoic roared angrily. Duanyu held back his laughter and quickly walked up with a nod. "What are your orders, my Qiao? Hurry and remove this barrier." She huffed. "If I want to cultivate, I'll cultivate. It's not like I haven't cultivated before. But who would cultivate with a defensive barrier?" It was so comical. "That won't do." Duanyu shook his head and put away his playful smile. He said seriously, "This place is permeated with holy power. If you absorb too much of it, it won't be good for your body. Stinky Lotus defensive shield can effectively block the saint power. Laugh if you want to." Arbor glared at him. "No, Jojo isn't funny at all. Where's the soup?" The little stoic mumbled. Wait." Duanyu pursed his lips and reached out to place a steaming pot of spiritual bamboo shoot soup in front of her. "The soup is pretty good. I already drank a bowl." Duanyu handed a pot of soup to the little stoic's defensive barrier with a grin. "Do you want a bowl and chopsticks?" Everyone was speechless. Compared to Jojo and Lian, you're the laughable one. One day in the outside world was 12 days in the star field. The little stoic listlessly accompanied her husband in his cultivation. Separated by the defensive barrier, she would eat and drink from time to time. Other than not having the freedom to move around, he was still able to get by. Her husband was expressionless while cultivating. His entire person was immersed in the Phoenix Spring like a jade sculpture. He looked so cold and exquisite that she really wanted to touch him. The young crown prince consort propped her chin on her hand as her dark eyes darted back and forth. Her gaze would occasionally linger on her husband. "Jojo." Duanyu appeared next to her with a grin while carrying a lunchbox. "I can take you out today." Arbor rolled his eyes at him. "I'm not lying to you." He waved his hand and removed the defensive barrier on her body. The little stoic immediately jumped up and patted the non-existent dust off her body. Arbor looked up at Duanyu and pursed her lips. Then, she surreptitiously cast a glance in her husband's direction. "Don't worry, he's truly sunk into a cultivation state now, so it's very difficult for him to pull himself out like before," Duanyu said with a smile. "Don't worry, he really won't be able to pull himself out of a cultivation state for a while." "Eh?" As expected, her husband didn't react at all. The little stoic was instantly delighted, and she said briskly, "Since there's an abundance of holy energy circulating around husband, does this mean that he can really stabilize his cultivation realm after this closed-door cultivation?" "Heh." Duanyu harumphed. He was about to break through to the late-stage divine venerable realm previously. However, a large part of the reason why his cultivation soared so rapidly was due to the ancient seal in his body. Arbor had heard a little about the ancient lotus seal in Lian's body. Duanyu said, "This ancient seal is a good thing. Unfortunately, if he can't absorb all of it for his own use," he paused and said, "if it rejects the holy energy in his body, then it'll be troublesome." "Forget it, he knows what he's doing." Duanyu glanced at the worried little stoic and said with a smile, "You still don't believe him? With his abilities, he'll naturally be fine. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, the late-stage divine venerable realm can't be stabilized in 1 or 2 years. Even if he used your strange talisman this time, he probably won't be able to completely stabilize this time. We still have to continue pushing forward." Duanyu sighed and said, "It's not like you don't understand him. With the current situation, he simply can't settle down." Arbor paced back and forth beside Duanyu until Duanyu was exasperated. He couldn't resist grabbing her. Alright, stop pacing back and forth. You're making me dizzy. Jojo, don't you still have us no matter what happens? What are you worrying about? Let's go out first and let him cultivate here alone for a period of time. During this time, don't enter the star domain again and let him sense your familiar aura. Otherwise, this guy's brain will go haywire and he'll forcefully pull himself out of his state to see you. Not only will all our previous efforts be wasted, we might even injure ourselves. Arbor quickly nodded and obediently agreed. He obediently left the star domain with Duanyu. Second sect leader, second sect leader. Arbor looked expressionlessly at Senior Fine Light who was rushing towards her. Second sect master, where have you been for a day and a night? Why haven't I seen you yet? Second generation sect leader, let me tell you, I have created a very practical spiritual artifact. If there are enough materials, I can mass produce it. Miguang proudly took out an axe from his back. This spiritual weapon can change into 3 forms: sword, saber, and axe. How about it? Not bad, right? You want to sell to the soldiers of the 3 prefectures? Senior Scattered Light blinked his dog eyes. How is it? The quality is good, right? Arbor nodded. I can help you sell it, but 1/3 of the money will be used for the maintenance of the sect. Duanyu's mouth twitched. Second sect leader, second sect leader. Who is so stupid to follow Miguang and call me second sect leader? Arbor pondered inwardly as she looked towards the source of the voice. She saw Commandery Princess Wu Shuang leading a group of people toward her with a grin. Huang He is here. Arbor's eyes involuntarily lit up when she saw the face of the woman beside Commandery Princess Wu Shuang. Second sect leader. Second generation sect master. A rippling cry full of emotion caused Arbor's small body to involuntarily tremble. He looked up and saw Xianxia and Lu Jing running over with smiles on their faces. Behind them were more than 20 excited disciples, and they all gathered around with a whoosh. Hurry and greet the second generation sect master. Xianxia waved his hand with a chuckle and turned to say to Arbor, second generation sect master, these are our Xuanji school's first generation disciples. We've already found 70 to 80 people, and we've more or less found some clues about the remaining ones. Some of them are far away in the holy domain. Just summon them here when the time comes. Some of them are in closed-door cultivation and probably won't come out in the near future. Lu Jing nodded repeatedly. There are only 2 disciples, and there's no news of them now. I've asked around, but no one can clearly say where they went. Arbor glanced at the 2 expressionlessly. Pretty efficient. It was indeed pretty good. The little stoic tossed this fraudulent search mission to Xianxia and Lu Jing. She originally didn't expect them to be able to find many people. After all, who the hell knew where those first-generation disciples were scattered right now? Besides, it had been so many years. Perhaps a portion of the elders had already ascended to immortality. Who knew? To tell the truth, it was simply like finding a needle in a haystack and a fantasy to rely on those unreliable nameplates given by Senior Xuanji to find all of them. However, Arbor didn't expect that Xianxia and Lu Jing would make such great progress in such a short time with this unreliable lousy mission. Greetings, second-generation sect master. The voices of the 20-something Xuanji school disciples shook the heavens, and everyone appeared very excited. It would be even better if these fools could remove the words second-generation sect master from their titles. The stoic looked at them expressionlessly, her heart completely unperturbed. Second-generation sect master. A middle-aged man strode forward and rubbed his hands, his tone extremely emotional. It's really been hard on you these past few years, second-generation sect master. Arbor said indifferently, it hasn't been hard on me. When that middle-aged man heard this, the rims of his eyes turned red dramatically. With a rueful expression, he said to the little stoic, how can it not be bitter? Just thinking about it tells me that you've been living in poverty these past few years. After all, you have to support the entire Xuanji school by yourself. For so many years, you have been working hard for the revival of our Xuanji school. That's right, that's right. The second sect leader is really noble. He didn't even tell us about his troubles. Admirable, admirable. As expected of our second sect leader. Arbor, everyone, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Lord Xiao has only taken over the Xuanji sect for a short period of time. Over the past few days, I've only chosen a location for the Xuanji sect and erected the mountain gate of the Xuanji sect. Other than that, wasn't she completely a hands-off boss? At this moment, Huang He walked up and nodded his head in praise. He had a deeply moved expression on his face. You guys are absolutely right. Our Xiao Xiao is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. She is the role model of the world. Huang He spoke without end. Arbor only wanted to cover his face with his hands. Back then, when I met her before we even met, Jojo was high-spirited and vigorous. She disregarded the danger to her life and lured away a high-level spirit beast for us, leading away a large beast tide. Sigh, I can't bear to look back on the past. Back then, Jojo was very different from others. Big sis, can you not talk about how you met back then? You might not believe it. Back when they were training in the lava mountain range, didn't they attract the beast tide to trick people? After that, the little fat squirrel took advantage of every opportunity to clean up the battlefield, not even leaving behind a single spirit beast tooth for them. The words noble character and unquestionable integrity truly aren't suitable for this Lord Xiao. Huang He was still rambling on. The more Qin Qi, Lu Jing, and the other Xuanji sect disciples listened, the more moved they were. They completely didn't notice that Duanyu, He Chen, and the others were twitching their mouths. The more serious Jojo appeared on the surface, the more his heart crumbled. According to their understanding of this little thing, she simply wouldn't be so kind-hearted as to lure away the beast tide or whatever. Perhaps this little fellow was using the beast tide to trick people. Judging from her serious expression, she probably wanted to slap Huang He to death and yell at her to shut up while she was at it. Shut up, Huang He. Don't make wild guesses about this Lord Xiao. You freaking constructed a lofty and imposing image of me in your heart, but in reality, that's not the case at all. Moreover, she remembered that she seemed to have explained the lava mountain range incident to Huang He. Unexpectedly, Fairy Huang He was even more moved. She held her hand and wished for nothing more than to burst into tears and kept praising her for her kindness. She kept insisting that it was Jojo who saved them and was their great benefactor and so on. Seeing that she couldn't communicate with this fellow, Arbor simply didn't mention it in the end. She didn't expect this fellow to bring up this hilarious incident again today. She already told her that the truth wasn't so. This fellow was living in a dream. Enough. Arbor pulled a long face and quickly interrupted Huang He's unceasing praises. Huang He, you came at the right time. How many people from the Heavenly Pill Guild did you bring this time? Those who can come are all here. Huang He immediately changed her attitude and restrained her smile when they talked about serious matters. Wang Yan, Gudapeng, and Little Chow are all here. There are also several Earth-grade alchemists waiting for Jojo's instructions at any time. Arbor nodded in satisfaction. This time, we need to create a batch of nutritious liquid called the Fine Sky Jade Dragon Pill. I will provide the formula and guiding herbs when the time comes. You just need to make as many as you can. No problem. Fairy Yellow Crane nodded heavily and said, we can start refining pills right away. Arbor coughed lightly, grabbed Fairy Yellow Crane's small hand, and patted it twice, saying, do I look like such an unreasonable person? You've just arrived on the island and must be tired from the long journey. How about this? Have a good rest tonight and come see me tomorrow morning. Let me demonstrate the refining method of the Jasper Sky Jade Dragon Dan. Yellow Crane Fairy was so touched that she held Arbor's hands and shook them vigorously. Jojo, you're so nice. Are you going to demonstrate to me again? Good, good, good. I knew this trip wouldn't be in vain. I love watching you refine pills the most. Watching you refine pills is a kind of enjoyment. The several Earth-grade alchemy grandmasters looked at Fairy Yellow Crane with speechless faces. Yellow Crane was good at everything. She was approachable, lively, and cheerful. It was just that, sometimes her brain might not work too well. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw her like this. This appearance of meeting the second-generation sect master of the Xuanji sect was like a brainless fan. They didn't know what was going on. Arbor coughed and drew back his small hand expressionlessly, patting Yellow Crane's shoulder. She said earnestly, refine well. Practice makes perfect. As long as your pill refinement speed and success rate increase, it will only be a matter of time before you improve your pill refinement skills. Yes. Huang He quickly cupped his hands. Everyone, they felt that Huang He, this child, had been tricked by Jojo ever since he was born. After Arbor finished talking with Huang He, she looked at Xianxia and Lu Jing. I'm very happy that you guys could come. Everyone thought at the same time, the little sect master's expression really doesn't look happy. You guys can settle down on the island for the time being. Oh right, do you still remember Hao Guang? Why did Senior Hao Guang run away? Arbor belatedly realized that Hao Guang had slipped away at some point. Second sect master, we can go find him ourselves. Xianxia chuckled mischievously. The middle-aged man from before ground his teeth and harumphed. I didn't expect to see Hao Guang in my lifetime. Looks like he's been doing quite well recently. He really is an irresponsible guy, another person said sarcastically. Arbor looked up at the sky and inexplicably felt a gust of gloomy wind blow past her face. Could it be that seniors Xianxia and Lu Jing had some old grudge with Hao Guang? Jojo loved to listen to gossip the most, so her stoic face was immediately replaced by a curious expression. You guys? What special matters do you have with Senior Hao Guang? Xianxia cupped his hands at her. We have a deep grudge with him. Second sect master, let's talk later. We'll go find that old punk first. Xiaomu became even more curious when she saw him run off with his men after saying half of what he wanted to say. She took out a small butterfly and flicked her fingers. Follow them and take a look. Don't let them beat Senior Hao Guang to death. Senior Hao Guang was a great help to her. She was still waiting for him to refine flying artifacts in batches. Huang He and the others can refine many pills for killing the Heavenly Seer now that they're here. Duan Yu nodded and said, the dozen or so pharmacists we've gathered will probably arrive in 2 days. At that time, the speed of refining Jewel Sky Jade Dragon pills should be much faster. When will the people from the underworld region arrive? Arbor's face tightened, and he waved to a disciple of the Tianyun battle squad beside him. Go back and ask that person. I want an accurate reply. Yes. Consuming the Jasper Heaven Jade Dragon pill would definitely allow their strength to rise by a level in a short period of time. The most important thing was that after consuming the Jewel Heaven Jade Dragon pill, it did not end right away after upgrading. Its little bit of medicinal power could only be used in the body for 1 to 3 months. In the future, when he cultivated, he could clearly feel that his absorption speed had increased, his meridians had widened, and so on. It was a feeling that could not be described in words. Getting twice the result with half the effort was naturally an extremely good thing. While they were talking, a Zhangzhou guard quickly ran over and saluted, reporting to Your Majesty, a few commoners have been fished up from the northwestern shore. They seem to still be breathing. Duan Yu turned to glance at Arbor. I'll go take a look. Arbor followed him. Let's go together. Their deserted island, which neighbored the sacred land of the Snowy Ridge, was covered in snow all year round and was uninhabited. Suddenly, several people without any cultivation drifted over from the sea. Don't you think it's strange? Not being able to tell was the strangest thing. Under the Zhangzhou guard's lead, the group arrived at the northwestern shore. Sure enough, they saw several upright figures lying on the snowy ground. Several Tsang province guards who were patrolling the northwest shore all turned their heads and respectfully bowed to them. Duan Yu waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to stand on ceremony, and strode forward. Arbor, Mu Xingchen, and the others also followed, their gazes seemingly landing on the commoners by the shore. They saw that those people were all wearing coarse hemp garments, their complexions emaciated, and their bodies emaciated. They had soaked in the seawater for too long, so their bodies were blue from the cold, and their lips were also a bit purple. Arbor glanced at them before taking out a small packet of medicinal powder from his sleeve and handing it to its Zhangzhou guard beside him. Boil it in warm water and feed each of them a mouthful. A packet of dispelling cold powder was enough to recover these people's chilled bodies. However, this kind of recovery only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. These people looked like they were malnourished, so they couldn't recover in a day. Now, they could only wake them up for the time being before asking them what was going on. A moment later, those people indeed slowly regained consciousness under the effects of the dispelling cold powder. When they clearly saw Arbor, Duan Yu, and the others standing in front of them, the commoners, who were muddle-headed from soaking in the seawater, hastily knelt and begged for mercy, repeatedly shouting, "No, don't, sirs, don't kill us, don't." Arbor's gaze landed on a young man with a very sallow complexion and sunken eye sockets. "Tell us, where did you come from? Why did you drift to our snowy island?" That man trembled nonstop and cowed out in trepidation as he begged for mercy. "Miss, spare us, spare us. We are villagers from a small fishing village outside the River of Forgetfulness." Because the harvest this year was poor, ghostly monsters started appearing in the village. They stood stiffly, jumped, and bit people. As a result, those who could run all ran out. As for the remaining people, they were about to starve to death, so they had no choice but to follow the fireworm troop out to run boats. "We didn't do anything bad, we really didn't do anything bad," the man said with tears in his eyes. "We were originally ordinary people from a fishing village, but because our lives were hard and we couldn't survive anymore, we followed others to run boats. We wanted to earn a few spirit coins so that we could exchange them for food." Jojo blinked. "What's the Fireworm Squad? I heard that they are the most famous pirate team in the region of the Forgotten River. They always like to take advantage of the time when the sky is about to turn dark to come out with their pirate ships to rob and intercept the nearby merchant ships." At one time, he was extremely savage. Duan Yu said in a low voice, "However, because they intercepted the Morning Sunlight Pavilion's fleet from the Great Xiang of the Divine Province, they were counterattacked once by the Morning Sunlight Pavilion, and their vitality seemed to be greatly damaged. I didn't expect them to move out again after a few days of peace." Arbor replied with an "oh" and looked at the shivering people with an indifferent expression. "Since you joined the pirate group, why did you end up in the sea?" The young man shuddered as if he recalled a terrifying incident. "B-Boss disliked us for being a hindrance and didn't do our jobs well, so he threw us into the sea to feed the fish." "Then you guys are really amazing." Arbor looked at them meaningfully. "This sea is densely filled with zombie fish, yet you normal people could actually drift here unscathed and just happen to encounter us." Jojo. Duan Yu's entire body suddenly tensed, as if he sensed an extreme danger, and he pulled Arbor to his side. At the same time, that young man with a sallow complexion and sunken eye sockets suddenly shuddered and abruptly exploded. The loud boom was accompanied by a pungent and unpleasant smell. The air was instantly filled with a putrid stench, and the patter of yellow powder drifted toward everyone like a continuous drizzle. Duan Yu flicked his sleeve to disperse a cyclone in front of him and pulled the little stoic behind him before coldly gazing over. They dodged in time, and their movements were extremely swift. By the time Duan Yu spoke, Ma Jiechen, Mi Yan, and Feng Chongqing had already set up a defensive barrier. They finally managed to dodge the attack without mishap and kept the drifting yellow powder 3 feet away. Arbor poked his head out from behind Duan Yu and expressionlessly raised his hand. The blue spiritual cleansing fire burned over, but everyone clearly saw that the yellow powder continued to multiply under the blue spiritual cleansing fire. There were still hundreds to thousands of floating yellow powder floating in the air, and they could be clearly seen with the naked eye. Xiaomu made a prompt decision and took out the Realm of Misfortune. With a casual swipe of her hand, she absorbed all of the yellow powder inside. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief, but the expression on their faces was not relaxed at all. 8 layers of the blue spiritual cleansing fire actually can't extinguish these yellow particles, Duan Yu said gravely. "We have no idea what these things are." The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal nodded. "It looks like the Heavenly Fortune has come up with a new trick again." Everyone looked over and saw that the people they fished up from the sea were all smashed to pieces and couldn't be more dead. Arbor's expression was grave, and a trace of chilliness hung on his face. He flicked out the Heart of Misfortune, and that pitch-black bead with an inky luster slowly rose up. It emitted a myriad of black lights that slowly condensed into a black light screen in the air. The light screen rippled, and the myriad of black lights gently undulated like water ripples. The scene in the Realm of Misfortune was like an unfurled painting that slowly flowed down. Shadows appeared on the black light screen, moving slowly along with the running of the human figures. Everyone looked over. On the screen, several disciples of the City of Shadows were running madly on a vast expanse of land. Every one of them was covered in dirt, and their bodies were covered in wounds. Their complexions were sallow and emaciated, and they were in a sorry state. It was obvious that he had been tortured to death in the realm of misfortune and was on the verge of death. Speaking of which, there were about 20 to 30 City of Shadows disciples who were captured and sent to the heart of misfortune. However, after this period of tempering, the realm of misfortune had completely shattered their hopes in life. The remaining few should be the strongest disciples in the City of Shadows. They had lived the longest and fought for their lives the longest. However, after being tempered by thousands of killings in the realm of misfortune, no matter how strong a person's will was, their willpower would be almost completely worn out. Arbor remained silent as he stared at the City of Shadows disciples who were forced to run forward by the dark yellow particles. Hand over a strand of your life soul and submit to me. A City of Shadows disciple looked up at the sky like a startled bird. Who are you? The remaining 5 City of Shadows disciples didn't waste any words and directly handed over a strand of their life souls. They gritted their teeth and continued running forward. Arbor raised her hand, and the 5 strands of life souls immediately flew into her palm. At the same time, the 5 people heard a painful scream, and they immediately turned back to look with trepidation. They saw that a yellow powder had unfortunately landed on the left cheek of the companion who had asked the question earlier. Within a few minutes, his face started to fester with pus. Streams of putrid pus flowed down his face, bubbling and bubbling as they flowed down in a terrifying manner. The 5 City of Shadows disciples were so frightened that their limbs stiffened. But soon, they discovered that a transparent barrier had been erected around them. He didn't know when it was erected around his body, but it blocked all the powdery yellow particles outside of his body. The 5 people's pupils contracted as they watched the fine sand-like yellow powder slowly spin upwards in the air as though it was lifted by a large, invisible palm. It drew an arc in the air and spiraled in circles, forming a whirlwind that didn't miss a single particle as it spun gently in the air. Just like a sentient, living creature, they were easily controlled by someone. The 5 people looked at each other in dismay before looking at their companion who was blocked outside the transparent barrier and the hand he extended to them for help. Then, bit by bit, like sand flowing down, his body turned into pus bit by bit. The dark brown liquid seeped into the thick soil beneath their feet. The 5 people clearly saw that the normal soil color turned black in a few breaths. The mutated soil extended all the way forward. Duanyu, He-chan, and Arbor's expressions changed at the same time, and their gazes turned grave. What the hell is this thing? Feng Zhangqing asked. I'm guessing that it should be the medicine men newly developed by the Heavenly Fate dynasty. Arbor's expression was very unsightly as he turned to Duanyu and said, we need to inform this news and let all the city lords know about it. The message was passed down layer by layer and the defense work was done. These medicine men are so powerful. If the Heavenly Fate dynasty uses them to attack cities and plunder lands, wouldn't they be invincible? Feng Zhangfei couldn't resist exclaiming. Arbor nodded gravely. If they really produce large batches of these medicine men, it will indeed be troublesome. I don't think it's possible to sell it in large quantities. Duanyu glanced at her placatingly. If they really had the power to destroy a city, they could have used it when they attacked Jiawei City back then, right? Arbor thought for a moment and nodded. Then spread the news first and have them take precautions. Duanyu said quietly, don't be too worried. On the other hand, the 5 disciples of the City of Shadows in the realm of misfortune realized that the transparent barrier around them had been removed. He immediately knelt down uneasily and worriedly, bowing towards the southeast. Thank you for saving my life, Master. At this moment, they already understood that the person who saved them was definitely the owner of the realm of misfortune. With a flip of his hand, he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. In the realm of misfortune, that person was a godlike existence. He could control everything in the realm of misfortune. Arbor stored the 5 life spirits into a soul-locking ring and into his consciousness. She then said to the 5 of them, train in the realm of misfortune for a while longer. When you break through to the god realm, I will release you. She casually tossed a bottle of Jewel Sky Jade Dragon pills to the 5 of them and said aloofly, remember, don't touch those yellow medicinal powders. Yes, Master. Crack, crack. The sound of the heavy whip kept ringing out. All the onlookers on the deck were as silent as cicadas in winter. No one dared to speak. Mu Xiaoxue even rubbed the corner of her clothes and stood beside Mu Qingyao with her head lowered. She was trembling so much that she could barely stand. Big sister, she called out pitifully. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito, and it was so broken that it revealed a sense of heartbreak. It was as if she was really heartbroken right now. Xiaoyi really wanted to go up and gently hug his little junior sister, and gently tell her not to be afraid. However, there were many Heavenly Fate sect disciples standing around watching them. Xiaoyi and Guishuan could only stay where they were and couldn't move around freely on the deck. Big sister, Mu Xiaoxue said softly, just give in and beg for mercy. Mu Roxuan was tied to a wooden post at the bow of the ship. Because of the whipping, her clothes were almost completely torn. She had already lost her cultivation and couldn't circulate her energy to defend herself like ordinary cultivators. At this moment, the whips landed on her body again, and each time they landed, she was injured again and again. After 50 lashes, Mu Roxuan spat out blood. She was a little confused and almost fainted. Roxuan. Mu Qingya finally moved from the stool and stood up. Enough, she said angrily to Red, who was personally holding the whip. Stop. Hall Master Gong, Roxuan already knows her mistake. Can you just let her go like this? Continue. Gong Songfeng coldly interrupted Mu Qingya and stared coldly at Mu Roxuan. Or is Hall Master Mu willing to personally take the punishment on behalf of your daughter? Mu Qingya was silent for a moment and didn't say anything. Gong Songfeng couldn't help but sneer. It seems that Hall Master Mu isn't as protective of your daughter as I thought. Mu Qingya sneered. Hall Master Gong really knows how to joke. Qingya is just an ordinary person. How can she withstand 100 lashes from your elite disciple? Hong Yi cracked the whip with a grin and turned to look at Mu Qingya. Since you're so close to your daughter, why don't you take the punishment on behalf of your daughter and let Hall Master Mu take the remaining 50 lashes? Mu Qingya's lips twitched with a fake smile. Red Coat really knows how to joke. Looks like you're not willing. Hong Yi blinked her eyes with a smile and clicked her tongue. I didn't expect Hall Master Mu to be such a heartless person. Mu Qingya clenched her fists tightly and suppressed the dissatisfaction and anger in her heart. She forced a smile and said, Hall Master Gong, my daughter was in the wrong this time. However, she is, after all, young and ignorant. Hall Master Gong and Vice Hall Master Meng, please give this Hall Master face and spare her this once. Rules are rules. Gong Songfeng sneered, since you've already joined us, you should abide by the rules of the organization. You must obey the orders of your superiors. Don't ever touch anything that you shouldn't do. Mu Qingya's face twisted. But, since Mu Roxuan dared to make the decision and release the human medicated bomb without permission, Gong Songfeng said coldly. Gong Songfeng looked at Mu Qingya coldly and said, then she must take full responsibility for this matter. Do you think it's over after this punishment? The human medicated bomb is such a rare resource that the organization has only successfully developed 10 of them. But now, she wasted 5 of them in one go. She even exposed our plan in advance. According to the little crown princess's temperament, she will definitely take this matter seriously and make arrangements as soon as possible. Now that the 3 provinces have received news that we have such a trump card in our hands, what do you think they will do? Mu Qingya's expression was ugly as she turned to look at the silent Mu Roxuan with her eyes closed. Hong Yi began to whip her again. Mu Xiaoxue had a pained expression as she bit the handkerchief in her hand and murmured, Sister, don't hit her anymore. Hong Yi suddenly turned around and smiled seductively at the little girl. Hong Yi patted the whip in her hand and tilted her head to look at Mu Xiaoxue coquettishly. Why don't you do it instead? You two have such a deep sisterly relationship. Take 2 lashes for your sister and fulfill your fate. Mu Xiaoxue froze in place. Hong Yi gave a look to the Heavenly Fate sect disciples beside her. Those disciples stepped forward and tried to grab Mu Xiaoxue's arm. Mu Xiaoxue screamed in fright and knelt in front of her mother's chair, burrowing into her arms. Mother. What are you doing? Mu Qingya was like an angry lioness as she immediately shielded Mu Xiaoxue in her arms and slapped away the hands of the Heavenly Fate sect disciples. She roared angrily, let's see who dares to touch my Schwerer. TSK. Hong Yi swung the black whip in her hand. This is called deep mother-daughter relationship. I thought I was seeing things. I didn't expect Hall Master Mu to be so biased as a mother. Mu Qingya seemed to realize something as she quickly steadied Mu Xiaoxue and looked awkwardly at the disheveled Mu Rochuan. However, Mu Rochuan didn't open her eyes from beginning to end and only bit her lips tightly. After dozens of lashes, there wasn't a piece of unharmed flesh on her body, but she didn't utter a single word. Hall Master Mu, you didn't lie to us, did you? Is it really eldest Miss Mu who released the human medicine bomb? Of course. Mu Qingyao's voice suddenly changed. She shielded Mu Xiaoxue, who was trembling in her arms, and said sternly, "Why are you suspecting Hall Master Gong? Don't you know the relationship between Mu Rochuan and Arbor? Ever since Arbor stepped into the Mu family's house, Mu Rochuan has been jealous of her and tried to plot against her time and time again. These things are all well-founded and can be investigated. Also," Mu Qingyao gulped and continued, "because of Arbor, Mu Rochuan lost all her cultivation and her arms were broken. Now, she's disabled. How could she not hate her to the core?" This child's thoughts went astray for a moment. He secretly learned about the underground hall's medicine man bombs and wanted to use them to destroy Arbor in one fell swoop. Red Coat smiled and rubbed her palms together. "The story is really well made. That's enough, Hall Master Mu. Now that the punishment is over, you can drag your good daughter back after the punishment is over." Then, she continued with the remaining 50 lashes. Mu Xiaoxue didn't dare to pretend anymore and didn't say a word from beginning to end. The mother and daughter curled up in a corner and counted like quails. They watched as Mu Rochuan was taken down from the wooden pillar on the verge of death after the 100 lashes. "Sister!" Mu Xiaoxue cried and pounced forward. Hongyi glanced at her in amusement and curved her thin lips at her. "Alright, stop acting. You don't look like sisters at all. I told you to stand out and take a few whips for your sister, but you weren't willing. Can't we be a little more realistic?" She was so ugly, not at all like that stoic face. Stoic face was really an honest little girl. If she liked someone, she liked them. If she didn't, she didn't. If she didn't like someone, she couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. Forget about putting in the effort to act, she didn't even want to look at them. After you deceived her, then, there really wasn't even the slightest possibility of being friends. Hongyi threw down the whip in her hand dispiritedly and turned to walk slowly to Fan Meng and Fan Yu. "Let's go and drink." "Sister, does it hurt?" Mu Xiaoxue sat at Mu Rochuan's bedside and wiped her tears with a handkerchief from time to time. "Sigh, you child." Mu Qingyao looked at Mu Rochuan lovingly and turned to instruct the two maids, "Clean up eldest Miss wounds properly. Use the best medicine and ask me for more if you run out." "Yes, Hall Master." "Sister, are you angry at Xiaoxue?" Mu Xiaoxue stammered with a trembling expression. Jiaoyi couldn't bear it and hurriedly persuaded, "How can that be? Eldest Miss Mu is little junior sister's elder sister. Naturally, she will uphold her elder sister's image and protect you. But sister, you haven't even opened your eyes to look at Xiaoxue since just now." Mu Xiaoxue twisted the handkerchief in her hand and said in a small voice, This time, it's Xiaoxue who dragged sister down. I won't be so rash in the future, alright? Sister, don't be angry at Xiaoxue. Alright, Schwer, your sister is also tired. Let's go out first and let her have a good rest." Seeing that Mu Rochuan had no intention of speaking from beginning to end, Mu Qingyao also felt deeply awkward and couldn't continue this one-man show. The mother and daughter pair spoke a few more words carefully and were about to turn and leave. Only to hear Mu Rochuan's hoarse voice drifting over from the bedside, "Mother, your grace of giving birth to me, in this life. I have already repaid it." Mu Qingyao's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around to look. However, Mu Rochuan had already turned her face away, revealing the ancient scar on the side of her face that had been soaked in blood. Perhaps it was because of the heavy whip, but the old scar on his face seemed to have split open again. Only Mu Rochuan herself knew that any scars on her body were not scars. Only the one in his heart was deep and ruthless, so heavy that he couldn't breathe. The line dividing the Crown Prince's closed-door training. "Today, I've gathered everyone here because I have an urgent mission for you. Today, we are going out to sea. We will search the nearest fishing villages along the coast. What we're searching for this time is the underground base that Tianyun set up nearby. The target is very dangerous. It might be a new type of medicine man with extremely strong corpse poison. Everyone fears death, but from the day we joined to kill the heavenly fate, we must face death head-on. In the future, there will be countless difficulties waiting for us to overcome. Today is just the beginning. When Arbor, Duan Yu, and the others arrived at the military field, Rong had already finished his impassioned speech. Leading a group of people, Mayas was currently distributing life-saving pills and some weapons to his subordinates. Arbor walked over and glanced at the group. Suddenly, he paused and calmly walked towards the karst cave. After entering the karst cave, he looked left and right to make sure there was no one around. It was only then that Xiaomu waved her hand, releasing several figures. Xianxia giggled as she pounced forward and hugged him. "Aya, my Jojo, long time no see. Look, have I changed?" "You've leveled up," Arbor said expressionlessly. "Ha ha 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 ha," Xianxia laughed with her hands on her hips. "Not only have I leveled up, my spiritual sense has also improved greatly. I am now a level 12 great spiritual master." "How is it?" "Very good," Arbor nodded. Little Fatty ran forward with his belly bulging. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Jojo, why did Cho tell me that you found a long-lost brother for me the moment I came out?" Arbor's mouth twitched. He glanced at this fellow's bulging belly. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll let you guys go to the Tianji Mystic Realm to see my fat senior brother." Cho was such a scammer. He actually told little Fatty that his fat senior brother was his relative. "Jojo, you found a senior brother?" "Yes. Not only that, I also found many of the Xuanji school's first-generation disciples," Arbor said calmly. "You can meet many new friends this time." "That's great." Xianxia chuckled. "I love meeting new friends the most." Mata rubbed his chin and smiled wretchedly. "As for me, I love following Jojo around and robbing people. Don't you know how to speak?" "What, robbing people? When has Jojo ever done such things?" Xianxia glanced at Mata and corrected him. "This is called upholding justice." "That's right." Arbor expressionlessly turned and walked out. His slightly raised lips showed that he was in an extremely good mood. Just as he reached the entrance of the karst cave, he met Fairy Yellow Crane, who was looking for him. Little Yellow Crane said excitedly, "I heard that you guys are planning to find the underground base of Heavenly Fate." I'm going too. I have to go too." "Alright, bring Wang Yan and Xiao Qiao along." Arbor thought for a moment and said, "The things we need to deal with this time might be a little tricky. When the time comes, if there's any danger, stay on the ship with the pharmacists. Don't come down recklessly." Huang He nodded repeatedly. As long as he could take her on the road, she would agree to anything. "Jojo, the ship we came on doesn't seem to be big enough to accommodate so many people. If we don't use a boat and just use an air transportation spiritual artifact, I reckon that it's easy to get lost in the sea." "There's a boat." Arbor nodded. "It's big enough. The crimson firmament blue waves could hold as many people as they wanted." Arbor had personally tested the mutated space inside the ship, and it was almost endless. Therefore, there was no need to think too much about the movement of more than 30,000 soldiers. Huang He followed behind her. His eyes brightened as he grinned and said, "That's good, that's good. Then, eh? Ah, Xianxian, little Fatty Mata, you've all come out." Everyone smiled and nodded at her. Xianxian skipped forward and grabbed her hand. "Little Yellow Crane, it's been a long time. How was it? How was your life in the Heavenly Pill auction?" "It was very fulfilling. Every day, I could develop pills with a group of like-minded pill friends. I didn't have to worry about the cost of materials. My days were simply too beautiful." "Ahahaha." Fairy Huang He couldn't help but laugh out loud when she was pleased with herself. Xianxian covered her mouth and chuckled. She patted her hand and said, "Little Huang He, let's chat on the way." Okay. Huang He repeatedly said okay and waved her hand at Arbor with a smile. "I'll go call little Super Pung and the others. Let's meet at the beach later." "Okay." Xianxian readily agreed and turned to look at Arbor. "I see that little Huang He seems to be in better spirits. She doesn't even have time to drink water when she gets busy." Arbor said aloofly, she's fully immersed in refining pills, so she naturally won't remember other bad things. That's true. Xianxia nodded and turned to glance at Mata and the others. Let's go. We'll talk after we get out. The appearance of Xianxia and the others was very sudden. Before they set off, Ollie noticed that there was something fishy about them. He tugged at Yasa's sleeve and pulled him to the side to whisper a few words to him. Xianxia looked in the direction his younger brother was pointing at and glanced at his younger brother indifferently. What's so strange about this? Xianxia said aloofly, it's not like this is the first time. This little stoic side would frequently have a few people disappear and a few more appear. He was already used to it. It was hard on Ollie to constantly stare at this cold-faced little stoic as if staring at her would cause problems. Don't provoke her. Xianxia glanced at him and warned, if you don't want to follow Akir to the northern desert to train, then speak less and do more. Ollie pursed his lips and grumbled in agreement. However, his eyes were still unwilling to give up and constantly stared at Arbor's side. Why was Big Brother so indifferent? In reality, what he wanted to tell Big Brother was that after he constantly paid attention to the little stoic's movements, he discovered, this little stoic definitely hid her abilities well. She had stored large groups of people in the storage talisman she drew. If their underworld province soldiers clashed with the people of the divine prefecture, the little stoic would absolutely pull out a bunch of people from her storage talisman and slice them into pieces in a matter of minutes. It was just that those people were really weird. Something like a storage talisman wouldn't feel good staying inside. Tisk, tisk. Ollie clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, don't suffocate in there. Who knew how long these people would stay in the storage talisman? Who knew what it would be like to stay in the storage talisman? It must be very painful. Arbor didn't know what Alex was thinking. Even if he knew, he would only roll his eyes at him and retort with 3 words, mind your own business. She waited by the beach for a short while before she saw Crown Prince Rong leading the soldiers from the 3 prefectures in an orderly manner. He then took out a sealing ball from his sleeve and threw it out. The soldiers in the front row saw it very clearly. When the sealing ball was thrown out, a huge 3-story ship slid out from it and sank into the water. It followed the rolling waves and slid out for some distance. Your Majesty. Crown Prince Rong quickly walked to Duan Yu's side and looked at Qishao blue waves curiously. We only prepared this ship? MHM, it's more than enough to accommodate all of us. Duan Yu nodded faintly. Lead your men up first. Gather everyone on the deck for now. Okay. Rongqing nodded and turned to lead the soldiers onto the ship. After boarding the ship, everyone finally realized how big the ship was. Everyone was extremely shocked and gasped in amazement. Gathered on the broad bow deck, the soldiers of the 3 states looked forward with shining eyes. Could this be a holy weapon? Ollie muttered to himself as he looked left and right, feeling like he couldn't see the end of it. This little stoic was too extravagant. She casually took out a holy weapon. No wonder she always looked so confident. If it was anyone else, they would also be so confident if they could casually take out a holy weapon. The rooms have already been prepared for you. Rest yourselves. Someone will naturally call you out in advance when you reach the base. There's nothing else. Do you have anything else to say? Arbor looked at Duan Yu, Xianxia, Rongqing, and Longqing. The 4 of them shook their heads. Meanwhile, Long Shangyun raised her hand and yawned. I'm going back to my room to sleep first. She could be considered familiar with the Crimson Nimbus waves and could find the room she had stayed in before. With the Crimson Nimbus waves, there were no issues with its speed and defense. In any case, she only needed to sleep for a while, and they would almost reach their destination by the time she opened her eyes. How is it? Arbor glanced sideways at Duan Yu. The latter was currently looking at the Jade Messenger talisman in his hand. After skimming through 10 lines at a glance, he handed the Jade Messenger talisman to Qiao Mu. The closest stronghold should be a small coastal fishing village about a day's journey from here. Arbor nodded. With the Crimson Nimbus wave speed, it should only take half a day. We should reach our destination by daybreak tomorrow. Okay. Duan Yu nodded with a grin and said, Jojo, you've probably talked for several months today, right? You must be very tired. Quickly go rest. Arbor stroked his small face and nodded earnestly. You're right. See you tomorrow then. Duan Yu chuckled. Go then. The next morning, Yellow Crane Fairy, who was also staying in the third-floor cabin, knocked on Arbor's door. Arbor was washing up when he heard the urgent knocking on the door. He wiped his face and walked to the door. As soon as the door opened, Fairy Yellow Crane charged in, followed by the grinning Xianxia. Oh my god, oh my god. Jojo, do you know what happened last night? I went to the deck to take a look today. There were schools of dead fish piled up on the side of the ship, and there were many things with broken limbs. While we were asleep last night, the ship was attacked by a school of corpse fish and underwater puppets. Do we need anything? Arbor glanced at her and asked. I'm fine. Fairy Yellow Crane was taken aback. She looked up and saw Arbor wringing the towel he used to wipe his face and hanging it aside. He said calmly, let's eat breakfast. Xianxia couldn't resist chuckling and patted Yellow Crane's shoulder. Those school of corpse fish simply couldn't break through the Crimson Nimbus Wave's defenses. Yellow Crane woodenly followed the little stoic downstairs. Jojo, you knew this would happen? There are so many living people's auras on this ship. It's simply a sumptuous feast for the underwater corpse fish and corpse puppets. We'll definitely suffer an attack. Xianxia patted her hand and said, don't worry, the Crimson Nimbus Waves are much more powerful than we imagined. So many corpse fish suddenly gathered underwater. Could it be that someone purposely attracted them here? Huang He immediately thought of a conspiracy theory. That shouldn't be. Xianxia and Huang He chatted casually, but their feet didn't stop as they followed Arbor to the deck. Everyone had already gathered and was happily distributing some nutrition pills. Seeing the happy expressions on their faces, Arbor felt that it was a little strange. Instead of eating these cold pills, Arbor was actually more willing to eat a bowl of home-cooked rice porridge. Wasn't this more delicious? Xianxia pursed her lips and said, what's there to be happy about? Isn't it just a few pills? It's better to have a bowl of red braised pork. Arbor nodded in agreement. Huang He was speechless. The soldiers of the 3 prefectures probably wouldn't understand the world of a foodie. Oh right, Huang He, you should have advanced to a heaven-grade alchemist now, right? Huang He smiled bashfully and shyly tugged at the corner of his clothes. I shouldn't have reached the realm of a heaven-grade alchemist yet. After all, the pills I refine sometimes reach the heaven grade, and sometimes they hover around the earth grade. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I feel that it's still not that stable. Xiaomu nodded. Then it's more or less stabilized. During this period of time, you should concentrate on refining more pills. After accumulating them for a certain amount of time, it will naturally break through that barrier and bring you to a higher place. Huang He put away his playful expression and nodded solemnly. Okay. Becoming a heaven-grade alchemist was one of her dreams, but she never thought that she would actually achieve it one day. All of this was thanks to Jojo, who gave her demonstrations and pointers from time to time, allowing her to make great progress on the path of alchemy. There are 2 skeleton war flags in front, Atsong Province Guard suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look, and indeed, they saw a battleship sailing very quickly towards them at full speed. The 2 skeleton war flags raised at the bow of the ship were quite eye-catching, as if they were announcing something. Look at the hull of their ship, what's that thing engraved on it? It looks like a giant beast covered in flames? Yes, it's a fire beast stepping on a fireball. A fire nightmare is a fire nightmare that is equivalent to a 9th level spirit fire. Fire Jade Beast. What a huge fire mastiff. This beast's body is probably comparable to an adult phoenix. Duan Yu was currently holding a pot of porridge as he slowly walked towards Arbor. He turned a deaf ear to those high-pitched shouts. He came to Arbor's side and said with a smile, come and have some porridge. Colorful divine fish congee. It's delicious and fragrant. I guarantee you'll like it. Jojo's eyes suddenly lit up. Xianxia, who was at the side, hurriedly followed after him. She had an expression that said good things need to be shared with good friends. F*CK, that ship is heading straight for us. A team leader of the Shenzhou team standing at the front of the deck could not help but curse. With a wave of his hand, the members of his team all drew their bows and aimed at the ships that were rushing towards them. Duan Yu carefully scooped a bowl of porridge for the little girl and chuckled without even turning his head. Quickly drink it while it's hot. You can only fight when you're full. The little stoic's eyes shone even brighter. She picked up the porridge and drank a mouthful before blinking at Duan Yu and saying, "You're absolutely right." She would only have the strength to beat people when she was full. Thump. A dull thud was heard. The entire red nimbus blue wave stood steadily in the water and was not affected at all. On the other hand, the ship with the fire jade beast painted on it tilted and the hull shook slightly during the impact. At the front of the deck of the ship stood a young man in his early 20s. His face was sallow, his lips were pale, his eye sockets were sunken, and his eye bags were extremely deep. He was as thin as a match and looked like a tuberculosis ghost. This person hugged a plump and enchanting woman in each of his arms, teasing wantonly, his eyes full of evil thoughts. Under the impact of the ship, the young man hugged the two women, and his body also tilted forward a few times. A haze flashed past his eyes. Continue to hit. Young Master Duo. The middle-aged Captain Wuching frowned and reminded, "This ship looks extraordinary. Young Master Duo, better think carefully about whether you want to provoke it or not." After being hit by the fire jade ship, the ship did not move at all. How could it be ordinary? Moreover, young Master Duo Shanming was just out to play this time. There was really no need to get involved in this kind of trouble. If I ask you to continue, then continue. Stop talking nonsense. A trace of wanton madness flashed past the young man's eyes, and he laughed loudly. "Wuching, you better recognize who the master is." A trace of anger flashed past the eyes of the middle-aged captain named Wuching, but he seemed to have no way to deal with the young man. "Wuching, didn't you always brag to me that your ship is unrivaled in the River of Forgetfulness? Now why don't you show me if you really have the ability?" Wuching was very angry. He did say that in the entire River of Forgetfulness, there were very few that could be stronger than this fire jade ship. But he did not say that he had to seek death by hitting another treasure ship that looked even more extraordinary. Looking at the body of the opponent's ship, it was pure black with a faint flowing light. He did not know what kind of high-quality material was used to make it. At the moment of the first collision, the fire jade ship swayed a few times, but the opponent's ship did not move at all. Wuching naturally had the idea of retreating. What's more, the two sides didn't know each other in the first place, so why should there be such animosity between them? Wasn't this causing trouble for no reason? Duo Shanming's yellow eyes looked at Wuching beside him. "Why, are you scared?" "Haha, I didn't think that there would be a day when Lord Wuching would become a coward." "Young Master Duo." Wuching glared angrily at Duo Shanming. "Go ahead. I'd like to see if there's anyone who dares to go against my Duo clan in the River of Forgetfulness." Duo Shanming's tone was so arrogant that Wuching couldn't help but frown. This Duo Shanming was an idiot from the Duo family. He liked to flirt with women and never did anything serious. Not long ago, because he had taken a fancy to his daughter, he had incited the Duo clan to propose marriage several times. Wuching did not agree, and thus completely offended this person. However, due to Wuching's illustrious reputation at sea, the Duo family didn't dare to fall out with Wuching for Duo Shanming. Why is it him? The Long siblings, who had rushed to the deck of the Scarlet Firmament Blue Wave ship, were finally able to clearly see the people standing on the Fireworm ship. The two of them couldn't help but frown. "Who is it?" When the little stoic saw their strange expressions, she turned to look at them and asked. "It's Duo Shanming from the Duo clan of Forgetfulness." Long Shangyun looked at the person on the ship with a complicated expression. "Eldest brother, why is Duo Shanming here?" Long Huan's expression was also very unsightly. When he turned to look at Arbor's expressionless face, his emotions fluctuated, and he hesitated on how to open his mouth. "Just say it." The little stoic glanced at him. "Is he a brainless disciple of some noble family in Wangchuan?" Long Huan's big head nodded with difficulty. From the looks of it, weren't Duo Shanming's actions the perfect example of a brainless noble child, who in their right mind would order someone to steer a boat and crash into someone else without any reason? Even if he didn't think for others, shouldn't he think for his own life? What if he couldn't crash or both sides suffered, and both ships sank together? At that time, would he want to fly back or something? I see that this person's complexion is waxy yellow, which is a sign of damage to his liver and gallbladder meridians. His lips are pale, his limbs are weak, his eyes are lifeless, and his eye bags are extremely deep. His eyes are filled with a lustful light. I reckon he's a natural overindulgent person. How is he different from an animal if he's born without being able to control his emotions and body? Soaking in a pile of women every day, his body is incomplete, and his liver, meridians, and lungs are on the verge of necrosis. He must be tossing and turning every night in the wee hours of the morning, and his heart and lungs will beat rapidly. He will undoubtedly die within 2 months. 'Cause of death, wind. Everyone, they silently looked at each other and were powerless to ridicule again. They could only respond to the little stoic's icy and emotionless medical analysis with various expressions. Duan Yu twitched his mouth and nodded repeatedly. Is there a way to save him? There isn't, the little stoic replied coldly. Then that's good. If we kill him now, we'll be sending him to meet the king of hell 2 months in advance. Duan Yu nodded with a grin. Jojo, how about I go kill this punk? Arbor shook his head. Dirty. Duan Yu asked with a grin, then what should we do? Don't tell me we have to let him go? The little stoic expressionlessly took out the heart of misfortune from her sleeve. This ship can be considered sturdy. The little stoic said coldly, even if we don't use it in the future, we should be able to disassemble it into many rare weapon refining materials. Jojo, you're so smart. Duan Yu held back his laughter and nodded repeatedly. Are we going to call them in together with the ship? The little stoic nodded. This is very appropriate. Little Tai Sui silently rolled its eyes. There are 2 transcendent state experts on that ship. It won't be easy to take them into the heart of misfortune. Arbor blinked, turned around and called out, Xianxia. I'm coming. Second sect leader, do you have any orders? Is there a way to deal with the transcendent realm experts on the opposite ship? Second sect leader, you just need to do what you need to do. If those ignorant fools insist on jumping out to court death, then we will smack them all to death on behalf of the second sect master. Qiaomu nodded and tossed the heart of misfortune out with a wave of her hand. Long Shangyun and Long Huan looked embarrassed. They stared at Arbor's back and murmured, cousin wants to. The pitch-black heart of misfortune swirled in the air. It suddenly jumped above crimson firmament blue waves. Duo Shanming, who was arguing with Wu Qing, suddenly felt the ship violently shake a few times. He almost accidentally threw out the 2 seductive women in his arms. Young Master Duo. The 2 beauties couldn't help but exclaim and hastily hugged Duo Shanming's waist. In the blink of an eye, they saw a black round bead leaping to the side of their ship's mast. A faint black light suddenly shrouded them. Duo Shanming's legs were slightly weak. Suddenly, he felt an irreversible force covering his body. It inexplicably pulled him forward a dozen steps. Young Master Duo. Wu Qing was quick to react. He hurriedly waved his sword to block his way. But at this time, the clear light in Duo Shanming's eyes was completely annihilated. He seemed to only be able to see the black bead that was full of summoning power in midair. The bead slowly rotated above everyone's head. In just a short moment, Wu Qing discovered with a horrified expression that the entire fiery nightmare ship seemed to have been pulled out of the water by someone. The hull of the ship tilted slightly as it left the water surface inch by inch, giving off a terrifying suction force as it was sucked towards the area covered by the black light. Not good. Wu Qing decisively pulled out his sword and stabbed it through the deck of the ship, injecting all his power into it. Only then did the fiery nightmare ship, which had left the water surface, stabilize slightly. The entire ship stiffened and stood half above the water surface. Elder Liang, Elder Li, what are you still standing there for? Quick, come and save me. Duo Shanming was awakened by the sound of the sword stabbing. Sensing the danger, Duo Shanming was so frightened that he couldn't care less about the 2 beauties. He directly reached out and pushed them away, running towards the cabin. Elder Liang, Elder Liang, Elder Li. Duo Shanming felt a little scared at this time. When he was in high spirits and ordered people to ram the ship, he didn't expect this at all. At the end of the cabin, the small window was broken from the inside out. 2 vigorous figures suddenly appeared beside Duo Shanming. One of them stretched out his palm and pressed down on Duo Shanming's body that was involuntarily uprooted from the ground, stabilizing him on the deck. Young master, don't panic. Let this old man come and help you. Duo Shanming was slightly relieved. Just as he calmed down, he couldn't wait to clamor at Qi Xiaocanglong. Who are you? How dare you play tricks on me? Do you know who I am? I'm famous in Wangchuan. Bang! Bang! After two loud noises, several people descended from the sky and landed directly on the deck of Hua Wu's ship. Without saying a word, they attacked Elder Liang and Elder Li. The two transcendent state elders' eyes froze, and they could not help but curse in their hearts. What was going on? The 5 people from the other side were all on par with them. Since when did the River of Forgetfulness have so many transcendent God stage cultivators? Didn't everyone need to go to the sanctuary to be reborn? What great prospects could they have by mingling in the 3 continents and the land of forgetfulness? Elder Liang and Elder Li were forced to retreat. Under the joint attacks of the 5 transcendent realm experts, the 2 of them basically lost the ability to fight back. In the end, he could only abandon the ship and was chased by the 5 people, forcing him out of the fiery nightmare ship. Duo Shanming, who had lost the protection of 2 transcendents, was like a pheasant whose feathers had been plucked. He could not resist at all. Under the black light of the Heart of Misfortune, Duo Shanming was the first to be sucked in. Arbor controlled the Heart of Misfortune in his hand and frowned. It seems, it's a bit strenuous to swallow that ship. It's fine. Just nibble and swallow slowly, Duan Yu encouraged with a smile. Adjust the time tomorrow. Lord Wucheng, run for your life. Wucheng's pupils shrank as he stared at the black pearl in the air. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Just now, he had witnessed with his own eyes how young Master Duo Shan was sucked into that strange black bead without any room for resistance. 5 experts suddenly appeared on the ship, completely entangling Elder Liang and Elder Li. It's the power of the God Domain. God Domain. It's the God Domain, a refined God Domain. The people on the ship panicked. Wu Cheng's body tensed up into a straight line. He had indeed thought that a person who was able to possess such a treasured vessel that was like an iron bastion would definitely not be an ordinary person. But how could he have expected that the other party would throw out a refined secret realm the moment he made a move, intending to suck them in together with the ship? The light emitted by the Heart of Misfortune suddenly shrunk rapidly. Wu Cheng only felt that he couldn't stand steadily. The entire ship trembled violently due to an extremely strong suction force. A huge sense of danger followed. Wu Cheng had no choice but to make a very difficult choice: abandon the ship and escape. Jump! Wu Cheng shouted loudly, turned around, and jumped into the water. After a loud splash, his body fell heavily into the sea. When the surrounding corpse fish saw this, they all swarmed toward the people who had fallen into the water. Suddenly, the sound of fighting and cursing came from the water, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. Wu Cheng hurriedly twisted the defensive ring and opened the defensive barrier. Dozens of small zombie fish with sharp teeth swam toward him, moving as fast as an arrow. Wu Cheng's eyes widened. The long saber in his consciousness naturally flew out to protect its master. He couldn't care about anything else now. The most important thing was to protect the majority of the fireworm squad. There were more than a dozen people who fell into the water with Wu Cheng. 3 of them were immediately surrounded by the corpse fish as soon as they fell into the water, and were accidentally bitten. When their blood dripped into the sea, it attracted even more corpse fish. The 3 people were surrounded by the corpse fish. Even though they killed a few hundred, under the siege of thousands of corpse fish, they still couldn't escape quickly. Instead, more and more corpse fish gathered around them. In the end, the 3 of them were completely submerged by the corpse fish. Wu Chengbai hurriedly turned around to take a look. With a pained expression, he angrily shouted, "Let's go." He immediately led the remaining 8 or 9 brothers and fled in the opposite direction. Qiaomu creased her brows, and it took a Herculean effort to put the entire fiery nightmare ship into her Heart of Misfortune. She heaved a sigh of relief as her body swayed uncontrollably. The light from the Heart of Misfortune immediately shrunk back, turning into an ordinary black pearl that fell into her palm. Arbor thought to himself, it seems that this fiery nightmare ship is indeed extraordinary. After absorbing the ship, the Heart of Misfortune would not be able to absorb anything else for a while. Fine, I'll let it rest for a while and have a good rest. Arbor touched the lusterless bead in his hand and stuffed it into his sleeve. He planned to use his divine sense to see what was going on inside. Second sect leader, second sect leader. How many people escaped from the ship? Should we send people to chase after them? No need. Arbor waved his hand. These people were nothing to be afraid of. Capturing them wouldn't be of much use. They wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Moreover, it was because someone had provoked her in the beginning that she had retaliated. Otherwise, with the little stoic's aloof personality, she wouldn't even bother to spare a glance at strangers. In the realm of misfortune, Duo Shanming only felt the scenery before his eyes rapidly change, and the entire shaking process stopped in the blink of an eye. He was still standing at the bow of the fiery nightmare ship, with two delicate and beautiful girls sprawled on the ground beside him. The hairpins on the girls' heads were crooked, and their outer garments had long been blown away by the wind. At this time, the two of them were only wearing gauzy inner garments. As they stood at the bow of the ship, they felt chilly winds blowing around them, and gusts of chilly wind burrowed into their necks and limbs. "Young master, where is this place?" the two girls cried in fright. They rubbed the tiny bumps that had burrowed out of their arms and subconsciously approached Duo Shanming. Duo Shanming was also about to go crazy from fright. He naturally didn't know what had happened, so he ran to the railing of the ship in a few strides. When he leaned over to take a look, he involuntarily cried out in fright. The two girls also ran over and looked down as well, only to see that their ship was now inexplicably stranded on a stretch of yellow sand. There were rubble and dilapidated walls everywhere, and as far as the eye could see was thick yellow sand. There wasn't a trace of seawater in sight. Ah? What's going on here? Our ship, where did we sail to? Wu Qing! Wu Qing! Duo Shanming roared hysterically. Wu Qing, you old geezer, hurry and come out for this young master. Wu Qing! Elder Liang, elderly! Elders, you promised my father that you would protect me well. Where are you? After Duo Shanming roared a few times, he didn't see any trace of Wu Qing, so he naturally didn't see Elder Liang and elderly. Instead, he roared out a dozen shivering boatmen. Those ordinary boatmen were extremely terrified, even more terrified and astonished than Duo Shanming. Their eyes were fearful as they looked at the thick sand around them. They looked at the dried sand and rocks in front of them, as well as the piles of small rock fortresses. Young Master Duo! Young Master Duo, where are we? Young Master Duo? This seawater? Where's the seawater? Duo Shanming was also flustered, but what made him even more flustered was that Elder Liang, elderly, and Wu Qing were all absent. What was he going to do now? What should he do? There's someone there. One of the boatmen suddenly pointed to the front and shouted. The speed at which the person approached was extremely fast. In just a short moment, 5 figures approached the hull of the ship. With a leap, the 5 men nimbly flipped onto the ship and landed steadily on the deck. The 5 people's eyes were sharp as they stared coldly at Duo Shanming. Duo Shanming was surprised and delighted. He hurriedly stepped forward and greeted them with a smile. Brothers, may I know where this place is? Een Mountain Ghost Domain. Hell on earth. The place where your bones are buried. Duo Shanming's eyes immediately widened and he subconsciously took a step back. You, who are you? Do you know who I am? Following Master's orders, I am to take over the supervision of everyone and everything within the fireworm ship. Check the supplies. The young man who spoke coldly raised his hand, and the other 4 people quickly rushed into the cabin. What are you doing? What are you doing? The 2 girls impatiently wanted to follow in, but the young man stopped them on the spot with a cold look. The 5 young men looked very ordinary, but their murderous aura was very sharp. Their clothes had been blown by the wind and sand for a long time, and the specific color could no longer be seen. Everyone's eyes were very sharp, as if a chill was going to come out from their eyes, flickering with cold light. In just a short moment, many of the materials in the cabin had been counted and sorted into boxes. The leading young man took out a storage talisman and put everything in it. Then he turned his head and glanced at Duo Shanming coldly. Under the orders of the master, I will temporarily take over the task of guarding you. Now, everyone, stand here. Men and women stand separately. Hurry up. And the few people hiding in the cabin, don't hide, all of you come to the deck. Young master. The two girls cried and grabbed Duo Shanming's arm. Now that Duo Shanming could barely take care of himself, how could he have the leisure to care for a beautiful woman? He hurriedly threw their hands away and cried out in panic, brothers, brothers, I am the young master of the Duo clan of Wangchuan. What do you want? Materials? Money. I have all of these. I have all of these. I can give all of them to you, but I beg you to show me a way out. The 5 young men ignored him and one of them stepped forward and grabbed Duo Shanming. Seeing that the situation was not right, Duo Shanming made up his mind and his eyes were filled with anger. Just as he summoned a weapon from his consciousness, he saw his spiritual weapon being grabbed by an invisible giant claw and thrown far away. Dong! It hit the deck of the bow. How could this be? Duo Shanming was stunned, and his face was distorted as he looked at the spiritual weapon. He desperately used his spiritual sense to summon it back. Oh, don't waste your energy. Recognize the reality. In this place, it is useless no matter how powerful your cultivation is. A young man sneered and said, Young Master Duo of the Wangchuan Dragon Clan, right? He went up and slapped Duo Shanming's face. Duo Shanming was so dizzy that he almost slipped and fell to the ground. The 2 girls did not dare to speak. They trembled and squatted at the side, biting the corner of the silk, and their eyes were full of panic. This slap is to teach you a lesson for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and for being disrespectful to master. Stand properly. Men and women, stand on one side. Do you not understand human language? A few women and 2 or 3 children who wanted to cry but didn't dare to cry out loud were hurried up from the lower cabin. They should be the family members of some boatmen. They trembled as they stood on both sides. The boatmen's eyes were filled with fear as they cowered behind Duo Shanming. Duo Shanming was also panicking. He pushed the boatman next to him and said, You stand over there. Husband. Father. The cries of women and children followed. The boatman lost his footing and fell to the ground with a plop, coincidentally landing at the feet of a young man. The man was so scared that his whole body trembled, and he cried bitterly in his heart, My life is over. However, the young man only lowered his head and glanced at him. Then, he said indifferently, Stand over there. Stand properly. Yes, yes. The group of people stood on the deck timidly and looked at each other without knowing why. They didn't know why they were made to stand here, and they didn't know what they were waiting for. Not long after, the young man in the lead cupped his hands and bowed towards the southeast. The boatmen and their families on this ship, please stand in the middle. The young man then turned around and said to the crowd. The boatmen and women were all frightened. They quickly knelt down and kowtowed with an inexplicable look on their faces as they exclaimed, Spare us, please spare us, master. Don't kill us, don't kill us. The shouting suddenly stopped. A few young men walked forward and gave them some spirit coins and silk. Then, they said, Under the orders of our master, we're here to give you some money to calm you down. This has nothing to do with you. We just caught you by mistake. The young man said. Don't panic. You'll be able to leave soon. The boatmen were stunned. Seeing this, Duo Shanming swallowed his saliva and quickly pointed at his nose and shouted, I, then what about me? Humph, young Master Duo, you're so bold. You dared to order your ship to crash into my master's ship. Naturally, you've already expected the consequences. Duo Shanming roared angrily, just because of that? It's just a joke. Who exactly is your master? A joke? The young man looked at him with a half-smile and nodded. My master hates it when people joke with her. Do you think it's funny to throw you into the realm of misfortune for life if you joke? You can continue to joke around. The entire realm of misfortune will become your paradise. Young Master Duo, let me give you a word of advice. Don't let your imagination run wild. What do you mean? Duo Shanming suddenly saw the boatmen and their families and children being sucked up by a suction force in an instant. A thought flashed through his mind and he immediately understood what was going on. It should be that the master wanted to send the boatmen and their families out, damn it. Why can these lowly commoners lead this place, yet I, a dignified young master of the Duo clan of Wangchuan, just have to stay here and suffer. Unfair, it's too unfair. Duo Shanming suddenly pounced forward. The young men were caught off guard and were pounced on by Duo Shanming. They saw Duo Shanming pouncing on a child and grabbing the child's neck with a ferocious expression. Originally, the little boy was being lifted up by a light buoyancy force and was slowly rising. At this moment, Duo Shanming, who had pounced on him, grabbed him by the neck. He felt his body sink and was immediately choked to tears. Duo Shanming was very happy to feel that his body had become much lighter. It was this irresistible force. He had to leave this damned place, no matter what method he used. Young Master Duo, young Master Duo. When the two girls saw that he had completely abandoned them and only knew that he was running away, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Damn it! Send me out! Send me out! Duo Shanming shouted angrily, urging the layer of floating light beneath his feet to send him out of the secret territory. The youths couldn't help but sneer. After being in the realm of misfortune for so long, Duo Shanming still hadn't recognized the reality. This Duo Shanming was really an idiot. They looked coldly at Duo Shanming, wondering what kind of suffering he would suffer. Sure enough, in just a moment, Duo Shanming was like a kite with a broken string as he was flung away by a powerful force. He landed heavily on the deck of the ship, looking battered and exhausted. The spirit weapon that was originally stuck at the bow of the ship suddenly jumped up. Duo Shanming's expression changed drastically, and he was about to reach out to catch his saber. However, that spirit weapon was completely out of his control and fell straight down, scaring him into scrambling backwards. The saber landed between his legs with a clang, scaring him into pissing his pants. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. When those boatmen regained their senses, they suddenly heard the sound of crashing waves. When they focused their eyes, they simultaneously returned to a spacious deck, and before them was a vast expanse of mist. The azure sky and white clouds, along with the sea breeze that assailed their faces, made them excited. They were back, they were finally back. It was no longer that scene of yellow sand and thick soil with wind-dried broken walls and ruins. The boatmen only felt like they had walked through a dream and circled the gates of hell before returning to reality in a split second. They were endlessly sad and joyful. No need to panic, everyone. I've already prepared a ship for you. Please follow me. A gentle voice entered everyone's ears. The boatmen looked back and saw an elegant and handsome young man. They immediately thanked him obsequiously and followed him in a single file. Arbor stood in front of the railing on the second floor as she watched vassal Prince Rong leave with his people. She softly muttered, truly an undeserved calamity. It's fine. Duan Yu smiled faintly and said, just have someone send them back to their village. Can you leave the rest to me? No need to worry. Arbor blinked and nodded. However, she secretly cursed in her mind, I have to be more careful in the future. Don't bring disaster to innocent people and bring misfortune into the realm of misfortune. If she hadn't discovered it in time, those normal people might have lost their lives. That would be very inappropriate. Don't blame yourself too much. Give them some compensation, and they'll definitely be happy. Ding Yan turned to look at her and said with a faint smile when he saw the little stoic's gloomy expression. The little stoic leaned against the railing and propped up her chin with one hand as she watched the slowly departing passenger ship. Rong Qing's movements were very swift. She had already arranged the ship and people to send them off so quickly. You don't understand. After a long time, so long that Duan Yu and Ding Yan thought that the little fellow wouldn't speak, she suddenly spoke. Humph. You people in positions of power have never suffered any hardships in your lives. Naturally, you don't know what the mentality of the people at the bottom are. Some injuries. Arbor seemed to have thought of something. He sneered and said indifferently, it's useless no matter how much compensation you give me. Duan Yu was startled as he recalled his and Lian's conjecture. Perhaps this little girl really did have a past life. Duan Yu was not surprised by her words at all. Young Master Ding didn't know that. Instead, he couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He turned his head to look at her and said softly, you make it sound like, you used to be at the bottom. According to the investigation, the little girl's life experience was actually quite rich. She was accepted into the Holy Water sect at the age of 7 and became the crown princess at the age of 15. With the Holy Water sect taking care of her in the front and Mo Lien taking care of her in the back, she probably wouldn't be living at the bottom. Arbor looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "It can't be repaired." His eyes were fixed on the sea surface in the distance. The seaside fishing village is up ahead. Xianxia strode over. When he saw Duanyu, who had turned around, he threw him a cold glance without the slightest trace of politeness. "What are you guys chatting about here? Are you planning to continue dawdling? Let's set off." When Arbor looked up, he saw Long Qian and Long Shengyun quickly walking up behind the two brothers, Xianxia and Ali. Both of their expressions were a bit odd, and they looked like they wanted to say something but were hesitant. "What is it?" Arbor absent-mindedly glanced at the two of them. Long Shengyun took a deep breath and inexplicably stuttered, just now, the round bead was, could it be a refined mystic realm? You caught that fellow from the Forget Chuan Duo clan?" Long Shengyun didn't understand why, but when she looked at the little stoic's cold and aloof face, her words lacked confidence. "You want to plead for that trash?" Arbor brusquely swept her a glance. "Who is he to you? Husband?" "Of course not." Long Shengyun's small face flushed red, and she indignantly shook her head and said, "He's merely a libertine from the Forget Chuan Duo clan." How could I take a fancy to that kind of person?" "It's best if you're not." Arbor expressionlessly interrupted Long Shengyun and coldly said, "This person is audacious and presumptuous, provoking us for no reason. Since he can't restrain himself, then let reality teach him how to behave." Long Shengyun choked on her words. Long Qian's expression was also a bit awkward. He was truly convinced. There were always a few good-for-nothings among the grand patrician families in Forget Chuan. They were like rat feces that couldn't be dug out cleanly. Never mind that they usually rode roughshod over Forget Chuan, but now, they actually blindly courted disaster on the little crown princess' head. Was the little crown princess someone who could speak nicely with you? She had always been the kind of ruthless person who would either not fight you or beat you to death. She wouldn't let you off just because the adults in your family were powerful. Prepare to disembark. Arbor turned around and was about to leave when he was stopped by Long Qian's light cough. "Younger cousin. What, you want to plead for that big idiot?" The corner of Long Huan's mouth twitched. "Cousin, the Wangchuan Duo clan is usually well-behaved. Their young master's words and actions are indeed a little too much. Forget Chuan Duo clan. They can even be compared to pirates." "How good can they be?" Arbor rudely interrupted him. "Could it be that the Fireworm team isn't a pirate ship that has been roaming the Wangchuan River for many years?" Long Shengyun said angrily, "Indeed, I did not expect that the famous pirate group of the River of Forgetfulness was actually a member of the Sea Sharks under Lord Wuqing." Arbor glanced at the siblings and didn't ask anything. The old affairs of Wangchuan had nothing to do with her. She did not have the habit of getting to the bottom of things. Wuqing was once a great general of Wangchuan. Long Huan sighed and turned his head to look at Arbor that passed by him. Back then, due to a misunderstanding, Wuqing left with some of the sea sharks. It was only today that we learned that he had formed a fireworm squad. I've been on the surface of the sea for many years. Why are you telling me this? Arbor's expression was disinterested. He turned to look at Long Huan. Do you think I'm such a compassionate person? Whether other people are doing well, whether they are pirates or not, what they have done, it has nothing to do with me. Especially the trivial matters of Wangchuan, they have nothing to do with me. The path was chosen by oneself. How one walked was also chosen by oneself. Since he chose the path of pirates, his hands must have been stained with the blood of many normal merchants. The Wangchuan Duo clan clearly knew that the Fireworm Squad was a pirate group at sea, but they still mingled with them. What good could it be? Could it be to rid the world of violence and pacify the people? Who would believe it? Long Huan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a while, he said with a wry smile, "It's fine if cousin doesn't want to hear it, but the Wangchuan Duo clan isn't easy to deal with. You captured their little young master. You're talking about that idiot?" Heh. Arbor snorted and turned to walk toward the ship's hold. Pausing halfway, Arbor said coldly, "I've never met this person before and have no interactions with him. He insisted on seeking death, so I'm merely fulfilling his wish." Long Huan sighed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to persuade his cousin to release him if he continued speaking, so he could only watch as she entered the ship's hold and ordered someone to assemble. A moment later, Arbor left behind more than half of the soldiers and had Huang He and the others stay on the ship and await orders. Meanwhile, Shi, Duan Yu, Ming Yasi, and the others led tens of thousands of soldiers and disembarked from the ship and landed at the seaside fishing village. It was noon, and the sky was very bright. The half-round golden sun emitted a dazzling radiance as it landed on the surface of the sea, emitting specks of starlight. Arbor landed on the beach adjacent to the seaside village with a leap. The sand here was very coarse and spread out like rubble under their feet. Not only was it hard to step on, but it was also uneven. If she hadn't purposely worn a pair of thick-soled shoes, her feet would definitely hurt. Xianxia kicked the sand under her feet and looked around in confusion. Why is it so quiet? Could it be that no one lives in this fishing village? Everyone, be careful. Rong loudly reminded the Kill Heavenly Fate squad members behind him. Today's operation has a time limit of 2 hours. Do your best to loot as many resources as possible and clean up the remaining wandering zombies in the village. If you discover traces of medicine man bombs, do not act on your own. You must immediately report to us and let us know before making a decision. If there are no anomalies, everyone will gather here in 2 hours and count the spoils. As usual, the top 100 teams will receive additional rewards. Yes. 100 teams, 100 people per team. After so many days of cooperative training on the deserted island, the Killing Tianyun battle team had already found the key to the operation. As soon as Crown Prince Rong gave the order, they quickly moved. The captains of each team led their own team members and quickly picked a direction, carefully searching the village. Arbor raised his head and looked at the signboard of the fishing village that was hanging not far away. He frowned slightly. Jojo, let's go in and take a look too. Xianxia, Little Fatty, and the rest were already itching to go in and take action. Arbor glanced at them and nodded. I feel that this place, there was an indescribable feeling. The chirping of insects and the chirping of birds seemed to be very normal. However, she had a very bad feeling. It was as if danger was lying dormant in front of her eyes, but she was very confused as she approached this danger step by step, yet she still did not know what the danger was. Jojo, what's wrong? Duan Yu couldn't help but turn to ask softly when he saw her unwell expression. Arbor glanced at him and reflexively stroked his chest. He let out a long sigh. I don't know, it doesn't feel good. As soon as he arrived here, he felt like his chest was being crushed by a huge rock. That huge rock pressed down on her chest, making her feel an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Arbor knew this feeling very well. In her previous life, whenever danger came, she would always have a premonition. Just like the current situation. Xuanxuan's expression was solemn, as if she was facing a great enemy. She crossed her arms in front of her and looked around cautiously. Jojo, are we still going in? Everyone looked at her and could not help but twitch their mouths. She seemed to have a mysterious confidence in Jojo. Once Jojo said that he sensed danger, she would immediately believe him and put on a serious expression, as if a lion would jump in front of him. Cough, Xianxia. Little Fatty pulled his wife's hand back embarrassedly. What? Xuanxuan's face remained guarded. She glanced at the crowd and harumphed, don't be so paranoid. According to my understanding of Jojo, what she said might not be groundless. Jojo's intuition was so accurate that it made people's hair stand on end. In short, they had to be alert at all times in case of an emergency. Let's go in and take a look. The 100 teams to kill the Heavenly Fate had already entered, so it was naturally impossible for Qiao Mu to stay outside with her people and wait for news. She was never the kind of person who would let her comrades fight alone. Rongqing, send a message to the teams. Tell them not to move when they encounter something they cannot identify. Send a message to us. Crown Prince Rong nodded. As he walked, he ordered a few of his bodyguards to send messages to the small teams that were going to kill the Heavenly Fate organization. The group entered the seaside fishing village. They looked around and saw that the village was not small. There were brick houses on both sides, and at a glance, there were more than 100 stone houses. Some of the houses even had fish drying in front of their doors. However, it seemed that it had been a while, and the fish had long dried up. Arbor and her men walked slowly into the village and followed a dirt road in the middle. Could it be that Xianxia's overly suspicious and vigilant expression had affected them? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the left, as if a string that had been stretched taut was suddenly cut in half. Ollie abruptly jumped up as if he had been electrocuted and let out a cry of alarm. The little stoic kicked his calf without another word and shouted in a low voice, "What are you shouting for? Do you want to draw out all the things hiding in the dark?" These people were really annoying. Every time there was an operation, there would always be some idiots who would shout in the team as if they had never seen the world. It had been so many years since the corpse puppet had appeared in the world. She should have understood everything that she should have seen and understood, right? If he wanted to survive in this world, shouldn't he be familiar with the habits of the corpse puppets? Ollie's face darkened. You what? Arbor glanced at Xianxia. Keep your retarded brother in check. ACI, why do I suddenly feel like I've lost all face? Brother. Ollie looked at his elder brother with an aggrieved expression. Xianxia irritably smacked him. What were you shouting for just now? I saw over there. Yes, there was movement over there. Ollie pointed at the brick wall on the side. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a skinny rat crawling out from behind the brick wall. It flapped its wings twice and then burrowed back into the crevice. This time everyone turned their heads and looked at Ollie as if they were looking at an idiot. Xianxia's handsome face was completely black, and he grumpily shouted at his younger brother, "Don't be alarmed if it's nothing. Look carefully first." This was simply humiliating to death. His dignified younger brother, Ming Province's crown prince, was actually scared into such a panic by a rat that didn't even have 2 tails of meat. This was simply unbecoming. Ollie knew that he was in the wrong, so he sullenly shrunk his neck and sneaked a peek at the expressionless little stoic. After the stoic face entered this place, he didn't know if it was his misconception, but he felt that she was even colder than usual. That small face was eerily cold, and when her gaze swept past him, he could practically feel the ice shards pulsating faintly within. Ollie shrunk his neck, but he felt a chill invade his entire body. This stoic face was too frightening. What did she look like? She was like a moving jade ice statue that only knew how to move forward, and her eyes didn't reveal the slightest bit of tenderness. Everyone stealthily peeked at the silent little stoic and silently warned themselves, the little stoic's mood is definitely not good right now. Don't provoke her no matter what, lest they become the next cannon fodder after Ollie. Everyone's advancing speed slightly increased. After entering the village, they followed the dirt path forward. After walking for about 4 to 5 minutes, several forks appeared in front of him. How does the group move? The little crown princess suddenly asked. Rongqing looked down at the jade messenger talisman. There are probably over 1,000 people living in this fishing village. There's also a forest and spacious farm behind the village. Our group split up and moved out. Rongqing pointed at a group of people that had circled out from behind the brick house. There are 10 groups left here to search from house to house. The other groups are advancing towards the forest and farm behind. That area is a bit spacious, and it's said that the farm is quite large. Then let's go to the forest and take a look, Arbor said indifferently as he glanced at the stone house behind him. There were so many houses here. 10 teams should have enough people to stay behind and search. It was mainly because she had a feeling that something was going to happen in this fishing village. Just as everyone was heading into the forest, they suddenly heard a sharp whistle. Hearing this voice, everyone couldn't help but tense up. The whistle was ear-piercing, but it was also very sobering. When Arbor heard it, his face immediately changed. How is it? Duanyu noticed her abnormal expression and hastily asked, "Did this sound injure your divine senses?" Arbor shook his head. "I'm fine." However, Long Shangyun, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but sway. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of her lips, but she didn't even notice it. "Shield your own conscience." Duanyu instructed gravely, "This whistle is harmful." Arbor was very familiar with this whistle. He had heard it more than once when he entered the underground village. "There's an ambush here." Arbor finally realized what he was panicking about. Activate the defensive barrier. As it turned out, it was the people of the Providence Empire who had planted the human bombs. They had predicted that they would come to eliminate the human bombs inside the village. Hence, they set up an ambush here from the start. This familiar move reminded Arbor of someone. Xianxia, this woman had only been quiet for a few days, and she was already scheming against her again. She wanted to attack her and set up layers of ambushes just to bait her. What a good plan. Now that they had shed all pretense of cordiality, Arbor didn't care what this woman would do. And that woman didn't seem to want to continue hiding. She openly bared her fangs, revealing her ferocious face. She was like a rat hiding in a smelly ditch, running out from time to time and squeaking at people. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, she hurriedly shrunk back into the ditch. This made Arbor very unhappy. By now, Xiaomu was completely aware of what this woman coveted from her. The 10,000-year-old mermaid pearl really made people crazy. She didn't know if this cunning woman had gotten the information from her mother, Long Chuyun, but she really wanted to steal it all these years. A cold glint flashed across Arbor's eyes when she thought of this. This hateful woman was slippery by nature and always changed places after a battle. She couldn't catch her people. Arbor thought that this woman should be on the sea right now and shouldn't be too far away from her. Thus, she could adjust her plans at any time. Fight. Little Fatty carried his double-headed hammer and rushed forward first, exchanging glances with a zombie that was pouncing at him. Little Fatty's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. With a swing of his hammer, he chopped off the corpse puppet's head on the spot. The group of people behind him hurriedly dodged, avoiding the bone fragments that the corpse puppet shot out in all directions. Xianxia hurriedly took out a piece of cloth to cover her face and muttered, "So King disgusting. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have eaten a mouthful of zombie mud." Tui, tui, tui. Xianxia couldn't help but shudder. She instantly felt a trace of bitterness between her nose and the depths of her throat. Fuling drew her longsword from her conscious and chopped off a zombie's hand that was leaning against the wall. She turned to glance at Xianxia and curled her lips. What a spoiled temper. Who are you calling spoiled? A purple light flashed in Xianxuan's hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out. In an instant, the corpse puppets in front of her were chopped into pieces. Fuling's eyes lit up as she stared at the sword in Xianxuan's hand. Is this a divine artifact? Xianxia was currently chopping the zombie in front of her. When she heard Fuling's words, she couldn't help but nod proudly. That's true. She glanced sideways at Fuling. Fuling, how about we make a bet? What bet? Let's see who can chop off more zombie heads later. Heh. Fuling curled her lips in disdain. Your artifact is much more powerful than mine. Isn't this unfair to me? I don't need this sword. Xianxia said seriously. Ck, how many zombies are gathered here? Will they kill us until our hands go soft? Ma Ta was killing zombies with all his might. His gaze shifted, paused, and pointed to the ground. Come quickly. These things are crawling out from underground. We have to find their entrance and exit. We have to destroy that passageway. Otherwise, these monsters would continue to crawl out from the ground like an endless stream. Fuling, how about it? Fuling really didn't want to agree to this fellow's request. Because she felt that this guy was the same as Xiaomu. He had dug a hole and was probably waiting for her to jump into it. Was she that stupid? How could she not see the mischievous intent lingering in this fellow's eyes? Fuling was just about to shake her head when she saw Xianxuan's disdainful gaze. For a moment, Lady Sikong's blood rushed to her head. She originally wanted to refuse, but the words that came out of her mouth became, "Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's compete." All right. Lady Sikong, let's begin then. We'll use the corpse puppet's head as proof. Fuling said with a cold expression, why aren't you putting away your artifact? We agreed just now that you can't use this artifact. I know. Xianxia nodded and kept the purple light artifact sword back into her conscious. She said with a serious expression, I said I won't use the purple light, so I naturally won't use it. Don't worry, Lady Sikong. I, Xianxia, am upright and definitely won't cheat you. Sikong Fuling's small body trembled inexplicably. She had a feeling that she had already been cheated by Xianxia. See you later. I'm going to kill the corpse puppets. Xianxia waved at her and skipped ahead. Sikong Fuling thought that something was wrong. Now that the situation was chaotic, who knew if this Xianxia would secretly use that artifact after leaving her sight? The power of an artifact could never be underestimated. She had to follow Xianxia all the way. Sikong Fuling's speed wasn't slow as she followed Xianxia with flying steps. Arbor expressionlessly chopped a disgusting corpse puppet that was covered in mucus. She glanced sideways and saw Xianxia happily running past her. Sikong Fuling followed closely behind, killing the corpse puppets that surged in front of her as she shouted, Xianxia, where are you going? I've already killed 18 corpse puppets. You'll lose if you keep running around like this. Haha. Xianxia summoned a frying pan from her conscious with a flash of light. Arbor looked at the thing in her eyes and his face darkened. Xianxia. Don't use the guy who cooks to shoot zombies. Bang. Xianxia didn't say a word as she smashed the corpse puppet's head with the wok. Arbor, Mata couldn't help but scream, damn, Xianxia, are you crazy? After being slapped by you like that, do you think I'll still dare to cook an egg next time? Cut the crap. Xianxia smashed a corpse puppet to death with her wok. She was in the middle of smashing it to death when she heard Mata's clamor. She threw him a cold glance with her tiger head. King boiled eggs. I'll cook you like an egg. Xianxia poured the wok down and easily dealt with a few corpse puppets. Sikong Fuling, who had swiftly caught up, stared at the frying pan in Xuanxuan's hand and finally found her voice. This frying pan is? Were her eyes playing tricks on her? Judging from the material of the frying pan and the faint glow it was emitting, why did she feel like it was a divine tool? Oh, you're talking about this frying pan? Xianxia looked back and forth at the frying pan in her hand and said happily, I heard Jojo say that this is what? Qian Kuan. She frowned and thought for a while, only to hear Arbor calmly interject, it's a divine tool. Oh, right, this frying pan is a divine tool. Xianxia flattened the head of a zombie in front of her and chuckled. As expected, it's very useful. Sikong Fuling speechlessly looked up at the sky. If she still didn't realize that she had been tricked by the little girl in front of her at this point, then she would truly be too foolish. How many divine weapons did this fellow have on her? How could she break the rules and cheat like this? She said she wasn't going to use that purple sword, but in the end, she casually pulled out a frying pan from her pocket, and that was a great divine weapon. What kind of people were these? Since when did divine artifacts become cabbages on the roadside stalls? Could they just grab a bunch of them casually? Arbor silently glanced at Sikong Fuling's expression and could only mourn for her in his heart. To be honest, when he saw Xianxia tricking Sikong Fuling, Sir Jojo was still a bit amused. Xianxia didn't give Sikong Fuling a chance to react and repeatedly chopped at the zombies' heads with the frying pan. A round little white squirrel was currently sweeping through the battlefield, leaping back and forth around everyone's feet. Its furry little arms were wrapped in a floral cloth. It picked up the zombie crystal cores on the ground and casually wiped them with a rag before tossing them into the floral cloth bag. Its movements were quite adept and very swift, so no one noticed it at first. Everyone was fighting with all their might against the zombies, so they didn't think to collect those zombie crystal cores of various colors scattered on the ground. By the time someone wanted to collect the crystal cores, they discovered that the crystal cores were long gone. A little fat squirrel was wagging its 8 furry tails. It arched around their feet and jumped up and down. It was very agile. A ring of light silver high-level zombie crystal cores had already fallen around Duanyu and Hichen. When the little fat squirrel saw them, it eagerly jumped over and collected all the crystal cores around them. Little Taisui couldn't resist rolling its eyes. You really came from the same path as your master. The fat squirrel turned its head and glanced at him with its beady black eyes before chirping in protest. Hichen couldn't resist covering his face. This freaking sacred beast had no moral integrity when it acted cute. You can speak human language, alright? Yet you like to pretend to be a harmless little animal. Chirp chirp. Arbor turned around and hurriedly chirped at it. The little fat squirrel jumped quickly and high, and in an instant, it was on Arbor's arms. The fire spirit in Arbor's hand moved, and the blue spiritual cleansing flame killed a little zombie that was as tall as a 5-year-old child. He coldly said, "Be careful. These little zombies will hide in the big one's stomachs or carry them on their backs. They might jump out and attack at any time." "Oh, you scared me to death." The peony fairy patted her chest and cried. "Everyone, come over quickly. We found the underground passage." Little Fatty shouted from outside the crowd. Everyone quickly gathered around him. "Quick, use the fire spirit, burn. Let's see if they can climb out of the sea of fire." A member of the killing team hurriedly roared and shot out a line of fire, burning towards the entrance of the underground tunnel. His team members heard him and gathered together. The fire spirit master and the team immediately walked to the front and threw out fire spirits, attacking the underground tunnel together. At the same time, Arbor looked up with a slight frown. Duan Yu, Little Taisui, and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal were also looking up at the roof. From here, one could see the corner of a white robe fluttering in the wind. Clang! The crisp sound of a zither flowed down from the roof, jolting everyone's minds. The little fat squirrel squatted on Arbor's shoulder and stomped its little paws, but she pressed it down with one hand. "Don't move. Chirp chirp." The little fat squirrel shook its 8 furry tails. Master, I've already recovered my 8 tails." The implication was, "I'm already very strong and can properly protect Master." However, Arbor still shook her head. "You're too small. Stay here properly. We can resolve the matters here." If it weren't for the fact that she wanted Chirp to come out and pick up scraps, Arbor wouldn't have let it out. It would be too late for regrets if anything happened to it in this kind of place where corpse poison was rampant. She had to properly protect her little companions. The little fat squirrel couldn't help but blink. "Master, you subconsciously think that I'm very, very, very weak ***. Even in Master's eyes, the group of cute little creatures around her were very, very, very weak. No matter how powerful they could display previously, once little Master labeled them as cute little creatures, they would be included in the list of protected species." The little fat squirrel looked down at its furry little body. "Should I become a bit bigger?" Before it could think carefully, a series of rapid whistles came from the air. Arbor looked up and saw that the white-cloaked figure had already leaped down from the eaves. From afar, he had the air of a scholar and the appearance of a distinguished scholar, but up close, he appeared extremely frightening. Not only was his face full of bumps and hollows, but this zither-playing corpse puppet's relatively intact long hair had also been shaved off by half after 2 battles. In fact, Arbor had recognized that person at a glance when he was standing on the roof. It was mainly because this person was too eye-catching, and he was the only zither-playing and cultured corpse puppet they had encountered recently. He was truly easy to recognize. The zither-playing corpse puppet had returned and even gathered such a large group of subordinates to encircle and annihilate them. As expected, it really was something that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, Arbor thought. She then turned to Duan Yu and shouted, "Kill." Duan Yu nodded. After exchanging a glance with He Shichin, the two of them dashed forward in the blink of an eye, attacking at the zither-playing corpse puppet's neck one after the other at lightning speed. On the other side, Qi Xuanchuan's hands were weak from all the killing. She couldn't help but shake her frying pan. "Fatty! Quick, come and give me a hand." Xianxia panted heavily as she called out. She took the opportunity to sit down. Fortunately, they had the foresight to bring 30,000 people from the Heavenly Fate battle group to encircle and annihilate them. Otherwise, his group would be besieged by the corpse puppet army. It was truly an eye-opener to see so many undead puppets hidden under this small fishing village. Arbor carried the little fat squirrel and kicked away the piles of white bones that were blocking the way. He took a few steps forward and stared fixedly at Duan Yu and Qing Chen, who were currently in a fierce battle with the zither-playing corpse puppet. Currently, the two of them had the upper hand by working together. The zither-playing corpse puppet had long gained sentience, so it already had thoughts of retreating due to the powerful enemy's attack. The more Arbor watched, the more alarmed he became. It hadn't been many days since this zither-playing corpse puppet first attacked them on the surface of the sea, But this corpse puppet's abilities had soared by leaps and bounds. It was as if it had eaten a quick-acting energy pill. What the hell could cause a corpse puppet's level to soar so rapidly? While Arbor was pondering, he suddenly felt a gust of strong wind above his head. Duan Yu, He-chan, and the others cried out in alarm, Jojo, get out of the way. Arbor suddenly sensed a gust of wind assaulting her from above. She narrowed her eyes, and two cold glints shot out of her eyes. However, she saw a four-winged, three-eyed freak appear above her in the air. It carried a gust of strong wind that was enough to raise a gale of 5 kilometers. Arbor stood steadily, and the corner of her plain clothes fluttered high in the fierce gale. This freak's claws were like an eagle's, and its body was as robust as a calf's. Its neck was slender, and its head was mutated. With a cursory glance, one could tell that it was a four-winged harpy that had undergone special modifications. It was incredibly ugly, it was truly incredibly ugly. After glancing at it, Xiaomu felt her stomach turn sour, and a nauseating feeling assaulted her. This feeling made her want to vomit uncontrollably. Looking at this four-winged mutated harpy up close, it was truly too disgusting. Its facial features seemed to have been blended together, and its eyes, nose, and mouth were squeezed tightly to the center. At first glance, all of its facial features were present, but at second glance, it felt strange and ugly, making people loathe it. The little stoic activated her eggshell defensive barrier almost at the same time that the harpy's claws reached for her. Crack! The crisp sound of metal colliding entered everyone's ears. The four-winged harpy's claws were as sturdy as cold iron, and they scratched a mark on the little stoic's defensive barrier. At the same time, a water arrow attacked the four-winged harpy. Even though the harpy had a head of copper and arms of iron, and its entire body was as thick as steel plates, it reflexively shrunk its neck when it saw the water arrow attacking it. It flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, dodging it instantly. Duan Yu arrived very quickly, and he appeared next to the little stoic in the blink of an eye. He retracted the water arrow in his hand. Through the defensive barrier, he happened to see the little stoic raise her small hand and wink at him. For words were written on the little stoic's hand, push the boat with the current. Duan Yu glanced at it, and his handsome face immediately darkened. No. He withdrew his smile and flatly refused. He raised his hand and passed through the defensive barrier, grabbing her wrist without a second word. In the blink of an eye, the zither-playing corpse puppet abruptly jumped 3 feet into the air with that tattered zither in hand. An out-of-tune zither note abruptly sounded, and it carried strands of energy as it blasted towards Duan Yu's direction. The little stoic raised her hand to push him and blinked at him while saying, "Hurry up and go." She then conveniently took a step back. Duan Yu's anger flared up, and he turned around to grab her. Just as he said, "You're not allowed to mess around," he casually blocked and caught the zither-playing corpse puppet's claws. Shocking waves instantly surged in Duan Yu's beautiful peach blossom eyes. He said coldly, "You can die now." The zither-playing corpse puppet let out a shrill howl, calling for the other corpse puppets to gather around and protect them. But it was too late. Duan Yu's fingers moved slightly, and a rising silver-white flame instantly burned along the zither-playing corpse's withered arm. A group of people who had come to kill the Heavenly Fate squad after hearing the news had gathered together in an organized manner. They opened up a path from all directions and moved closer to the center. At this moment, he suddenly heard an extremely strange and shrill wail. Everyone's heart tightened slightly, and they subconsciously raised their heads to look at the source of the sound. They were greatly shocked by what they saw. They saw a white figure floating in the air with his back facing them. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by a strange silver-white flame. It was him who had let out this human-like wail. His voice gave people goosebumps. End of chapter 46:14. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.